Greetings, it is I, the Count, and it's time to answer that fascinating question. What is the Sesame Street number of the day? Let's count the
fights
and find out.
Point wins the draw, and we've got a fight. We have a fight off the opening faceoff. Brandon Hagel and Matthew Tkachuk. It took 2 seconds.
That's one
fight. Brady's taking the draw against Sam Bennett, and we have another fight. Sam Bennett and Matthew Tkachuk. 1 second later, Bennett has a right free. Two fights. Another stoppage. Scrums in front of the net. JT Miller drops the gloves with Colton Parayko. Miller and Parayko. Parayko's got a right free. He catches Miller. Miller falls to the ice. Falls again.
Three fabulous
fights. We've played 9 seconds, and we have 3 fights.
You might not like the Tkachuk brothers, but for a second, you really liked them, didn't you? That was pretty fun. So the U.S. loses last night in a game that doesn't matter for them. They're already advancing. But that game from Friday, I mean, goodness. Or Saturday. Was it Friday or Saturday? It's a long weekend. I got my days mixed up. Whatever day it was between the U.S. and Canada. Unbelievable game. And you start off with the fights, and it got everybody into it. And it was just like, look. You can do the juxtaposition between this tournament and whatever the hell the NBA tried to do this weekend. That's fine. Bottom line for me is this is about as entertaining of hockey as you're going to find. Like, there seems to be, and I'll tell you this much. No matter what side of the fence you sit on about booing the national anthem in Canada or whatever, it certainly added an extra flair to it. Like, there was some genuine I'm fighting for my country stuff here that I think even in some tournaments and other sports where you try and manufacture that, there's not, like, there was some gusto. Like, there was some action. I don't want to say hatred, but there was a lot of, like, I want to do this for my country, and I don't like what your country is doing and saying about my country. On both sides of that U.S. and Canada game, which made it so great. And look, a lot of people were tweeting at me over the weekend, Nelly, saying, hey, Kane, you're going to admit you're wrong on Tuesday? And I was like, well, I never said I didn't think this would be a good idea or this wouldn't be fun. I just said the injury risk this close to the playoffs is something that's just, to me, needless. But whatever. Like, it's a great time. I will totally say that. There really hasn't been a single game where you haven't been into it. I mean, the U.S. scores a goal, they start playing Freebird just like Nelly was playing right there. Like, that's fun. I don't think that this is replicable in other sports. And this is where, you know what, hockey might have a stranglehold on this kind of idea. You know, you can do in the NBA the U.S. versus, like, the world, but you can't do the U.S. versus Serbia. There's like 3 guys from Serbia's national team that are NBA players. You need to have like a full complement of a roster that plays in the league to do it. And I just think it'd be too hard in other sports. So basketball can. Baseball, like maybe. You might be able to get, cobble together 4 countries that can do a full roster in baseball. They already kind of have that with the WBC. And to be honest, baseball doing that instead of their all-star game would totally make sense. There's no real risk of injury. The only thing that people are worried about is, pitchers' arms, which is something you can get around. But this is about as good and as fun as the NHL could hope for. And part of it is buy-in from players matters. You have to have them care in the way that these guys have for this to be fun. You know, when the NBA All-Star Weekend and when they would play their All-Star game, when that was fun, it's because it was competitive. It wasn't Steph Curry walking up to half court and throwing up a 3. It wasn't Luka doing a heave with 20 seconds left on the shot clock from the opposite side of the floor. It's like that's not even the sport that you're playing. Same thing with the NFL. Like, they aren't playing the same sport when they're in the Pro Bowl. I am actually, like, when I say shocked, I mean blown away at the amount of hitting. Am I wrong here, Nelly? Does it feel like it's more than a regular game? Like, if I just turn on a regular season NHL game, I don't think there's as much hitting in that.
I'm blanking every time. That's my equivalent of the sneeze.
The first one out.
You sneeze in the 6 a.m. I stumble to talk. But I can't remember which players it were for both USA and Canada. But there was someone on the U.S. team that laid a hit on somebody from Canada in that game where the Canadian player was maybe a foot or two away from the boards, and the dude, I may have been one of the Tkachuks just statistically for everything that happened in that game.
Well, yesterday, Brady Tkachuk had like 2 of those hits in 2 seconds.
Right, but in that one on either Friday or Saturday, he came up to this Canadian player from about a mile away, slammed into him full force, knocked him clean all the way to Quebec. I mean, it was insane, and I was going, this is a meaningless exhibition game in the grand scheme of things, and these guys are playing like it's Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. It was juiced because of what you said. It's not only the hockey history and international competition between these two countries, between these, quote, friendly neighbors,
right,
but also there's some of those political ongoings between our countries right now. The NHL magically stumbled into the most perfect crockpot of stuff happening right now.
The two sides between Canada and the U.S., and if you want to call it the political class, if you want to call it just the citizens of the countries in general, like, there was enough kindling and tinder on that box for all it needed was one Brady Tkachuk match to strike, and that thing was going to be an inferno. And that's exactly what you got. I mean, for something that is, and I'm just against this idea in general because I think it's about money grabs, and I don't think that they care as much about the substance as they do about just making a few extra bucks. And that's what these, I'll say, conjured up fake tournaments usually are. Like the play-in tournament. The play-in tournament is stupid. It's just another way for the NBA to sell sponsorships. Because what was it? It was the NBA Cup presented by Emirates, Totino's Pizza Rolls and something. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a way to throw branding on top of something that didn't matter, and it feels fake, and everybody knows it. The players know it. You want to know how I know that they know it? Because Joker didn't play in a game of that. And Joker plays in every game. Was that also the point in the calendar, Nelly, where Michael Malone took like a game off to watch his daughter's volleyball game? Was that the NBA Cup? It was around that time.
It was around then, yeah, in kind of mid-November, I think.
But you are so right that they caught lightning in a bottle of, if they did this and there wasn't some sort of angst between us and the neighbors to the north, then it's probably still fun, but it ain't 2 fights in 2 seconds fun. It ain't drop the puck and let's start hooking. So this, I think, is now going to become, because what are they, is this the last 4 nations and then they're just going to World Hockey Cup? They aren't doing this every year, are they? Because I know they're alternating World Hockey Cup or Hockey World Cup, I forget what it's called, and the Olympics every 2 years. But I'm telling you, like, yeah, this hit right here, I mean, you're talking about finishing a check into the boards in a game that does not matter, ultimately. And that's against, like, good players. Texter says, the play-in tournament is great. The in-season tournament is trash. Yeah, the play-in tournament is great because the play-in tournament actually matters for something. Like, if you don't win the play-in game, your season's over. Of course that's going to be fun. If you put stakes on the line like that, like, they just signed up for a winner-take-all game, essentially. Like, everybody's into those. But the in-season tournament means nothing, ultimately. And neither does this one, by the way. Like, the 4 nations doesn't mean anything.
And by the way, I think we need to provide some context. Anytime you say or I say, oh, it doesn't mean anything, you always get these people that go, are you seeing how hard they're playing to represent their country?
Yeah,
Don't tell me it doesn't mean anything, USA. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that in terms of the NHL standings and the NHL season, this tournament has no bearing on the quest for Lord Stanley's Cup. We're not saying it doesn't matter to America. We're saying it doesn't matter to Lord Stanley. It's different. Understand me, people.
The it doesn't matter thing is very simple, okay? In fact, it's mostly risk. Because I'm telling you right now, if the U.S. comes in, let's say they play, they win the final and they're the winners of the Four Nations Cup, I'm going to be like, cool. When's the Avs game now? Like, that's going to be the reaction. Neat. Really happy they did it. And this is why I say there's almost all risk to no reward, or little reward, I should say. You having that reaction of, cool, is it worth somebody on your hockey team for your regular season team you root for being hurt? And, like, I know that we all had the Cale McCarr reaction from Friday where it was, we found out he was not at morning skate and we don't know why. By the way, is it a sickness? Okay, I read this incorrectly. I thought I saw over the weekend he is out for the remainder of the tournament. It says he remains eligible for the remainder of the tournament. Got it. But yeah, that little moment of panic, you start to think that the Four Nations is meaningless now. Texture says, you literally just said the play-in tournament sucked. Well, then I misspoke. I meant the in-season NBA Cup or whatever they're calling it, okay? That's what that thing sucked. The play-in tournament is great because there's stakes on the line. Now, another texture says, Brett, I get what you're saying with it doesn't matter, but we need to get back to, oh, okay. So this is going to be one of the political things, which is fine too. Like if you, I totally understand when people were watching the U.S. and Canada and they were getting to the this is more than just the hockey game. This is a bleep you to whoever gets to win, that they get to throw that to the other country for a second. And again, I told you from the start, the reason why that game had that feel to it, you can't tell me it wasn't because of that. I mean, when you're in Canada and you're lined up on the blue line and you're representing your country and your anthem's getting booed, I think that would, if you're, first of all, if you're signing up to play for your country in a tournament like this, you're showing a little bit of like pride. I want to represent my country well. You hear somebody boo your anthem. Yeah, you tell me that the Tkachuk brothers didn't take offense to that. Go ahead and try it.
And also, I definitely bought into that as well. Not gonna lie. I was butt in seat, in my couch, cold beverage in hand, ready to go at puck drop. I was looking forward to that game, and I had this moment where I stopped and I said, I was actively counting down the minutes until an exhibition game in the All-Star break.
Yeah.
That's insane. And a lot of it was the country dynamic because guess what? For the other 360 days this year, we can talk about maybe some of the blemishes on Lady Liberty's record. We can hold this country up to scrutiny and talk about her. But for the 5 days of this tournament, anybody from Canada
America
better
rules.
take their moose riding ass back over the border with their tariffs where they belong. You guys are the England of hockey. You can't even beat us at the sport you created. Get out of here.
I do want to put a little side-by-side picture. And look, the NBA in their weekend is broken, and it's broken in a multitude of ways. And it became so clear to me. Like, I'll just say it. This is how I feel, okay? I feel like LeBron is largely responsible for why the All-Star game is the way it is. And I think there is a perfect, and I mean exact 1,000% moment that justifies me saying that. And we'll get to it next. All right, see? I wanted to move on to the NBA stuff from over the weekend, but I had a Canadian text in. I'm just telling you, like, sir, you're making the Patriot come out in me. He says, you'll won basically a 2-1 game and act like you won an Olympic gold. Canada still owns you. I would say act like you've been there before, but you haven't. So I'll tell you this. Whatever. You want to go historical on this? That's fine. Bottom line is, you thought when that game started, you booed the anthem, you thought you were going to roll us, and you got your butt kicked. Not only in the majority of the fights, JT Miller was just kind of hanging on for dear life, but the fights, you lost the game, you lost everything, okay?
Take
now,
that L on the way out.
Maybe you come back and do something to win this silly tournament. Okay, fine. Don't care. Bottom line is that game mattered. It did. To me, it did. I wanted to see how the response of the U.S., like the intensity of it. And you guys got your butts kicked, okay? Physically got your butt kicked. And this is always what's great. See, you can't, I hate in sports when people do this. Oh, yeah, you won the last one, but what about 15 years ago? I don't care about 15 years ago. I care about the last game. You think that matters? You know, for like a Bama fan, when they lost this year to, who was the big upset that they had this year? Can't even remember.
Vanderbilt was one.
Vanderbilt. And it's like, oh, yeah, well, we've beat Vanderbilt 20 years in a row before that. Okay, well, not this last one you didn't. So go ahead and hold on to that one for me. Anyway, we'll jump back to hockey in a bit. I would like to discuss the NBA All-Star Weekend and a realization I came to. I think LeBron is largely responsible for all the nonsense that we see now. If you go back 15 years, you will see a competitive All-Star game with guys playing maybe a little bit farther than that, maybe 20. But, you know, it was right around that Kobe, Michael Jordan type era where they were playing defense. It resembled an actual basketball game. You had guys participating in the skills contest, like the dunk contest, that you wanted to watch. It was appointment television. And I remember when this first happened a couple years ago, Mac McClung at the time, was he even a G Leaguer at that time, or was he just a YouTube guy? He participates in the dunk contest and he wins. And I remember the next day I was talking to Dempsey in between shows, and I go, this is insanity. And he goes, you didn't like it? And I was like, no, I don't know who that guy is. I don't care about a guy I don't know. You know, there's plenty of And One mixtapes I watched back in the day, but if you tried to put, you know, white or what's a hot sauce in one of these things, I'd be like, I don't care. I'm here to watch NBA players. You know, if you have a home run derby and the guy who wins the home run derby is a AA dude from Topeka, you won't care. It doesn't matter that he hits a 500-foot bomb. But the reason why guys don't do it, I still, for the life of me, don't understand. But it started with LeBron. That's when it started. And what he did over the weekend, I thought is as selfish and self-centered of a thing you can do. Okay, all-stars and getting the nod to those things, especially for some of the guys on the periphery, matters so much. That you can call yourself an all-star is a huge thing. Sometimes you only get one shot at it. You can play in the league for, 15 years, and you're kind of a role player, and you just don't really have the accolades. Well, that example presented itself. LeBron enters All-Star Weekend. And we're waiting for, all these different teams. And I'll get to the actual format in a second. I think it was slightly better than what it usually is, but still whatever. But LeBron, his team, what were they? Team OGs? Then it was whatever Chuck's team was, which was the World, the one that Jokic was on. And then you had, like, the Young Bucks. You had a whole bunch of different stuff. And again, we'll get to the format in a second. But the OGs have their game coming up the next day. And LeBron's at the podium, and he says this to a room of reporters on what to expect from his game tomorrow.
I was hoping that it would feel a lot better this morning, but it's not as where I want it to be. And, with 30 games left and us trying to make a playoff push in the Wild Wild West, I felt like it was very important for me to kind of take care of myself and understand, what's coming on. So I won't say it's maintenance. Well, it is maintenance, but at the same time, it's like, I have to look out for myself when it comes to this injury that I've been dealing with for years, so I hope to be available on Wednesday. I have to have a makeup game, so I am headed back to LA tonight. There will be no vacation for me. So I head back to LA tonight and, back to rehab tomorrow and getting ready for practice on Tuesday, and hopefully I can play against Charlotte on Wednesday and hopefully play against, Portland on Thursday. So it's a big stretch for us.
I've been dealing with this injury for years. I think it's smart if I just take this time off and then go back to LA and rehab. And I hear that and I go, why the hell are you there? Why are you there? You're telling me you knew about this injury beforehand. You've been dealing with it for years. You just didn't want to push it because you got a very important stretch of basketball coming up. And you know what my response is? Hey, LeBron, probably smart. The Lakers season matters more than a silly All-Star game. You're right. But why are you there? Because here's what happens, Nelly. It's hysterical. I see a picture of him because I have team pictures, right, where they're all wearing the uniforms. And Team OG has all these, Steph Currys and KDs, and they're all in uniform holding basketballs. And then in the middle is LeBron James in street clothes. And it's very simple to figure out what happened. LeBron wanted this All-Star game on his resume. And so he had to show up. And he wanted to be in the photo, despite him not playing. And Norman Powell, who has never made an All-Star game in 10 years of being in the league, was the next guy to fill in, and he gets rejected that opportunity when LeBron knew he wasn't going to play. So Norman Powell could have called himself an All-Star at the end of his career. Can't this year. And I'm sitting here like, why does this game not matter? Could it be because that guy cared more about getting one more notch on the belt, saying he got another All-Star appearance by not actually playing in it, over the idea of somebody who would actually play in it and probably play with some care because he's never been there? And it's like an easy 1-to-1. When did everything start falling apart? And it's like there was this air in the NBA that was created by LeBron that everyone else has now followed. And now KD's like whining online. KD's like, well, if everybody's just going to complain about the All-Star game, then maybe not play it. Good. Because whatever that is embarrassing. Like, I don't want to sound too old manish about this, but what is the essence of what sports is? Like, when you really boil it down to the minute single detail of why sports are big in this country and across the world, it's entertainment, okay? That's what it is. And entertainment is about your audience, not about you. Same thing applies to radio, by the way. There's plenty of things that interest me around sports that I would like to talk about that you guys would not care about, so I don't do it. but it's always centered. Your entertainment is about your audience. That's what it is. And somewhere along the line of the last 2 decades, the NBA's kind of forgotten that, and it's become about the player. And you want to know how you can alienate an audience quickly? Is like that. Like, I remember, I'm not casting stones here, but for a second, really popular entertainment shows can fall into this trap. I'll give you an example. Somebody I actually like, I think is really entertaining, really funny. For a minute, do you remember when Pat McAfee went to ESPN, became a national show? And they were spending like hours of content talking about their disputes they're having with ESPN management. Do you remember what I'm talking about there, Nelly? Where he said, this guy is trying to fire me, who's a higher up from ESPN.
Oh, right. Yeah, I remember that.
And for a long time, they started talking about that. And I remember listening to it and I go, who is this for? Is this for you guys or is this for the audience? Like, I don't think the audience cares about little disputes that you're having in-house. Like, if I get into it with a sales guy here at the office and I spend 45 minutes on the show talking about it, wouldn't you guys check out and be like, "What? Why do I care about this?"
And I just don't understand what the NBA was going for. Were they?
And let me just quickly, Nelly, let me say, McAfee's out of that, and I think the show is great now again. But there's a moment where you can get too wrapped up inside yourselves, especially when you become big, and LeBron is bigger than the actual sport. So go ahead. Sorry.
Right. No, that makes sense. I know what you're saying, where in-house business makes sense in-house, and then when you take that out of that context, people have no...
Well, you just like the smell of your own farts
right.
so much that you think whatever I do is amazing and everybody loves it.
I guess I think the format of the multiple teams and then doing this mini tournament, that's a good format, but it was, a 3-hour broadcast, and half that broadcast was... weird intermissions with Mr. Beast.
Oh, like 2/3 of it, yeah.
Yeah, and then Kevin Hart just roasting everybody, and Draymond Green talking about how today's players don't understand how ball works. Who are we appealing to? Maybe Mr. Beast is trying to reel in the youths to get your younger audience. Okay,
there's a whole bunch of from everything you just said, Nelly. There's first of all, the Kevin Hart thing was not working. Okay, it wasn't working. Second of all, Draymond Green lecturing everybody about today's player when he played in the era that's largely responsible for the ego of today's player is hysterical for me. And I'll say that Draymond wasn't really that guy, but I don't think Draymond was talented enough to be that overall. Like Draymond, we always say this about guys like LeBron or Jokic. Like, they could average 40 a game if they wanted to, but they don't. Draymond couldn't. He couldn't average 40 a game. He's very good at what his skill set is, but it's from an overall basketball standpoint, a pretty limited skill set. He's a really good defender, good attitude guy, can't knock down threes at a consistent clip. He's got no real shot. His inside game isn't good. But he does the things that he does well, he does really well. But for him to lecture everybody else about today's player doesn't understand, I'm like, it's like, look, I remember there was a portion when we were growing up, Nelly, where millennials were just the bane of existence in society. And it's like the millennials, they're just so entitled and this and that. And I go, well, some of that comes from who raised you. And who was that? Like, a lot. If you see a 10-year-old who melts down in the middle of a restaurant and starts yelling and hitting their mother, are you saying that's a bad kid? Or are you saying, how did the parenting go wrong enough for the kid to act this way? And Draymond is now in the parenting phase of his NBA career, where you are responsible for what's in front of you now. And the guy that he praises the most, LeBron, pretty much started it. Like, he was one of the first people that's like, I'm bigger than what the league is. So, yeah, this is a 20-minute rant on LeBron ruining the sport that I love. Okay? I hope you guys at least find this, again, to go back to its basis, I hope you find this at least entertaining. But I truly think you can make a one-to-one here. And look, I've said this before. I don't think I've seen anybody do any single thing as well as LeBron does basketball. I really don't. No, I wasn't old enough to really watch Jordan. Most of his career was in my non-memory phase. I've seen the highlight reels on YouTube, but it's not going to... When I've been able to watch basketball, LeBron is about as good as one thing as anybody I've ever seen. And the NBA has turned into a brainchild of the way that he acts. Like, the fact that nobody's participating in the dunk contest anymore is a direct one-to-one correlation of LeBron. Well, if he doesn't want to do it, then why should I? Well, you should do it because your consumer base wants to see it, and that's who you're supposed to cater to. God bless Mac McClung, 3-time champion that nobody will care about in 5 years. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have the same appeal. Now, to what you're saying about the actual games, like, I think the Elam ending, I actually, to be honest with you, kind of wish the NBA would just go straight to an Elam ending at the end of the fourth quarter. Because it would eliminate the free throws and the time stoppages, because that stuff wouldn't matter. You're just trying to get to a score. There's a lot that I actually like about that. The format, I think, is a little bit better than what it was beforehand, but it's never going to get me to, like, tune in. Like, here's the difference. What the NHL did this weekend, although I have a lot of beefs with where it's at in the calendar, the amount of risk you're putting on teams that are trying to win championships and potentially losing guys in the middle of it. I have that still in the back of my head. But I'll say this. It was as fun as you could possibly imagine. Like, nowhere near any other All-Star game that we've seen for a long time.
So then I can ask you this question. I can ask the texters this question. In all seriousness, what would get you to watch the NBA All-Star game? Just wave your magic wand, make whatever change you want. What's that going to be?
I honestly, Nelly, I think it could... part of me thinks it might be too little too late, but I would say this. If they gave me a game that resembled a game, and there was an amount of care like what we saw in the Four Nations, then I think people could come back in on it. Like, are you telling me if LeBron, KD, Joker, Luka, Giannis, Steph, all the best players in the NBA really decided we're going to go as intense as the Four Nations tournament, that you wouldn't want to watch it? Because I totally would. I think it'd be fascinating. But they won't. Because they've told you over and over again they don't care. They find this an annoyance on their calendar. And their favorite part is just dapping it up with a couple of their friends when they see them during All-Star Weekend. The actual obligations or perceived obligations that they have, unless you're LeBron, whose ankle hurt for, a week and still hurt, and then he said, yeah, I can't play on this ankle. It's, forget secondary, it's last on their list.
The only people who actually cared this weekend were Chris Paul and Wemby, who found a way to cheat the skills competition, baby, and then got kicked out because they didn't live up to the spirit of the game. They actually tried. And by trying, they ironically didn't try.
It's like I have never seen a bigger win for hockey and bigger loss as a byproduct at the same time than putting these two things side by side over the weekend. Like, it's pretty remarkable, actually. Texture says, how do you fix it? U.S. versus the world, American NBA players versus international players. Like, here's the thing. We thought about that idea. The reason the Four Nations work is because you're playing for your flag. They aren't going to... If it was the U.S. versus the world in this Four Nations, not going to have nearly the same appeal. When you play for your country, it's a different thing. Right. You don't play for a region. You don't play for anywhere outside the U.S.
You would have to do a similar tournament, but have it be something like Team USA, Team Australia, Team France, Team Canada, maybe a Team Serbia. And if you did that, then guys would be representing their country. And I mean, I think Jokic celebrated his Olympic bronze medal harder than he celebrated a championship with the Nuggets.
Did you hear him over the weekend? Jokic said the worst loss in his life. What was it? The loss to the U.S.
Exactly.
He said that was the worst loss in his life. Keep in mind, this guy just lost a Game 7 last year in which our souls were crushed. But when you play for your country, it matters.
Samba shuffle, baby!
Anyway, 303-504-0925, Shot Mazda text line. Sorry about the rant, but it was like, it's just something that hit me in the way that one person in particular acted. And it's somebody that I have the utmost basketball respect for, but the personal stuff and the me nature of it is, I mean, I really think, and how much do you really care about an All-Star Weekend anyway, but I really think it's ruined the All-Star Weekend. So, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. Look, man, I can be old sometimes. You know what? Everybody gives like a lot of grief to yelling at a cloud. Sometimes it makes you feel better. You guys ever tried it? You ever like just lost your mind on something that ultimately doesn't matter, but it just makes you feel better? Give it a shot. You'd be surprised at how much it feels like it helps. One bit of news over the weekend that I think is interesting. So we're kind of looking ahead to see what the offseason feel is going to be with the Broncos and what they want to do. And like a big question is this. Like, are they going to be in the sweepstakes of T. Higgins? And I mentioned this last week. I think there's a world that exists where the Bengals just franchise tag him again. Now, they'd be paying a high price tag, but it'd be a one-year deal. They try and keep the band together for another season and see if they can, make a real run to a Super Bowl with it. And it looks like that might happen. From James Rappian of Bengals Talk SI. The Bengals are planning to franchise tag T. Higgins. Now, doesn't mean he's totally off the table. It means you'd have to trade for him, which is a whole bag of no from me. If they tag him, then he is officially off the Broncos' offseason possibilities. I've been enamored with the idea of what it could look like with him on the field with Cortland Sutton and Marvin Mims and trying to put that offense with a little bit more skill position talent on there. Bottom line is, you want me to trade probably a second-round pick along with giving him $30 million a year? No, thank you. I will pass. So you have to go to your next list of guys that could be on the market, and maybe that's Chris Godwin. Maybe that's Cooper Kupp. Maybe that's another you-pick wide receiver, Debo Samuel. But it sounds like T. Higgins is probably going to be off the table, at least as of now. Because say what you want about being cheap, and again, I'm not sure exactly what that means. You have a salary cap. You can spend up to the salary cap. And I know they want to keep Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Trey Hendrickson together for at least another season. If you're the Bengals, why wouldn't you? You're sitting there like, okay, we had an awful start to the year last year, and then we played really well towards the end, but it was too little too late. Can we just fix the early season problem? If they do that, then they're probably... you're probably looking at an AFC that has Mahomes and Herbert and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and hopefully Bo Nix, that's making the postseason, which is just insane to think about. But it feels like that idea is going to be cleanly off the table. Now, one other thing I wanted to mention about Jokic. I don't talk about him during All-Star Weekend because Jokic doesn't do anything. The game is not fit for him. It's not fit for their style. So for him, it's whatever. Jokic is... I don't even watch the All-Star game to watch him because he doesn't do anything in it. But what I am interested in, and I said I wouldn't get fired up about this, and I'm not going to, because I think that this is just the reality of the situation that we're facing. That NBA straw poll thing from Bobby Marks came out. I think it's Bobby Marks who does it, right? Is he the guy? And with 100 votes from different writers, analysts, people like that, 71st place votes went to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and 30 went to Jokic. Which, again, I don't think he's winning. Despite all of the data showing you that he should. He's a 3-time MVP, and his numbers have quite literally never been better. And I think he's putting together an offensive season that is perhaps untouched in NBA history as far as the volume and the efficiency. The thing that made me upset about this, Nelly, was that he got 69 second-place votes, which means somebody voted him third. And I want to know who that guy is. And we have an idea of who it is because only one second-place vote outside of Jokic and Alexander, and that's Giannis. So I'm assuming it's a Bucks rider. Assuming.
Yeah, it's a Bucks writer by the name of Schmendrick Schmerkens.
Yeah.
Or I think Schmiss Schmanix, maybe?
Perhaps. I would love to know what's going on in that guy's head. And I would actually be totally cool if he came up and he goes, yeah, you know what happened? I'm just kind of tired of the Jokic thing. I'd be like, you know what? At least you're being honest. It's fair with me. But, we got Berto's going to be back in today. Berto said it on Friday that he thinks that Jokic is going to win the MVP again. I thought he should. But judging by this, and these things are generally pretty accurate, it looks like it's not even close. That if the season ended today, that Shea would run away with it. And how much room can you make up in the next 2 months? Because Shea's going to continue to put up 32 points a game. I don't know. But here's what I do know, Nelly. Jokic can't. Tim Bontemps does a straw poll. That's right. Jokic can't do more than what he's doing right now. I think it's actually impossible for him to put up any better numbers than he's putting up at the moment. It's a 30-point triple-double is what he's averaging on 45% from three. And what is it, 57, 58% from the field? You can't do better than that. That is playing NBA 2K on rookie mode and giving him the basketball every single possession down the floor. Good point from a texter. I hope he doesn't win MVP. The other time he didn't win, he won the NBA Finals MVP. Sure. And I think he would trade that in a heartbeat. I would actually love this sort of, didn't the San Francisco Giants, they had the we won the World Series every other year thing? Or was it?
Yeah, it was 2010, 12, and 14.
Yeah,
it was
the
even year
years.
magic.
Yeah. Maybe this is Jokic's version of that, which is the years I don't win MVP, I win Finals MVP. And then I get to say, ha, told you so. Because I want to see both of these teams coming out of the break a little bit healthier, a little bit of rest. Hopefully on the Avs side, you get Val back, you get Manson back. On the Nuggets side, you get Russell Westbrook and a healthy Porter. And, you get to see that for the next couple of months before the playoffs start. I'd love it. Because I think it would be huge. Huge. For where these teams want to go. Both of them don't really have the depth to deal with a number of injuries and still get to their ultimate goal. Health is going to matter. But I think with the way the Nuggets have played, I know it's been against bad opponents, but they got a real proving ground coming up here in the next couple of weeks. So the Nuggets' first game back is going to be on Thursday. That coincides the same night that U.S. and Canada are facing off in the final. So that should be fun. But that stretch of games for the Nuggets coming out of the break is huge. Absolutely massive. So, you can watch us live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. And you can download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Again, a lot to break down here. I was in love all weekend with the Four Nations tournament. Thought it was fantastic. And however I felt about that, take the exact opposite, and that's how I felt about NBA All-Star Weekend. Couldn't be worse for the NBA and couldn't be better for the NHL. We'll break that down in just a few minutes. Again, no Vic, no Moj today. They're off for one more day. Be back tomorrow. But myself and Berto coming your way for the next 3 hours next.
Greetings, it is I, the Count, and it's time to answer that fascinating question, what is the Sesame Street number of the day? Let's count the
Fights!
and find out.
Point wins the draw, and we've got a fight. We have a fight off the opening faceoff. Brandon Hagel and Matthew Tkachuk. It took 2 seconds.
That's one. One
Fight! Brady's taking the draw against Sam Bennett, and we have another fight. Sam Bennett and Matthew Tkachuk. 1 second later, Bennett has a right free.
two.
Two fights. Another stoppage. Scrums in front of the net. JT Miller drops the gloves with Colton Parayko. Miller and Parayko. Parayko's got a right free. He catches Miller. Miller falls to the ice. Falls again.
Three fabulous
Fights. We've played 9 seconds, and we have 3 fights.
All right, Vic and Moj back tomorrow, but I'm graced by the wonderful presence of Berto yet again this morning. Berto.
What's up, man?
Let me tell you something. I
Tonight.
don't think I could have been more entertained by that stuff over the weekend. I know the U.S. lost last night, but it was a game that didn't matter. They're already in the final. They rang 5 posts, hit a crossbar. Probably should have won, but it doesn't matter. I just want to go back to Saturday because here's the thing, man. I didn't know how much this tournament, before we first watched it, how much it was going to work because it requires buy-in from players, and they bought in, no doubt about it. But I think about the luck that the NHL was dealt, that they scheduled this in the middle of, look, a perceived angst between us and our neighbors up north that you can't tell me 2 fights in 2 seconds, both of the Tkachuks, which I know we're not Tkachuk fans around here. I was on Saturday. I thought it was great. You can't tell me that this wasn't just lightning in a bottle, sort of like you found a stroke of luck for the timing of it all.
That could be that. This could have been the NHL All-Star game. We could have been putting up with the NHL All-Star game, and instead, man, that thing had so much juice. Jack Eichel's got a Stanley Cup, bro, and he's like, this game on Thursdays might just be the most intense game I ever play in. And you're like, bro, man. Yeah, no. The political atmosphere coupled with the just like the whatever was running through that building on Saturday night, man, that game was intense. That game had all the vibes. That thing was what compare that to the NBA All-Star game, man, that thing had so much juice. That building was right. 21,000 people just going nuts at the Bell Center. Yeah, man, we need to do this more often. That was great.
And I want to get to sort of the juxtaposition between the two, between the NHL and what the NBA did over the weekend, because I don't think I've seen the NHL dunk on the NBA harder in just a couple of days than that. So we'll get to the comparison in a second. The thing is, and this is like sort of the major difference, I am still, like when I say shocked, Berto, blown away. I think there's more hits in these games in the Four Nations than in a regular season NHL game.
They had 31 hits in the first period alone on Saturday. They were just slamming into each other, man. And everybody was concerned about the injury situation. Man, I would be too after watching that game. Those two teams wanted to kill each other. They wanted blood on the ice, and I am so here for it. I am here for it, man. Thursday's game is going to be great. It's going to be great. Kale's going to be back, man. It's going to be wow.
Which barn is that one at again?
It's in Boston. It'll be at the TD Garden.
Okay, gotcha.
So it'll be the exact opposite of what you saw on Saturday, where the Canadians were booing the American national anthem and all that stuff, and there was just So we'll see how the fans in Boston handle it on Thursday. But whoo,
it is funny how things like this can just, even if it's for a moment, make you feel differently about somebody. Because I was no bigger fan than Brady Tkachuk over the last few days, and I never thought I would be. I'm just like, kill him. Yeah. Like he had that in the first period yesterday. He had put 2 guys against the boards in 2 seconds. Now he left a little bit with an injury.
Yeah, he played 12 minutes or whatever, and then he didn't return. So both Tkachuks were out yesterday, but both the Tkachuks will probably be able to go on Thursday. Like the U.S. didn't play a couple of dudes that probably could have gone yesterday.
Matthews was out.
Because it was just one of those games where you're like, man, we're in We're in the title game, man.
Right.
Well, why waste it on these chuckleheads?
It's still something that sticks in the back of my head, by the way. Like, I still have that moment that we had on Friday where you saw Cale Makar wasn't at morning skate, and you're like, what?
Well, I mean, Nathan scored twice, yet McKinnon looks like he's on fire.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. When you were sitting there on Saturday and that game started, what was going through your mind? What was going through your mind? Because the energy's going nuts, and then they dropped the puck, and it was like, okay, we're going to, like, you know how much better the NBA All-Star game would be if you could just start swinging on a dude? If you could just start swinging on the opposing team, man?
Right.
That's what the NBA All-Star game is missing. Just dudes hating each other so much, they're like, I'm going to hit you in the face. But let's go.
It's also just, it's a care factor, right? And it's something that you cannot manufacture in other leagues. And we've discussed this. Part of the advantage that the NHL has, because you wonder, I just saw ESPN talking about this morning, because we all know what happened over the weekend. The NBA All-Star Weekend was a joke.
Yeah, that was trash.
And the NHL All-Star Weekend, whatever you want to call it, Four Nations Tournament, was amazing. Like,
all the energy.
What did they averaged 1.5 to 2 million viewers during these games, which for NHL standards is insane.
Yeah.
But I've never seen the NHL just like completely overshadow the NBA like that. And you're like, how can you recreate it? Well, ESPN was like, well, can you do the U.S. versus the world and international thing? I'm like, I don't think it has the same appeal. Like,
no, in the NBA. Here's the problem in the NBA. If you played the U.S. versus the world, the U.S. would get stomped. Because you know what I mean? Right now, the U.S. would get stomped because that other team would have SGA and Joker and Luka and Giannis. And it's like, yo, man, I don't know if I want to go through that as an American, not until we figure it out.
It's also like there's a difference between you like having your own country's flag draped over your shoulders or representing the world. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it has the same sort of, it won't have the same care factor.
Yeah, I don't know what the NBA can do to make it better. We're always talking about how do you make the sport better. And I mean, just throw it at the wall. Try to, like, listen, right now the worst All-Star games is the NFL Pro Bowl and the NBA All-Star. And the NBA All-Star game is probably the worst. Man.
Yeah.
The worst. So how do you find a way for the NBA to embrace what the NHL is doing? Because, listen, man, when they first announced this Four Nations, I was like, yeah, that seems cool. I mean, it's 2 weeks off for your boy, so I enjoy it. Let's see what's... But once the game started, and you can feel how much these players care.
Intensity.
You have dudes who have lifted the Stanley Cup who are like, this might be the most intense game I've played in my entire career. And you're like, that is crazy, man. This is crazy. This is a made-up event, but they have bought in. And it is all go. It's all gas, no brakes. And Thursday, it's going to be the same way, man.
I've always wondered that. Like, I'm generally against the idea of just inventing tournaments because I don't think you can manufacture a care to it. Like, it's why the NBA Cup, I think, doesn't work, is that the players don't care and the fans don't care because it's like, this doesn't mean anything. The play-in is different because the play-in is, if you lose, you're out.
No,
like,
the play-in is great.
Yeah, the play-in's great.
The play-in is great. I love it, man. Even though you get these teams who are like 5 games under 500 who make the playoffs, and you're like, you don't deserve to be in the playoffs, but it's still got a lot of fun when
I do wonder, though, for our own purposes and the way that I viewed it, had the U.S. and Canada had their normal relationship right now where it wasn't sort of like angsty like that, would it be the same intensity? Or did that factor into like how much I'm into this thing?
Listen, man, the U.S. is the redheaded stepchild when it comes to this hockey game, right? Like that win on Saturday is the first time Team USA has beaten Team Canada in a best-on-best tournament in 15 years.
Yeah.
So it's been a while since the U.S. has found some glory in one of those. I just don't think there's a way to bring that energy over to the NBA, right? No. Like there's got to be a way, because the best thing about NBA basketball is when the playoffs come around. And you know what I mean? So how do you bring that in? Because this Four Nations has some of that Stanley Cup playoff energy to it. How do you bring that to the NBA? I just don't know, man. I just don't know.
Let's table the NBA thing for a second, because it wasn't always like that. Like, the NBA All-Star Game used to be something you'd want to watch because it was care and people trying, and I think there's a reason for it that we'll get to in a second. The only other sport I think might be able to pull it off? Because part of the difficulty is, if you want to do this, you have to have enough bodies to fill out a full roster for each country. And it's like the NBA doesn't have that. They don't have a country, or at least enough countries, that can put 12, 13 guys on a roster. Now, baseball might. They might be able to have, you pick 4 countries and, be the U.S., probably the Dominican Republic, maybe Japan can have a team, but Mexico. Maybe you can get 4 teams that can fill a full roster of MLB players to do it. I don't think they find their All-Star weekend as like a problem, though. I think they're fine with it.
Yeah. Because, I like the MLB All-Star game to me is just like, it's just baseball nostalgia. Just just hit me with that like old school baseball feel, and we'll all be happy, and we can go home and everything.
And the home run derby is always something that's okay.
Yeah, Wheel the splendid splinter out there, but he says hi to Ted and then goes home and stuff like that. Like, I like that. But listen, man, there's nothing like this Four Nations.
Nothing.
Nothing. I don't know. I don't think another league can do it. Like, you certainly can't do it in the NFL, where dudes are like, I want to kill that guy on the other side of the. Like, I thought there was going to be a line brawl, full-on line brawl in that USA-Canada game. I was like, bro, everybody's going to drop the gloves. Everybody's going to be swinging. McKinnon's going to go at somebody. McKinnon's going to swing on one of the Kachuk brothers, man. Like,
and the whole time I'm like, don't break your hand. Don't do that. I thought about in the NFL, you know what's funny? That, look, they couldn't take this same intensity to it. That would never happen.
Could you do it with college teams? Could you put former college players together and have them play against each other?
I was thinking about that, or I know one thing about, I listened to a couple NFL players' podcasts. And they always, when they have somebody else on, they talk about where they went to high school, and they go, my state is way better at football than your state.
Okay, that's a good idea. That's better
Florida,
than your college. Right.
Yeah.
Taking on Team Texas versus Team California.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're really into that. Like, my home state has better high school football than yours does.
Yeah, I could see that. But once again, you'd have to come up with a tournament format, and you have to pay them, and then you'd have to get them to buy in.
But they wouldn't do a tackle game. Like, none of those guys are going to risk a paycheck.
Man, I'm one of the few people who watched the damn Pro Bowl this year.
Yeah.
And that was not that. It was not fun.
Of course
not fun. It was weird. They had the flag football, but then they were throwing in other events that also counted for the total for the AFC and the NFC. There was way too much damn Russell Wilson in that game. I was like, this is the Pro Bowl, man. This is the marquee. This is supposed to be your stars, and you're rolling Russell Wilson out here, brother? Come on, man.
Well, that's how you know that these things don't matter, is when, especially in the NFL, when you get to like, hey, we're at our 7th alternate at quarterback and Drake May made the Pro Bowl, you're like, okay, then why should I be interested in this at all if they don't care? But their whole thing is that I'm not risking, heading into the offseason hurting my knee in a real football game anymore.
Yeah, that's the problem with the NFL. With the NFL, you take years off your life playing that. Like our good friend Tyler Polumbus, how many years did he take? 5 years? Is he going to live 5 years, 10 years?
Maybe.
And he'd pay that price again to play in that league. So it's kind of hard when you're asking players, you're like, listen, I need you to come and play like it's a regular season game or it's like a playoff game. And when you do that in the NFL, you're literally shaving years off your lifespan. So it's tough to get players to buy in for something like that.
Well, that's why we talk about it all the time. Like, we had Josh Manson on the show a couple weeks ago. Like, hockey players are as salted to the earth professional athletes as you're going to find. Like, they have little to no ego about any of them. And that's what I want to get to in the second with the NBA. But they are like, what's that? We're going out to play? All right, I'm going to kill somebody. Let's do it. Fine. But there's something about when you have them represent their country, it's a different level of intensity. If it was, the regular NHL All-Star format, we've seen how that looks. It's just like every other All-Star game.
Yeah, nobody's
it's
dropping the gloves in that kind of game. No.
But we'll jump back to this in a second. Like, I cannot believe how shocked I was at how thoroughly entertained I was by every game. Like, even the games the U.S. wasn't involved in, I was like, Finland, Sweden, sure.
Yeah.
Sign me up. We'll get back to this in a second. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. The NBA. And I came to a realization. And a lot of times you don't want to throw it all on one person, but I'm going to. I'm throwing all of the problems of the NBA on one guy. We'll get to it next. This song rules, first of all. I love Curtis Blow. Second of all, this is a segment that I don't do very often, Berto, but I am capable of it. I have been described as an older soul. I listen to older music.
Wait. When you say older music, give me an example.
Oh, like Sinatra, Ray Charles, and I dip into like Hall & Oates and Earth, Wind and Fire. Like I'm not against listening to music that's coming out now, but that's most of what I consume. Most of it, I would say.
That's interesting. That's interesting. You like throw on some Sinatra, baby.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Where's that Dean Martin at, honey? Let's go.
Hang on. Let's see. So I listen to Pandora still. Let's see what my top stations are that I've been listening to. So
it's gonna be something ridiculous.
Yeah, first thing is Charles. Second one, Frank Sinatra, Anderson .Paak, Chris Stapleton, Boston 38 Special. Like I'm just Bill Withers is on here. I'm older. I'm older when it comes to my music.
You're like my man McGahee. McGahee's like the oldest 37-year-old man on the planet.
So a little bit of that. But I can get caught up in the old man yelling at cloud thing. But there was something that happened over the weekend that really bothered me.
Okay.
Really bothered me.
Okay.
And look, I've just accepted the NBA All-Star Weekend for what it is. Guys aren't participating in the skill stuff anymore, and the games are terrible, and nobody really cares. I've accepted it. But when I watched LeBron show up, and when they asked him, hey, what is Team OG going to look like? How are you going to play? And he said this.
I was hoping that it would feel a lot better this morning, but it's not as where I wanted to be. And, with 30 games left and us trying to make a playoff push in the Wild Wild West, I felt like it was very important for me to kind of take care of myself and understand, what's coming on. So I won't say it's maintenance. It is maintenance, but at the same time, it's like, I have to look out for myself when it comes to this injury that I've been dealing with for years, so I hope to be available on Wednesday. I have to have a makeup game, so I am headed back to LA tonight. There will be no vacation for me. So I head back to LA tonight and, back to rehab tomorrow and getting ready for practice on Tuesday, and hopefully I can play against Charlotte on Wednesday and hopefully play against, Portland on Thursday. So it's a big stretch for us.
So that, and by the way, a whole bunch of people on the text line are saying, yeah, you use Pandora, you are old. I did. Look, I started with that, I stick with it. Here's the thing. LeBron said, hey, I've been dealing with this injury for years.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure I'm right for a playoff push. And I go, you know what? Pretty smart, LeBron. Way to go. Why are you there then? Why are you there? If you knew you weren't going to participate in this stuff, why did you go? And the answer is pretty simple. He wanted another notch on the belt. If he didn't show up, he doesn't get the all-star tick on his resume, and that gets taken off the career achievements. And so he wanted to show up, pretend to go through the motions like he might play, only to not. I saw a picture of him with Team OG where everybody's in their uniform holding basketballs. He's right there in the middle in street clothes. And I'm like, it's the most egotistical thing you could have done, because if he was out, the next guy in would have been Norman Powell, who's a 10-year vet who's never made an all-star game, and he was denied that opportunity. And I just think it crystallized to me that this guy ruined it. Like
LeBron ruined the All-Star game.
Well, think about it this way, Berto.
Or has ruined the All-Star. I mean, people do blame him for ruining the slam dunk contest.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like, I watched videos from like the early 2000s where they played the All-Star game, and it was intense. It was Kobe going at it with people. It was, a whole bunch of stars going, I don't want to say for each other's throats, but it looked like a basketball game. And now, no disrespect to Mac McClung, I don't care. Like, I'm uninterested.
450s, bro. He got 450s. 4 dunks, all perfect scores, man.
He's like a G Leaguer.
Yeah, he's not an NBA basketball.
And I said this to Nelly earlier. I'm like, if you gave me the home run derby, like, did you see that guy hit a 500-foot bomb? I go, he did? Who was it? And you're like, this dude from AA, he plays in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm like, why do I care about that? This is for the stars. And I think that he started, at least for this weekend, okay, a apathy to anybody who's participating in this, because the All-Star game is supposed to, and sports in general, are about one thing. It's about your consumer. That's what it's always supposed to be about. This radio show is about the people that are listening, not about you and me. You and me would probably do a completely different show if it was just our interests on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's for the audience. And I think that he has maybe been the poster child of the last 20 years of how this thing has gone down the tubes because he doesn't care about that. He doesn't. If he did, he would have participated in a dunk contest or something, and he doesn't.
Yeah, but it's our fault. It's our fault, right? It's us. It's us. We're the problem. Two things for you. Two things. One, I'm not going to take shots at LeBron. Like, if he's not the best basketball player ever, he's probably the second best basketball player ever. And he got the third most vote. Like, I think it was Joker and Giannis got the most votes, and then third. Like, LeBron got millions and millions of votes, and I'm okay throwing him in there, even if he's not going to play, as a legend who millions of fans voted that they wanted to see. Sure. Now it's whatever. So Norman Powell, you know what? Kick rocks, homie. Just kick rocks. I got no time for that nonsense. But we've become the issue because LeBron James thinks just like we do, and that is we don't give a damn about the regular season. It's about championships. It's about like, you know what I mean? Like,
sure.
It's about winning the whole thing, especially in the NBA. If your name's not in that, like Charles Barkley is one of the greatest basketball players I've ever seen, and his name gets nowhere near the all-time great category because the man has zero titles. So all we care about right now in this world that we live in, media and fans and everybody else, all we care about is championships. All we care about is winning the whole thing. Nobody cares about anything else. And and LeBron embraces that whole idea where everything he does means the way he acts is always saying, I don't care about the regular season.
Yeah.
All I care about is titles.
I'll say this. As I was talking about this in the appetizer hour, I said that LeBron, from a purely basketball perspective, because I wasn't old enough to really remember Jordan. Jordan was sort of like most of his career was in my non-memory stage of my childhood. LeBron is the best person to do a single thing that I think I've ever seen. Okay. I think he's better at basketball than anybody else is at anything else that I've heard or watched. So I understand the greatness of it. But it's funny, Draymond was getting into a back and forth with Barkley about how, did your generation ruin the NBA or whatever Barkley did, right? And to a certain extent, I'm like, well, kind of, maybe. Like, I always say, if there's a kid that's melting down at a Toys R Us, if those still exist, and the kid's like hitting his parent because mommy didn't get him a Matchbox car, is it the kid's fault or is it the parent who instilled that sort of thing in him? Mm-hmm. And for any of those guys to say, well, these guys just don't care about this, I'm like, well, where did it start? And I think it's so beyond fixing now because you've crossed like a point of no return. And maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe they can turn it around. I saw some ideas for what they're going to do or want to do next year. One of them is a $1 million one-on-one tournament where the winner gets $1 million. Another thing is...
Interesting. That one's a little weird. So you're just like, all right, we're going one-on-one with all these all-stars.
Yeah.
To 11 or whatever. First to 11 wins this thing. Make it, take it, brother.
Don't know the details of it, but it's a $1 million winner for a one-on-one tournament with all these stars.
Is that gonna... We want energy and we want buy-in from these players. When
that
it comes
could
to
do
stuff,
it.
Would $1 million do it? If you're like, because here's the problem. Here's the problem with the NBA is that these players don't want to be embarrassed, right? That's why nobody jumps into the slam dunk tournament anymore, the slam dunk contest anymore, because they don't want to go out there and get embarrassed in front of, you know what I mean? Like Ja Morant should be in the slam dunk contest, man.
Yeah.
Like some of these great players should be like when AG and Zach were going head to head, and now we got Mac McClung in the crew. Here's the crazy thing. Like, in TNT, the TNT crew is great. Matter of fact, they decided to stop the All-Star game for 20 minutes to celebrate the TNT crew last night, which is great. Go ahead and do it. But the players are like, yo, man, we're in the middle of the game here, and we're just going to sit around for 20 minutes while you do this thing?
No, this is great. But Mr. Beast, can you take this kid off the sideline and like have him chuck half court shots
You're just
up?
like, yo, man, I'm losing my, I'm cold, getting cold here. Let's play these games. Let's go. So yeah, no, I don't like the format. I don't like the way it was handled. Here's the crazy thing. First off, TNT crew always bashes the game of basketball, especially the NBA basketball game. And Draymond was going off about the Rising Stars guys being in this game. And you know what? He was saying it because he was hearing it from other All-Stars.
Sure.
And because it sounds like there was some guys who were like, why are we letting these young scrubs play with the best players in the world? This is the All-Star game, man. Get these young fools out of here. It felt like there were some NBA dudes who were like, why are we letting these dudes play in our game, man? These guys do not belong here.
But this is what drives me nuts about that is that, yes, obviously, like Draymond is the spokesperson for other guys who are vets in the league that are upset about it. They're in it because you guys aren't entertaining enough. They're like, maybe some young guys will bring some energy or something like that. Like, whose fault is it again? Now, to what you mentioned earlier, it is really interesting to me. I didn't really pay attention to the stuff over the weekend. Even though Joker's in it, he's not really in it. So I don't.
Joker wants nothing to do with All-Star games. Give him an international tournament, I bet he goes off. But that stuff, nah.
That's the thing, though. Like, we're talking about, can you replicate something similar to what the NHL is doing? Did you hear the answer that Joker gave over the weekend? He was at a press conference. And they asked him about the U.S.-Serbia game in the Olympics just a few months ago.
What did he say?
He said the U.S. loss was the worst loss of his life.
Interesting.
Like, that's how much he cared about that. And because Nelly brought it up earlier, he goes, he's probably as proud of that bronze medal as he is the NBA championship. I'm like, he might be. But that is the level of intensity that I don't think you can get to because, I mean, think about this for a second. And I was wondering how that would hit Nuggets fans' ears. They just lost a Game 7 last year. They had a 20-point lead in the second half at home, trying to go back-to-back. And he just said the worst loss of his life was the U.S. and Serbia.
Man, it's the country, brother.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think everybody kind of understands it, especially with him and his personality. We kind of get who he is now. But I was just like, pretty interesting. Now I see why the Four Nations thing works so well, is that if you do that, then those guys care. But they just, I don't know. You can't manufacture that, I don't think, anymore. And they can try a one-on-one tournament. Another thing that they were looking to do was big-name stars in the dunk contest. Wow, what a concept.
Yeah.
Incredible. But how do you get them to do it? Because what you said...
Money? I don't even know if money. Because, like, Ja Morant doesn't need more money.
$60 million a year.
Yeah.
But when you mention, like, they don't want to be embarrassed, that's wild to me.
Yeah, they don't want to go out there and be embarrassed. That's what... I mean, like...
But that's competition, isn't it? Isn't that like you run the risk every night you hit the floor of like
you're
not
right.
looking great?
You know what? There's a couple things about basketball. Basketball is my favorite sport. I love basketball. Love it so much. But there has been a little bit of the worst part of Major League Baseball spilling over into the NBA, and that's dudes who are too cool for school. You know what I mean? Like you always got to play it cool, man. If you know what I mean, you always got to be. It's like you're flying F-22s. You're a fighter pilot. You got that like cool Mo D kind of good. And I don't like that attitude. I don't like it. Like go out there and win and act like you care that you're going to win and you want to do like there. I mentioned the fighting in hockey. Draymond Green would be down for throwing fists or whatever. There is, but when I was looking at that All-Star roster, I was like, there's nobody here that I want to see throw hands. There's nobody here.
Right.
So you can't add that rule into the NBA, right, man? Can you just imagine tip-off and somebody's like trying to throw a joke or what? Like immediately couple of dudes are like, let's go. Just like Kachuk on Saturday, man. Like, you just don't have that kind of injury. Like, ESPN had Mike Eruzione do the pregame lead up to tip-off, and he's talking about, the name on the front of the jersey is more important than the name on the back of it. And you're like, I'm going to run through a wall for Mike Eruzione. Let's go. Team USA, let's go, man. Like, you're just getting fired up, and the NBA has no way to replicate that. There's just no way to replicate that kind of energy, man.
When you said they're too cool for school, have you seen the movie 21 Jump Street?
Yeah, sure.
Remember when they go back
Tatum and the crew?
They go back to high school for the first time, and Channing Tatum's his whole thing is like, I don't care about anything, dude. I don't care about anything. And then, or which Franco is it? The Franco brother.
Dave Franco, right?
Dave Franco. Yeah, he goes, you don't care about the environment? It's kind of messed up, bro. It's like just like everything changed.
Yeah.
It's like the too cool thing is you're right. Like, I never thought about it like that, but it almost makes you feel like you're above whatever's taking place in front of you.
Yeah. They don't want to be in the slam dunk contest. They just want to be on the sidelines filming the slam dunk contest and celebrate when somebody gets a 50. They don't want to be out there doing it, not actually doing it, not like putting their reputation on the line. Although, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question, because we were talking about how some of these All-Star games in the past used to be more competitive. And we were talking about like Michael Jordan always wanted to murder you on a basketball court.
Yeah.
Like Kobe Bryant always wanted to murder you. But it doesn't
Jordan was never too cool for anything.
No. He would he would come at you like a spider monkey. Like that dude did not care. He's just looking to win at any way possible. But when I ask you, do you think that there aren't people with a competitive drive in the NBA right now, like a Jordan and a Kobe? Of course there are.
Yes.
Hell, man, Wemby and Chris Paul wanted that win so much that they were cheating. They were cheating in that, and they got booted too. And you know what? Here's my problem. I love Wemby. But putting him with Chris Paul for multiple seasons in the same place is going to turn that dude into a supervillain, right? Like you can't put somebody with that kind of talent and skills and physicality under Chris Paul. He's going to turn you into Thanos, man. He's going to turn you into a supervillain. And it makes me, because Wemby came out and said, he's like, yeah, that was my idea. Because everybody just assumed Chris Paul was trying to run the okie doke on everybody. Yeah. And Wemby's like, no, that's me. Because they were passing up on the shots because they wanted to save time. Right. So they were just chunking balls to the side and then rolling on with the skills comp. And that's another one where I'm like, you know what? I don't really need the skills competition. I don't need give me the slam dunk, give me the 3-point contest, give me the all-star game. That's really all I need, man. That's all I need.
The fear, though, and I think you're so right about this, but it's something that I just can't, it doesn't compute. The fear of being embarrassed or losing is superseding your chance to put on a show.
Right.
Is something that will never make sense to me, because this is what happens every single night. Now, it's in a team sport, you can get hidden. Like, you can have a bad performance that maybe gets overshadowed by somebody else's or something like that. Or, there's always a goat of, or the black sheep of team failed. Who's the reason why? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, Jamal didn't play well enough or whatever. You're always going to have that. But I would have thought, if anything, like these individual things, like what people participate in the 3-point contest. They aren't embarrassed about that if they don't hit threes. I don't know what makes it different. And maybe it's just because like the dunk contest is so iconic that there's, when you're kids, you got posters of guys who are doing dunk contest stuff. And I don't know. But to me, it's totally bizarre that would be the first reaction. I don't want to do it because I'm scared I might look bad.
Right,
it's weird.
Right. Do you think there's kids now growing up who are like, I want to be just like Mac McClung when I get older? Like, I want to be a G leaguer who wins the NBA slam dunk contest 3 times in a row.
I told Nelly, it's like if they put Hot Sauce from the N1 mixtapes in the skills competition, I'd be like, cool, but I want to see the stars do this. That's what I want.
Right. Who, like the most fun player to watch in the NBA is Joker. Who's second on the list? Who's your second most fun player to watch in
Pure
the game?
Fun?
Just like when you're like, oh man, NBA's on. Who's on your screen? You're like, oh, I gotta watch. I gotta stay locked in.
This might be a silly answer that not a lot of people come up with. I think John Morant is like fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
His ability to just jump is insane. Yeah. I don't know. Who'd be yours?
Outside of Joker, it's probably Luka.
Yeah.
Luka's probably number 2 on my list when it just comes to entertainment. Ja has kept his head down after, the shotgun willies and all that kind of stuff. Not only that, he was like, I'm going to dunk less. And people were like, why? And he was like, well, actually, when I was dunking left and right, I was kind of hurt. Like I was injured my shoulders a couple of times because I was just throwing him down, man. So he's like, I'm not going to do that as much. But yeah, Ja's immensely amusing. How do you get, like, even if they could get an all-star game with just like regular season kind of energy, I'd be okay with it. I just don't. I mean, somebody out there has to have an answer. Somebody has to. I don't know if they can do what the NHL did, which is take an event that nobody really cared about and turned it into an event where everybody cared about the Four Nations.
Right.
Like that thing on Saturday night, that's all I was tuned into, man.
That is the way you said that is crazy. I would have zero care about the NHL All-Star Weekend.
Yes.
And I had every care in the world about what they just did.
People are going to be locked in Thursday night for USA Canada. The rematch and the championship game, man, people are going to be locked into that thing.
That might be, God, man, I don't know what numbers that's going to do. That could get close to like an NHL final number. I really think
Right, for
so.
the NHL, I'm sure it's going to get a big number.
Yeah.
Big number. People are going to tune in.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. So there was, I'll call it kind of a pipe dream for what the Broncos' offseason plans could be, that I think if you're on board with this, it's probably done. We'll get to it next.
Nights. The chairman of the board, Frank. I can't believe, man. This is your hero? Like, if you had a choice, you'd grow up and be just like Frank Sinatra?
Oh, I think everybody would want to be Frank, wouldn't
Yeah,
they?
Frank was the man. He was
Yeah.
the man.
Now, my favorite is Ray Charles, but I would like to see.
Really?
So I can't do that. Yeah.
Okay. All
But
right, man.
Frank is like, he was the king.
Yeah.
Like, he could do whatever he wanted to.
Yeah. Sing, dance, movie star.
I mean, he walks into a place, they say, yep, sure. You've got a seat wherever you want, whatever drinks, whatever food you want, go ahead.
Yeah, good old Frank Sinatra. When did he leave? How long has he been gone?
That's a good question,
Like,
actually.
Dean Martin, like, how many
98.
how many of the Rat Pack is still with us?
I
Like,
don't-
are they all gone?
I think they're all gone.
Yeah, look at young Frank Sinatra, man.
Yeah, I think they're all...
Didn't Sinatra have like serious mob ties? Like,
Well-
the federal government was like, Frank, what you doing, bro? You're hanging out with some pretty bad people. And he's
Hey,
like, I'm
Berto.
Frank Sinatra. I'm going to do what I want to do.
Be cool, man. You know what snitches get. Frank is just a singer. That's all he is. He's
Look,
getting
man.
all these gigs based on merit alone.
Well, you know what? I actually, I hate that I missed that.
The Rat
'Cause
Pack era?
Well, not so much that, but I watch these old movies. Like, I watch, Casino or something like that. Now, look, I don't want to be a mobster, but that era of Vegas looked a lot more fun than what it is now. I went to Vegas a couple of years ago, and I'm like,
It's way too corporate now.
it's too corporate. It's like too much.
Yeah.
It's almost like just a frat house party at a lot of these
it's
places.
like sports. Vegas does everything through analytics now. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
how do we figure out a way to get these guys stuck in the Sands Hotel for 7
Right.
straight days without them leaving?
Look, I don't smoke, but I'm like, I just want to go to Vegas with a fedora on and smoke a cigarette at a blackjack table. That's what I want to do. Okay.
Yeah, no, I get you, brother, man. I get you.
So here's the deal. There was I'll call it a pipe dream. I don't know how real it is and how real it isn't, but we talked a lot to Jeff Legwold about the idea of T. Higgins. Like, he goes, oh, well, he's a prototypical, exactly the type of wide receiver that Sean Payton would be looking for. It's just a matter of, do you want to spend the money? And I think about him like 6'4", really fast, good hands, wide catch radius. I think that fits everybody's kind of bill for what they want in a wideout. But I said this last week. I think there's a decent shot that Cincinnati just tags him again.
Yeah, that's what the report I saw was, that they were like, you know what? We're gonna sign all these dudes. You guys don't think we can sign them? We're gonna sign them. We're gonna tag T. Yeah, and give us till mid-July to figure out a contract. If we can't, then he'll just play. Although this is the second year they've tagged him, so it goes up. Like, he's going to be making almost $30 million either way, whether he signs a contract or if he gets the tag. And then
for
they're
him,
like,
he hates that it's just a 1-year deal. But
and we're going to pay Jamar, right? And you're like, I don't know if you can afford that, man. He's going to be the highest paid wide receiver in the history of that franchise. And that's a cheap franchise, bro.
probably history of the league. Yeah.
So are you going to be able to pull that off?
I think they'd be foolish if they let him go.
Can you imagine the kind of money they'd be handing out to wide receivers if they get both those deals done?
Well, that's why I think they'll tag him 1 more year, and then it's like we're making 1 more run with this group together, and then they'll move on with Chase and if they get
I saw
Henderson
Joe
done.
Burrow talking on a podcast where he was like, listen, he's like, I'm making $275 million, whatever. He's like, but there's a lot of ways to get that cap hit down. Where he's like, I can take more up front. I can move it to the back. We can figure something out. He's like, I can just take less. He's like, we're going to find some room to try to get it done. So if the quarterback is down to help you move the structure of his contract around so he can get some extra help out there, I don't know, man.
I almost wonder if they tag him. And if they have a season similar to this one, where remember they got out of the gates like, what was it, 2-5
they were bad.
or something like that?
Bad. They win 1 or 2 more of those games early in the season, and they're a playoff team.
Right. And I think that's what they're banking on. Like, if we keep this together 1 more time and don't have this stumble out of the blocks, like, we'll probably be okay. And I started thinking about that. Like, Berto, if they don't puke on themselves the first month of the season and actually play decent football, there's a world that exists in which the playoffs start, and it's Mahomes and Lamar and Burrow and Josh Allen and Justin Herbert and Bo Nix, maybe, Like, think about that for a second. That's just on one side of the ledger.
Yeah.
Like, one conference has all that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think that they want to waste an opportunity when they see, like, the amount of competition that's there and how difficult that road's going to be. But the question then becomes, what do the Broncos do if that's off the table? Which, look, I thought it was a long shot just to start with.
Yeah.
I saw some report that they were the favorites to land him, and I was like, I think there's a lot of things that would have to, like, turn in their direction for that. But, we talked about this a little bit. Do you find adding a wideout of some sort, maybe not like T. Higgins level, but anybody is on the list of things of offseason needs or wants?
Not number one, not for me. No, I wouldn't be super stoked if they added. I mean, actually, I would if they signed T. Higgins or whatever. Or if that deal falls apart with Cincinnati and they get somebody like that, or a Godwin or somebody. I mean, I would be mildly excited for it, but I wouldn't be like, that's the piece. That's the piece we were missing.
Sure.
Here, you know what I mean? Like AFC Championship game. Here we come. So I don't mean. It's the same problem that the Bengals have because in their division, they have to sit there and look at Baltimore and be like, even Pittsburgh to a lesser degree.
Sure.
Man, I got to deal with Tomlin every year in this division. You're like, damn it.
It'd be like two teams are going to make the playoffs from your division, and are you going to be the third or not?
Right. Are you going to join that party or not? So just like how the Broncos are looking up at Mahomes and the Chiefs, and you're in Cincinnati, well, who's the better quarterback? Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson? And who the hell's going to be the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers next year?
Yeah, that's also a good question.
Who the hell's going to be the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns? Like, that's a disaster. The Cleveland's a disaster. But it's more interesting to talk about what's going to happen with Pittsburgh. What's going to happen with Pittsburgh, man? Are they just going to get rid of both those dudes and then bring in two more dudes? Or what was Tomlin and the crew going to do?
I'm just trying to figure out, like, you always have a plan and you kind of know where you're at. Like, the Nuggets are still in a place where, like, they feel like every year should be a championship aspiration for
as long as you got a Joker.
You eventually will hit a place, though, where you're just trying to hang on. And is Pittsburgh in the just trying to hang on period? Because that's a bad place to be, where you're like, we either have to totally restart or hope that we get all of the stars to align for things to go well in a season.
Right.
Because what's the record with Tomlin now? Is it 6 straight playoff losses? Where he's been one and done in the postseason?
No, it's 8 seasons.
Is it 8?
Yeah.
Really?
But is it 8 seasons but 6 playoff? Maybe you're right, Nelly. Maybe it is.
I'm pretty sure it's 8 seasons without a playoff win.
But think about that, Berto. Like, how many coaches could survive that? And I get that he's got the resume that precedes him, and he's never had a losing season.
If Pittsburgh fires Tomlin, he immediately gets a job anywhere else that he wants.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Like, there is almost 0 teams outside of, like, Kansas. Kansas City's like, no, we're going to stick with Andy for a little while. But almost any other team would be like, come on down, Mike. Because let's go.
You can use that as some sort of stain on the resume. But I would say, like, taking Mason Rudolph to a playoff appearance is actually a pretty cool thing and not bad.
Yes.
But that's kind of where, like, the Broncos are in the opposite spot, where if my arm here is, like, you're competitive, we're trying to make the playoffs and win a Super Bowl, Pittsburgh's about here. They're on the 18th fairway. And the Broncos are, like, they're teeing off on 2.
They just teed off.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got a long runway to take a bigger picture view at things, I think, where I don't need the big thing right now. You could do it, but you don't need it now. You can still do the slow climb.
Would I be out of pocket if I automatically started assuming for the Denver Broncos starting next year, Super Bowl or bust? Like, anything less than the Super Bowl for the Broncos starting next year is a failure. It's a little too much, a little too early to jump on that bandwagon.
I think next year should be like, make the postseason again and win one.
Just win me
just
a game.
Win one.
Right, because that was an ugly game against Buffalo.
Like, just get that part out of the way, and then you can start,
what one position could the Broncos have used most in that beatdown in Buffalo?
I still think it's I won't even say like a certain guy. It's a running game. I still think that would help the most because it helps you keep time of possession in your favor. It gives you multiple ways to get to like 3rd and short. And when you get to 3rd and short, you don't need to just throw the ball. Now, you brought this up last week, and you could very well be right on this, that even if they had that, who knows if Sean Payton utilizes it in the way that they should.
If the Broncos draft Ashton Jeanty at number 20 this season, I almost guarantee come game 1, Sean Payton's not going to hand that dude the ball 30 times.
You might be right. I would just like to have the opportunity to see it, and if he has that and doesn't utilize it, then it's a different set of like criticisms that you could lob his way. Because right now, I could be like, they didn't run the ball because they couldn't. Like, maybe that's just the reason why he didn't do it.
Right. The argument I heard from some of the other guys when I was talking about why doesn't Sean Payton run the ball more was a lot of people were like, he doesn't trust that running back room.
I think
he
I'm in
doesn't
that
trust
camp
that
right
guys. He's like, so it's not like he didn't want to run the ball. It's he couldn't run the ball because he didn't trust that room.
Like, people bring up the run the ball that he had written on the play sheet for whatever game that was.
Yeah.
And they're like, see, he has to remind himself not to throw it. And I go, I think that was trying to reinforce in his own head, I know you hate this running back room, but you got to do it.
Yeah.
Like, you got to do it.
Yeah.
And it still didn't work in that game. Like, he still went away from it. But I think it's more of a comfort and a trust thing. Now, I could be wrong. Like, if you said, I think last week, if they got Saquon Barkley, would it be the same story?
Right.
I don't think it would.
Right. Would
but it might.
Saquon hit 2,000 yards with the Broncos as Sean Payton with the head coach? Would Saquon get... No, because Sirianni handed that dude the ball more than any other running back in the league last year. He gave him the ball 345 times in a 17-game season. There's no way Payton gets... He doesn't get 150. You know what I mean? Like, he gets...
Can I argue that the other way?
Yeah, go ahead.
Could I say that Sirianni ran the ball so much because he didn't trust Jalen Hurts?
Yes. No, that's yes. You're right. You're right. But guess what? At the end of the day, they win the Super Bowl, man. They got the whole thing.
Yep.
So, like, would Sean Payton rather win the Super Bowl with Bo Nix leading the way or win the Super Bowl with Ashton Jeanty winning the way? I would say I don't care, just win a Super Bowl. My thought process, though, is that Sean Payton might just like to win a certain way instead of just get a win anyway.
Maybe. It's always funny because I go back and forth on this, and I'll look back and I'll be like, he did run the ball a decent amount with Drew Brees when he had your Mark Ingrams and Alvin Kamara's there, but still, nobody's getting 2,000 yards.
Right.
If people bring up the Sirianni, I don't know if you've seen this. They're like, you don't think that Sirianni trusts Jalen Hurts? How about that clip that they showed from the Super Bowl mic'd up thing? And it was him on the sideline. He was talking to Kellen Moore. And he goes, throw the bomb or whatever. It was the big touchdown to Devontae Smith. Mm-hmm. They're like, you don't think you trust him? I was like, it was 24-0.
Right.
You can afford to take a shot. You know what I mean?
So it looks like a genius when you're up that big. Yeah.
If that score's 14-14, I don't think he's telling him to throw the bomb.
No. How quickly do you think Philadelphia fans turn on Sirianni next season as soon as they lose a couple? Like, Philadelphia fans got no chill. They're going to start booing Sirianni as soon as they drop a game next year, man.
Watch them start the season 1-2, and they're like, that was a fluke last year. Get him out.
Right.
303-504-0925. Back after this. So, it's never too early to look ahead at some things, and with the NBA coming back on Thursday, there's one. You got the Four Nations final between the U.S. and Canada. Jump on the Circus Sportsbook and check those lines out for yourself. You know, it's not that far away. Maybe you want to get an early look at some of the PGA stuff that they got going on every single week, including early lines for the Masters in a couple of months. All of that is available on the Circus Sportsbook with the best odds you will find on any sportsbook anywhere. Circus Sports, download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
90 seconds to go in regulation. Morrissey pumps it back in again. Faber has time. Going for the empty net. Larkin knocks it down. He sends it to Gensel, and this game is over.
I have been as shocked as really, I was trying to think of something else where I was unsure of how it would feel. And then I watched a little bit of it and I'm like, this is unbelievable. And that's been the Four Nations for me. The play-in was a little bit like that where it was better than I thought it would be. But I knew if you look, man, you put in any sport, winner go home.
Yeah, winner take all games.
They're always going to be great.
Yeah. That's why we love Game 7s. That's why we love the Super. You know what I mean? Oh, love it.
I know a lot of people hated the MLB doing the wild card was a one-game format, and I agree. You play 162 games a year, and you boil it down to one game seems silly. But they were fun. Mm-hmm. They were really fun. I was watching this thinking, it's probably going to be all right. And just, again, I think they hit the perfect sort of combination of factors that led to a fight right off puck drop.
Just the political environment now, and then just the two teams and all the talk and everything about it. That thing had some juice, baby.
Maybe this is the uneducated hockey brain coming out of Hockey Brett here, but that was a pretty even matchup odds-wise on who was going to win, but it feels like Canada's stacked. It felt, even though the odds were close, that was an upset, a pretty massive one. You said
Canada has more talent than the U.S.
Yeah.
They have the best, they currently have the best 3 players in the league on that team. So,
that's all in the same power play unit. It's the same way I kind of felt about the Super Bowl this past year, where I think it was a 1-point spread that Kansas City was favored, but it felt like if Philly won going into it, it would have been a pretty big upset. And then they demolished them. But the combination of factors that has led to that moment on Saturday, I don't even know if this final is going to top it, because I don't think they're going to come out hooking.
It's going to be, it just depends. Once again, that game was in Canada. This game is going to be in the U.S. on Thursday.
True.
So you're going to have the American crowd in Boston trying to do what the Canadian crowd at the Bell Center in Montreal did, which was just be rowdy and just let the Americans hear it. And I'm assuming the Americans are going to let the Canadians hear it.
Yeah.
Do
you think that they boo their anthem? Is Boston going to go tit for tat?
I bet you they do boo it. Yes, I bet you they do boo it, because they had to sit there for those 2 games in Canada that the U.S. national anthem got booed twice.
Right.
Got booed twice. And I get that Canada's in their feelings right now over some stuff. But guess what? You don't get to do that without catching a fist to the face, and that's what happened on Saturday night. I'm assuming we're going to get some more fights on Thursday night, man. It's going to be great. It's going to be, but the U.S. is probably going to be the underdog in that game, despite winning on Saturday. And even the score, the score was a little lopsided because of those goals they put up in the first 3 minutes. Was it 3 minutes in the third period?
Yeah.
Or where they just went goal, goal, goal.
Yep.
And all of a sudden the thing was over. Here, let me ask you this question.
By the way, U.S. and Canada, you were wondering what the odds were.
Yeah, what are the odds?
Money line for the U.S. is -109. Canada's -101 in the Circus Sportsbook.
Interesting.
So it's virtually even.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting, because Canada's almost always the more dominant team, especially when it comes to hockey. But let me ask you this. So this 4 Nation stuff is great, and I love it. And matter of fact, it sounds like Kale's over his illness. He played, matter of fact, he played more minutes than anybody last night for the Canadian team. He played 23 minutes of ice time. So he'll be able to go on Thursday, which is probably going to make a little bit of a difference, because he wasn't able to. He was sick on Saturday night. So that might change the math just a little bit. But when it comes to getting back to the NHL regular season, let me ask you this question. The goaltender for Team USA has been money.
Yep.
He's been amazing. And that's one of the criticisms of Connor Hellebuck, is that he's one of the greatest regular season goaltenders. He gets to the playoffs. He's letting in goals. His team's getting bounced early, right. So that's so part. But does the pressure of this Four Nations does that help Connor take his game to the next level? Because you might run into this team in the first or second round of the playoffs, and all of a sudden has this Four Nations run given Connor Hellebuck the confidence to play well once the postseason rolls around. Now that he's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for whatever you think of the impact of whoever wins this tournament, like what that means overall, it's a good point. Like, if I was a goaltender, I played well in this, and I won the final, like, I think I'd get some juice off it. I think I'd get some confidence.
He's probably going to win the Vezina again. He's going to get another Vezina as the best goaltender in the league, and he's going to win this Four Nations with the USA.
I'll take it to the other side for you. Now, I fully admit there's a lot of personal bias that is going to go into this question. Because I can't stand Jordan Bennington.
Nobody can, man. Nobody can.
I wonder if Blackwood would be better.
Probably.
He's Canadian.
Yeah, he's probably. I don't even. Who is the backup to Bennington there? I mean, they asked John Cooper about it. They were like, "You thinking about changing the?" And he was like, "No, Bennington's the dude."
Right.
But listen, I used to say for years and years and years, I used to say I like my goaltenders like I like my girlfriends, and that's a little bit crazy. and the problem with Bennington is he's all the way crazy.
Oh, Aiden Hill's our backup.
Okay. Yeah, nah, you stick with Jordan, right?
Yeah.
What's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
Shut up, John. Shut up, Cooper.
That's just that guy's voice.
It's gonna treat him. You know what? You get what you get, Cooper. You're gonna be the head coach that loses this tournament for Team Canada.
It's so weird because if the U.S. is involved in something, then I'm rooting for the U.S. Obviously, as I think every American should, and every Canadian should be rooting for Canada and all this different stuff. The problem is this: there's a lot of guys on Canada that I don't like. I hate Bennington. Not a fan of Cooper. But I love McKinnon and Makar Daves. You know what I mean? Like, I love those guys. And it was the same, I guess not the same feel. But let me take you back to the Olympics in the NBA last year. What were you thinking when it was Serbia-US?
I thought, I was cheering for the U.S., but I was scared that Serbia was going to get them. And there was a couple of times during that game where I was like, oh, they're going to lose this thing, aren't they? They're going to lose this.
I thought they were,
They're going to lose this game, man. But
part of me, when I was watching it, I was like, Serbia would knock down a shot, and I'd be like, yes, wait, what? No. No.
You can't. God, I love Joker's my favorite athlete of all time, but nah, man. I can't get behind Team Serbia, not when they're playing Team USA, man.
Right.
Nah, it's not going to happen. I think, I have no idea, but I feel like this Thursday's game, Team USA versus Team Canada, that does nothing but help hockey. It helps the NHL. It helps the sport of hockey. It's a marquee event that somehow they got right. And the NBA All-Star Game seemed to hurt that product. You know what I mean? Like, it seemed the All-Star Game for the NBA seemed to put people off the game, while what's happening in the Four Nations is getting people hyped for the sport.
Do you know what the Four Nations did, which is the soul in the purpose of what I think an All-Star Game should be, especially for a sport like the NHL is not one that I feel like the general sports fan is going to sit down and watch a game, even though it's national game on TV. Like, the NHL reminds me a lot more of the MLB, where I'll watch it if my team's involved, and if they're not, then I'm probably checked out. The NBA can get a little bit of that, like, hey, maybe you tune into a Lakers game to watch LeBron play whoever, right? LeBron versus Giannis. Oh, I'll check that out. Football certainly has that. Like, you'll watch Sunday Night Football whether your team's involved or not. It doesn't matter. But the NHL did something which I think is the sole purpose of what All-Star Weekend's supposed to be. You are introducing your fan base to the best players in the world, and they're playing like the best players in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it feels like such a foreign concept now because of what All-Star games have become over the last, decade and a half, 2 decades. But you're now saying, like, oh, this is what an All-Star format should feel like. It's the world's best really competing against each other. And that's what makes it so fun. Along with all the other stuff, like having the patriotic nature of your country being represented behind it too. But I don't think they could have come up with something better. Like, I give them full credit.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people get on Bettman for a lot of the ideas and stuff that he has and all that, but you know what? This is a great idea.
Yeah, best on best should always be this fun, but it hardly ever is because obviously, I mean, yesterday was supposed to be best on best in the NBA, and that's not what we got.
No.
That's not what we got. When players have no – I mean, I would be fine if the NFL and the NBA got rid of their all-star events and the Pro Bowl all
They just
together.
said take a break.
Yeah. But I don't know what other format they could do outside because I don't think they could do it with 4 nations. They can't – how do you manufacture the competitiveness that we've seen in 4 nations in the NBA when it's not the NBA playoffs?
Start booing players and see if they take it personally, maybe. I would look, they're never going away because whether you watch or not, they make a lot of money off it. Like it's an extra revenue.
It is a marquee event for the city, like San Francisco hosting the All-Star game, and I'm sure they all had a good time.
I know the MLB's different because people kind of give the MLB a pass because it's pretty representative of what the sport is. Like you can't really take off.
Right. Somebody's
in
throwing
MLB
99 in the first hit. Yeah. You're not. Yeah.
But the home run derby is still something that at least for me, I love. I think a lot of people still love to watch it.
Yeah.
But you remember, dude, when it was here, that was amazing. That was a hell of a weekend for the city. You're right.
Yeah, I'm trying. Who was it? It was the one in New York where Hamilton was it? That he just kept jacking home runs, and you're like, this is great. This is the best thing ever. And then their swings are messed up for the rest of the season because they're all just uppercutting.
Well, the only beef that I have now with the home run derby is that timed thing that they do.
Yeah.
I wish the rule was they couldn't throw the next pitch until the ball lands. Because the amount of times that somebody rips a homer and you're watching that and then you hear a crack again.
Right, you're like, he just hit another one?
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I was watching the other thing.
Yeah.
But you're right. For the city, it's great. And they sponsor the hell out of it, and that's why they do the Mr. Beast stuff and all that.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. Can the NHL go back now? Like, the next time we have a regular NHL All-Star game, I'm going to be like, this sucks, man. Where's the 4 nation?
Well, that's, again, is this a one-off, or was this like a
No,
test
they're going to
run?
do No, it's a test run, but they're going to do it again with as popular as it is. So they can't over the next couple of seasons, but because they'll have international events anyway. Because next year the break is going to be it will be the Olympic break, right?
Yeah.
So they'll do the same thing, but it'll be for the Olympics instead of 4 nations.
But they said the World Hockey Cup, or what is that? What they call it?
Yeah,
the World
Cup. The World Cup of hockey is coming back. Not next season, but the season after that. So we'll be doing it again. You know what I mean?
So it's like every 2 years you get that, and then.
Every 4 years you get the Olympics. Every 2 years you get the World Cup of hockey.
So are they just going to sprinkle this
and
one
then
in between?
Maybe they just throw the 4 nations in there when it's not?
Yeah, maybe. Because you're right. There's no going back to the regular All-Star
Right,
weekend.
right. Compared to what we saw this weekend, you can't just roll out a regular All-Star game and you're like, wait, no. Go back to the one where we were fighting at the beginning of the game and people were caring about this stuff, man.
Well, the texture says 4 nations should honestly be at least 6. Look, Russia, if not for some Russia things that they're doing right
well,
now,
they're just not
probably
right.
involved.
They weren't allowed to. Yeah, but you could do a Team Russia for sure.
But,
yes.
But would that make it too long?
You'd have to add, each team played 3 games. So the USA and Canada are going to play 4 because they each get to play in it. But there is no, third place game. So Finland and Sweden are done. After last night, you're like, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
See you next time. So they're out. So there's just one more game. So you'd have to add
but it would have to be an
one
extra
more
playoff
game.
one too, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You'd have to add 2 more. Wait, no. 3 more games? You're right. That would be
it would be just too long.
Yeah, because it's a 2-week break is already because the Nuggets started their All-Star break after the Avs did, and the Nuggets are going to come back before the Avs do. So this is a fairly long break for the NHL.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question. I'm sure they would love to have more countries involved to get more eyeballs on this thing for people who would really care. But Russia would be the easy one had they been allowed to do it.
Is there a way in the NBA we can get that kind of hate? Because it wasn't just, it was the anger and the hate on Saturday night that you were really feeling, where you could feel Team USA being like, you know what? I'm not just punching you, Sam Bennett. I'm punching the entire country of Canada. You know what I mean? So how do you get that hate into the NBA? Because there's a lot of hate in the hearts of NBA players. Lord knows we heard Draymond and Shaq and everybody talking mad trash about the old, like the announcers were just dogging the entire All-Star experience the entire weekend. So where do we get that hate from? Like, if we could have Draymond Green versus Jordan Poole in some kind of competition, that'd be great. That's the kind of hate I want.
Just have them box. Don't even make it basketball.
Yeah, that's what I mean, man. I need something like that. Set up an MMA tournament with NBA players or something. Give me some hate.
It is something that I think is pretty funny. That the inside the NBA crew
bashes on their sport constantly, hates their sport constantly.
It's the best studio show that I think sports has.
Yeah, maybe.
I said College Game Day is like, I think a close. College Game Day is always something that's been around forever that people like. But I think that's the best. And their number one thing they do is just talk about how bad it is.
Yes.
It's
bashing
so bizarre.
Current players, bashing the current game, bashing the commish, bashing the format, bashing, and you know what? I'm fine for it. You listen, when you get Shaq and Chuck and those dudes, and Draymond, they're going to say whatever they're going to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, Shaq was dropping F-bombs on Friday night. You know what I mean? Can you imagine? You got to be the president of TNT and calling Shaq and be like, yo, man, can you tone it down just a little, bro? Just a little,
What
man.
are you going to do, fire me?
Yeah.
You know what? I was trying to think, if you were watching, pick your favorite NFL pregame show, if you have one, because they're all kind of meh. But let's just say ESPN's pregame show on a Sunday before the NFL weekend.
Yeah.
And it's, who's on there? Teddy Bruschi and Randy
Schefter.
Moss and Schefter. And they just go, I got to tell you, it's just been awful this year. Quarterbacks suck.
Yeah,
Everything's different. They're all wusses. It's
Right.
not like it was back in the day.
Yes,
If that was every episode.
And Schefter's like, you know what? This commissioner, man, he's in the pocket of this ownership group. This guy, I don't know what's going on. This sucks. He sucks. The decisions he's making sucks. His wife is unattractive. What the hell's going on? And can you imagine Schefter or somebody doing
they
that?
They wouldn't be allowed on the show again.
No.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but in the NBA, they're like, bring it. But see, I love that part of it. I love the fact that they just have the freedom to say whatever they're going to say. And it feels like sometimes the NFL, they're just trigger shy. You know what I mean? They don't want to. They just don't want to let it go.
Speaking of, this isn't going to be a fix of the All-Star game, but it's something that made me angry over the weekend. I'm sure it did with you too.
What's that?
It has to do with the NBA. We'll get to it next. All right, so Berto's in for Vic and Moshe today. They'll be back tomorrow. On Friday, Berto, we were discussing Jokic and his numbers and how crazy it is.
Yeah.
And that I think if you really look through volume combined with efficiency, it will go down as one of, if not the best offensive season, if he continues this post-All-Star break, in the history of the league. Like, nobody is going to average a 30-point triple-double while shooting 58% from the field and 48% or 45% from three. That's insanity. And so we got to the discussion of, like, well, is there voter fatigue for the MVP, and, like, can he still win it?
Yes.
And I've just kind of accepted that I don't think he's going to, even though it doesn't make sense. Like, he's won 3 MVPs. This is by far his best season he's ever had.
Oh,
which
he's
should
winning
be the
it,
fourth.
man. He's winning it.
Well, according to Tim Bontemps' straw poll on ESPN.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
They poll 100 people, analysts, writers across the NBA. And they say, just if the season ended today, where's your vote? Out of 100 votes, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got 70.
See, no, man. SGA is great, but he's not having the season the Joker's having.
I agree with you.
Is it because the Thunder are just leading the West, man?
I think it's a combo of leading the West. He's averaging 32 points a game. He's fun for people to watch. Not my style of basketball, which is a lot of trips to the free throw line, but whatever. People enjoy that style. I think most of it's just fatigue. They're like, am I really going to do this a fourth time?
Yes, they are. They're going to have to. They're going to have to. When if you're serious about voting, you're going to sit down and look at the leading candidates, and you're going to see what Joker's doing, and you're going to say to yourself, I can't not vote for this man. Like, SGA is great. They've got however many wins they've got already, 44 wins or something already, and he's averaging 32, 5, and 6. And you're like, man, that's a great season. That's a great season. Then you look at what Joker's doing, and you're like, no, this might be one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NBA. You got to reward that man. So you got to give him another MVP.
Look, I'm not here to argue with you on that. I totally agree. I just don't think it's going to happen. So when I read that over the weekend, that 70 of the 100 votes for first place went to Shai, 30 to Jokic.
It's crazy.
I wasn't all that bothered because part of me expected it. Like, I felt it. I watch these guys on ESPN because they always do this like every 2 weeks on First Take.
Yeah.
It's a, who's your MVP? And Perkins and all these guys say Shai. And I'm just like, all right. The one that bothered me was if he wasn't first, then Joker's got to be second. So there's 100 votes, 30 for first, and he had 69 for second place, which means there's a voter out there that put Joker third, and he put Giannis second. And I want to know who that guy is and what's going through his head.
That's crazy talk right there, man.
Like, the 70-30 is like, all right, it's stupid, but I kind of get it. The third place vote is just like, I don't even know if you watch the sport now.
That's like that dude who left Ichiro off his all-star vote for baseball, where you're just like, man, it's Ichiro. Who didn't put Ichiro? And then that dude, he's still in the tall grass. He won't admit. Nobody will admit who didn't put him on his ballot. I'm sure the same thing with this one. There is no way. Nikola Jokic is, I don't mean this as like, hey man, we're all the fans of the Nuggets, we're all fans. He is literally having one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NBA. You can't not give that man the MVP unless he's going 30, 12, and 10 on 58% shooting, people. 30, 12, and 10. That is dumb, stupid, ridiculous, all-time great kind of stuff, man. All kinds of great kind. And so you're gonna have to hand him. Here's the problem. Here's the fam. First off, Joker doesn't care. Second off, he's not going to promote himself. He's not going to go out there and talk. He's not going to do interviews talking about, trying to pump himself up. He cares not at all about this stuff. And it might literally just come down to, well, you know what? He probably deserves one sooner or later, so let's just give SGA one now. Nah, man. You can't do it, especially if the Nuggets hop into that number 2 spot and pass. And then the top 2 teams in the West are OKC and Denver, and you got to pick between SGA and Joker. There is no – I want to hear the argument. Somebody give me the argument for SGA over Joker.
No.
Other than the fact that
who we'll never have on here ever again.
Just fatigue. Just people like, man,
that's it.
We keep giving him the trophy. We just don't want to do it again this year because it's getting old.
I've said this before, that if this is what the final tally is when the season ends, and you ask one of these people I have Joker behind SGA, and they tell you, the reason I voted this way is because I was tired of voting for Jokic, I would say, okay, that's stupid, but I appreciate your honesty.
Right.
Like,
and
at
you
least,
lose that vote, man. It's gone.
At least to me, like, I can get my head wrapped around you're just tired of doing it again. You know, a lot of guys will point this out. And this one, I think, is an interesting discussion. There's only 5 players in the history of the league that have won 4 MVPs. Those names are Wilt, LeBron, Kareem, Bill Russell, and Michael Jordan.
Top 10 players all.
Their argument is, if I do that, then I'm putting him in that category.
He's in that category already, you suckers.
My response is, well, maybe because he is in that category.
Yes.
Maybe because he is like a top 10 player who's ever lived in this sport.
Yes. Well, I'm getting upset about it already just thinking about him averaging a 30-point triple-double, shooting almost 58%. And him not winning, and it's going to make me mad. But you know what? He's going to get another one before it's all said and done. Matter of fact, he might get a couple more before it's all said and done. He might be sitting on 5 MVPs. But you got to give me another title, too.
And this is like, I don't want to call this like the fairness participation trophy thing, but I think a lot of people look at it and they say, there's got to be somebody else who has been worthy. And, you know, I always go back to something when it comes to, you were just discussing this earlier. Like, I am so anti the way we especially in basketball, the way we discuss, like, what makes this player better than the other player, because it always comes down to rings.
How many titles you got?
And I'm just like, I think that's stupid, because those people will look at you in the face and tell you that Michael's the greatest because he's got 6 rings, you know, undefeated in finals, no game 7s, and, like, all that is true. But then they hold that against a guy like Barkley, and they go, so hang on, so let me get this straight. You just told me that Michael Jordan was so great that nobody, no matter who you were, who you played for, whatever, was going to stop him from winning. They go, yep. And then you hold that against Barkley. You can't, from him just existing in the same era as the guy you said would never allow somebody else to win, right? That's like oxymoronic. You can't hold that against somebody while propping up the other for it. And that's why, like, the ultimate rings thing always drives me nuts. You know, like, you're trying to tell me that Dan Marino wasn't an amazing quarterback because he never won. Like,
but if Tom Brady had 3 Super Bowl titles, would we consider him the best quarterback in NFL history? Because most people consider Tom Brady the best quarterback in NFL history. But is it because of those? If he only had 2 or 3 Super Bowls, would he be number 1 on that list?
How far in the weeds do you want me to get on this?
Man, get as far as you want, brother. It's your show, man. We're all just living here.
How many of those Super Bowls that Tom Brady gets credit for were decided with him off the field? How many of those were on the foot of Adam Vinatieri? How many of those were on the hands of Malcolm Butler?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
How many, like, he gets the credit for it, and I get it. Like, you put them in position to win, but how many of those did Tom Brady win by, 21 points because he put up 5 touchdowns?
It's tough in a team sport.
You give him that, and you should. He should get credit for that stuff because he's always there. And there's something to be said, like, same thing with Mahomes. Mahomes goes to every AFC championship game, every single one. And so when it comes to, like, LeBron gets busted up for making the finals and not winning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, but there's something to be said about for the amount of times he's gotten there.
He went there 10 straight seasons.
Like,
that's crazy.
Yeah, but if you didn't win at the end, then you're a loser as opposed to the guy who got so it's like,
welcome to America, man.
I think
you got to win, brother.
It's a really nuanced discussion that nobody really wants to have because they just want to say, oh yeah, how many rings does this guy have? And you're like, okay.
Well, let me ask you this question. In the NBA right now, here's a couple of things. One, if all of a sudden we just declared everyone a free agent, everybody in the NBA is a free agent. You get to sign, and we have no cap. No salary cap either. You can pay any player as any amount of money as you want.
Sure.
What would Joker be making?
Oh, I've thought about that for like it.
What would Joker be making?
Ungodly amount of money.
What amount of money would the LA Lakers pay Joker a year to come play for them?
No cap? Like this is baseball?
No cap. Just pretend the Lakers are the Dodgers. All the money in the world, and they can spend all the money in the world.
It's probably close to Shohei money, I think.
Is that great? This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. But when it comes to the MVP discussion, so we all agree that Joker's the best player in the game. Best player in the game right now. Maybe if you're restarting a franchise, instead of taking Joker number 1, you take Wemby number 1 just because he's so much younger or whatever.
Whenever that discussion comes up, the only person I'd consider is Wemby.
Yeah.
And I still wouldn't.
So my question to you is, when we talk MVP, does MVP mean the best player in the game right now, or does it mean the most valuable player for one of the best teams in a conference? Because it feels like we're leaning towards that way instead of the MVP is just the best player in the league. Just give it to the best player in the league.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's no there's no standards to follow in how you evaluate it.
Right, because if that was the case, then Jordan would have won the MVP every year, right?
Yeah.
It was just he was the best player in the game. Joker's the best player in the game. Give that man the MVP, but that's not how that discussion goes.
I don't know. That one's tough. Like, here's the thing, and I don't mean this to be disrespectful, but it's not a disrespect to others. It's a compliment to Joker. If Joker from day one of this basketball season was done, he retired, got hurt, something, I don't think the Nuggets are like a play-in team.
Ooh, you're right. So instead of 36 wins without Joker, the Nuggets have 20. How many wins is Joker worth? Is it 10 wins? Is it 15 wins?
Like right now?
Yeah. Would the Nuggets be down there at like 23-32 instead of 36-19 if they were without Joker?
Let me look at the standings here real quick.
Without Joker,
if to compare them to a Western Conference team.
Because Joker is the best player in the NBA, and I will also make the argument he's the most valuable player in the NBA because he just raises the level of everybody who plays with him.
I think they're Portland. Yeah, so about 23-32. I think.
How many wins do the Washington Wizards have right now if they have Joker on that team? Washington has the fewest wins in the NBA at 9. If Joker's playing for the Wizards, where are they at?
They're making the playoffs.
They're in the playoffs right now, probably.
I would say 28. Like I'm being like Washington is 9-45,
right?
And I think he would add.
They'd be better than Atlanta
wins.
and Orlando right now. You know what I mean? They'd be right behind Milwaukee if Joker was playing for that team.
LeBron was that guy forever too. Like you could take LeBron, throw him on the worst sad sack team in the league, put him on Charlotte, and I'm sure that Charlotte's like a top 3 seed every single year. You know, like there's just some guys who are special like that, and that's where I look at some teams. You know, whether it's I don't know. Minnesota, like they're a good basketball team, and Anthony Edwards is really good. But there's just some guys that him just being on the court just translates to W after W. Mm-hmm. And you recognize flaws within the team, like the Nuggets still have them. They got some depth problems. They got some shooting problems at times. They have some defensive problems. And they're 36-19. Like he erases, he cancels out so many deficiencies that your team has. Mm-hmm. And that's what a great star basketball player can do. That's what a great quarterback does in the NFL. Like, you look around, who would be a good example in the NFL of a quarterback that really erases some problems that his team has? Like, you know what? Buffalo wasn't all that talented offensively as far as, like, skill position playmaker guys, but Josh Allen made it go. Like, he just made them better.
Once again, what's Josh Allen's legacy right now? His legacy is you can't beat Mahomes, brother. Like, you know what I mean? Like, his legacy is
he's Barkley.
You're the second best player of your generation.
Yeah, he's Barkley. Like, he's got Michael Jordan standing in his way every single year, and it's like, can you get past him or not? And look, man, there's been 2 people to ever do it since Mahomes took over in the AFC. 2 people have stopped him from reaching that mountaintop. One of them is what we consider the greatest quarterback ever in Tom Brady, and the other's Burrow for a year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what you're up against. And so how much can you hold against Josh Allen for that? It's always funny when people talk about it.
Josh Allen?
Oh, Lamar can't win the big game. And I'm like,
yet only one person can win the big game. And it's like, I take Lamar on my team any day of the week and twice on Sunday. That dude is great. That dude is amazing. But you live in a world with Patrick Mahomes, and maybe that's gone now. Maybe just getting thumped, just getting stomped, just getting worked in the Super Bowl by Philadelphia changes the nature of the Chiefs. I said it last time that, San Francisco lost in the Super Bowl and then they only win 6 games last year. They got 6 wins after making a Super Bowl trip. Maybe Kansas City falls completely off. Maybe KC wins 7 games next year. But I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet that. I bet you Patrick Mahomes is once again. But he didn't have like an MVP season, right? He had a fairly mediocre season when it comes to the the regular season, but those turkeys won 15 games and they got to the Super Bowl again.
So let me give you an example, just as a simple thought exercise here. Back in, what year was this? 2019, 2020.
Shout out to COVID.
COVID, yes, was a thing. Also, you consider some guys, I'll do this for a coach and a player, like Coach Steve Kerr took over, and Golden State ever since then has been just this monstrous behemoth who could not be slayed. And then Steph Curry's gone for a year, and they go 15-50. Like Steph Curry, who we consider one of the greatest players who's ever existed, is worth that.
Yeah.
15 wins when he doesn't play. And that's what I think like Joker represents on this team.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he left, you are taking such a precipitous drop off between like we're contending and we're fighting for a top 5 pick. Is how quickly that can happen.
Right. Just the value of your roster, right? Just the value of your roster.
Yeah.
Like Jamal Murray is a better player because he plays with Joker. Michael Porter Jr. is a better player because he plays with Joker. Aaron Gordon is a completely different kind of player than he was in Orlando because he plays with Joker.
Just look at the numbers of guys with Joker and without and just compare them. And it's like, it's crazy to see.
Like if Christian Brown was a starting shooting guard for the Orlando Magic, what kind of season would he be having?
He's probably a fine player, but he's not what he is now. Like he's not. What is he shooting as a shooting? Like 59%.
Yeah, he's shooting it well. He's shooting it well. I'll tell you right now, he's shooting 50. He's shooting 58% basically from the field, which is dumb. And didn't Malone say he's the best fast break player in the NBA right now? He leads the NBA at fast break points because he's always just like, running, and Joker's like, I got you, bro.
Well, and they're like, and you'll hear the argument, well, he dunks and hits a lot of layups. And I know because Joker finds him at the rim. Like, that's how it happens.
Yeah.
Ramos Law Hotline is always open for you. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. So, again, talking a lot about the 4 nations, I got a thought on football that has to do with the Broncos offseason. It's a would you rather, if you will. We'll get to it next. All right, let me hit you with a little this or that. You tell me if you would take this, okay?
Yeah.
So you were just talking about where the Broncos at as far as expectations for where they should be in the coming years. And I think what you asked me was, like, are they a championship or bust sort of expectation?
Right. Are we there yet?
I don't think they're there because they got a couple of more steps they got to climb up before they get to that point.
I don't know. Philly had 4 more wins than they did during the regular season. Like, Philly won 14 games. The Broncos won 10. But how much of a leap is there between Denver and Philadelphia right now?
Philly.
Like, how much of a gap would you say?
I think between them and Philly, a big one.
Yeah.
I think there's still a big gap between them.
Well, I mean, don't we both, like, the offensive and defensive lines for the Broncos are a strength, but they, like, Philadelphia's offensive and defensive line dominated that game. They just pushed those chuckleheads around. You know what I mean? Like, the Broncos aren't there yet.
And that's why I would say, like, let's give it, I would say at least another year. And if you look at a team like Baltimore is absolutely there. Like, if they don't make the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl, then they're going to be upset, and they should
just
be.
like Buffalo. I mean, some people are going to get fired, right?
Yeah.
If they don't get it done soon.
Hell, dude, the weird thing for me, like being a Detroit fan, like Detroit's probably in that category now.
Yeah, Detroit's in a bad spot, man. You had the greatest. Didn't you just have the greatest season in Lions history? You had the greatest season in Lions history, and then it ended exactly how everybody thought it was going.
Right. So, like, you're in. The first time in my life, I'm like, if they don't win a Super Bowl, then next season's a failure.
Right. That's exactly what next year's going to be.
But
Super
for the
Bowl
Broncos, I don't think they're there because they just kind of climbed the mountain of, 9 years of not making the postseason. Yeah. And if you remember, we were a little bit nervous towards the end of the year about getting in. Yeah. It was like, okay, we were in really good shape, and then they lost a couple of games, and it's like, hey, pedal to the metal, let's go.
Would a sophomore slump or regression from the Broncos, if they do anything other than win 10 games again, or even if they win 10 games again and get to the wild card and get beaten that first round, that would be seen as a failure from Broncos Nation or Broncos country now, right?
Here's what I wanted to present to you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Nice little transition.
Okay.
If I tell you I can guarantee you that the Broncos make the postseason again, but they lose in the first round.
Nah.
Do you take that or roll the dice?
Nah, I roll the dice. The hell with that nonsense.
Okay.
I spent a decade doing that with the Nuggets, man. I ain't here for that game again.
Incremental steps. I guarantee you they make the playoffs. They win a playoff game, but lose their second.
Nah,
roll the dice.
Roll the dice.
I think a lot of
even
people
if
would draw
guarantee
the line
me
there.
one playoff win, nah, I can't have it. Nah, man.
Nelly?
Straw poll. Oh.
You think Broncos country would accept
I think that
one playoff win? That's all you get, though. It's
if
one.
I told you Bo Nix gets the playoff win notch under his belt, and that's now out of the way. So they have that taste of success, but that's where next season ends. Do you take that or roll the dice of potentially missing the postseason?
Roll it, man. Roll it. We've had enough pain and suffering in this city when it comes to the local football franchise, man. Let's go.
So let's do this.
Take a swing.
303-504-0925. Yes or no? Would you take a playoff win and then exit or not?
Just roll it, man. Once again, that's un-American.
Give me a yes or no.
You shoot, you shot, you aim for the top of the tree, the top of the mountain, brother. Not just one playoff win and then lose to Houston in the next round or Baltimore or something ridiculous like nah.
So the reason I bring that up is because, okay, here's the deal. And I don't mean this to be insulting.
Oh, no, go ahead, insult.
I come from a place, Nebraska.
A land down under?
From which I watched their mindsets, okay? So I had a whole bunch of people who would listen to my show, and they would say, we have different standards here. We don't accept that. And I had to politely remind, and this doesn't totally apply to Broncos fans, but I had to politely remind these Husker fans, it's not 1998 anymore. That's not what your team is.
Right.
You guys have sucked for like a decade.
Black shirts are gone, brother. They're gone.
If I give you the opportunity to win 9 games in a season, go to a decent bowl game, this should be an incremental step that you want to take to build towards.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the Broncos at? Because they had a long drought of nothing. And now you got a taste of it by making the postseason. If I guarantee you take a step forward, would you ride with that? Or you'd say, don't care if they miss the playoffs, they miss it, but I want a chance to win the big game.
Yeah, I want a chance to win the whole thing.
Which is totally fine.
How do you think How do you think fans react, though, if the Broncos miss the playoffs next year after making it in Bo's rookie year?
Say it again, sorry.
If the Broncos regress next season, if they miss the playoffs, say they win 9 or they win 10, but they get somebody else who. How does Sean Payton and how does the Bronco fans handle that, man? Because I don't think it would go well.
That's what I'm saying. The pain of that potential could hurt a lot worse than, hey, we won a playoff game. We made it to, I'm assuming that they would be a wild card. So we made it to the divisional round and then lost. I think that it's something that I would really think about just accepting. The other teams in town are like that. I would not take any of that stuff with the Avs. I'm rolling the dice unless you tell me it's you. There's no question if you guarantee a championship. So, the Avs, it doesn't apply. Nuggets, it doesn't apply. Like the Rockies, if you tell me the Rockies, if you could guarantee me they make the postseason, but they lose and they get swept, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'll take that.
Although, once again, if that happened to the Rockies, like if the Rockies suddenly had some amazing season and they make it to the playoffs and they win a series, I feel like that wouldn't give the Rockies the boost that I would. It would just instill the idea in the Rockies front office that they can just keep doing what they're doing and everything will work out. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Like I need this pain to reach the dark corners of the Rockies front office. Like these 100-loss seasons, I need that to reach. I want everybody to feel that pain so the Rockies look around and think, you know what? Maybe we should try something different. Maybe we should try something different.
Here's the thing. If the last 2 seasons haven't done that, then I don't think there's any way you're going to get there. Okay?
You're right. You can't be sitting on 205 losses or whatever over 2 seasons and be like,
you're at rock bottom and you're like, I need you to go deeper. It's like, nope, this is as far down as we go.
Right?
But have you looked at the text line, by the way?
No.
It is like pretty 50-50.
Oh,
of
really?
People that would take my proposal.
It just feels like aim higher, baby. Dream bigger when it comes to the Broncos. Don't be like, you know what? Like, don't just take the normal path that these teams take where you're like, okay, we're going to suck for a while, then we're going to get some draft picks, then we're going to be better, then we're going to get into the playoffs, then we're going to win a game, then we're going to have to learn, and then we're going to have to go to the finals, and then we're going to have to, nah, man. Just swing for the fences now.
Lose. Here's the problem, though. If they finish 8-9, and this is where I think coach personality has a lot to do with it, too. The losing version of Sean Payton wears.
Yeah, you're right.
And so if you don't make the postseason next year and they go like 8-9, there's going to be some bigger questions the year afterwards where you're talking about, God, if he doesn't do X, Y, and Z, do we have to restart a head coach again? And I don't think that's a discussion anybody wants either. Like, you want to keep this continuity going. And as long as you're showing signs of progression, because again, they just entered this. Like we were talking about it earlier. They're like on the second tee box right now of what should be their progression towards championship level.
Right, but I wouldn't accept a regression if I'm Greg Penner and you lose 9 games, if you win 2 fewer games next season, then guess what? I'm having that conversation because there is no salary cap on head coaches. It doesn't matter how much I'm paying Sean Payton. I'm rich as hell. He's gone, and I'm bringing in whoever. And then I'm like, hey, Mike Tomlin. You want to come coach the Denver Broncos for $25 million a season?
Yeah.
$25 million a season. Come on down.
I know it's tough because you want to just, look, man, I'm a let it roll guy. I sit at the blackjack table. I'll double down. You know what I mean? Like, I'll do it.
You're right. I don't want Sean Payton in my locker room if it's a losing locker room because it's sandpaper, brother, right?
Yeah.
It cannot be a
middle
fun
fingers.
time.
Yep. And the other thing is, you take the next step next year, which is win a playoff game. The year after that, you're totally free of the Russ contract. You have a full salary cap to work with for the first time in years. You got a quarterback on a rookie contract.
Yeah, but the division scares me at that point. At that point, I think the Chargers are a lot better and the Raiders are a lot better. And then you're looking at the situation where you're like, now we got 4 good teams in one division. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to finish 4th in this division with 10 wins or something ridiculous like that?
Right.
I don't think the Raiders are going to be there. Maybe not in 2 years, but I bet you the Chargers and Harbaugh will figure something out, man.
There's a couple divisions. So like, the NFC North was crazy this year with I think their record outside the division was like at one point 30 and 3 or something like that.
Chicago's like Green Bay won 11, Minnesota won 14, Detroit won 15.
Yeah.
That's stupid. That's dumb.
And it's like, could the AFC West be that? Like, very easily, I think.
Bears are going to be better next year too, man. I think Caleb's probably going to figure it out. And it's Ben Johnson, right?
Yep.
Yeah, man.
But you're right.
Good
like
luck in that division next year, bro.
It's impossible because you want to see your team improve, but you also are looking around your division like, it feels like everybody else is in good shape.
Mm-hmm.
You know, outside of Vegas, that who knows if Pete Carroll's a good coach. I'm sure he'll make them better next year. But
yeah, they'll be better next year.
Yeah, man.
How many more years do Bronco fans have to deal with Mahomes? Pat's 29. Patrick Mahomes is 29. How many more seasons is Bronco? Because that's a dude who's going to live and die in Kansas City, right? He's never going to leave that place.
I think it's another 7 or 8,
right?
It?
Because I mean, Stafford might be somewhere else. Coming up here, and but Mahomes is going to be there forever. Like he's bought in. He's like part owner of the MLS team and part owner of the Royals, and you know what I mean? Like he's there. How many more years you gonna have to deal with him?
There's one other thing that
10?
I think
a decade could it be 10?
Very well could be. There's another thing that kind of scares me. We'll touch on in just a second. Stick around. All right, I'll give you one other concern. You were talking about, like, where do the Broncos go? What are expectations from here? And, like, how does that compute with the rest of the division, which is really difficult outside of the Raiders for now. Here's the one thing that I was thinking of. And this could be scaredy cat kind of thinking. The Broncos have been remarkably healthy the last couple of years. Like, they've dealt with very little injury.
They've patted themselves on the back about it because they've mentioned how, like, hey, we changed it up with all those injuries. We found a new way of going about it.
And part of that I understand because it's like, hey, soft tissue injuries and stuff like that. I think there is some credit that can be taken from a training staff or nutritionist or whoever. But, you know, if you get Aiden Hutchinson and your leg snaps in half, like, there's
not
no
much
amount
you can
of
do.
protein you're going to eat that's going to stop that from happening. But it's especially on their offensive line. It is actually remarkable. Those starting 5 for 2 years, I think they've missed like a combined 2 or 3 games between that entire group.
That is crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah. Health is so important.
And so it's like the problem that we saw with the Broncos this year was very clearly depth. Like, Riley Moss missed a game, and you're like, what is Levi Wallace doing?
Right. And on that broadcast, even the broadcast was like, this defense is nothing without Riley. The difference, Riley Moss. And you're like, man, you're treating him like he's Michael Singletary. Wait, Michael Singletary?
Mike Singletary.
Mike Singletary.
Yeah.
I won't call him Michael.
It's just more formal. And you know what? With a man of his size, I'd be formal. But you're right. It was like the impact was felt that much, and you knew that depth was going to be a problem, and that's where not having the cap space from the Russell contract didn't affect so much your starters as it did just like anybody underneath
I did think the Broncos were talent poor and had no depth, and so at the end of the season, they were going to fall off. That was my prediction. They were going to fall off, and that's not what happened.
They kept it together.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess there was that stretch there where you're like, I don't know what's going on here.
Those were just like totally blown opportunities. They should have won because that was the Chargers.
And the Bengals game?
Yeah.
And both of those you probably could have won. Man, could you imagine? And then you would have finished the season on like a 6-game winning streak or something like that. Woo! You still would have got stomped by Buffalo, though, right? After watching that game?
I said it the whole time. I'm just like, look, Buffalo is just, it's a nightmare matchup for them. When they have to go against a team, it's why I was praying so badly for them to match up with Kansas City. And you know who else was? Sean Payton was. Like, Sean Payton.
He even mentioned, like, he had just caught a L in the playoffs, and in that post-game show, he was still mentioned, like, we kind of won at Kansas City.
He was like, Kansas City's lucky we didn't win this game.
Yeah.
But to a certain extent, I get it because they could match up with Kansas City because Kansas City was not going to overwhelm you with offense. So you could have your 3 and outs and stay in the game. You couldn't do that with Buffalo. Like, they would make you pay for it.
Well, I mean, the Broncos had 1 touchdown. That was their whole scoring in that playoff game.
Electric first drive ever.
Right. And, I mean, after you saw it, you're like, oh, baby, the Broncos might win this thing. They're gonna upset the Bills. And then the rest of that game was all Buffalo. There was nothing you could do about it. Nothing.
Crazy.
Offense just completely fell off. It just looked ugly, man. Give up 31. Woo!
I mean, it was just a bad matchup. And look, I fully think that the Broncos standard should be like making the playoffs first of all now. It's just a matter of how quickly can they take the following steps. You know, we kind of forget the Nuggets and Avs are in a great spot. It took them a minute to get totally here. The Nuggets went from Western Conference Finals in the bubble to second round sweep to first round exit in 5 games to NBA championship. The Avs were just second round. Finally, they broke through. Like, it doesn't just, sometimes it does, but it doesn't just go poof. You know, like, the Commanders story was just crazy this year. Second overall pick to NFC championship game is
12
wild.
12 wins. And not only that, it's so weird how, and I think, obviously, leadership trickles down. So, you know, the owner has a lot to do with just the culture of the team.
Yep.
And Dan Schneider was just a bad dude, man.
Horrible.
Just a morally bankrupt individual. And the Washington is now much more likable than they ever have been in the last 20 years, right? And like Jaden is great. They've turned that team around. Like that was one of the most amazing 180s I've seen in a long time. And all it took was a new owner and a brand new quarterback. And next thing you know, it feels like you got a totally different team out there.
Nelly just gave us an update. He said a Shefty bomb. The Bengals just made an extension.
Who?
Their punter, Ryan Recco, got a 2-year contract.
Miss me with that, Schefter. Miss man, let me know when Jamar. Come on, bro.
Huge,
You hit me with the punter, Schefter.
I wonder how Trey Hendrickson, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins feel about. All right, the first extension is our punter and is locked down for another couple of years.
What,
how about
what do you
that?
think that 2-year deal is for? He got 2 years. What's a good punter's salary now? What's the highest paid punter in the NFL make?
So he said gross punting average and net average each set Bengals single season records. Let's go with a good
dog.
$5-6 million a year?
No way. You want to know why? The highest paid punter in the NFL last year played for the Seattle Seahawks. Michael Dixon made $3.6 million last year. That's the most. God, bro. Listen, it's good work if you can get it. I ain't going to take shots at $3.6 million. But compared to what, like, Mahomes and
they got a hole too. Remember, they got a hole.
$1 million.
Yeah. Mahomes is making $27 million more. No. Gosh, much more than that. $40 million more a year than this chucklehead. So it can't be much, right?
So hang on, let me look at this now. Now I'm curious to see what the highest paid kicker gets because kickers got to get more money.
Yeah, it's got to be more than this punter nonsense because $3.5 million is nothing compared to Harrison Butker, who is
25.6.
Yeah, what's up, Kansas City? What you giving Butker that kind of money, man?
Okay, hang on. So you said that the highest paid punter right now is 3.5?
Yeah, and Butker's making no. He got guaranteed 17.7. He's making 6.4 a year. So the highest paid kicker is making twice what the highest paid punter is making. You know what I mean? Does
14? Yeah, hang on. 16, 18, 20, 21 kickers make more money than that per year. Including Matt Prater, who's 41 years old. He's got 3.75.
See, man, it's a weird job, though, right? It's a weird job. If you're a little kid and you're like, I want to grow up and be a punter, daddy, making $3.6 million.
Kick, man.
Right. It feels like how many punter-kicker combos are there in the league? Like dudes who do both. Find you a guy who does both. Can both punt and kick.
I don't know why that doesn't happen. I know they're two completely different things.
Yeah, but if you got a strong leg, you got a strong leg, right? It is weird that
McAfee was a college kicker that turned into a pro punter.
Okay.
Like, he was a kicker at West Virginia.
And then when he got to the league, they're like, nah, bro.
Yeah.
Punt.
It's like, well, why you can't do both? I've wondered that. Save a little bit of cash.
I don't know. Who's the Travis Hunter of kickers in the NFL?
Yeah. Is it, wait, who was it back in the day? Was it, did Ray Guy do both? Or George Blanda?
I don't know. There are a couple.
But George Blanda was a kicker and a quarterback, right? Way back in the day.
Yeah, no, that's weird. Can you imagine like Mahomes out there kicking her bows? Like, I got this one. What is this, 46? I got it.
Well, you remember Ocho Cinco had to line up a couple times for Cincy. He had a good boot on him.
You know what? How many kickers are in the Hall of Fame? Two kickers in the Hall of Fame, including Morton Anderson.
So
there are only two full-time kickers in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Vinatieri's going to get there.
Yes.
So that'll be 3. Yeah, the specialists in the Hall of Fame thing are always interesting. Like, I remember...
is Justin Tucker a Hall of Famer?
I think he has
Didn't
to
he
be,
just... No, is Tucker... No, well... No,
Justin Tucker might have been a Hall of Famer about a month ago.
I was about to say, you know what? I forgot. He just... Yeah. Tucker's dealing with some stuff right now.
But what you're talking about, it cracks me up when you see guys who were put in the NFL Hall of Fame who played their entire career in the 30s and 40s, because it'll say, what position were they? And it's like
4
quarterback,
positions.
end, punter, kicker, water boy, equipment manager, linebacker.
I gotta tell you this, Berto. I'm not one to brag. Middle school starting kicker, safety, punter, kicker, and kick returner.
That was you, really?
Yeah. Now, there's a backstory to it. Middle school football was separated by weight divisions.
Oh, and you were a hunky.
No, the opposite.
You were a scrawny kid.
Lightweight cutoff was 110 pounds.
Okay.
I was 110. I was the largest man on the field. at all times.
You just
Bigger
trucking
than,
fools.
I mean, I had offensive linemen that were 40 pounds lighter than I was.
You're like, this game is easy. I'm going pro.
Like, you want to feel like a king? It would be like, you know when you see like a 5th grade basketball team play a 3rd grade basketball team?
Yeah.
And it's just a disaster.
Yeah.
That's what I felt like.
Child versus men.
Yeah.
What was that quarterback's name whose dad tried to turn him into robo quarterback? Marinovich or something?
Yeah, Todd Marinovich.
Like, could you do that with a kicker? Like, if you took your child and you're like, all right, starting now at the age of 4, all you're going to do for the next 14 years is kick and punt. I'm getting you to the league.
Yeah. It's just like,
could you do that?
I take baby Jamal Kale, and all we do is we kick footballs and we do squats all day.
Yeah. Could you make an NFL kicker if you started now?
I think you'd get him like at least at tryout level, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Or would it be easier just to grab like Zach Steffen or somebody off an MLS team and be like, yo, man, we're going to teach you how to kick a field goal. How would you like to make $4 million a year?
I think most of it is probably mental, right? Like you can work, but can you deal with the pressure of the situation?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. That's got to be one of the most because NFL media and NFL players and NFL fans love to make fun of kickers. Kick rocks, chumps. You are just, this is a man sport. And y'all out there in your tiny little pads and your little fake little helmets trying to play my sport. But then these games come down to it. And you got a bunch of players just like praying for their kicker, to make this thing. That's a whole lot of pressure.
A lot.
Like, you're already the smallest dude on that team, and you're going to let all these big adult men down by missing this 36-yard field goal? Come on, brother.
So, Nelly, see if you can find this during the break. We had Jake Plummer was our guy to break down Broncos games every Monday for a year, and Jake still joins us occasionally. But if you remember, there was a game during the Fangio era. I think it would have been like a 60-yarder at halftime. And McManus went up to Fangio, was like, I can make it. Yeah. And Fangio basically was like, get away from me. Get away. And McManus goes back. He spikes his helmet on the sideline. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
And I asked Plummer about it. And I want Nelly to find this during the break because it gives you the exact feel of how every player on that roster feels about their kickers. Because he was very much in the Fangio camp. We'll play that for you next. All right, Berto. So Berto filling in for Vic and Moj today. Vic and Moj will be back tomorrow. When you were talking about the amount of pressure that's on kickers and the way that teammates feel about them and all that.
Yeah, they got to hate those dudes, right?
So there was if you guys remember, a few years back, Fangio was the head coach. It was right before half. McManus wanted to try a long field goal, and Fangio just brushed him off and said, like, go sit down. Like, this isn't your place to say anything here. I'll call you when I need you. And McManus goes back. He starts spiking the helmet. So it's a big thing hanging in halftime. All these replays of McManus freaking out. It's like, it's their friction on the team, that sort of thing, right? Because the Broncos weren't very good either.
No.
And so the next day, we had our weekly chat with Jake Plummer at the time. And we asked Plummer about it. Here's what he said.
Remember, kickers live in a small world, right? So in his world, that was the biggest thing ever. In everyone else's world, they're saying, what the hell are you doing throwing your helmet looking like a little crybaby, man? Shut up. The coach made a decision. You doubt the head coach. Remember, your position starts with a K. You're a kicker. His reaction is what I didn't care for. Remember, you're back there with your net and your bag of balls and maybe your punter buddy and your long snapper buddy. Other than that, don't be seen or heard until we need you, man. Smartest position you can teach your kid to play is punter and kicker, man. You can sit there and you kick the balls around, go golf once you're done while everybody's working, and then, get mad if you don't get to try a 65-yard kick.
So a lot of radio laugh there. Didn't notice that. But that's how they feel about him is –
they all feel that way, right? It almost like 99% of the league feels that exact way about kickers, man. And it sucks, right? Because you're giving blood, sweat, and you're waking up at 4 a.m. so you can go on a 7-mile run so you can get to the locker room and lift some weights and push some irons and then hit people and just like you're giving everything every day. And then this dude eating chicken McNuggets while you're working out is going to cost you a game by missing a 42-yarder. Yeah. Man, it's got to be one of the weirdest positions to play in sports because your team hates you, bro. They do not like you at all.
What's another position
in sports where you give zero effort compared to the other guys on the team? Because you know what I mean? Like football players, that is a group. Like you are working out constantly.
Yeah.
You are studying constantly. You are focused constantly. And kickers are just like, doo-ba-doo-doo-ba-doo.
Okay,
So there is no other position in sports where you can lollygag it all damn day, and then the game comes down to you at the end.
So the closest I think I can think of, and this probably isn't a great one either.
Designated hitter. No.
I think it would be, look, because if you're a good kicker, they love you. If you're good, they love you.
I don't know. I mean,
I was going to say closer.
Was that? Oh.
A closer would be one where if you're Mariano Rivera, you're the best.
Right. You're just slacking all day, and then at the end of the game, you roll in there and try to get.
And then you get the glory if you do well, but like if you mess it up, then you're the biggest idiot who's ever existed.
Right. There's nobody in the NBA. Like you can't even compare a kicker to like the 8th guy off the bench in the NBA because that dude might have to hit a game winner, just like you'd have to kick a game winner, but he's in the game, like he's playing for your team. You're not,
and he's going through practice.
Yeah, he's just not sitting. Right, you're right. You see all those kickers. They're always doing weird. They're like bouncing the ball off the ground and trying to get it to flip a couple of times so they catch. Like they're just playing reindeer games, man. And the rest of the team is like, I'm out here. I just broke a dude's arm to be out here to win this game. And you're going to sit there and miss this little or miss an extra point that costs you a game, 14-13 or something ridiculous like that. Like there is no other position in any sport ever like there is with a kicker in the NFL.
You go out to training camp. Here's my favorite part. Like I already think that those guys have some sort of animosity towards their kickers and punters because they just like they're working and they're just standing off to the side, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think this needs to this has to burn just a insanely large hole in the souls of these guys when they're looking at training camp. All these guys are working. It's hot as hell outside.
Yeah, it's 102.
And then it's like, hey, it's time for special teams work. And what do? They don't even kick off. They have the little jugs machine kick off for them. And the kickers have to mime like they kick something. It's got to just drive them nuts.
Yeah. You're just, just sweating. It's nasty. You're giving everything for your team. And then Jason Elam just like skips on into the game. He's like, wee!
I made it. You guys want to carry me off on your shoulders?
Yes. There is no other sport or position in sports like kicker in the NFL, right? He is easily the most hated man on his own team. Right? There is no, you can't find that guy in Major League Baseball or hockey or basketball. Soccer? No. That guy doesn't exist in soccer.
Texture says a bullpen catcher. It's like, but that's not a player. That's like a coach.
Yeah. But you make good, you're like, hey, you want to make $300,000 a year just catching.
Hey, let me tell you something, guys. I had to do that when I was a freshman in college because I wasn't starting at the beginning of the year. And they said, you need to go catch for the guys that are warming up. Mm-hmm. And I go, okay. That job sucks, okay? They'll hop one into you. You got to wear it off the chest so it doesn't you got to do that. The amount of times that I would get popped and get like blood blisters from like 93-mile-an-hour fastballs, It's not a fun job. Now, look, compared to like construction work.
Right. It's a great job.
It's a lot of kneeling and it's bad on your knees. Like, I'm just saying, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Now, here's another question I got for you. We've seen the Four Nations. We've talked a lot today about how amazing that was, and they can't go back to a regular All-Star format.
No, how are you going to do that? How are you going to do that after what we saw this weekend?
Do you think that the final game between the U.S. and Canada will be more intense than the first one?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. Because, listen, the first one wasn't for the chip, man. Wasn't for the whole thing. So this one's going to be Thursday night's game is going to be a little bit different. I think it's going to have a little bit more juice, especially after Canada got walloped on. Well, I wouldn't call it wallop, but you know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They took one on the chin. So Thursday night's game is going to be more intense than what we saw on Saturday, and that was pretty damn intense. Like, that was more intense than any regular season hockey game I've seen this season.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to drop the gloves at puck drop just because you're going to want to be in the game and not in the penalty box. But, I wish they would.
I bet you we might get another one. We might get another one. I'm sure we'll get one early. Like, there'll be a scrum in front of the net or whatever, and then somebody who's just going to be like, all right, we're just going to go.
Well, there was
like Drew Doughty was talking, right? Like, I heard there was a couple of dudes from Canada who was like, yeah, I'll go next game. I'll go. Let's go.
All those fights. So the Tkachuk brothers were the first couple, and those
Brady
guys,
and Matthew and JT were the two.
They like to swing. JT, I felt bad. It was Parayko, right? Was just towering over him, and he looked like he was just like, look, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Right.
This wasn't my plan. I'm not like Brady or Matthew.
No, it was the plan because it sounded like the Tkachuks and JT were all texting each other the night before, whatever. They? Right. And the Tkachuk brothers were like, I'm done with this booing the national anthem thing. I'm hitting somebody.
Yeah.
And the other brother was like, I'm hitting somebody too. And then JT's like, well, okay, I guess I'm going to swing on somebody. And that's how it all,
I wonder if JT, though, the second he realized who the fight was with, was like, I made a mistake.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Because I don't blame him. Like, you just look at that fight, the size disadvantage. You're like, all right, just make sure you got your teeth by the end of this.
Like, here's the crazy thing. That game is so intense. And the way I'm scared that Mac's going to drop the gloves on third. Like, McKinnon is like, he's got some energy in these games. Obviously, he scored twice yesterday, right? It was just yesterday.
Yep.
And so, like, I'm like, man, this rivalry is going to have Nate dropping the gloves with somebody on Team USA, man, because that's how fired up this thing is.
I really hope not. I really hope not. I don't like McKinnon when he's fighting for the Avs. Forget like for a team that's not them.
Yeah.
Texture asked this. We asked it earlier. I don't know what's going to happen. He said, will the crowd boo the Canadian anthem?
Yeah, I bet you. First off,
it's Boston.
It's Boston. Yeah. It's Boston, and Boston sports fan has no damn chill. So they're not going to just be like, because at the Bell Center, they even make an announcement before they sing the national anthem. They were like, in the spirit of sportsmanship and camaraderie, please respect the national anthems of both nations.
Yeah, don't you know?
And right away when the American national anthem started, there was 21,000 or 20, however many people were in Bell Center. It was like, boo.
Whoever wasn't wearing a U.S. sweater,
Boston ain't going to take that nonsense. They're going to boo the hell out of the Canadian anthem.
I don't think you should, but I think just for this instance,
Yeah.
I want it to happen because I think it would bring that intensity back.
Yeah,
again.
I'm not telling anybody what they should or shouldn't do. If you want to boo Santa Claus or a 12-year-old or the national anthem, go ahead, man. Go ahead. But guess what? There are prices to be paid. Canada found that out on Saturday, man. If you want to do that kind of stuff, that's fine. But guess what? We're going to go. We're going to go if that's the case. And I will almost guarantee that Boston boos the Canadian anthem on Thursday.
I think you're probably right.
Guarantee, man.
Yeah, they're going to come right back at you.
Look, they're going to let that lie.
Where wouldn't they? If this was in, if they're playing in...
Like if Sweden would have won the thing, or Finland would have won the thing, I don't think they would have booed the anthem. I mean, you know what I mean? There's some political...
This is just a U.S. and Canadian thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, man. It's good. It's good. There will be, I will almost guarantee, there will be blood on the ice on Thursday night at TD Garden.
It's amazing how excited I am for this.
It's weird. They just made this crap up, but they're just like, hey, man, I got an idea. Let's just do country versus country. And now we're like, I'm coming for you, Canada.
We said this from the beginning, though. Like, the whole thing about it, I think this would have been fun either way, but for them to catch this little window of this beef between U.S. and Canada that, like, hasn't really happened in forever.
Right.
Where there was actual kind of like... You ever seen the meme of the two guys flipping each other off, not saying words, just walking away? Like, that's kind of what U.S. and Canada's doing right now. It's just like flipping the bird at each other. But you caught this little moment where there's just a little bit of animosity that's more than just your country and playing for your country thing. Like, it's been so incredible for it. Because, look, we watched the other games. We watched the U.S. play Finland, play Sweden, and it was like, still fun, still intense. Not like that.
Not like that.
Not that.
No. There was hate in the heart. And I love it.
And then you went to the NBA All-Star game.
And that was just bad. Man.
And then I watched that kid shoot for Mr. Beast.
Yeah. He won that thing too, right? Didn't he win $100,000? Was it $100,000?
Vomiting and all that.
Something like that. And so the competition was he had to make 1 3 before Lillard made three of them.
Right,
and
right.
Lillard was very clearly like, I'm not going to make this.
Right. Like, go ahead, man. Get you your cash.
Mr. Beast was looking at him. I hate saying this because I don't know who this guy is, but Mr. Beast, he's looking at him and he's going, Dame, make the shot. And Dame looked at him and was like,
pay that man his money, man. Pay that man his money. That's what you get when you play reindeer games with an NBA player. Yeah, I can do without Mr. Beast at my NBA All-Star.
So who is he? He's a big YouTube guy?
He's one of the most followed people on YouTube,
Gotcha.
right? There's like 30 million people follow him on YouTube or something
really?
ridiculous like that. Yeah, he makes money hand over fist.
Because I saw he's got a show out now, too, on some streaming thing.
He's kind of a goober. He's a goober.
Looks like
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of some networks have paid him a lot of money to do what he does on YouTube with just on like broadcast television.
Am I crazy in saying, and I know they're extending out as long of a window they can for that to get as many commercials in as they can? Do they need all that?
No.
Do they need the you said it, like the 20-minute honor break for inside the NBA?
It was SGA after the game who was like, he's like, yeah, I love those guys too, but that's too much, man. You can't just be pausing our game for 20 minutes. He's like, it was 11-1. And then you guys just take a 20-minute break to celebrate Shaq and Chuck, man. He's like, no.
I got a question for you.
Let us play.
I meant to ask this earlier. When you talk about changing things in these major sports, like everybody gets very traditional about it. And they're like, don't change the game, whatever.
Right. Adam Silver was talking about a lot of that before the All-Star, when he did his State of the Game speech.
I love the Elam ending thing.
Yeah.
I think if the NBA did that in the fourth quarter, it could eliminate the free throw fest that you have at the end.
Yeah, that's the worst thing about the sport. The worst thing about NBA basketball is the stoppages and the fact the final couple of minutes takes 30 minutes to complete. You know what I mean? Like, the best thing about the NBA game is when you get that flow and that rhythm of when the two teams are just going back and forth.
Yeah.
When you get a bunch of stoppages and a bunch of whistles and a bunch of free throws, there's so many things I would change about the NBA, man. So many changes. One of those would be to almost try to eliminate free throws altogether. So if you get fouled and you go to the line, instead of shooting 2, you shoot 1, but it counts 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I need less free throws, man. Less free throws, less stoppages.
Was that okay? So you're a big NBA guy. You've been watching a lot longer than me. Like, you remember the 90s days and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Was the free throw thing big then? Like, I know that there was Hack-a-Shack.
Yeah, there were still stoppages.
But like, were there stars in the league? Like, was Jordan getting to the line 13 times a game?
No. There wasn't. I'm trying to think. There wasn't a lot of stars doing what like James Harden does and what Chris Paul, where you're just foul hunting. You're just looking to get to the line. A lot of the criticism with Joel Embiid has been that Joel Embiid doesn't want to take a shot and make a shot. He wants to take a shot and get fouled.
Right.
So he can go to
SGA's
the
got a
free
lot
throw.
of that, too.
Yeah. So, SGA gets to the free throw line a lot. If there's some way we can eliminate that, that'd be great. But it wasn't, they weren't free throw hunting in the 90s. I can't remember like Jordan just like, I'm just going to force my way into the lane and get a foul here.
Right.
He wanted a good shot.
Well, that's what it was like in the Olympics this summer with the FIBA refs. You had all these prima donnas on Team USA going, Ref, where's the foul?
Right. And they weren't getting the fouls.
And all these Eastern European refs were going, he dies.
Yeah, I'd love the NBA to do that. Just make it harder to call fouls. I've mentioned this before. I want line changes in the NBA like in the NHL. Don't pause the game to get two guys in. Have a line change. You know what I mean? Like you have to get to center court. Yeah, I don't know. You have to slap them in or something, whatever it is. But don't stop the game to get substitutions in. Right. If you want to go offense to defense, you can do that within the flow of the game. You're just going to have to, you know what I mean? Like somebody comes off the bench, you tag him in or something.
Because what was Silver's big thing is that he wanted to switch to 10-minute quarters?
Yeah. He wants to. I've heard this a lot. Obviously, the TV contracts are massively important in both the NBA and the NHL. And I've heard both of the TV contract partners on the TV side have been telling the leagues, please make these games shorter. Please make these games shorter. TV wants the NBA to get their game down to 2 hours. Just like they're like, soccer's the perfect, 2 hours is the perfect TV time to play these sports.
Yep.
So they want the NBA to get down to 2 hours, and they want the NHL to be under 2.5, because the NHL sometimes goes from 2.5 to 3 hours, like a 3-hour game, and they want it less than that. How do you go about doing that? Instead of changing the game, they're just trying to take time out of like Silver wants times out of the quarters, 2 minutes out of each quarter.
Yeah.
So the games will be so maybe we can get closer to a 2-hour NBA game. And in the NHL, what they're thinking about doing is making the intermission shorter.
Yeah, but they said by a minute. I'm like, is that really going to be a tangible difference?
2 minutes difference? No, you're going to need, especially in the NHL, where if you want to try to get a 3-hour game down to 2 hour and 20 minutes, man, that's, I don't know how you go about doing that without just saying, listen, now each period is 17 minutes long instead of 20 or something like that.
Well, bro, I thought about it like, I don't think the NBA games are super long, but here's what kills you. It'll take them 20 minutes to play the last 2 minutes of a game.
That's the biggest problem with the NBA.
If you did the Elam ending thing, it's not going to be that, because it's not going to be constant break, free throw, timeout. Like it'll just be, here's the target score. Can you get there or not? But yeah, it's always, my wife says this all the time. She's a mild sports fan. But when like the Avs or the Nuggets are on, she will not watch the first quarter, the first period. She's like, let me know if it's close and there's a couple minutes left, because then I can dedicate 20 minutes to that. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's the bigger thing. But, I am.
Would you change? I mean, would you change both those sports? I mean, obviously, their changes will be made.
I would do the Elam ending in the NBA right now. I'm not kidding. I think it's that great.
Okay.
I really do.
So you get to the final couple of minutes of the fourth, or the final 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, and you say, all right, here it is. Here's the target score. You got to get there. First one there wins it.
So whatever the target score is, 25, 30 points from the leading team. So let's say 25 points from the leading team. So if the Nuggets are up 110 to 100...
and they go on a 25-0 run.
Then it's the first one to 135 wins is the way that I'd put it.
Okay.
And look, dude, maybe that quarter lasts 7 minutes, instead of 12.
Do you think changes like that small will change the popularity? Like, I do believe that the Four Nations makes the NHL a more popular sport, but just you know what I mean. Just the juice from the Four Nations probably carries over to the NHL regular season as well.
Yeah.
Is there some change that you can make in the NBA that changes where they are in the sports landscape? Like, you know what happened this weekend? The Daytona 500 happened this weekend. That used to be an event I used to watch no matter what. I'd turn on I'd be like, let's see what's going on with the Daytona. And I watched a little bit of it, but there was a bunch of rain delays and they had to finish it late. So I didn't. But it felt like 10 or 15 years ago, it felt like NASCAR was ascendant. They were heading. I was like, you know what? They're going to be one of the top. They're going to beat out baseball or something here coming up. That's how popular I thought the sports was going to be. And it never got there. Something happened. Something happened in the mid 2000s or the 2010s or something where I thought that upward trajectory of NASCAR flattened out. And I don't know if it's because they made changes or didn't make changes.
I was just talking to somebody else about this, about, in a month, we're going to have the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. March Madness.
And I'm like, that was a thing that I would stop my life and make sure I'm watching every game. And now it's not, I still am down for it, but it's not as
all-encompassing. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I think a lot of sports are kind of dealing with that, though. But
yeah, I don't know. Like, the NFL would have to make some really weird changes for them to fall off that pedestal that they're currently on. I mean, 127 million watched the Super Bowl. That's wild.
Right.
That's
the NFL's in good shape still, for all the complaining that people do about rule changes and stuff like that.
But I think, like, the NBA's in a pretty good spot right now, right? Despite what we just saw this weekend.
It's in a decent spot. Yeah.
NHL's in a pretty good spot. Baseball, I mean, Major League Baseball's pretty good. I don't know how many changes I would make on any of those sports.
You can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. We got a fact checker next. All right, so I'm told we have a caller that wants to call me out. So we'll go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Tyler has been waiting patiently. Hello, Tyler.
Yeah, hey, Brett. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to pick a bone with you a little bit because last week I was like, okay, cool, Four Nations tournament. I hope nobody gets hurt because I was thinking, okay, yeah, Brett's probably right. And then I turn on the game. I'm like, well, this is probably worth watching. It's USA and Canada. And then in the first 7 seconds, there's 3 fights. They're booing. And I'm like, I'm all in because this to me now is like the Stanley Cup playoffs. USA hasn't beat Canada in a long time. And the storylines are just unbelievable. It's so much fun to watch. And I care because I think the players care. And I don't think they care that much about getting hurt. Obviously, I don't want to see anybody get hurt. But, boy, those guys are all in. And that is the best sport on TV in the last 2 months. I mean, arguably better than the Super Bowl. So that's my take for you.
No, Tyler, I don't disagree with you. Now, for me, I would say, you and me talked about this, Birdo. My beef was never really with the tournament. Now, I will say that I have had a lot more fun watching this than I thought I would.
Yeah.
I was always just concerned with injury. I didn't think that this was like going to be a lame watch. I was just terrified the whole time. Now, the fun and like the adrenaline rush that I got from watching the U.S. and Canada superseded my fears, I guess I would say. Mm-hmm. But it's still in the back of my head. Like, if Nathan McKinnon gets checked against the boards and is a little slow to get up, like, I'm going to have a feeling about it.
Nah, man. Nah, not when that game's going on. I mean, like, I'm sitting there watching USA Canada. I'm literally like, somebody hit that McKinnon, dude. He's all over the ice. Like, literally, I was like, I suddenly became the exact opposite, where I was just like, let's go. Let's get it. So, you know what he said that's crazy, and I think he's probably right? There was more juice to that Four Nations game, USA Canada, on Saturday night than there was the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Here's what's difficult to measure. 127 million people watch the Super Bowl.
Compared to the...
But as far as just straight intensity of watching the game, like the Super Bowl sucked. Like it was a terrible game too. Yeah. So yeah, he's probably right.
Yeah, that was... No, the NHL has done really, really well with this. And I just don't think there's any way to translate that over to the NBA, who had just an absolute terrible All-Star weekend.
Yeah. Putting those side by side too, it was just
rough, man.
It was tough for me to think of another moment in which the NHL just cleared the NBA so in such a massive way.
Yeah.
You know, when's the last time you'd even say it's something close to that?
I don't know. When's the last time where you're like, man, there's NBA All-Star festivities tonight, but I'm watching this hockey game.
But even if it's not that, it's just it's like hockey was on the minds of most sports fans in this country above basketball was. Mm-hmm. It's just, I can't even think the last time that happened. You know,
yeah, with this weekend, with the NBA All-Star game and with the Daytona 500 and everything, but most of the talk was about Four Nations.
Yeah. And think about it this way. The NBA damn near cleared the Super Bowl the week that the Super Bowl was on because of the crazy trades
we were
that
all
happened.
talking. You're right. That whole week we were just talking NBA.
But then it became like, all right, let's put something on the court or on the ice, and it's like the NBA goes, all right, I'll take care of that for the next week and a half. And again, cannot wait for Thursday. I keep thinking it's Monday. It's only a couple days away from now. It's not that
today's
far.
Tuesday, brother.
Long weekends always kind of screw me up a little bit.
Mess with you? Did you have a good 3-day weekend?
I did, actually. Yeah, I had fun.
What's the funnest thing you did this weekend?
We went out with friends for a little dinner at a Mexican place.
How turned up does that get? Like, are you just getting wild?
Bro, but here's the thing. That was during the U.S. and Canada game, but they had it on the TV in front of us.
So the whole place was going crazy?
So we're like, when I say a margarita, it's one of those places like the margarita comes in a fishbowl sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
So we're more than a couple deep. Most of the table is. And that fight starts. And I got my buddy next to me. We have our kids with us, and this is a family restaurant. And he's yelling, "Rip his head off!" Like throwing the F-bomb as loud as he can. This place, I was like, dude, all right, I don't think we can do that in here. All right. But yeah, it was great. I had a great time. How about you? What's the most fun thing you did?
Oh, I got DoorDash.
Bro, no.
That was great.
I asked you, and look, I think yours sounded awesome.
Yeah.
You said, I just kind of sat down and did nothing. I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's
those, you need those.
I don't understand people who are like, I got the day off. I'm going to go hike Chautauqua. You're like, no, man, I ain't going to leave my house. As long as I still got booze in the fridge, man, I ain't leaving to do nothing.
That's a Vic thing to do.
I don't understand those people who are all like, I can't wait to retire so I can start building log homes or whatever the hell it is that they want to do when they retire. It's like, you know what I want to do? Nothing.
I know.
Nothing. I'm going to do nothing. It's going to be great.
You need to have some sort of hobby just to make sure you're somewhat occupied with something, right? But I'm so with you. There's some, like, Vic is going to be that. Vic is not.
Vic is one of those guys.
He's threatened retirement. He's never going to retire.
No, when
he couldn't do it.
No, he's like Irv, where he's like, yo, man, the minute that dude retires, he's going to die. Because he had, you know, those people, there's those people who keep working, and they're in like their 70s and 80s, and then they quit and they die immediately. It's like, man, you just got to keep working.
The thing is, what would Vic do? Because he can't build a log cabin.
MMA?
Oh, yeah, he's just going to turn into one of those, like join a senior league?
I'm trying, you know what, for the longest time, you know what, the dreams of a young Mark Moser, when Moser was in his late 20s and we were working together doing Avs games, you know what Moser, his dream, what dream he wanted, the one dream that he had, he thought in his mind that he could accomplish.
Okay, hang on.
By the age of when he hit 50, this is what he wanted to do.
So he gave himself a 20-year window.
Yeah, he's
that
like
had nothing to do with his job
right,
now.
Nothing now. And he was just like, if I dedicate myself to this one particular skill, by the age I'm 50, here he knew. What do you think he wanted to do? What do you think he thought he could do?
He thought he could be a guitarist in some sort of cover band.
No, he did. The very first time I met Moser, he was like, bro, check this out. And out of nowhere, we're in a sports radio studio. Out of nowhere, he reaches behind this chair and pulls out a guitar and just starts playing an acoustic guitar.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's the first meeting first time I ever met him. He's like, check it out, bro. How do you feel about Led Zeppelin? And then,
that wasn't it, though.
No. This is Mark Moser, age like 29, 30. And he has one goal that he thinks he can accomplish. And you know what it was? Making the senior tour. He thought he could be, he thought he could tour on, he's like, I dedicate myself to the game of golf. By the time I hit 50, I can make the senior tour. And I can tour with the older, he's like, this is what I'm going to do, man. I just got to start working on it now.
I was going to say that, but then I was like, no.
He doesn't have the mental...
Moser wouldn't be that arrogant.
No.
Would he?
No. He did when he was like 30 years old. He thought he could make the senior tour. He does not have the mental skills to handle the PGA Tour, much less the seat. No way, man. No way.
Let me tell you
something.
He
would melt down on that course on like a Saturday afternoon.
I want Moser to understand, too, there is no 9-foot gimmies on the Pro Tour, okay?
Right. You got to put all those things out, bro.
That's what's so funny. That like if we're gambling or betting during the game, and like I win the hole, he'll be like 10 feet out for par, and he'll put it between his legs. And I go, well, dude, I mean, still keep track of your score. And he goes, I would have made that. It's like, all right.
No.
I don't think it's a guarantee, but.
Yeah, no. So that's what he thought. That's what he wanted to do.
That actually checks out. It went through my head for a second. I go, there's no way he would say that I could actually do that. There's no way.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do.
All right, Nelly, how about a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Do you guys, I'll give you a little choose your own adventure. I can either fix a fact that Brett and I both kind of got wrong earlier in the show, or I can just do something silly that doesn't really matter. Which one do you guys want?
Man, it's up to you, brother.
Yeah, you're the leader of this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, why not both?
Since we got Berto with us, and you remember, Brett, when you started, a lot of people said that they thought you sounded exactly like Berto. Your voices have been mixed up a lot over the years. Yeah. So, Berto, since this is your last day with us for a while, I was hoping that maybe you both could give us your best tonight.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty close.
It's the one thing I got.
Pretty good, man.
Birdo, appreciate you filling in again today.
Yeah, no problem.
We'll make
It's
sure
always fun.
the boys are up bright and early tomorrow, so you can stay in that bed. Enjoy the couch, the bed, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be great, man.
All right. You can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. You just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, and we'll pop up. I hope you guys all have a wonderful Tuesday, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. We love you. Bye.
We are pleased and honored to be joined here in the booth by Matthew Tkachuk of the United States.
And we are underway. Point wins the draw, and we've got a fight. We have a fight off the opening faceoff. Brandon Hagel and Matthew Tkachuk. It took 2 seconds.
Probably the time of my life.
Hagel said there was no way he was going to back down. You have a long history with Matthew Tkachuk. The minute that he entered the league, if he were to challenge you on Thursday, would you go him?
You put me on the spot, Biz. I mean, I'll do anything for my country, and the time is right, and I got to go home. I guess so.
Brady's taking the draw against Sam Bennett, and we have another fight. Sam Bennett and Matthew Tkachuk. Charlie McAvoy gains the zone, throws it right on the net. Another stoppage, scrums in front of the net. JT Miller drops the gloves with Colton Parayko. Miller and Parayko. Parayko's got a right free. He catches Miller. Miller falls to the ice. Falls again. Parayko, big reach, knocks his helmet off. Another punch. Parayko, his right is free. Miller's hanging on. He throws a right. Another right by Miller. And now the linesmen step in. And our third straight fight. This time Parayko and JT Miller. We've played 9 seconds and we have 3 fights.
Every 8 years, that's the clock that you're on. If you're waiting for a league that likes to fail to promote its product, fail to promote its players, every 8 years, the National Hockey League does something revolutionary. And you have to wait damn near a decade to see it, Coach. But every 8 years, you get something spectacular. In 2008, we got the Winter Classic. Snow coming down in Buffalo, right when Sidney Crosby and Alexander Ovechkin were tasked with saving the league. Snow's falling down. The shootout was a brand new thing in the league, and who else but Sidney Crosby gets the final shot. He beats Ryan Miller, and the Penguins go off in their powder blue uniforms to win that thing. 8 years later, in 2016, we get the World Cup of Hockey, where they bring an under-23 team, Team North America, with Austin Matthews, Nathan McKinnon, Jack Eichel, Johnny Gaudreau, all these young guns going up against Team USA, Team Canada, the Swedes, the Finns, Team Europe. That was amazing, or a massive hit. And then 8 years later, just north of 8 years later at this point, we get what was an unbridled success on Saturday night between USA and Canada. That was perfection.
The best part of that success, we listened to all the opening of the names involved in all the phrase.
The Tkachuk brothers are the coolest hockey players on the planet.
Raj, I ordered you and I something. Tkachuk related.
Shut up.
Yeah, I should have included KJ. I totally forgot.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots?
Sorry, KJ.
America bandanas?
I got something. It'll be coming, KJ, don't worry. I just think of Raj as such a hockey guy.
Beers?
Maybe you and I, KJ. Well, I'll get you something that's basketball related because you're my hoop guy. It's coming. Yep.
Let's go, Birds!
But the best part about all that, Raj, this wild success, as somebody who loves my country, loves America, found myself rooting very hard, almost to the point of like I can't sleep ahead of Thursday night's final of the Four Nations face-off. I love the fact that we got everything that was so American, yet not one of the above listed athletes were involved in the fracases. Nathan McKinnon, not involved. Cale Makar, he was ill. He wasn't even on the ice. Devon Taves, not involved. I mean, it was the
completely healthy.
It was the ultimate great night of hockey for Americans that love their Colorado Avalanche.
100%.
Now, my big fear is when all of the massholes at TD Garden on Thursday night mercilessly boo the Canadian anthem.
I expect them to.
Nathan McKinnon is going to be throwing hands, I believe. And that would obviously be very, very out of character for Nathan McKinnon.
Is that tongue-in-cheek? Nate likes to drop him. I think McKinnon would fight more if he was allowed to.
Okay, well, he's not allowed to. And so is he going to be allowed to?
Maybe.
What about Makar? When's the last time you seen
him? No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Taves?
No. Nate's the only Av that's going to chuck Nux on Thursday night if it happens.
Are
If
you
there's a
okay?
brawl-
Are you okay with Nathan?
Yes,
and
screw it. Why not?
broken right hand?
Dude, on the off chance that it happens, it would suck. But I need to have the same juice that I felt on Saturday. That was awesome.
McAvoy's like in the ER right now.
Charlie McAvoy may not play.
He is not playing.
So he's not playing on Thursday.
The league,
yeah, and it was just reported Quinn Hughes is on his way to Boston.
Okay. All right. So Quinn Hughes was not
that.
playing in the first few games for the Americans. That's Norris Trophy winner Quinn Hughes.
Big fan.
He may be your replacement. That's an upgrade. Like Charlie McAvoy's a great player, but he's not Quinn Hughes.
But
He's
Charlie McAvoy
player.
was mixing it up, man.
Oh, the little hip check
God,
that he
was so
throws at
good.
McDavid. By the way, a little scummy play from McDavid off that hip check. If you guys are watching, he like wraps his arm around McAvoy's leg. I thought it was great. If you're asking whether or not you can duplicate that energy on Saturday or on Thursday, rather, it's going to be tough. There is no better crowd in hockey than a Bell Center crowd in Montreal. There is no smarter crowd. There is no better crowd. There's no way that there's not a better way that I can put it. There is no better crowd in hockey.
It was one of the few environments.
Just a fact.
It's one of the few environments, Raj, that when you were watching the build-up, you were watching the anthems, you were watching the introductions, and then you saw the crowd, you felt the tension even in your living room watching on television. That doesn't happen very often. You felt it, and it was spectacular. It was so good. Now, here's my one take for that comparison that you make about not recreating that same environment at TD Garden Arena.
Boston's got a chance.
It got a chance. But if the United States, if we're talking strictly about strategic planning, and don't think the Kachucks don't know this and aren't thinking this, but if the United States just say, you know what, we made our point in Canada, and then let's just go play hockey. Play physical hockey, but let's go play hockey.
I don't think it's going to be another, slap shot Hanson Brothers Royal Rumble to start off. I think this is you saw the showmanship.
Canada.
You saw the showmanship for the game.
Correct.
Which again, it matters, but it's a round robin. You could have gotten there even without beating the Canadians. I think that was showmanship. That was, hey, this is our stage. NBA All-Star Weekend is around, but it's not the All-Star game. We have a lot of eyes on us, so let's put on the biggest show. Thursday, I think you will see a legit game. And it does help the Canadians there. I think the NHL hit this out of the park. And again, it's like once a decade the NHL does something spectacular. And the Winter Classic was one of them. The World Cup of Hockey was the other in 2016 when you saw the missed poke check from Henrik Lundqvist, Nathan McKinnon, toe drags around him, goes to his backhand, wins it for the Team North American, the under-23 team. And then they do this. Now everyone's bringing this to, okay, we can't go back to an all-star format. You can't go back once you've seen this. And I do get worried, though. And we'll continue to talk about Thursday's game and preview that thing. It's going to be awesome to watch. I do worry that if you continue to do this year in and year out, also when you're expected to go back to the Olympics in Italy next year, you're expected to have a World Cup of Hockey as soon as the next year after that. That's a lot of international best-on-best hockey. And what did we see the last few years with the Winter Classic? Nobody watches it. I don't watch it. It's not appointment viewing for me. I've already seen multiple Winter Classics at Wrigley Field. I've seen literally the same Winter Classic at the same place between the same two teams. It's jumped the shark at this point. And I don't want this tournament, this feeling to go that way. I don't know if you can go back to an all-star game because 3-on-3 all-star sucked. It was terrible. It was just as bad as the miserable product that the NBA put on this weekend. That was horrible.
The only highlight was Kyle Speller.
Kyle Speller was good. Mac McClung did something.
Yeah, it was a G League guy that you can't watch play in the actual sport of the NBA.
You can't. But what
Ridiculous.
McClung did was he got other stars talking. He got John Morant talking. He got Zach LaVine talking. He got those two guys mentioning Aaron Gordon. So McClung did something. The NBA product over the weekend was terrible. And they're still trying to figure out what it is that they're going to do in the future. The NHL can't go back to this every single year. It will lose its luster. There's a reason why this works. The guys who are playing in this game haven't played best on best international hockey in 10 years. Over 10 years, they haven't done it. I don't know where you go from here.
4 nations every 2 years?
I could be cool with that.
So you always miss you're set up right now to miss Olympics if you did it 2 years from now, correct?
Yes, Olympics is next year, and
correct.
the NHL is sending players to the Olympics next year.
So then you do it in, what was it, 25, 27, 29?
Do it on odd years. Be my guest.
Be great, right?
I think you can do it that way. And then the years that you don't have it, maybe you just don't have an all-star game. Maybe you don't. Maybe you have an all-star team, and you can vote on the all-star team, and these are your midway point of the season all-star players. And you just don't have the whole rigmarole of the weekend and the skills competition, you just get rid of that crap. And then every other year, you find yourself wanting something. That's the reason why this works. We have wanted this. The players have wanted this. Much like Netflix just came out with a documentary today, and I cannot wait to watch it this evening.
What is it?
It's the Goal for Gold or something like that? It's the Netflix documentary on Olympic basketball last year.
Okay.
I cannot wait to watch it tonight. The clips that I've seen from Kevin Durant nearly speaking with tears coming out of his eyes about how important it is for him to play in that tournament, that's what the NBA is missing from their midseason all-star festivities. And maybe you just have to get rid of it every other year. Maybe you have to be waiting for something. Maybe you have to be wanting something more for it to work.
Did you, Raj, love the Tkachuk brothers as much a week ago as you do now?
Yeah, I knew who they were. I tried to tell you guys that. I was like, you guys are going to watch these two players, and you should already love them, and if you don't, you won't.
Now help me out, just historically speaking, not having a decade's worth of Avs fandom or following the Avs franchise. Are there any reasons for me to hate the Tkachuk brothers?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Brady
plays
Team
in
USA?
Ottawa.
Who on Team USA? Connor Hellebuck, I get it. Who on Team USA should I not like? Because I'm having a hard time not liking this team.
Hellebuck is one that you can dislike. There's not many really hateable player. Do you hate Jack Eichel because he's a Golden Knight?
Yeah.
But it's funny.
Bit of a thorn in the side of the Avs.
Eichel's one of the Golden Knights that I look at and I go, I kind of like him. I liked when he was in Buffalo. I thought he did dirty by that organization.
That's really what it is. He's not an original Golden Knight.
That's a good point. He's not a Golden Misfit. Great point, KJ. He's not a Golden Misfit. Jake Ottinger, I can hate because he's a star. That's about it, man. I like Dylan Larkin, even though he's the captain of the Red Wings. I've always liked that player. Zach Werenski's a good player on a great story team from Columbus this year.
Much was made about Avs fans and how they would allow themselves to root for this Four Nations tournament. I just think it's pretty clear that at least my emotions just spoke to me crystal clear. I mean, I am all in on America on this one. I mean, all in. How about you, Raj?
Am I in? I started off the segment saying this is the best thing that the league's done in a decade. I'm in.
No, I'm saying on rooting for America.
Why would you ever be not rooting?
Because
for
I think
Team
there
USA?
are some Avs fans that are rooting for Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devon Taves to have a really. I think that is the case. I'd love to hear that on the text thread on the Safeway Twitch feed. I want to hear. Is there anything as an American? If you're born and raised and you're not a dual citizen, you are an American. Is there anything in you as an Avs fan that has you rooting for the Canadians at all? I think there's still some. I think there's a group out there.
I don't know. I would love Team USA to win 10-9 and Canada to score 9 goals on 15 shots, split between Connor Hellebuck and Jake Ottinger. So both of those dudes suck, but Team USA wins. I would love for that to happen. That sounds great.
I would love for Team USA to wipe Canada off of the ice on Thursday night. That's what I would love. Because of the brand of hockey that they played, the style in which they play.
It was great. It was so quintessentially American.
And it's an interesting argument because Canada plays a little bit because they are so heavily influenced by Avs players. They play a little bit Avs style of hockey.
I agree.
And they kind of came up against the old rough and tumble style.
No, when we're out watching that game on Thursday, I will be wearing my Charlie Conway Team USA Hendricks jersey. This is Team USA all the way.
I have my
Nate, Kale, and Devon can go kick rocks for a night. Just kick rocks safely. Don't break your toes. And we'll see you back on Saturday evening. They knocked it out of the park. It was phenomenal. That's Coach Mike Sanford. KJ's Behind the Glass. Alex Ryan, 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Morning Sprint, Raj, Coach Sanford, KJ behind the glass. It's a 2K Tuesday, by the way. 303-504-0925 on the Shot Mazda text line. Get those requests in. Favorite 90s and 2000s jams. KJ will play them throughout the day. Been talking about the success of what replaced the NHL All-Star game this year. The Four Nations face-off finishes up on Thursday. Championship game between Team USA and Canada. NBA All-Star Weekend was this weekend in the Bay Area, Chase Center. I was up there. There was some juice around the area. I didn't go to the game or any of the festivities, but I was in the area.
How was the weather?
Chilly in the morning, nice on the weekend. It was a little rainy. I played some golf. Played 2.5 rounds of golf.
I've never heard that as a figure of weather speech.
What?
Chilly in the morning, nice on the weekend?
Oh, sorry. Chilly in the morning, nice like later on in the day.
Raj, man.
I don't know, man. It was very cold in the morning.
What'd you do in the Bay, man? What happened to your brain? What kind of fog you in today, Raj?
I got the marine layer.
Yeah, what
it stayed with the marine layer. Stayed with me. I did some time. NBA All-Star Weekend was the complete opposite for me, and I watched nearly every minute of NBA All-Star Weekend. I did not watch much of the 3-point contest. I watched the dunk contest and every second of the All-Star game festivities.
You deserve a badge of honor for that because KJ Granderson, huge NBA fan, right? Big NBA guy.
Huge.
True?
Huge.
Is that your number one?
By far.
KJ, did you watch any of the All-Star game?
No.
Raj, I wouldn't necessarily say that you are like NBA's number one for you. I think
it's not.
Football and hockey are 1A, 1B.
Hockey, football, baseball.
Yeah, baseball. And then
basketball in that order. I'll level with you. Those are my four. That's the order of my four sports.
You watched every bit of it.
Every second. Because I didn't want to be the guy that came on here.
Were you in California?
I didn't want to be. I was. I didn't want to be hockey guy that was like, oh yeah, everything that hockey did was awesome this weekend, and everything that basketball did was terrible. I wanted to actually have watched it with my own two eyes.
Were you in a fight with your friends that you were visiting? Like,
was it a punishment? I played very poor golf on Saturday morning, so yes, it probably could have been a punishment.
It was probably because of the chilly weather Saturday morning.
It was.
But the weekend, the weather of the weekend was nice. I think we need. I think that you watched it as you and Caitlin were in. You guys were in a little bit of a tiff.
In a tiff?
Yeah. I mean, makes no other explanation for you watching the entirety of the NBA All-Star.
It was to gather data.
Okay, so give me some data.
And
I need some data. I didn't watch a thing. I did not watch a thing.
The 3-point contest still works. Always has, always will. Guys want to compete in that, and they can't embarrass themselves. Therefore, you're going to get guys like Damian Lillard to go in and play that. Like Steph when he was at the top of his game, and you can argue that he still is like relatively there. I know he's aging. Steph wanted to compete in that. He holds the record for the most points there. They added the starry ball. That's fine. I don't care about the actual points records. Whatever. That works and always will. The whole Mr. Beast thing, where they brought in the kid to shoot against Dame, and if the kid made 1 before Dame made 3, the child was going to win $100,000, and Dame was very clearly like, dude, I'm not hitting 3 threes. Like, you're going to pay this kid his money. I'm not going to be the villain on TV. That was crap. So that's strike 1 for me. Gone. Against. Strike 2 is the fact that nobody knows who's dunking in the contest. Nobody. Not one. Not one. The only thing that you knew was Mac McClung was going for 3 straight. And I do think they found something with McClung. Not that he's the guy. Not that everyone's going to go watch the dunk contest to watch the white kid playing for the Orlando Magic's G League team dunk a ball. It felt like the dunk contests of old. While he did bring out props and other guys to help him in dunks, it felt less gimmicky. It felt real. And the one thing that he did was he got other NBA stars, other dunkers, talking on Twitter. Mainly Ja Morant, who's the one. Name another NBA player that you want to see in a dunk contest. More than Ja Morant. That's him.
Yep.
If healthy Zion.
If healthy Zion. I'll give you Zion too. If healthy Zion. Ja's there. Zach LaVine should be multiple dunk contest champion.
KJ, the problem with what you just said is if healthy. And part of that is being in shape.
Agreed.
When's that been the case for Zion?
It hasn't. Not since he was at Duke.
So why would we want to watch a guy that's eating a few too many bonbons?
If he's healthy and he's there for All-Star Weekend, I want to see him dunk. They also were talking to Aaron Gordon on Twitter, right?
I mean, Aaron Gordon's not. He's getting pretty long in the tooth.
He's getting long in the tooth,
to be
but
out
that's
there
a
on
guy,
a dunk contest.
That is a guy that you want to see in a dunk contest.
I wouldn't want to see Aaron Gordon in a
Why?
dunk contest. Because I want Aaron Gordon to be healthy.
He's going to get hurt?
He's already hurt right now.
He's going to get hurt in a
He's
dunk.
been hurt for
Dude,
last.
how soft?
I like my team, Raj.
All right, so then why are you so excited about the Four Nations tournament, Coach?
Because I like America more than I like dunk contests. I like America. America.
Yeah, you're not scared
Free
about
to
Nathan
remain free.
McKinnon, Cale McCarr getting hurt, not scared about Devon Taves getting hurt, Arturi Lehkonen getting hurt, not scared about that.
These colors don't run.
But you're scared about Aaron Gordon, a guy who's
What do you
nearly
gain? What do you
7
gain?
foot.
What do I gain from Aaron Gordon winning the dunk contest?
Watch, no.
And as a fan of the Nuggets, I lose a lot if he blows out his Achilles, jumping over a stupid car like Mac McClung did. And
When's the last time you saw
his heel.
someone? When was the last time you saw someone blow out their Achilles in the dunk contest?
Well, to beat Mac McClung, you're going to have to jump over cars. Do I want Aaron Gordon shattering his tib fib? I mean, the juice isn't worth the squeeze to say that you won the dunk contest. Now, dunk contest, no props with the big
just
dogs.
Ball and nothing else.
I'm in, man.
I'm cool with that. You can
I'm
take
in.
away. You can take away the Kias. You can take away
Ladders.
People standing with the ball. But I'll take that away if it's just guys throwing things down. But I think they found something with McClung because other NBA All-Stars looked at that and went, "We need to go up against this guy," and it might happen as early as next year. But that was a knock against them as well. And
I want Christian Brown in the dunk contest, I'd be
watch
great with
CB any day of the week.
Because I also don't think of Christian Brown as somebody who, at this stage of their career, it's a risk for him to be in a dunk contest.
It's not a risk for anyone to be in the dunk contest, Coach.
Dude, Aaron Gordon has been hurt.
It's not a
good chunk of this
season. If you
season.
are actively hurt, you're not going to participate in the contest. Just like LeBron's an all-star, but was actively hurt and didn't play in the all-star game.
Also couldn't put on his uniform, huh?
That was
for a team pick.
That was pretty crappy.
Yeah, it's pretty standard. You know what? You know what the problem with the NBA All-Star weekend? It's the NBA players themselves. And I have a perfect illustration for what is going on with when you watch Mac McClung fully send it. He is putting himself out on the line to make way more than he's going to be making as a G League star.
Yes.
In this one event, which is admirable. And then you watch all the cool guys, the NBA superstars. They're just sitting there kicking it. They got their cool little designer shades on.
Balenciagas.
They got their red bottoms on. I mean, they're living that life. They're living
Was someone wearing heels?
I don't know, but there's dude.
Someone's
red
rocking
bottoms.
stilettos.
No, there's dude red bottoms.
Oh yeah,
yeah, man. Red bottoms. What's the name of those again? The shoe.
Is it Dolce and
No,
Gabbana?
you know it. KJ, you know it.
Who makes the red bottom shoes? I should know this.
I was
Not
about to say,
Dolce.
if you
It's
didn't
not
ask me, I
Gucci.
would know.
It's not.
It's not Balenciaga.
It's not Balenciaga. Who makes red bottom shoes? I should know this.
I love that.
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton.
No, not Louis Vuitton.
No?
Yeah, Louis Vuitton is what.
Hold on, those are different things.
They're called Lubes. Louboutin.
Someone
Louis
goes,
Vuitton.
So Louboutin and Louis Vuitton are different
Two
things.
completely unrelated French designers.
I think you are lying to me.
I am telling the absolute truth. KJ, thank you very much. Lubes. Louboutin. Yep. You can see our
Louis Button.
That's the American version of it.
Lobotomy.
So back to my illustration about what's going on. All right, football, the game of football. All right. You're playing high school ball. There's a lot of people that are listening right now that played high school football. The problem with cool guy at the NBA All-Star game that does nothing. And the poster child for cool guy that does nothing is LeBron James.
At this point in his career, yes.
And you could say that he's earned the right to be cool guy, but he also kind of was cool guy with the dunk contest. Was he not early on in his career?
Never did it.
Correct. Cool guy. It reminds me of the sophomores and juniors on a high school football roster that don't play in JV. Like they're just good enough to be on varsity, but they're not stars. And then they show up and hang out at the JV football game, and they're just having the time of their life, making fun of players
because it's lame to be a tryhard.
They got their video, they got their cell phones out. Oh, he did him dirty like that. Oh man, look at that! And I, as a coach, I walk up next to that player, and I'm like, bro, you barely even play on varsity. You know what, actually? I'm going to have you play on JV because you think you're too cool to play JV football. And so that's the kind of stuff that just drives me nuts about the NBA culture is that you have all these players that are out there clowning and they won't get in the dang arena themselves. All they want to do is just talk that good talk.
Well, in the NBA kind of did what you would want to do as a head coach. They threw in the Rising Stars as a legit team in the game on Sunday. And while they were outclassed very clearly, they kind of did that. They went, oh, you want to be too cool? We're going to allow the young guns to come up here and do this. You remember the thing that you had to push yourselves to be a part of? And Draymond was saying this on the TNT broadcast. He was all pissed off about it.
Candace goes, I'm coaching some team. And she's right. Some team that no one wants to see.
Oh, man.
I had to work so hard to play on Sunday night of All-Star Weekend. And because ratings are down, because the game's bad, we're bringing in Rising Stars. That's not a fix. I never played in the Rising Stars game. My first 2 years, I didn't touch that game. And these guys get to touch the All-Star floor on Sunday night? Like when the floor is the floor? You know, in America, the president has Air Force One, right?
Yeah.
They have several of those planes. It's only Air Force One if the president's on it. That's the All-Star floor. You have the court, you have the events. It's a nice looking court. When All-Stars are on the court, now it's the All-Star court. Those guys did not make the All-Star team. To be playing in the All-Star game and you did not make the All-Star team is absurd.
He's got a good point, but I don't think he's zeroed in on it. There's a reason why this is happening. It's not because they're just trying to give a bone to the young guys around the league. It's because, well, the guys that you are contemporaries of, Draymond, LeBron's, Steph's, Kawhi's, Harden's, KD's, Giannis, all those guys, don't give a damn about the product that they're putting on the floor over All-Star Weekend. That's the reason why they're doing this. It's not because they're trying to give these young rising stars in the NBA their due before it comes. He does have a good point, right? Like, that's not the fix. The fix is to find a way to get the players to care a little bit more. And while I said it was a terrible product over the weekend, I do think they found a few green check marks. And one of them is the idea that they might float a one-on-one challenge next year. And it kind of perked up the ears of a lot of stars around the league. $1 million, one-on-one, king of the court. And I think those guys would go hard at it.
I don't. I think that the same fear of embarrassment would perpetuate who does and doesn't play. And I think there'd be a lot of calf injuries, a lot of maintenance, scheduled maintenance.
So is it unfixable? It's an unfixable weekend.
Yes.
I thought NHL's All-Star Weekend was unfixable. They fixed it with a 2-week tournament.
It's unfixable.
For now. I do want to say that for now. I think the NHL knocked it out of the park. I don't believe that if you just carbon copy this every single year, that it will have the same juice in year 2030 as it does right now.
The NBA All-Star Weekend at one point did do international teams, didn't they? Or like something that was a semblance of it. It had to do with international components. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, a few years ago, they tried something of the sorts, but even then it didn't work. So basically, they tested it in the Rising Stars game, and it didn't work. And so they couldn't bring it over to the NBA All-Star game.
The NHL did it for a few years. A while when the NHL was a 5-on-5 game, they would go East versus West, and then they would do North America versus Europe. And they do that every other year. I believe when they held the All-Star game here in Colorado, it was North America versus Europe. So you had Joe Sakic and Ray Bourque and Patrick Waugh all on the same team. I don't know if Ray was probably retired at this point. I think 2003 was the All-Star game, so he was. But throw Rob Blake in there, right? So Rob Blake, Joe Sakic, and Patrick Waugh were on Team Canada or Team North America, and then you'd have Peter Forsberg playing against him on the opposite side. They did that every other year.
Yeah.
You could find a way. And I do think watching that Netflix documentary tonight about the Paris Olympics, it might give you a roadmap in how to save the NBA's All-Star Weekend. Because it is It was terrible. It was the last TNT broadcast. They need to get rid of all the celebrity cameos. The Kevin Hart thing was brutal.
Did you watch
that guy sucks?
How did Julian Strother do?
I did not. You know what? I didn't watch the Rising Stars Challenge. I apologize.
I kept searching for his performance. I guess I could have looked in the just the box score. But
I did not watch the Rising Stars.
Any idea
Challenge.
how Strother performed? KJ?
KJ didn't watch any of it.
No
man.
clue, man. Because that's how
KJ walked in. He goes, "I didn't have any of it."
Outside of All-Star Saturday Night, man, dude, the rest of it is just not appealing to me. That's how bad the product is, and I can't fake it anymore. I can't.
Julian Strother, anybody?
Going once, going
Jay Straw,
twice.
you there?
Yeah, and I see the text messages coming in. Do you think the political aspect between Canada and the U.S. has helped drive the ratings of that hockey game? Yeah, I do. They hit at the perfect time where there's strife between the two nations. There's outspoken leader talking about how he's going to annex a country. And then the first games are held in Montreal, and those guys are going to boo the anthem, the U.S. national anthem, because of that. That's the reason why the anthem was booed. Like, let's very clearly state the facts. That's the reason why Canadians are booing Team USA's national anthem. I don't think the opposite direction should happen in Boston, but it's going to.
But I still go back to what I said, even with all the external aspects of what's going on with Canada and America currently. Put all that stuff aside, and there's just something that's baked into the culture of hockey that is so beautiful, and it's why Canada-US was the must-see sporting event so far in 2025.
Yeah.
And that includes the Super Bowl.
Includes the Super Bowl.
That was the most fun I have had watching a sporting event, without question, in this calendar year.
It's funny.
Spectacular.
Because I told you I loved watching the Super Bowl even though the game sucked. The game was no good. I had an immense amount of joy because it was just watching Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs fail, and I was cool with that. I was super cool with that.
There was nothing during the Super Bowl that made my blood boil and the hairs on my arms stand straight up. There was in that USA-Canada game.
And there will be coming up on Thursday. You will feel that on Thursday. There will be tension. I think the crowd at TD Garden is going to be as loud as Montreal was at the Bell Center. There will be boos rain down upon O Canada. And you know what? They booed yours. Be my guest. You get to go back at
I say
them.
don't do it.
Be
smart
take
fans.
The high
Be
high
smart
road.
fans,
Right.
and don't boo the Canadian anthem. Don't give them any reason to drop the gloves. And then just out-hit them.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Their injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com.
Hey, Colorado, football season may be over, but you still got Four Nations coming up on Thursday. There's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Colorado. From college basketball, hockey, NHL season's coming back starting this weekend. NBA's back up and running this week. Everything in between. Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. And remember, you must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some news over the weekend in the NFL, Coach. Devontae Adams reportedly very excited over the idea that if the Jets release him, that the Chargers would pick him up. Excited over that idea. And then T. Higgins' mom goes off on Twitter saying that
looks like the dream of T. Higgins being a Denver Bronco is dying.
Well, it looks as though Cincinnati is going to franchise tag him, which would
second year.
It would be a jump from about $21 million to $26 million. And it's a jump, but it allows you just to keep T there for a year, to continue to negotiate a long-term deal with Jamar Chase. And Jamar Chase is going to be, is he a $35 million receiver? Probably, right? His deal will likely be the biggest wide receiver deal in the history of the league. It allows you to get that deal done at the same time without kind of decimating the biggest point of emphasis on your roster by losing T completely.
$25.69 million is the franchise tag value.
Because he's a second year
at the receiver position.
All right.
And how about the quarterback? What do you think the quarterback franchise tag
40.
is?
That's my guess.
41.3.
All right, so quarterbacks that'll get tagged this year, Darnold, tagged. Is that it?
Darnold's, you really think he's going to get tagged?
I think if you tag him, because then you can move him, right? Because then he is a 1-year cost controllable player for a team that might see the Darnold experience as you went to quarterback rehab. You were great, and then when it mattered, you showed us your true colors. You showed us the Sam Darnold of the New York Jets. And I think that makes a lot of teams gun shy to give him what he is worth right now is the Baker Mayfield contract, right? But Baker didn't fall flat on his face at the end of that year, right? He went into that offseason on the up and up, on the upswing when he was with LA. And then Tampa Bay goes, yeah, we'll take you. Like, you seem like you're fixed. You went to Sean McVay for a little while. You're good.
He essentially, Baker had a trial deal with Tampa, then got the contract.
Right. I think a team would be willing to do that, where Minnesota tags him with Darnold, and then maybe he moves on to another team, and he has that 1 year tagged, or he plays half of that season on the tag. They're able to start negotiating during the middle of the season, and they get something on the table then. I think that is more likely than him just hitting the open market.
So T. Higgins' mom's Twitter account, and I am pretty I did a little research, and it is his mother's Twitter account, even though it's weird. Like, it's T. Higgins mom number 5.
Is that the handle? T.
The
Higgins mom
handle
5?
is actually ADIZ lady.
Oh, all right.
And then the actual title of her name is T. Higgins mom number 5. She tweeted out, I don't know, FAA. That's a flight. That's aviation. What's the one for FCC?
FCC.
That's for communication about bad words. So she said selfish, and then the B word, which would be the male version of the B word.
Okay.
Which is inglorious.
We got you.
You know, what, are we allowed to say that word or no?
I have no idea.
Okay. I'm assuming that's about the Cincinnati Bengals.
I've said worse things, and I have.
So I clearly have.
KJ's got his hand over the dump button right now. It's just floating over the board.
And he's on the phone. I think he's talking actually too.
This son of a gun.
He's talking to the FCC currently.
They just got a bug in the room. Okay, so what did T. Higgins' mom have to say? What happened there, Coach, with your internet sleuthing?
Well, it doesn't allow for T. Higgins to get out on the open market. And the Cincinnati Bengals are notorious for not paying players. And that type of behavior, it costs you in your locker room by utilizing something that is just known as a bit of a slap in the face of players in their prime, especially if you start getting into franchise tag it for the second time.
It's fully guaranteed money.
It's the money's good. But
the money's great.
It's not what he could command in the open market. He was going to get north of 30. And he can start that. He can start that now, not potentially get injured after this season. And now he never has the ability to get a $30 million 5-year deal annually. The Bengals have a bad reputation in the National Football League, and I think it's catching up to them. I think it caught up to them this year.
If he were to play under the tag, Higgins would be owed 120% of his previous year's salary, which would amount to just over $26 million. It would put him in a bad spot. It would put him in a really bad spot.
I mean,
It's good money.
The number we kept hearing about T. Higgins in the open market.
A $30 million receiver. That is who he is.
North of. And
I wouldn't pay $30 million to have him here in Denver.
It's not your money. I would like to have him here in Denver.
Not at 30, I wouldn't.
Why?
I don't think he's a $30 million receiver. When you start talking about $30 million, I start thinking Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams type of guys. Like that's Devontae in his true prime. That's what I start thinking. I haven't seen T do it as the true number one. So maybe it's me just being gun shy on a player that's finally reaching his age of free agency. That could be it. I just don't see him as true 30.
What is Cortland going to command? Or what's he on the hook for right now?
Cortland Sutton, $14 million in cash and a $20 million cap hit next year. Is he worth $10 million more than Cortland Sutton? Probably.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
He's not worth double.
He's not worth double. No.
Because that's what we're talking. In the open market, he'd be double. More than double. Cortland Sutton's
yes,
value.
for cash, yes. Yes. I don't think he's worth double Cortland Sutton. And I don't think he's worth the point where if you were to sign T. Higgins or trade for him and then sign him, you lose Cortland. And then who's your number two? Are you ready for any one of the guys on the roster right now to step in as a true number two? Is Mims ready for that? No. Is Franklin ready for that? No. Is Devon Vele ready for that? No, he might never be. The 7th round draft pick, he's destined for Tim Patrick's career, and that's fine. But then you lose the depth aspect, hoping and praying that T. Higgins is the true number one wideout. You and I did this at the end of last week, where we went through all these veteran wide receivers, and I went, well, if the Jets are looking at cutting Devontae Adams because they can, it's very easy to do that. I would rather take the swing on Devontae Adams than those other guys because I think Adams would cost you less because he's already actively being paid by another team. If he were to be cut, he's out the end of his rope and he probably only has 2 elite seasons left in him. I'd rather take the chance at maybe overpaying Devontae Adams just a little bit than taking the chance on a long-term deal with T. Higgins and him not truly being a number one.
Raj, KJ, would you guys take Najee Harris, Pittsburgh Steelers running back?
I have another running back I'd take before him.
Give it to me.
I'd take Aaron Jones on a 2-year deal with an option.
Agreed.
I much better fit for a Sean Payton, stylistically.
And I think Najee is, I'm going to use a name from your past. I think Najee's J.J.
Yep.
I think the tread on that.
That's a great analogy.
Explain to the listeners why if they don't know that.
Yeah, so I coached J.J. at Boise State. 2014, he had 1,883 yards rushing and another 800 yards receiving. We went to the Fiesta Bowl. It was the last time that Boise State won a Fiesta Bowl in 2014. They went back this year for the first time in a decade. Got the brakes beat off them by Penn State. I was preparing for the bowl game, and a scout from the New England Patriots comes into my office. And in a very Belichickian way, because that's a culture that he knew, he comes up to me and said, "Hey, Coach, are you going to leave any tread on those tires?" Talking about J.J. And I looked at him and I said, "I have to feed my family."
Brother, they're racing slicks at this point.
I feed my family.
Those are the hard compounds that were racing in the F1 circuit.
To bring the circle, to close this circle, if you will, I see J.J. at the Fiesta Bowl this year. And he's retired. Had a good career for the Eagles and won a Super Bowl. And the Dolphins. But the tread was pretty thin. And I went up to him and was like, "Jay, I am so sorry." He's like, "Why?" He starts laughing. I really, really ran you into the ground. He goes, "It's all part of my story, and it's the reason that I was able to play in the National Football League." He said, "I wouldn't have been on the map had I not." I was like, I don't know. I think you would have actually been a higher draft pick and had a longer career. But that's just
Jay Ajayi career earnings. $3.9 million with 2 teams.
That's all?
That's what Spot Track says. Career earnings 3.9 over 4 seasons. He only played 4 seasons in the league?
Where's my money?
Dude, he played them all on like rookie contracts. But he's got a Super Bowl ring, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
With
Eagles.
With Philadelphia in 2017, the Nick Foles year. Yeah, he had his rookie deal, 4 years, 2.5.
God, he should have been mad at me.
And then he
I don't know why
and then he signed a 1 year.
He was so kind to me. He should have been like, yeah, jerk. I never got past my rookie contract.
Played 4 seasons. Coach, this is on you.
Hudge, man.
Take the guy to Michelin. Get him a new set. Christ. 303-504-0925. Join us today. Watch us in the Safeway Twitch stream, twitch.tv/altitude SR. You can also watch us on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio in your YouTube app. Now, this is my type of 2K Tuesday, KJ. My guy, a little Red Hot Chili Peppers. Get out of town. Altitude Sports Radio has been your home for the Four Nations face-off ever since the beginning of the tournament, and it will be your home coming up on Thursday evening, 6 p.m. game time. I would assume it's more of like a 6:20 puck drop because all the festivities that happened before it, but we're going to be live down there at number 38, so join me. Come watch the game. Wear your Team USA jerseys. Again, I'm going to be wearing my Charlie Conway jersey down there. We're going to have a watch party, a viewing party for Team USA and Canada in the championship game of the Four Nations face-off. And if you can't get there, or if you happen to show up like midway through the first period, you can listen to that game on AM 950 and worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Coach, can I get you out there on Thursday? Are you doing anything on Thursday?
Oh, man, that sounds fun. Check with the wife, man. Get a kitchen pass, hall pass.
Kitchen pass.
I don't know what that is. Not sure about it. I think there is a kitchen pass.
I know what a hall pass is. They made a whole movie on hall passes. Like Jason Sudeikis, I think, was in here or something like that. It was funny.
Yeah.
A kitchen pass? There's no difference between a kitchen pass and a hall pass. I think.
All right. Urban Dictionary.
Okay.
When
God, this could get sketchy, Coach.
Kitchen pass. Getting permission from your wife / girlfriend to go out.
Just go out? Like just go have a couple of beers?
Yeah. Have one beers with the boys.
Have one beers.
Well, just one. Just one beers.
Have some beer.
Just one beers.
Just one beers. It's one of my favorite things you brought to the show.
Oh, yeah.
One beers.
In dog beers, I've only had 3.
All right, Thursday night, you can come watch that with us. See the continuation of what has been a home run from the National Hockey League. And
all right, let me ask you this, Raj. I've been thinking about this.
Yeah.
Okay. Thursday night's mega event, USA Canada final, is the biggest hockey game. Let's just call it nationally, internationally, and not just to a fan base or two, obviously. Since when?
The 2017 Stanley Cup Final, Game 7 between St. Louis and Boston, because Game 7's everything. Last year we had a Game 7 that was big, but I think the average rating for the Stanley Cup Final last year was like 4.2 million or something.
And you already
beat that.
You already beat that in the pool play game.
All right, yeah. So the data says last year was not as big. 2014, or does it only have to be NHL?
There's hockey.
2014 Sochi quarterfinals, Russia and US, the TJ Oshie game was pretty big.
Yep.
I don't think anything will ever outdo 2010 USA Canada Olympics in Vancouver, Sidney Crosby scoring the golden goal.
Does this remind you a little bit of that in terms of the kind of the lead up?
Yep.
What happened in pool play?
USA wins 1-0, I believe. They shut out.
By virtue of just good old-fashioned brute strength and being a little bit unhinged in how you play.
And the Americans held on for dear life in that championship game. That gold medal game, getting to overtime was a feat. Canada was really good. They had found their netminder. They didn't know if it was like, are we going to play Marty Brodeur during this thing? No, they found it. And I think they had the extra jump. And I do have that feeling in the back of my head that goes, did you give them your best punch on Saturday?
Literally and figuratively.
And I hope that's not the case.
Plus, let's just call it like it is. Cale Makar will be back.
Cale Makar will be playing. Quinn Hughes may play for Team USA. Charlie McAvoy, the defenseman, again, he threw that massive hip check against Connor McDavid. Big physical defenseman. I think McAvoy is a Boston College product. He's either BU or BC. He will not play in that game. Matthew Tkachuk only played 12 minutes in Saturday night's matchup and barely played at the end of the game. So he might be nursing an injury. Part of the allure of this event is they're playing with intensity. They're playing physical. They're putting guys through the wall. There's hatred, right? There's fervid nationalism that you can feel in the arena and on the ice from the players. Part of the byproduct of this is players are going to get injured a little bit. You hope that it's not really bad, right? Like Shea Theodore from the Vegas Golden Knights goes out with a broken wrist, I believe, in game 1. You hope it's not season ending. Like Theodore will be back for the playoffs for Vegas. That'll be fine. I think you just have to take it and run with it. And this is me knocking on my wood, hoping that no Avs players get injured on Thursday night's game. But I am here to say I'm okay with the byproduct. If it happens, it happens. It's entertainment, and I haven't been entertained by a mid-season event in any sport as much as this.
Arguably, maybe, would this be in the history of mid-season All-Star break? This is the best it's ever been?
It's the best All-Star break-esque event that we've ever seen.
Maybe since the juiced-up home run derbies.
Oh, those are cool.
Of the McGuire.
Sosa was putting things through the back windows in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Those were fun.
This feels like that.
Those were fun.
Does it?
It could be there for me.
That was must watch.
But like, I also had those feelings. You remember when Melo was doing the dunk contest? And maybe it's because this is another part of another nuanced part of the argument. I remember that because it was formative for me. Right? When Melo was going through the dunk contest, I was 12 to 14. Like that is prime love sports time in your life. That is prime mold me into someone who's going to watch everything. And maybe now that I'm getting older, I look back at some of these things and I go, well, I don't have the same emotional connection to it. That could be part of it. But I do remember, I remember when Melo was going through that, and he's on the cover of NBA Live, right? In his powder blue uniform. You get to play in the video game in the dunk contest, right? Try and throw all those crazy dunks down without any of the props. I remember having that type of feeling for the NBA All-Star Game 15 years ago. MLB has always been kind of the same thing for me, where it works, but I'm not super into it. But it works. I'll watch it and I'll go, yeah, I'll watch the game. I'll watch the home run derby. You guys do a decent job.
Part of the reason that all hockey fans and non-hockey fans have been gravitated towards this Four Nations is because of what happened to start the pool play game between the Americans and the Canadians. It's an event. When you drop your gloves to start off a game and you have 3 fights within the first 9 seconds of play, that's an event. You can call me a complete redneck for this, but the Daytona 500, did you see the crash in the Daytona 500? Ryan Preece going upside down for like 100 yards upside down.
Crash.
I mean, but it's an event. It's like, what is this? There's a moment.
It's a very human thing to be gravitated towards violence. Yes.
Raj, with you knowing the world of hockey, and there is this code of hockey, based off what happened in Canada at the Bell Center, what does the code tell you is probably going to happen with regards to the antics, the dark arts, if you will, in this
the pregame?
Just is anything. Is this does the code of hockey tell you that Canada, they're coming back with something?
Oh, they're coming back. You're going to see Canada's best game.
I'm talking about the stuff that doesn't involve skating fast and passing scoring goals.
I don't think you're going to see like cheap shots. I think Canada will play a more physical style of hockey than they did.
Will Canada drop the gloves intentionally?
Yeah, there's going to be a fight. One of those guys will fight. Like I think Doughty may throw him down, but I don't think you're going to see 3 or 4 because I do believe that these two teams, the main goal for this game, entertainment is no longer the main goal. Entertainment was the main goal on Saturday night. That was get as many eyeballs here, prove the concept works, and now it is who's the best, who's the best team, who's the best nation in the world at hockey.
The United States, even though it would be complete overkill, probably within the code of hockey to drop the gloves again or do something intentional, they will play better if they do that again. They have a better chance of winning.
You want to get TD Garden into that thing?
They have a better chance of winning that game.
You put the Kachuk brothers out
if you do
time.
something stupid to start the game.
And we've got to fight.
So why wouldn't you do it again?
Try and goad them into it. I don't think Canada's going to take the bait, but I think the Americans should.
If they don't take the bait and you drop your gloves and the Canadian doesn't, the code of hockey tells you are soft.
You're soft, but you go to the box, you feel shame, and then I get to trot out a power play with McKinnon, Crosby, McCarr,
which was also
McDavid.
One of my favorite aspects of that game was they ended up getting a power play after the first 9 seconds. How did that work out, by the way?
Probably instigation, stuff like that.
Because the Canadians had a power play, and then the Americans were able to kill it effectively, which is awesome. It was like insult to injury. We just called out 3 fights. Apparently, the Canadians are claiming they won 2 of those 3 fights. I didn't see it that way.
Neither did I.
I thought
a lot of fights end in like that like turtle roll alligator.
It happens in football, like in an Oklahoma drill. We always say you're not allowed to twist.
Yes,
don't twist them down. That's not a real win.
I agree. I would rather 2 guys chuck knucks for 15 seconds as hard as possible. And then give like the bear hug and then kind of give are we done? All right, we're done. And then separate rather than taking a guy down to the ice.
One of my favorite fights was the Miller fight, the third one. Because he was so incredibly outsized in that.
Oh, when he missed the uppercut?
Oh, yeah. he held his ground like he almost went down. Miller almost went down to his knee.
Tell me JT Miller wouldn't look great in burgundy and blue for
Dude, I love JT Miller.
Love that player.
He is a...
If Brady Tkachuk, for me, if Brady Tkachuk is ever made available by the Ottawa Senators,
all in.
I make it happen. Make it happen. That's everything I want in a hockey player.
You ever seen the 80s version of The Mask? Like the movie was called The Mask.
Jim Carrey?
No, prior to the Mask that was in the 80s, 90s.
No, I've only seen Jim Carrey's The Mask.
Pull up a picture of The Mask, but.
Right? Isn't that somebody stop me?
Yeah, that was the Jim Carrey mask.
Jim Carrey mask?
This was not the same plot or anything like that. It's just called The Mask. You've probably seen it on daytime television or one of those random. Brady Tkachuk reminds me of the main character in The Mask. You pulled it up, didn't you? Does he not?
It looks like it's the guy in the Goonies.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was not nice.
No, but
that was very mean.
But but that's what you want. If you want somebody who's going to be, he's gonna lay down the law for your franchise.
Laura Dern is in this movie. How have I never seen The Mask?
It's old now. What year is it?
No, it's called Mask.
Oh, Mask.
The Mask. Cher is in this thing?
Mm-hmm. 1985, man.
Cher, Laura Dern, Sam Elliott's in it.
Is there not a little Brady Tkachuk in there?
There's a little Brady Tkachuk in that thing. That's a decent looking cast. How have I never heard about this?
Pull that up.
It's unbelievable. You are ruthless, coach. Ruthless.
I want my equalizer, my my enforcer, man. I want him to look like Mask from 1985.
Like Sloth from the Goonies.
Yes. And Brady Tkachuk he's got vibes.
He's got Sloth vibes.
Serious.
You better
vibes.
hope he's not an Av. You imagine the first, hey, I think you look like the guy from Mask from 1985. Pleasure to meet you. Can we have you on the show one time? If you win this Four Nations thing, does every American rink in the NHL hoist a banner at the same time? Because I think that'd be funny.
Be really weird in Colorado. Like the entire
we
Colorado.
had nobody on the team, but we're putting up a banner.
It's like one of the worst international moments for 3 of your superstars on your team.
They have to look up into the rafters every single game. It'd be too good. NFL notes are next.
I am having a very bad day.
Don't go anywhere.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League. KJ Granderson, start us off.
The franchise tag window in the NFL opens today at 4 p.m. Eastern, which will be 2 p.m. Mountain Time, and it lasts until March the 4th. Multiple sources confirmed on Monday that Cincinnati Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins is expected to be franchise tagged again. According to James Rapian of Sports Illustrated, they plan on using the non-exclusive franchise tag on him for a second consecutive year. In an ideal world, the two sides would agree to a long-term contract without the tag, but that may not happen before the March 4th deadline. If it doesn't, then he obviously will get tagged and they will look to negotiate a long-term deal afterwards. Higgins will make $26.18 million on the franchise tag, but those numbers would change if he agrees to a new contract, end quote. You guys were talking earlier about, would you pay T. Higgins $30 million per year on the open market? Well, the non-exclusive franchise tag says you have to trade 2 first-round picks if you want to negotiate with him if he still hits the open market with the tag on him. Is he worth that price if the Cincinnati Bengals do indeed decide to go with the non-exclusive franchise tag?
I believe I think the Bengals are just trying to hold on and use this loophole, if you will, of the franchise tag to hold on to an incredible core of Jamar Chase and T. Higgins for one more year. I believe that they will move on from T. Higgins when technically do it one more time. They can do it 3 years in a row.
You can do it 3 years in a row. However, the third year, I believe, has to be exclusive, if I'm correct.
I think so.
I could be wrong, and then I believe it would have to be an exclusive tag next year.
What is the exclusive, non-exclusive change in terms of what the franchise has to give up?
Exclusive means he can't be signed to like an offer sheet by another team.
Okay.
So a non-exclusive franchise tag is, remember the wide receiver Peerless Price?
Yeah.
He was with Buffalo. They non-exclusive franchised Peerless Price. And then Atlanta came and grabbed him and signed him to like an offer sheet. And then they had to give up 2 first-round picks. And Buffalo used that to get like Willis McGahee in the next draft. And that ended up being a wonderful draft pick from them. So non-exclusive, you have to give up 2 firsts. Exclusive is no other team has a shot. Like you're a Bengal.
And just to confirm, Raj, that is correct. It is exclusive on the third year, and they either get 120% of the average top 5 salaries at their position, 144% of his previous year's salary, or the average of the top 5 salaries for the highest paid position in the league.
So he would, if he went exclusive in his third year, you're looking at above $30 million.
Yeah.
It would be over 30.
Yeah, he would go into the was it Andy Dalton who went? No, Kirk Cousins. Cousins got tagged like 3 straight years, and it was exclusive in his final season. He would go the Kirk Cousins route, although the numbers aren't nearly what a quarterback would get in this situation where it would be north of $40 million. I would not give up 2 firsts for him. So I suppose the ship has sailed on T. Higgins, unless they sign him and then trade him to another team. Because you can still do that. You can tag him right now, still negotiate, sign him to a deal, and then trade him to another franchise if you need the room to get Jamar Chase in there. But do I think he's worth 30? Yes. Do I want to pay that player $30 million to be on the Broncos? No. And do I want to add 2 more draft picks to get there? Hell no. I'm Mr. Draft Pick guy. No. Keep those things in the fold. What's next?
The Denver Broncos finally hired their leading special teams candidate as their special teams coordinator and assistant head coach, and that guy is Darren Rizzi. Darren Rizzi was with Sean Payton his last 3 seasons with the New Orleans Saints, and obviously he brings the familiarity that Sean loves so much in his staff, a.k.a. the Denver Saints. Here's Jeff Legwold on with Kreckman and Lindahl last Friday talking about what was the holdup and why they decided to let go of Chris Banjo.
He had been interviewed for the head coaching job as the interim, but he was one of the guys who was kind of caught up in the weird, we got to wait till they announce a head coach. So that's why this kind of looked odd from the outside. It's where Sean Payton's wanted to go. I mean, they told Chris Banjo, I've had multiple people inside the building tell me they basically told Chris Banjo, we don't think you're ready for the job, so we're looking elsewhere. And that's why he went to the Jets.
Nothing like telling a guy he's not ready for a job and then he gets the job with another organization, but it's kind of a backhand slap because it's the Jets.
Yeah, but still.
You're not good enough for us, but you might be good enough for them.
Yeah, you know that Banjo's probably quietly went out with double barrels pointing in the direction of Sean. I would have. I'll tell you that. I've been there before in the coaching industry.
We are bordering on Saints West territory.
Well, one thing I will say is that you did get a bit of a tit for tat in the sense that Mike Westhoff was a Saint and he was essentially running special teams, even though Ben Kotwika had the title and certainly ended up the only, special teams coordinator for the back half of the season after the debacle in Kansas City.
How important is the special teams coordinator?
I think it's really important.
I don't want to belittle it's a really job, good question. But it feels like that's not impactful, is it?
Here's where it is impactful. Is even though there are not many high leverage special teams snaps anymore because the kickoff and kickoff return plays have been essentially eliminated. Mm-hmm. The punters have gotten so good at placing punts that there just aren't very many punt returns anymore. The primary objective of a special teams coordinator is to protect from punts getting blocked and from field goals getting blocked in the National Football League today. However, outside of the on-field value or salience of a special teams coordinator, you end up in front of the team almost as much as the head football coach, because special teams is the crossover of your roster between your offense and your defensive roster players. And so you end up in front, really outside of offensive linemen, interior defensive linemen, and quarterbacks, the rest of the team is there for special teams meetings.
It feels like a younger coaching position.
Well, I mean, Mike Westhoff was doing it well into his 70s.
Right, but
it's a bit of both. I personally like when it's a energy guy and somebody gets in front of the team, the rosters are like, they're waiting for his next crazy word.
You're excited to do something
big motivational guy, a lot of humor. Like one of the best special teams coordinators I've ever been around was a guy named DJ Durkin. Do you remember DJ Durkin? He was the head coach at Maryland that was responsible for the death of a player. He was our special teams coordinator at Sanford and a complete lunatic. Like he got in front of, and I say lunatic in all the right ways when he was the special teams coordinator at Stanford, but the players at Stanford were just holding on to every word, seeing what the heck he was going to say next. And it became like a must-see meeting.
It gets you excited to do something that isn't glamorous.
Correct. And then it bleeds into other aspects of your roster because it's unselfishness, right? And who's going to do the dirty jobs, the jobs that nobody else wants to do. So I think it's a really important position. And I think Darren Rizzi with head coaching experience clearly has some great sense of humor, was pretty hilarious even with the media. That's a good introspective
That's the guy you want.
Of what I'm talking about. Like with the media was like, oh, I can't get enough of this guy. We had his sound bites on about, what was it, taking a good dump or whatever?
Yes.
It's a Darren Rizzi dump sound bite.
Clogging up toilets.
No, I think it's it's a good thing to surround yourself with familiarity if that familiarity comes from success. And Sean's years in New Orleans were successful. So be my guest. Like if he came from Carolina and he had made the playoffs once and didn't have a Super Bowl ring to his credit, I think Sean Payton surrounding himself with his former cronies and buddies would be a huge mistake. But he was successful in New Orleans. Therefore, you get the opportunity to insulate yourself with whoever you want. I like it. Yeah, it feels as though you want a motivator in that position because you're dealing with a lot of players that are developmental, correct?
Correct.
Right? Like your crossover athletes there, you don't have many elites there. Like it's not every day where like Devin Hester is your punt returner and he's also playing wide receiver 2 for you because that's how he had to evolve as a player in the league. It's mostly guys that are mid-round draft picks, late-round draft picks, or undrafted college free agents that you have to then turn into second and third players on your depth chart.
Yes. Like Justice Trinad. Perfect example of a great special teamer. Just wasn't quite good enough to be what you're looking for as a starting inside linebacker. Like there were times where he was doing some really good things, but he got exposed in bigger moments down the stretch. And that's okay. Like that is the example of a primary special teams contributor.
All right.
That's what you want. And
I've learned things about special teams today.
Got better, man. Special teams is really important. It really is. It's the glue that holds the team together.
KJ, what's next?
At Friday's parade, where the Eagles were celebrating their Super Bowl championship, GM Howie Roseman took a beer can to the head, and it ended with the quote of all quotes, "I bleed for this city."
I bleed for this city. Go Eagles! Our players, our staff have done an unbelievable job. We are 2-time world champs, and we're coming back strong. Go Birds!
As Howie Roseman is saying those words, there is the perfect oval shape of blood on his forehead. And it was glorious. It was like he wore a full beer can in the head that came from the crowd early in the parade.
Oh, wait, hold on. He didn't do like the smash the beer on your forehead and then shotgun it thing? This was someone rocketed a beer in?
I heard somebody rocketed a beer in.
I almost killed a child.
There it is. Jeez, look at this.
Oh, yeah, that's a lump. Man, he got hit hard.
That's a pretty good one right there.
That's a concussion.
But when you listen to the way that Howie's voice sounded,
oh man,
it does have similar sound to it as some of the infamous Avs that in the Stanley Cup parade.
Birds!
I love some of those old like Cale Makar.
EJ,
ever heard of them?
Mikko was fantastic. Those guys, the Finns. The Finns overserved themselves in that parade.
I think some of the Canadians did as well.
Dude, I almost smoked like a 7-year-old kid. So I understand how guys can get hit in the face with those beer cans. When you are on parade, being able to judge the distance and the height from where you are as compared to the crowd when you're throwing projectiles at them, it's almost impossible. Like if you can start to like dial it in on your second or third throw, but that first one, you could be chucking 85-mile-an-hour fastballs coming down from Mount Olympus and not even know it. So I had a Coors Light or a Bud Light in my hand during the Avs parade, and I saw
just one beers.
That's all I had during that parade was
correct.
one beers, and I had one of my one beers in my right hand. And someone in the crowd like yelled my name, and I saw him. We pointed at each other, and I was like, "You get to have a beer now." And I threw it, thinking I was going to hit him square in the chest.
Bad throw,
dude. I overthrew this guy by 15 feet, and behind him is a dad with his 6-year-old probably on his shoulders, and this thing whizzes by this kid's teeth. The kid would have been smoked. No teeth, concussion.
Are you in the slammer?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Wow.
Unless you go to one of those events knowing that's something that could happen.
KJ, do you have any good sound of? I want to hear Makar. Was it Cale Makar?
Cale Makar.
This one. This is my favorite.
Cale Makar.
Do you know who that is?
Is it EJ?
Gabe Landeskog.
Oh, Landy. That's so good, man.
KJ, keep it going.
Go! Eagles!
On Monday night, Cam Ward spoke to the media after receiving the Davey O'Brien Award as the nation's top college quarterback, And he addressed the situation in regards to him sitting out the final half of his collegiate game in regards to the bowl game. Quote, okay, you're either going to draft me or you're not. If you don't draft me, that's your fault. You've got to remember you're the same team that's got to play me for the rest of your career, and I'll remember that, end quote. Should this type of response to a simple question like that, should it turn teams on, like, get them riled up, like, ooh, that's my guy, or should it turn them off during this pre-draft process?
Well, here we are again, right? This feels like it's the annual time where a quarterback that potentially is being overlooked, or they're starting to point to all of the deficiencies of said player as opposed to glazing the player for what they do well. Cam, the only thing I'm going to tell you is that this is part of the process, brother. Same thing with Shedeur. This is part of the process. You will get torn up as a prospect. There's going to be aspects of your game that are going to be put on display for the world to see that you're not where you need to be yet. So
you would have been drafted last year if that was the case.
Yep. And Cam Ward would not have been drafted in the top 6 quarterbacks last year. Just telling you right now. No chance. 6'1"? It's Bo freaking Nix. Tell me who you'd feel better about right now running your franchise, Bo Nix or Cam Ward.
Do I have last year in my back pocket? Like, I know what Bo is at. I don't know what Bo is at the pro
You know
level.
what Bo is at Oregon. You know what Bo was at Auburn.
I'd be hard-pressed not to take the arm talent with Cam Ward, knowing how he can chuck that rock. He does feel awfully Jameis Winston-y to me, where he can throw 4 touchdowns, 400 yards, and also throw 3 pick sixes in a game.
One thing about Cam Ward that is surprising, even though the optics of some of his games, when you watch him play, the ball looked like it was in harm's way a lot. Dude, his interception numbers were down. He was like 40-some-odd touchdowns to 7 interceptions.
Well, didn't he have 2 that were like essentially interceptions that ended up getting called touchdowns to win games for the Hurricanes this year that you looked at and you went, Virginia Tech probably had that football.
Yeah, that was part of Cam Ward's allure.
But if I have last year's season for Bo with the Broncos, I'm taking Bo 100 times out of 100. I love how that guy operates.
How about Bo or Shedeur?
With last year's knowledge?
Yes.
Bo.
I think the fit with Sean Payton is what makes it so good.
It is wonderful. Shedeur excites me, but there is part of the question with Shedeur, man, of him being incubated for the last 10 years, right? Since going back to Pop Warner, he has been in a Sanders incubator. It does scare me a little bit. He hasn't been exposed to different types of offenses. He hasn't been exposed to a place where he isn't walking in as, well, the Louis Vuitton luggage. That scares me a little bit as a guy who would be running a franchise. Everything hinges for me on those scenarios of, do I know what Bo is in the pros? And if I get last year as my data set, I take Bo 100%. If I don't have that, I probably take both Shedeur and Cam over Bo in the draft.
Bo is the perfect fit for Sean Payton. And these 2 quarterbacks are going to be scrutinized so ridiculously up until the draft. This is going to be a fascinating draft to watch play out. Fascinating. Because I think either both of them are drafted in the first 3 picks, or
they both tumble.
There's a monumental slide, kind of like the Kenny Pickett year. So we'll see.
NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance stores. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
Hey, Denver, it's Coach Sanford. Ski season's here, and if you're like me and the family, it's go time. This weekend, there was so much powder, so much fresh snow up at Loveland Ski Area, and it was almost too much for my family. So we're going this weekend instead of President's Day weekend because the tunnel and the traffic and everything up there looked a little wild. Great thing about Loveland Ski Area is that you do not have to go through that Eisenhower Tunnel, and you can head straight to Loveland where the slopes are filled with snow, not people. With more than 1,800 acres of skiable terrain and the highest average snowfall in the Front Range and Summit County resorts, look no further than Loveland Ski Area. Just this past weekend, you can see they got up to 20 inches of snow. So it's going to be a great weekend coming up this weekend with a little bit more sunny skies. Look for those bluebird skies at Loveland Ski Area.
You want to get me juiced up for a Four Nations game on Thursday? You roll this thing at TD Garden. This reminds me of NHL Hits 2003, one of the best video games ever made. You know what went away, Coach?
Did you ever see Limp Bizkit live in concert?
No, I was too young.
I saw him twice.
I was too young.
I was in the Circle Pit listening to Fred Durst.
I think my parents saw Woodstock 99 and went, maybe Alex doesn't listen to that music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then it came out on that video game, and I was like, I love that song. I still wasn't allowed to have a Limp Bizkit album.
Speaking of that type of energy, how about the Pids? Up the Pids or the Colorado Rapids start back up tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight.
On 92.5.
Tonight.
In 3-degree weather.
It is an 8 o'clock. 8 p.m.
No.
kick against LAFC in the first leg of round 1 of the CONCACAF Champions Cup. And they will be playing in temperatures that will be sub-zero, including the wind chill.
Are they going to rock their new kits? Those Rapids kits?
I love those.
Those things
kits.
are sweet. I think we're supposed to get our hands on a couple of those.
So I heard there's rumors.
We've been promised things.
Yeah,
I hope they come through.
I think we're going to be looking tonight at Old Commerce City. Probably wind chill is going to be in the -6 range.
You know, when we got in from California last night, late, I think we got in at 10 o'clock. I actually have a question for all of you guys out there. When you travel from cold place, and I'm just going to call Colorado cold place in this situation, to warm place, do you pack a jacket with you
for the return?
And you put it in your bag? That's valuable space in the bag.
See, I just say, you know what? I'm gonna big boy it on my walk to the car. I got a hoodie. That's it. That's it. I'm rolling. I'm getting it, and I do it. I don't like traveling with a jacket.
I'm a light traveler.
I am too, because I'll tell you who's not a light traveler. It's my significant other. And so every square inch of packing matters.
Because last night when we came in from, 65 and sunny, right? And I packed for 65 and sunny. There was never going to be a case where I actually needed a legit jacket. I could just deal with a sweatshirt and being cold for a little bit out there in the mornings. And then when I came back, it was -10 last night, Coach. I didn't have a jacket. I didn't put it in the bag because -10-degree weather calls for a 600 down jacket. And I got to walk all the way in the economy lot with my golf gear, my bags, in a short sleeve t-shirt. I'm lucky I'm here. I'm lucky I didn't get frostbite. So how does one do that?
Well, speaking of frostbite, just got some breaking news. Coming in from Chris Bianchi via the text
Fix the
message.
weather, Chris.
The Colorado Rapids with kickoff tonight against LAFC might end up being the coldest Denver sporting event on record.
Stop it.
It's going to be close.
Stop it.
From the words of Chris Bianchi.
Just push it back 3 days.
No. I live for moments like these. I need to go, don't I?
Doesn't the soccer ball freeze and turn into a boulder at some point? The only guy out there who's going to be remotely comfortable is Zach Steffen. Yeah, at least he's got gloves on.
Oh, everybody plays with gloves. They will all have gloves on when it comes to weather.
That feels a little soft to me. Says the guy who's complaining about the walk.
You're the hockey guy. You cover every square inch of your skin.
That's not true. When I coach, I'm no gloves. Doesn't matter where we coach. No gloves, no hats. You don't put a beanie on behind the bench. No hats.
No toque.
No hats. No gloves, no hats. You can throw some hand warmers in your jacket pockets, but you have to hide them from everyone. You can't show them. It's a thing. At least it was with my coaching staff. It was. What do you expect from the Pids tonight against LAFC? That's a team that's been a thorn in their side, Coach.
It sure has. That's a team that scared the heck out of me all year last year. Air temp's going to be around 0 degrees. All right, that's coming from Bianchi. It doesn't seem like the wind chill is going to be too bad. But for the Pids this year, what I'm looking forward to is year 2 of complete health and the leadership of Georgi Mihailovic. Love the player. And you get a little bit of double whammy of the Bassett brothers now. Cole Bassett's brother joining the squad this year. I think the Pids are going to have a good season. I like the energy that Chris Armas brought. We can get more information about some of the incoming players. Two big acquisitions were made for the Rapids over the course of the last couple of weeks. looking forward to seeing what this team brings to the and I think tonight's going to be a fun opportunity in front of bad weather with LAFC visiting a cold climate for the Pids to get a leg up on this CONCACAF Nations League.
You can listen to that tonight on
Champions
Altitude
Cup,
Sports Radio. On Thursday, your home for the Four Nations Face-Off Final is Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. We're also going to be live out there at number 38 for a watch party, so come on down, watch out there. It won't be as cold on Thursday as it is this evening for the Rapids and LAFC out there at Dick's Sporting Goods Park, but that's where you can watch that game. You can listen to it on AM 950 because on 92.5, we get the Nuggets returning back to action against 13-win Charlotte. You should be pretty much healthy. Like outside of Peyton Watson, you're there.
Fortunately, they're healthy because Aaron Gordon didn't participate in the dunk contest.
Oh my God, don't do that. Don't do that. You're also healthy because like Nikola had no desire to play in that thing. And as much as
Did you see Nikola Jokic giving Victor Wembanyama a bunch of crap for bringing his book?
Yeah, don't be a nerd.
It's awesome. So good.
I think it's weird. Like, I think athletes that are doing that now, I think they are putting on a front. Come on. You really reading? Are you really ingesting what your eyes are taking in at that point? You're comprehending that before a game? Maybe before an all-star game because no one really cares about it. Although Wemby was the only player that looked like he actually wanted to do something.
Here's Joker being a bully to Wemby, which I love.
You really brought a book? Yeah. I read before every game. Is that this crazy? So like
I read before every game.
He's just got his head in his hands. Joker's like, I can't believe these kids, man. I can't.
You really brought a book?
Kids.
I love the Nikola Jokic like that. When he does it's the same as when, who was it that fell out of their chair? It was a reporter it was a female reporter during the playoffs.
I can't remember who it
fell
was.
out of the chair and he just does that like slow, like face palm.
I'm embarrassed for you, facepalm.
Yeah, he did. He did it to Wemby. Did the same thing. Went right back to the facepalm.
I know we spent a lot of time kind of ragging on the NBA because like the Stars are the reason why that they've kind of ruined it All-Star Weekend.
We have a pretty awesome star ourselves.
We have an awesome star, but like Joker's part of the problem. He's part of the problem. He has no desire to be there. He's part of the problem why All-Star Weekend sucks. You just have to. I'm sorry. You have to hit it on the head. He's part of the reason why no one wants to pay attention because he doesn't want to be there. It's very clear.
Let's do it.
That's what KD said. He goes, "We're all miserable. You're all miserable. Let's get rid of it, and then we'll come back in a few years." The heart wants what it longs for.
You know what the heart wants for NBA players? Cabo on 3.
1, 2, 3. Cabo. We'll
where
talk
they're
to you
gonna
at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. Tyler?
DMac?
Man. It's freaking amazing.
It was. I ate up every single second of the Canada game. Not every single second of Sweden, but I ate up every single second of Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And had all my red-blooded American blood just pouring out of me as I'm watching that game. I mean, are you kidding me? Give me some Ric Flair, give me some Hardy, give me whatever. I mean, I felt it all in that game. I tell you what, I'm a big fan. Kachuk Brothers, let's go. Big fan for life.
Fan for life for the Kachuk Brothers.
Big fan.
Yeah.
Never knew I was, but I am now.
We were at number 38 with the radio station, and it was awesome. First of all, the weather Saturday here was terrible. So I was like, oh my gosh, who's even going to go out for this thing? Packed. And, hey, who's rooting for Canada? And Kale wasn't playing. And yeah, there was a few people, including my lovely wife, whose love for the Avalanche knows no bounds.
I don't get that. I don't get that.
She loves the Avs, bro. It's as simple as that.
Listen, I'm just going to say this. It's okay on Saturday night as you're watching that game to tell Nathan McKinnon, Devon Taves, and Cale Makar, who is sick. I get it. You can tell them all to pound sand on Saturday.
Wow.
They can pound sand as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, well, good enough. And Binnington scarred up Nathan's face with a loose puck in just the warm-ups. Nice job there, you dope.
And by the way, how could you try to support the Avs on a team with Binnington? Like, you can't do that.
It's the whole. How do you support a team with Hellebuck as the goalie for America? I mean,
I don't know.
Trust me.
Now I'm starting to like the guy.
Right. There's all sorts of bizarro conflicts going on all over the place.
But that's like the only American player to dislike. Like,
well, a lot of people
name another.
The Kachuk brothers are not exactly the most well-loved in Avalanche.
They are now.
Okay, listen, I'm on the same side here, and it was awesome. And the first 9 seconds of that game may have been the most electric, dynamic, exciting beginning to any sport ever. Frankly, it is hard to think of the beginning of any other sport in sporting history more electric than the first 9 seconds of that game.
Yep.
Hey, 303-504-0925. I mean, I'm not saying it was like the greatest game of all time because it doesn't have any significant championship consequences. But if you just want to look at an anticipated game in the beginning of it, give me something that was better at the very beginning.
Well, and I'm coming from a perspective of watching the first game, being like, all right, that was kind of cool, but I wasn't overly invested. I just didn't feel the buy-in. And so when the game came against Canada on Saturday, I'm like, well, I don't really know how I'm going to feel. It took me 30 seconds into the first fight to feel like this is the most important game of my life.
Well, and you can make the argument, too, that although it feels like in hindsight all the momentum swayed towards the U.S., think about it from the Canadian side of things. First of all, the crowd just got, done booing the national anthem. And that's firmly rooted in politics, not against the players. But okay, fine. And, you would think, as I thought when I was first watching, is this a reaction to the booing? It wasn't. As we found out, there was a history of Keith Kachuk, the Kachuk's dad, fighting who is he fighting? Our guy, right? Claude Lemieux.
I heard about that and I read about that, but I don't know if that's fair to say it had nothing to do with the booing.
I think it
had a lot to do with the booing.
Well, they were gonna
3 back-to-back fiix.
I think
that had a lot to do with the booing.
Okay. I respectfully disagree. I think the booing had it added fuel to the fire, but it's not why it happened. It happened because there was a group thread going on with the Kachucks about what we're going to do here. And then Matthew Kachuk sees Hagel, a guy he hates already, and it was on like Donkey Kong. And then he's in the box. Well, his brother's not going to let that go. And he's fighting Sam Bennett, who's a teammate of Matthew Kachuk. And then JT Miller was like, screw it, I got to get in on this too. Yeah, I think it was just the fire of the event.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure they didn't like it.
That was a passionate-filled moment for everybody. That was pure passion blowing out on that ice.
There's no doubt. It all went into the same cauldron of things. But it was interesting. First of all, did you know that Keith Kachuk had fought internationally against Claude Lemieux back in 1996?
Not until after the game, no.
No, I had no idea about it. I didn't know what the Kachuk's history with any of this stuff was.
I mean, really, we're going back to 96.
My dad did it.
I'm
doing it.
But I'm saying, that's what we're holding bad blood over.
No, I think it's just I'm proud of my dad. I love my dad. This is the history we have. Let's go. And then he sees a dude. Listen, they had to have the right guys out on the ice too. So I think it was all sort of fueled in the moment. So I don't think anybody was all that caught by a surprise of it. I think what was a surprise is what happened after the Matthew Tkachuk fight. I don't think anybody anticipated that. It doesn't matter. It was freaking awesome. All of it was awesome. And then the Canadians, they're the ones that took the momentum. They're the ones that made it 1-0. And then it set for an epic comeback by the U.S. team. That was, I don't know, man, flat out awesome to watch. Yep. And I got no bad feelings about Taves or McCarr or McKinnon, but I don't know,
They're
man.
just on the wrong side.
I was just like, how can you not be excited for the U.S. hockey right now? And it was interesting. I was watching a breakdown of it, and some of the Canadians are saying, well, we have nobody to blame but ourselves, because what happened was all these great Canadian hockey players, well, when they were done with their careers, Tyler, where did they settle? United States and Arizona. Or in Florida or wherever. Now, the Tkachuks are different. Their dad's from Massachusetts. He went to BU. I mean, they've got no Canadian influence whatsoever. But a lot of these Canadian guys or Canadian heritage just settled when they were done playing in the United States. So their kids are American. So there's crazy ties from the American team to Canada with relatives and family members and that whole thing.
Of course.
But what's happened all these years later is, guess what? American hockey is just as good as Canadian hockey. It's crazy.
Yep. And you know what? I'll say this. I'm glad the game was in Canada. I thought it was amazing. I mean, the fan base was cool. It was fun to watch it. That's obviously a very passionate group out there. And I just thought it was cute that all the Canadians out there that are listening, I just thought it was cute that it was a nice little effort you guys made in your own sport.
That's how you're defining it? Cute.
Yeah, it was a cute little effort they had in their sport.
All right, so now you have the big matchup. And by the way, U.S., but hey, they were out McAvoy. They were out both of the Tkachuks. And then they lost to Sweden. And, I watched all that game too. Didn't have nearly the intensity, obviously, because they had already made the championship. It's not like they played bad and they hit the pipe 6 times. So they easily could have scored more goals.
I did tune in, but it just wasn't the same. It just wasn't the same as watching the Canadian game. That was a blast.
Were you tuned into the U.S.-Canada game from the jump, from the get-go?
From the drop of the puck.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, I watched every single second of the game.
That's awesome.
It was an absolute blast, but I will tell you this. You better finish it off, because you can't lose the next one. You lose the next one, and it's all for nothing.
Really?
Yep.
Why is it all for nothing?
Because then they get the championship.
What championship?
Well, the Four Nations, whatever.
Oh, okay. So
what championship are we talking about?
I really have no idea. I guess there's probably a trophy associated with it.
Yes. What do you think they're playing for?
Well, I have no idea. I really don't know, actually.
What?
Well, I know
yes, there is a trophy.
There's a trophy.
Have you not seen it blasted all over every single game?
You know what? I haven't even paid attention to what the trophy
every single
looks
game
like.
They show it.
This is the trophy.
Yes.
This is what we're playing for.
Yes.
Don't walk away without this thing.
Yes.
All right. Well, cool. If there's something to play for, let's play for it. By the way, I actually, I used to be very anti-fighting in hockey because I felt that it was just a couple of slugs that were beating the crap out of each other. It slowed down the game. I actually love the way fighting is in hockey right now. It doesn't happen every game. It doesn't have to be between, the two slugs. It can be amongst everyone. And the way fighting was, I think hockey has organically really figured out fighting to where it's the best. So it's not a guarantee you see a fight if you go to an Avs game. It's not a guarantee. In fact, I'd say more times than not, there's not a fight. So when one happens, it feels like I'm seeing something kind of interesting here. And it was hella interesting. It doesn't get more interesting.
It needs to happen again in the next game. It's just as simple as that. There needs to be more fights. It's what people loved. It's what people got into the game for. It's why from the drop of the puck, everybody felt invested in the thing. And it's going to happen. Now, the good news for the last game is that none of the Avs got involved, right? So nobody had a little fight out there from the Avs. We'll see if Nathan McKinnon feels the necessity to be involved in the next game. But there's going to be fights again in the next game.
Well, there really wasn't fights after. There was hard hits.
I know.
There were a lot of hard hits, but there were no fights after the first 9 seconds.
There'll be another.
Okay, I'm not saying there won't be, but I doubt.
And there needs to be. Quite frankly, if they want to seize the momentum, if they want to maintain this,
the U.S.,
the NHL, the
NHL?
the U.S., whatever. Yes, that is what got people into that game.
There'll probably be another fight or two. You never know, right? I doubt it starts like that. That would be a bit manufactured if it just started with them dropping the gloves again at the very beginning. But hey, I'm all for it, man. If it happens in the emotions of the game, let it happen. Let it happen, man. I thought it was incredible. And meanwhile, you look across the street at the NBA, and it's like, what is going on here?
I didn't watch a second of it. I saw the dunk contest highlights. I did not need to waste my time on that.
Yeah,
I'm not going to sit here and give you a deep breakdown on it because I don't have a deep breakdown on it. But from everything I've heard, they didn't solve the problems.
It was on during the Saturday Night Live 50th anniversary show, which was an awesome show. They did a great job, and the Saturday Night Live concert was great, which was a couple nights beforehand. So I was like, okay, this is on, and the game doesn't get going for a little bit. I can, flip back and forth. But every single time I turned over to like the NBA stuff, it was like not basketball. I don't know what was going on. I mean, it was like pregame shows and concerts and Kevin Hart, and there's my guy, Mr. Beast, giving away like $100,000 with Dame Lillard just missing shots on purpose to help give away the money. And I was like, I was confused about what was going on. And then Draymond Green just ripped it to shreds, and we'll play that a little bit later on. And we'll get through all of it here today. But man, oh man, oh man. Did you have a night and day sort of thing with the NHL and the NBA, with the NHL looking getting over big time?
I thought Raj brought up an interesting point, though. This has been amazing. It has. It worked. Congratulations to the NHL. However, I do think there's a conversation to be had about whether you could do this every single year. And I heard Raj be the first one to bring it up. It kind of got me thinking about it. If they did this every single year, it wouldn't have the same appeal. It's got to have an Olympic type of feel to it, where maybe it's not every 4, maybe it's every other year, whatever it might be. But you would lose interest in it, just like you lost interest in the World Baseball Classic and everything else over time if it's just a normal part of life.
Well, they literally can't do it every single year because they do have the Olympics. Like next year, they're not doing it because the Olympic break is happening. So
they do it in the years without it, I guess. I don't know.
They could do something. I mean, if you're going to take a break, you've got to do something like this. You've got to do some sort of international competition. But hey, 303-504-0925. You can call, you can text, leave messages on the voice of the people. We're open for business. Plus, we got some interesting NFL rumors about the Broncos. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time. There's only one dealership you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. There's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on the lot right this minute over at Phil Long Ford. So we're talking about one-stop shopping. Guys, I built a long-term relationship with Phil Long Ford my rookie year in the NFL. There's a reason why I keep going back every time I need a new vehicle, because I know them, I love them, I trust them, they respect me, they get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the doors over at Phil Long Ford. So go have yourself a nice little vehicle. And remember that once you buy a new vehicle from Phil Long Ford, keep it serviced there, because they've got an award-winning service department, and they're going to keep your vehicle in tip-top shape for a very long time. Guys, interest rates are solid. The incentive deals are amazing. You're going to walk out with a fantastic vehicle at a fantastic price. Let them know Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
now as that big offensive tackle / tight end for the Saints.
So it's Hill out of the shotgun, looking to run it in. And he does. Touchdown. Taysom Hill. He was everywhere during that Saints possession, all over the field.
The Saints are going to dump Taysom Hill. Should the Broncos pick him up?
Hell no.
Oh, wow. Really?
Hell no. That would be. I saw your text this morning, and I didn't pull a Scotty because I didn't want to do the show before the show. But I saw you. I saw you were all fired up about Taysom Hill, and I'm like, God, this guy's an idiot. What's wrong with DMac? What a dum.
Why?
Of course, he's a dummy. Well, first off, it would go against my whole premise of it's okay to get the band back together. Meaning, go back to the same well with coaches, go back to the same well with players.
Mm-hmm.
But when you do it with players, you do it with role players. You do it with guys that are just they're guys that might even be backups. They're guys that are rotational guys. They're just guys that you trust, that you don't have to invest a lot in. They'll be ready if their number gets called. And that, for the most part, is the type of guys that Sean Payton has gone back to over the last couple of years to bring here to the Denver Broncos. What Taysom Hill would be just this weird gadget player that would get in the way of an offense, and he's, in all likelihood, way over the hill.
Oh.
Do you realize how long it's been since he's had a good year?
Well, I don't know. No.
4 years. 3 years. 3 years. 3 years.
Beat the Denver Broncos. I remember that game.
Okay, so you know are you also aware of how injured he's been?
No.
Okay. He had 21 yards last year.
Yeah.
21 on the season.
Right.
He had 83 yards the year before that.
Yeah.
He had 240 yards the year before that.
Well, how much money do you think you're spending on Taysom Hill there, Tyler?
It doesn't matter. It's about whether the dude will help us or not. And I think it would be a weird gadget player that would just get in the way because he's probably way over the hill.
Yeah, but you bring him in, you see how it fits. I mean, you can make the argument, too, the only guy who knew how to make him work in the NFL was Sean Payton. And these guys, without Sean Payton, didn't know how to make him work. I just don't know what the problem is. I mean, the guy would be a vet minimum guy no matter what if he was available. Might give you a little razzmatazz, a little whatever. And if he doesn't work out, you just drop him. You can drop him at any point.
The problem is when you bring in guys like that, you've got a memory bank that is really good. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to make this work again. Yeah. I can make that happen. And you start coming up with the gadget joker plays, and all of a sudden it's just getting in the way. And you're like, yeah, I probably knew better than that. The last 3 years, the dude hasn't been healthy. It was back in 2021 that he had a good season. And all of a sudden you're going to be frustrated that rather than investing in a young, dynamic joker player, you went back to the well with the dude that's over the hill.
Oh, man, jeez. Not even curious to try him out. Bring him in for spring ball, see how it goes.
I'm not.
Broncos have done that a ton with guys over the years.
None.
What do you mean none?
No interest. Me if I had interest. I'm saying none.
Oh, okay. Oh, man, wow. Not even interested in just like seeing what it looks like.
Nope.
Boy, holy cow. All right. Well, I would love to see what it looks like. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The guy's not going to cost you a damn thing. And Sean Payton made him, figure it out last time. I mean, I really don't want to know what the issue is. Like, you got 90 guys in the spring. Just one of 90 guys? No, that's too much.
Dude, he's going into year 9, and he hasn't been healthy since 21.
Okay, I don't know. If he's not healthy, he's not healthy. But if what if he's healthy? What if he's okay? What if he's rehabbed?
Well,
if
he has rehabbed, then he's likely going to be like every other gadget player that's in year 9, and he's going to be way over the hill.
Okay. Oh man, I did not anticipate such strong arguments with Taysom Hill. I felt like that was a no-brainer. That was a fun one. You get 90 guys in the spring. You got nothing in terms of money, no guarantees, no nothing. Guy who's got a close relationship with Sean Payton. Maybe kind of jazz it up a little bit. I mean, Jarrett Stidham's not going to do anything for you. Neither is Zach Wilson, theoretically, unless, you got, Bo Nix gets hurt. That's a guy who can actually play every now and then. But hey, if you're against it, you're against it. I'm not here to like make some sort of gargantuan argument. I just think it'd be fun and would cost you nothing.
You've got your 70-year quarterback theories and your dictums and your manifestos and everything. And I've just got an MO of what I think makes sense when you go back to the well. Going back to the well makes sense for core guys that you don't have to invest in. You just trust them to know the right thing to do. If their number gets called, it gets called. But when you go back to the well and you try to recreate magic with guys that are over the hill, generally speaking, it just gets in the way.
Here's my guy, Neil. DMac wants Hill, but has no idea injuries or stats. Solid take. Way to do your homework. That's angry Neil right there. Hey, man, I don't need to do a lot of homework on Taysom Hill, whether it's Sean Payton likes him or he doesn't like him. If he doesn't like him, fine. Again, Neil, everybody, I'm not making some sort of like I'm going to die on this hill sort of thing. This Taysom Hill. I'll wait for the laughs to subside in the cars. I just think that it could be a fun deal, but okay.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you are right in the thought process of it's not going to cost you anything.
Nothing.
You can bring him in for OTAs.
Yeah.
Figure out if he's got something left.
If not, see ya.
It is a low risk deal. I'm not going to lose my mind if they brought him in.
Right.
It's not like I'm like that anti it. I just don't think, generally speaking, it's a good idea to try to recreate magic when it's been 3 years since magic's been had.
Meanwhile, I guess we should have known in terms of T. Higgins, because the reports are they're going to franchise him. Like, why wouldn't they? They can, so why wouldn't they? He's going to earn the average of the top 5 receivers no matter what. So
I'm not taking that all the way to the bank just yet.
Why?
Cincinnati Bengals have got the most difficult offseason in front of them of any team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to figure out Jamar Chase. They've got to figure out T. Higgins, and they've got to figure out Trey Hendrickson. You're talking about 3 dudes that are all commanding elite money.
Mm-hmm.
And I know right now it's really easy to say we're going to put the franchise tag on him.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden you get deep into negotiations with Jamar Chase. You get deep into negotiations with Hendrickson, and you're like, oh, wow, that was a lot of money. Matter of fact, Jamar Chase, he's not just in the ballpark of the highest paid. He's now the highest paid player. Hendrickson's now the highest paid player in the NFL at his position.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, it's not so simple. I don't know. I mean, I just find it hard to believe they could actually get all 3 of those guys back.
Well, they can probably do it for a year, but they probably can't do it for more than that. But a year? I mean, if you're going to use the tag on T. Higgins, I mean, Chase is on a contract.
What is the tag? It's like 140% of what the highest paid players is, something like that.
I thought it was the average of the top 5 guys, and you tag them the second time, it's the top 3 dudes.
Is that what it is?
I thought so, yeah.
All right.
I think
I'll take your word for it.
Along those lines. Listen, he's going to get in a new deal. I mean, this is great news for T. Higgins, but they can do it. I mean, Kirk Cousins got tagged twice. You can do that too. You can tag him another year if you want. You got to be able to afford it one way or the other, and most likely the guy is not going to be long-term. But you can also obviously tag him and then try to work out another contract. And if they love him, that's what they'll probably try to do. And that's where you can save money, right?
Yep.
You can make everything more affordable, and you can give yourself time to do it and whatever.
I personally never targeted T. Higgins as a guy that I really wanted to go after. So it's not a huge buzzkill for me.
All right.
There's 2 receivers I'm interested in. I'm interested in a trade for Debo Samuel at the right price. And I'm interested in signing Chris Godwin in free agency.
There's a proposal out there for good old Debo. It's a 4th rounder. Would you trade a 4th rounder for Debo Samuel?
Yeah.
7 picks.
Yep. In a heartbeat.
And he's had injuries too.
In a heartbeat.
Okay. Because that's what's being floated out there. The Broncos, the Steelers, and the Patriots may all be interested. And the value of them is something like that. It's like a 4th rounder. It's nothing too extraordinary.
We traded away DT in the twilight of his career for a 4th rounder.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, there you go. That's one guy. Who's your other receiver? Who else do you want?
Chris Godwin.
Oh, Godwin. Okay. Yeah, he's out there. I haven't heard anything about
Chris Godwin to me is just a dog. He's a dog in every phase of the game. He wants to be involved in the running game. He's a highly aggressive blocker. He's a possession guy. He's all of it. Now, he's had injuries also, but to me, that's actually a positive for him because unlike these other free agents like T. Higgins, who are going to command $30+ million if they were to hit the open market, that's not what Chris Godwin's going to do. I think you can get Chris Godwin and Cortland Sutton done on a 2-for-1 type of deal.
Okay. What else is going on out there? And then Nick Bolton is floating around out there for the Broncos.
Yep.
Good name, interesting one. Like that checks a lot of boxes. Good player in his prime. Was a 2nd-round draft pick. Hasn't done anything wrong. Hasn't been hurt. Just the Chiefs may not be able to afford him. One of those dudes where if you really were interested, you could probably easily Pay him a little bit extra, more than the Chiefs could probably do to get him.
Yep.
And that one makes a lot of sense to me. Nick Bolton?
Well, we really haven't invested in the inside linebacker position in what feels like 7 or 8 years. Actually, it might be more than that. Since we decided to let Danny Trevathan walk after the Super Bowl, can you name a high-priced linebacker that we've gotten? I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Inside linebacker?
Yeah, inside linebacker. I mean, we had Brandon Marshall and Danny Trevathan. They both left. And then we've just been gluing those positions together year after year. So it feels like it's bound due time to invest in that position.
How do you like Bolton?
He's a good football player, man. I mean, I think there's 2 or 3 guys that you can kind of target and just say, I'll take the best that's available at the price that makes sense for our team. I think Dre Greenlaw's one. Nick Bolton, you throw in the conversation. You want to have Zach Bond, that's fine. You pursue all of them, then you find the one that makes sense financially.
Yeah, Zach Bond may just go back to the Eagles. They may be able to just get him back.
That's what I've been saying from the jump. I cannot envision a world in which he's not back there.
Yeah, I'm leaning in that direction too. Bolton would be more of the move. You know, like
why?
Because the Chiefs are just probably going to have to rebuild in other places that the Eagles won't. The Eagles will probably be able to hold on to him a little bit better. That's all. The Chiefs are going to be in, they're going to pay the piper at some point for who they've had and what they've paid. They can't keep everybody, and the Chiefs, I saw Peyton Manning say, "Hey, Travis, take your time." But the Chiefs got to know what this dude's doing. I mean, this is going to have a dramatic impact on everything else they do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure they would welcome him back if he wanted to play another year, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's part of the Chiefs organization that's like, if we're moving on from this guy, let's go, because we got other players to spend on. That's a great example. So if Kelce were to retire, the chances of them bringing back Bolton are, if he retires, they probably could bring back Bolton. I don't know. What's Travis Kelce command a year? He's going to be at least 17, 18, something like that, along those lines.
Well, I'd be surprised at this point, but Nick Bolton's that's a good player, and I'd be surprised. The Chiefs got a lot of problems to solve, specifically on their offensive line. Once they solve that offensive line, it ain't that complex for them, though. So I'm operating under the MO that I would with Zach Bond. I don't see why the Chiefs would let him go.
Well, we'll see. That's out there too. And then this is a survey of like the 50 top free agents and who they would go to. And the Broncos had, they were speculating it would be Bolton to the Broncos and
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones, yeah. Well, we've talked about Aaron Jones. I mean, we've thrown Aaron Jones into like a veteran running back pot, right? Like, is there one guy that's all that much better than another guy? I mean, do you care one way or the other about one of the vet running backs?
Well, I have said I think the Broncos need to sign a tight end in free agency and draft a tight end. I think the Broncos need to sign a running back in free agency, and they need to draft a running back. So throw a few names in the hat, and Aaron Jones, I guess, would make as much sense as anybody.
Yeah, I think it's all kind of I don't know if there's one guy that's all that much better than another, but he's one of them. He's one of the names there. And off you go. So if the Broncos, Tyler, for the sake of argument, in free agency, got Mike Gesicki, Nick Bolton, and Aaron Jones, how would you rate their offseason?
Mike Gesicki, Nick Bolton, and who?
Aaron Jones.
That would be fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me another 3 guys there. I mean, those are 3 positions. You got better 3 guys? I mean, we're talking inside linebacker.
Yeah.
Tight end, running back.
Yeah. I mean, so at the inside linebacker spot, my guy is Dre Greenlaw.
Okay, so Greenlaw.
Yep. I'll give you a running back that I like marginally better.
Okay.
And it's mainly because of age. Najee Harris.
All right.
And then what are my tight end options? We got
like Zach Ertz.
Tight end free.
Besides Gesicki, Juwan Johnson, who was connected to the Saints.
Well, he's arguably the best tight end that's on the market.
Okay.
And he's got a history.
He does. So you could go
Tyler Conklin's out there.
Tyler Conklin, yeah. I mean, are we really looking at these three positions in terms of targets?
I'll tell you a guy at tight end I'd like, and he's over the hill. But I'd be okay with it because I'd plan on drafting one also. Give me some Zach Ertz. Give me some Zach Ertz.
You like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So Zach Ertz, would you? They got Godwin. I'm looking at this list. They say best team fit for Godwin is Tampa Bay. It's a fun list to look at. Best fit for Sam Darnold is the Raiders. They said the best fit for Fields would just to go back to the Steelers. And then they said Russell Wilson to the Giants as a best fit. It's going to be a fun offseason to see where everybody. Are you all right? Is everybody okay back there? By the way, I got something. Speaking of Russell Wilson. From New York City. From our guy. Look at this. It's the Russell Wilson. And that's a good.
It's a good looking jersey.
You know what, man? I mean, I think it's not game worn, but it's a game. It's
nope. There's a level above it because it doesn't have stitching. You know on the back look at the back, it's all pressed.
Yeah.
It doesn't have stitching.
Look at this thing, though.
It's still a nice jersey.
It's a really nice jersey.
Yeah.
John, you just sent it to us.
And he actually overnighted that son of a gun. From New York City. Or from New York somewhere.
Oh, wait, what else?
Where's he from?
What's he sent us
Oh, wow. You got to.
Wait, what the heck's
Hey,
going
look,
on here?
he wrote his own dictum.
Yeah. He sent us a Starbucks gift card.
Wow.
Wow. Why did he do that? Should I read?
What is in the dictum?
On March 8th, 2022, you got to keep the music going for this. I was sitting at my desk in the office in downtown Jersey City. All of a sudden, a feeling came over to me. Zapped across the internet into my laggy stream. Russell Wilson is a Bronco. I had pep in my step every day after that. Bragged to my friends in New York and New Jersey about the Broncos finally being back. This goes on. I'm not going to read the whole thing.
I feel like you might need to.
I mean, it is.
I feel like you might need to read the whole thing. Let's just cut to the part when he realizes Russ sucks.
I was so excited for the 2022 season start. I bought 3 sets of tickets. Week 1 Seattle, 4 in Vegas. That was my bachelor party. And then the horrendous Thursday night game against the Colts. As fate would have it, I dragged the wife to the stadium 3 hours early. We sat down in our seats close to the team entrance tunnel. I practically had to push a little kid to get Russ to sign the jersey. Joking. I helped the kid get a signed football too.
Get to the part where Russ sucks.
P.S. to Scotty. For the record, I am not rich. Don't have my own plane. Flights that day were 500 round trip, but the story of getting to meet you all would have been priceless.
Wow.
He was willing to do this.
Wow.
To get the bobblehead. God bless Bo Nix. John from New York.
And God bless John.
And he sent this beautiful photo of Sean Payton with Scott.
That's going on the wall. That's good.
Oh, that is good, man.
Stepbrothers, Sean Payton and Scotty.
Scotty and Sean Payton, stepbrothers. That's right. Look at that right there, man. Man, so are we going to hang this up officially, or will we just throw this in the corner with all the rest of our garbage that we have in the studio?
Goes right there behind Scotty. Yeah. There's 2 pens right there.
Oh, my God. You think he'll even notice it? Hold on. Good point.
Yep, right there. All you need is one.
Oh, these are nails.
Wow.
Oh, well, hold on.
Don't destroy it.
No, I won't.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't destroy it. Okay, look, just like that.
There you go.
We've now got it placed right behind Scott's head.
Oh, no, my headphones. All right, thank you to John. I have no idea. How much do you think he sent us in Starbucks gift cards?
I don't know.
What do you think we got here? What do you think we got?
I'm going to go with 50.
$50? $50.
50.
$50. $50 at Starbucks.
That's pretty good.
There you go. Well, thank you, John. We appreciate it. How long will that photo stay up there?
Well, when Scotty gets back.
It's PhD on 92.5. So Thursday, I guess they got to fight again somehow.
Oh, they will.
Let's make some bets on things. Dan, you can be part of this too here.
I already know what it's going to be.
Okay.
I don't know which one, but it's going to be a Kachuk brother versus Nathan McKinnon.
Really?
Yep.
You think Nathan McKinnon's going to fight?
I do.
Oh, dude, put that up as a poll.
I think he's watching
Why?
it. I
Why
think he's
Nathan?
watching it, and he's just like, I'm next.
Nathan?
We're 3 down. We're down to me. I'm up next. I'm one of the best players in the world. I'm not afraid to drop gloves. He's proven it in the past.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't afraid of dropping gloves.
Well, he's not afraid. I would not want to see that happen. There you go. You drew a line there.
I'm just telling you, that's what I think is going to happen.
I got no desire to see that one happen.
Which Kachuk brother would he hate more?
Well, I don't know. It's Ottawa and Florida. I mean, you don't really hate any of them.
First one that gets in his sight.
I mean, why do you really hate Ottawa or Florida, frankly?
Because now he plays for Team Canada, and Team Canada hates the Kachuk brothers.
Yeah. I mean, I get that. I mean, I can understand that. I mean, it was pretty funny when Brady Kachuk is beating up Sam Bennett the best that he can, and that's like, Matthew Kachuk's teammate. Like, hey, Brady, Panthers may need that guy. Hang on there a second.
I actually kind of like your brother. Like, I'm cool with him.
Yeah.
Why am I fighting?
What's the problem? Like, Matthew Kachuk, from what I understand, and I don't know all the Florida Panther rivalries, like, hated Hagel in the first place, so that wasn't much of an issue. Listen, part of that had to be played out a little bit. How do those lines get on the ice to start with? I mean, come on.
Oh, well, I think the first fight was 100% done like probably an hour before the game.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 hours, maybe the day before the game.
And then both coaches had to basically sign off on it. And, I mean, what do you think? It's just that random?
But I tell you this, it was smart. It was brilliant. The NHL could not have had better marketing than how that game started.
Yeah, I don't want Nate to have anything to do with a fight.
Oh, I could see it happening, though. I mean, it can't just be the same guys, right?
Well, that's right. That's why I don't think it's going to – I think something will happen during the course of the game, but there's no way it's going to start the same way. No way. If it started the same way, that'd be just a little too cringe. That'd be a little too manufactured.
It'd be freaking awesome. Are you kidding me? It would be cringe. Nothing about it would be cringe. It would be amazing.
All right. Hey, listen, I'm not against it. If it were to happen, I wouldn't be sitting here
yes,
being like, boo.
Yes, it would be manufactured, but I don't care.
I
watch the UFC.
I don't want Nate to have anything to do with it. I was actually kind of happy that Kale wasn't even playing in that game. And it wasn't because of the fights. The degree of hitting and what was going on was pretty rough, too.
Yes, it was.
We'll see what happens on Thursday. I have no idea why it would be any less physical.
All right, I'm going 1-1 on there just being fights, generally speaking, and I'm definitely taking there's going to be fights.
Will the Boston crowd boo the Canadian anthem?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
What do you think, Dan?
Well, they didn't boo it yesterday, so now it might be different with the matchup between the U.S., but they didn't yesterday. So I would say no.
I'm going to say the Boston crowd is going to go like way high road on that one. And the bigger insult is to just, be furiously applauding it and be,
because people from Boston are just such high road human beings.
I think they'll seize that, Mo. I would be shocked if they actively boo it.
I don't know about that. I think it's on. I just think it's all on.
Okay, who wins?
I really hope U.S. because, man, it's all for nothing if they don't win the next one. It's all for nothing because I just really desperately want Canada to just suck at their own sport, and it was fun and it was awesome. I think there's something about the ragtag group against the Avengers, and sometimes it works out for that ragtag group who's actually been training together, working together their whole life. They've been working together versus this group that's just kind of a bunch of one-off superstars. I'm going with USA. Let's go.
On the text line, the Kachuk said they planned it as soon as they saw the starting lineup, then tried to say it was organic. Yeah, you see the starting lineups a little bit ahead of time. You got some time on the old. You don't see the starting lineups like the starting lineups are announced like far before the game starts. You know what they are. You got some time on that one.
Yeah, but both guys dropped gloves, right? So, like, the second that puck is dropped, both guys are dropping gloves. So, both sides have this thing worked out.
There's probably a little, well, that always happens. Like, you good? We're going? I mean, that sort of stuff always happens. So, yeah, it was definitely like, Tyler is 100% right. Boston people suck.
I'm not going to say anything.
Goalie advantage, USA.
And it's not because of you.
All right. Tyler's saying Nate is going to fight is on the same level of stupidity of DMac saying he wants Taysom Hill.
Oh, because we've never seen Nathan McKinnon fight? Hold on. Did I say I want him to fight, or did I just say that I think he's going to fight? So I'm pretty sure I just said I think he's going to fight.
Will Nathan McKinnon get into a fight? Voting's very early. 92% no, but there's a lot of time left on this poll.
Wait, who are the captains?
Sidney Crosby is the Canadian captain.
Just
and
one?
I believe so, yeah.
Do we have an A?
I don't know. And the U.S. captain is Dan. Oh, boy. God, is it not a Kachuk? Who is the U.S. captain? Actually, I'm not sure who the U.S. captain is.
It's Austin Matthews.
Austin Matthews, who did not play last night either. So they were little safe with Austin Matthews and with Matthew Kachuk. And then Brady Kachuk goes out. Charlie McAvoy went to the hospital.
Charlie.
Well, so he ain't playing in the finals. So the U.S. is kind of beat up here a little bit, actually.
Well, it was announced today that Quinn Hughes is replacing McAvoy.
Quinn Hughes is replaced. Wow, that's a nice replacement, isn't it? Wow, how is Quinn Hughes not on the team in the first place?
He was dealing with injury.
Oh, okay.
It's over now?
Well, they do have the right to do that, to pull guys up. Oh, you want to talk about a selfish move?
Oh, people are saying Kale's got the A.
Kale's got the A? Okay. How about LeBron? This was unbelievable. LeBron, instead of just saying, I can't play or whatever, allowing somebody else to be an all-star, pulls out of the game at the last second. What a piece. What a move that is.
Maybe he thinks it's his last one.
Dude, that is such a ridiculously selfish move right there.
Well, did you see the team photo?
No.
Seriously?
No. What's up with the team photo?
If you thought that was selfish, not only did he take up a spot, but he couldn't even go through the effort of putting on the uniform for the team photo. So every other guy's got the all-star uniform on, and LeBron is in street clothes for the photo.
Man, oh man. That guy is a trip. That guy is a trip. You know, Bo Nixon, he was recovering from surgery. He didn't take a Pro Bowl spot away. He tapped out. He knew it had to go to Russell Wilson eventually. Two assistant captains for both teams. Yeah, I don't know the captains off the top of my head. McCarr and McDavid. Sid McCarr and McDavid. Okay. You guys are smart, man. Love our audience. They're the best. Here's a little of Draymond Green. This is fun. He's on an NBA broadcast. He's on TNT saying this.
Candace goes, I'm coaching some team. And she's right. Some team that no one wants to see.
Oh, man.
I had to work so hard to play on Sunday night of All-Star Weekend. And because ratings are down, because the game's bad, we're bringing in Rising Stars. That's not a fix. I never played in the Rising Stars game. My first 2 years, I didn't touch that game. And these guys get to touch the All-Star floor on Sunday night? Like when the floor is the floor? In America, the president has Air Force One, right?
Yeah.
They have several of those planes. It's only Air Force One if the president's on it. That's the All-Star floor. You have the court, you have the events. It's a nice looking court. When All-Stars are on the court, now it's the All-Star court. Those guys did not make the All-Star team. To be playing in the All-Star game and you did not make the All-Star team is absurd.
He kind of just went on and on and on.
He ain't wrong. I mean, I think he's got a lot of common sense in that. Do you disagree with anything he said? I mean, here's the point he's missing is that the NBA was hoping that this Rising Stars team would create a more competitive environment for the All-Stars when they're actually going up against them, right? So that was the hope that was behind it. But he's definitely not wrong about an All-Star just earning his way onto the team just for no reason. I mean, a rising star.
They do that in baseball.
Yeah,
the Four Nations thing that the hockey's doing right now, where it's four nations against each other.
Really
That's
awesome.
their
Up the
All-Star
money, Dr. J and the Big O want to talk to you.
What?
I don't know. I was a little confused there. I think what he's trying to say is, look what hockey's doing. Look what we're doing. It's embarrassing on the same weekend, and it was. It was.
But what's the fix? I don't know.
Well, we could try to figure out. There's a bunch of, I'll give you a couple of solutions that have been thrown out there. Plus, the Broncos' focus on free agency starting to take shape. It's PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, 2025. I want you to attack it. I want you to enjoy it. I want you to have love in your life. And if you're like most men who've been dealing with erectile dysfunction, you probably haven't done a dang thing. Probably you're just like, it is what it is. It'll get better. But it doesn't have to be terrible for you. Life can get better. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they work where the pills or herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Just joyful, joyful, joyful. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. For nearly a decade, they've been serving men like you successfully. So for $99, a T and a PSA test, if advised a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free, but it's going to work. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment, and there's 5 offices up and down the Front Range to take care of business. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Bling. No dumb question. If the Bills release Vaughn, should we bring him back home? Yeah, no dumb questions coming up at 1:45, but we can sneak that one in. And I got an interesting little social media post from Aaron Gordon. Very interesting. But yeah, how about that right off the bat? Would you welcome Vaughn back?
Yeah, I would. First off, I think that would be a dream for Von Miller. He has not been shy of the fact that he would love to come finish off his career here as a Denver Bronco. I think you got to be very strategic with it, and I don't think it'd be that big of a challenge given where Von's at in his career. He understands exactly who he is. He understands exactly what value he's got. The only slight hesitation I had is that we've got really talented young pass rushers who, for the most part, are all dirt cheap, right? And you don't want anything to get in the way of the development of those guys or to get in way of the rotation of those guys. But I don't think the Von Miller would get in the way of that. I think the Von would be just a part of the young guy rotation who gets 10 or 12 snaps a game, that type of thing, right?
Yeah, he'd be a pretty luxury piece, but he might not cost a lot. Again, if he doesn't cost you a bunch, and let's see what's what. I mean, listen, man, every championship, and there's only been 3 of them, but hey, okay. Broncos got Neil Smith, although he's probably a more regular player. They had DeMarcus Ware. Again, he was kind of in, kind of out. But it's not like we haven't had, veteran sort of final pieces of the puzzle during years that the Broncos have won championships. So, sure, why not? The guy, I got no problem with it. Either Von can contribute or not. I know he loves it here. I know he wants to be back here.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have no problem with it whatsoever. I really don't know why the Bills would bring Von back at this point.
Well, I think they're still financially committed to him. I'm going to look it up, but I'm pretty sure they've still got a very hefty commitment.
Okay. Well, listen, if they do dump him, then sure, I'd welcome him back. Listen, again, you get 90 guys for spring football. You get 90 dudes. You can bring, if you got guys on the cheap that you're curious about, it doesn't kill you to bring him back. You're not overly committed to him.
I mean, so he's got a cap hit. They could save a lot of money in the cap, I guess. They've got a cap hit of $23.8 million with Vaughn next year and a dead cap of $15.4. So they could save over $8 million by cutting him.
Makes sense. I mean, come on, man. He was kind of a boutique player for them. Aaron Gordon, this is a fun one. So a couple of days ago, it's cool seeing what Mac McClung can do. Okay?
Is it?
Yeah. No, it is.
Yeah, it is.
No,
it is. It is.
But that's not why.
But I kind of feel a little bit about him like I do about like just bringing in outsiders, like non-NHLers, non-NBAers, like you should be in the league if you're participating in these things.
Well, if the NBA, listen, here's what they could do to fix it if they were interested. First of all, you've got to set up some sort of United States against somebody else. So USA versus the world. Just start there. Make it a 40-minute game with international rules. I'd still hold the game in America, but it'd be tempting to play it over in Europe. That's for sure. But logistically, it's probably impossible to do.
Wait, isn't that what they're doing outside of the international rules?
No, they're doing all sorts of wacky. You didn't watch it.
Well, they're doing 40-point games.
I said 40-minute games, not 40-point games.
I'm sorry.
Use the Elam scoring system where you play up to something near the end of the game, too. That's a good idea. So that's the game. And have the game just be the game and tell Kevin Hart to shut up and all the rest of it. Mr. Beast can do his stuff another night. And if you want to have – this is how pathetic it got during the skills competition. Chris Paul and Victor Wembanyama, decided to fix it, which was hysterical that they, were trying to, fix the whatever that thing, the skills competition. Was stupid and embarrassing for those two. So
what is your theory, your idea? What does that do to increase the competitive juices? I don't see what that would do.
Brother, if that doesn't work, USA versus the world, nothing will work.
Talk to me like I'm 5 though. Like I'm not judging. I'm trying to understand why that would change anything.
Because theoretically, people would care about representing the United States of America and people would want to beat the United States of America. Theoretically.
Yeah, but then hold on. Are we staying true to NBA players?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, you've been kind of all over the map on that one previously, where you wanted to include non-NBA players. So I was just clarifying.
I was saying that in case you want to do a Four Nations thing, there wouldn't be enough Serbians, and you shouldn't have a tournament without Nikola
Well, you'd
Jokic.
have to do it regionally.
I'm done with it. USA versus the world. The other thing to do, and the WNBA's done a good job with it.
Wait, hold on. Dumb question, though. I'm sorry. So USA versus the world, just singular game.
One game, 40 minutes, international rules.
Okay.
That's the game. That's your all-star game. The other stuff to do to make it interesting is you have a high-priced one-on-one competition. And the WNBA has done a good job with that. You do that one.
Yeah, that's I've liked the one-on-one.
Okay.
I've been pushing that. I think that's something they should do because I think it's impossible as a competitor, as an athlete, when you get out there one-on-one, that is so much different than being in a casually comfortable group court where you could just kind of hide. It is so much different when you get out there one-on-one to not let your competitive juices get rolling.
And I think a lot of the stars would do it. Now, here's the fun one, too. And no offense to Mac McClung. John Morant put out there, Zach LaVine and AG, what's up? Aaron Gordon, I still got some shizzle. They're clearly talking about, stars being in the slam dunk contest.
I 100% agree with them. Nobody wants to see Matt McClung. Nobody wants to see that.
Nobody wants to see
Nobody
that.
cares. Nobody cares. I can go on YouTube and I can see this stuff. I know that there is a traveling circus of dunk contests, that they travel the world and this is all they do.
Right.
And they're probably 5 times better than the NBA players. But guess what? I don't know who you are. I don't have any investment in you. I've never seen your face before. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you can do. I care about what my guys can do. I care about what the NBA guys can do.
So the skills competition is obviously stupid. You just get rid of that. That's dumb anyways. You keep the 3-point contest because, I don't know, whatever. You want to do your celebrity game, whatever. You have that night before, and then the game itself, you just do USA versus the world. Now, if you wanted to have a fun tournament, you could do that too. But these NBA guys are never going to sign off on being like in one place for 10 days or whatever, like these hockey guys are doing.
My gut tells me the culture is just too far gone, that there's literally nothing you could do to save it.
You got to give it one more shot. And if it doesn't work, then you could just bag the whole thing. Or frankly, we should just stop caring and complaining about it.
Well, they don't have to bag it because they still make money.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
And as long as they're making money, there's zero reason to bag it.
That's what I was going to say. You try to fix it first. If it really can't be fixed, then just really seriously don't worry about it. Have the final score 212 to 172 and don't even worry about it. Who cares?
People still show up.
Yeah, they're still going to show up. They're still big stars. You're still going to sell it. So the only other way is to try to make it. And if that doesn't work, that doesn't work. Jokic. I think maybe we should focus on some other things than All-Star. I think it's always going to be like this, so we should accept it. Well, that's kind of what I just said. So I would try one last attempt, USA versus the world. And if that seriously doesn't work, then whatever. I think the one-on-one contest would be fun. I think having stars doing the slam dunk contest would be far more interesting. And seriously, if nobody really wants to sign up for it, just don't do it. Or just keep doing it and we'll just all shut up. Because it probably does well revenue-wise, rating-wise. It probably all still does all right. It's just annoying and it's not as interesting as watching the Kachuk brothers beat the crap out of some Canadians.
Well, I'll give you the true answer. And it's overly simplistic, but it's the honest truth. You come up with a bag that is enough that it means something to these guys. You come up with a bag that, and I don't know how much that is, and maybe the only way to do that is in the one-on-one contest, and maybe it's $5 million to the winner of the one-on-one. I heard Raj talk about $1 million. I'm like, I don't know what $1 million is. I don't know what that does for these guys. I'm being serious. Like, they don't care about $1 million. I
think Mr. Beast gave away $1 million between the first and second quarters.
Right. They don't care about $1 million.
$10 million?
There is a bag though. There's always a number. So find the sponsor and get it sponsored and get the number that gets these guys motivated.
Yeah, man, $1 million. It's cute.
What I would do now.
But anyways, I was thinking about the All-Star game, and what hockey's doing is just so much more interesting and compelling because it really does feel like it matters. Now, if Nathan McKinnon, as you're suggesting, gets in a fight, I'm not too fired up about that one. I mean, I'm a little bit nervous if I'm, rooting on the Ottawa Senators there for Brady Tkachuk. I don't want him hurt, I guess, if there are Senators fans out there.
Yeah, but you're going to play hockey.
McAvoy's in the hospital. That ain't good. I'm a little concerned if Austin Matthews, if he's not doing so hot right now. I guess I'm just fine. Hey, Cale Makar missed the game. He was sick.
How'd you feel about the Sweden game? Were you as passionate about it?
Sweden US?
Yeah.
I watched it. It
just wasn't the same vibe.
Well, it didn't matter. I mean, the game literally didn't matter.
You knew you could lose it. It didn't matter.
Right. So there wasn't the same juice. There wasn't the same players. Who do you really hate on Sweden? I'm just blown away how good those guys speak English. Like, does every Swede know how to speak flawless English? I mean, it's impressive as hell. They interviewed the one dude after the game. What do you want to tell your fans? We'll do better next time. Okay. Like, you can't really hate the Swedes. IKEA is awesome.
No, it is not. IKEA is the 5th level of hell.
Wow.
Hey, when was the last time you went to an IKEA?
It's been a minute, but it
is the fifth level of hell.
Really?
Yes.
We're bagging on Swedish furniture here?
I'm bagging on not getting out of a maze.
What's wrong with IKEA?
I'm bagging on them hiding them tiny little exit signs and those arrows to get out of that floor. I'm bagging on the fact that it takes an hour and a half just to walk through the building. I'm bagging on the fact that I bought a table for $28, but it took me 6.5 hours to put it together. And I'm bagging on the fact that when I push the drill a little bit too hard, it goes through and I actually destroyed the furniture.
Wow.
But if IKEA, you want me to sponsor you, I'd be happy to.
Oh, my God. Just full out assault on IKEA. You can just order the crap online.
And people say they got good meatballs. The meatballs ain't even good.
You're bagging on the Swedish meatballs?
I'm bagging on IKEA's meatballs.
Wow. You got some anger.
5th level of hell.
Okay. When was the last time you took this tragic trip to IKEA?
About 3 months ago.
Really? Just for a table?
Actually, I was looking for a bed. I was looking for a bed frame.
At IKEA?
My daughter loves IKEA, so I thought I'd take her on a little adventure.
Did you tell her it was the 5th level of hell?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I told her before, during, and after, and she had a terrible experience because her dad was grumpy as hell.
But that's IKEA's fault.
Yes.
Gotcha. IKEA does like. Wow.
I would not have had that experience at American Furniture.
Okay. I did just pick up a chair this week.
You nervous about me bagging on him so hard
I'm,
right now?
It's rattling through my brain.
Well, I'm 99.9% sure they don't advertise on the station.
Well, we just nails in that coffin.
Yeah.
Tyler, you got this. I don't know if I can read that. Okay. Sounds like you're not the brightest bulb in the box, Tyler.
Never said I was.
It's from Dave. Anyways, Thursday night. The only issue I have with the game being on Thursday night, I think it's just a little bit too long. I think the game, I don't know why they waited like another day to do it. I think they just should have played it. Well, it'd be great if they just played it tonight. But I get it. You want a day off. I don't know why they're waiting till Thursday. I wish the whole thing had sort of wrapped up this weekend and was just kind of done right now. And by the way, if I'm the Avs, and I don't know what their protocols are going to be, when you give Taves, McKinnon, and Makar a couple days off, just say, hey.
That's what you don't like about it. And that's actually, you and I actually had an argument about that. And that's what I felt. I was like, they're going to need a vacation from this. And at least last time, it was like, well, they're hockey guys. They're fine. They're just going to play. Well, I don't know, man. They're human beings that are mentally and physically exhausted.
No, they probably will play. But if thinking about it and watching how this level of competition is, the Avs start on the road on Saturday the 22nd. Then they play the Blues on the 23rd. Then they're at home on Wednesday the 26th for 6 straight games. I'd be incredibly tempted if I was the Avalanche to say, hey, boys, we'll see you when we get back to town.
Well, I agree with you. I do.
And give them the break that their teammates have had off. Give them their chance to put their toes in the sand.
I 100% agree.
I mean, what are we talking about? 2 games?
If you can't reward these guys on the other side,
Yeah.
I just don't know what the incentive is.
I mean, well, it'd be Lehkonen too, I suppose. I guess, but Finland isn't going as far. Finland's done. So maybe it really is just the 3 guys that are playing in the game on Thursday. That's it. You know, Lehkonen can still sort of chill out here for a couple of days if he wanted to. You can get to Cabo in a day. Finland ain't doing anything. But there you go. That's how you fix the All-Star game in the NBA. And if it doesn't work, then we really should stop bitching about it. Because it's really, I mean, what are you going to do? And you're never, ever going to beat the fact that U.S.-Canada started with 9 seconds and 3 fights. Nobody's ever going to beat that.
I'll tell you who will beat that.
Who's that?
The husband and wife that buy 2 tables and a bedside frame from IKEA.
Right.
The fights they have after that, yeah.
It's PhD on 92.5. All right, no dumb questions coming up at 1:45. Twitch. Text line. YouTube. Just text us personally. Or perhaps you can send something through the mail. But we'll get to it coming up here in just a little bit. Safeway Twitch stream. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You seem to have hit a nerve with the IKEA stuff there, friend. So
people understand.
They are sympathetic.
They understand.
They are definitely sympathetic.
The pain and the suffering of the IKEA experience.
All right. Let's see here.
I mean, I had one person say I wasn't the smartest or the brightest bulb in the room.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
But he also said you're not the dimmest.
Well, I feel like that's reasonable. I do.
Same.
Not the smartest, not the dumbest.
Not the dimmest.
I just exist.
Not the brightest, not the dimmest.
Well, I thought it was smartest or dumbest, but sure.
I can see what he said. Wasn't it brightest or... Oh, whatever. You're okay.
Okay.
You're right there in the
I thought that implied wits.
Let's see here. The NBA needs to start it off with Draymond Green and a Jordan Poole fight.
See, that now we're talking. Let Jordan Poole get destroyed again.
Hand tighten only, Tyler.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't wrong. But do you understand how many screws come in an IKEA box? Hundreds of screws.
How do you feel about Mattress Firm?
Well, that is, you want to know about Mattress Firm?
I don't know if I want to know. I love everybody, for the record.
Major money laundering going on.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Major money laundering.
Right, hang on a second. Maybe we should just stay away from all sorts of...
Hold on. Have you never wondered
how
there's a mattress firm on
it.
every other corner?
I don't know. I don't
And every
care.
time you walk in, you're the only person in the building?
I don't know.
There is no other explanation.
I have no idea.
Other than they're a front for the cartel.
No, really. What is wrong with you?
Sorry I don't whore myself out for ads like you do.
Yeah, what an idiot. What a moron. Let's see here. How's the poll going there, Dan?
Wow, you really don't know anything about the Mattress Firm conspiracies?
I really don't.
No, this is a deep one.
All right. Well, I'm sure you can get in that at some sort of chat room. Will Nathan McKinnon get into a fight in Thursday's Four Nation Championship game?
People are just voting with their hearts. What was the last good?
No is 87.3%. Yes is 12.7%.
What was the last good Nathan McKinnon fight? I know we had one a couple years ago that you and I were fighting about.
Yeah, because
I loved it.
He hurt his hand.
I remember.
He missed games because of it.
Who was that? Do you remember?
It was a couple years ago. It was wild.
I honestly can't recall one like last year, this year.
Oh, you were doing two polls? We're doing multiple polls here, Dan?
Double poll.
It's the double poll day?
Take that, morning show. We got the double straw poll.
Do you want the Broncos to bring back Vaughn? Yes, 52%. No, 47%. Well, that's. I mean, why wouldn't you want them to bring him back? I mean, like, what's the negative side of that? What's the negative side of bringing Vaughn back?
I kind of gave you a little bit of it. We've got a great nucleus of young pass rushers, both stars and upcoming guys that are dirt cheap that need the reps, right? And if Vaughn comes back, does that get in the development and does that get in the way of the development of one of these younger guys who might have to replace a Jonathan Cooper when he gets to the out in his contract?
All right. I mean, I'm sure there's problems with the Kachucks.
Not anymore.
Oh, you love the Kachucks.
I'm all in.
Wait a second. Hold on a second.
No, there are not
Hold
more
on.
there are not more than 10 I almost said something really bad.
All right. Okay. All right. I don't know. There's things whispering going on.
Come on, you know that would have been funny, Dan.
To some people.
Oh, God, I crack myself up. I guess. I usually don't laugh at myself, but I'm laughing at that one.
If McKinnon was fighting Brady Kachuk, who would you be rooting for?
I'd be.
That's a fun one.
Excellent question.
I'd be praying to the good Lord above that Nathan McKinnon doesn't get hurt, but he gets buried.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, man, I'm American.
Wow.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm American.
Oh, damn.
I told you.
Okay,
Listen, once this thing is over,
I get it.
They are welcome back, and I'll be rooting them on again. But until this thing is over, they can pound sand.
Okay. Oh my God. I listen, I'm rooting for USA too, but if it was McKinnon straight up with Brady Kachuk, I don't think I could root for Brady Kachuk. I mean, it's just a fight. It's not the game.
Hey, I'm sure Nathan McKinnon's going to represent well, right?
Nate ain't fighting. Nate's not going to fight.
He might.
No.
He's next up.
No way. I don't know who the next Canadian, Braden Point maybe? I don't know. Somebody like that. Who knows? There may not be any fights. It ain't going to be Nate. It's not going to be Nate.
I don't know. I think you got to go through the list, right? There might be one guy that recycles a fight, but then who's the next man up?
It would be embarrassing if Canada just like smoked the U.S. on Thursday night.
That would really, really suck. It would take all the fun out of it.
I mean, look what happened already with they were down a few players. Hey, listen, to the U.S.'s credit, they put everything into that game. That was crazy what they put into that game.
Well, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Every emotion, every pent up, anything that they could muster, every single thing they could get.
Yeah, but I'm not afraid of them having to recreate that because it's so fresh. Only a few days have really gone by in the big picture.
Mm-hmm.
All those same feelings are going to be there.
What if we got a goalie fight between Hellebuck and Jordan Binnington?
Listen, I got zero qualms in who I'm rooting for.
That'd be easy.
I don't even.
That would be that. That's not even hard.
I'm actually learning to like Hellebuck now. I'm like, you know what? Forget it. Like Tampa, whatever. Like they're way far away. I don't have to really worry about them till the end. Anyways.
Hellebuck?
Yeah.
Hellebuck's Winnipeg. Got to really kind of directly worry about them.
Like I said, we got to worry so much about him.
That is right there. I don't know. Goalie fight would be fun because who likes Binnington? Nobody likes Binnington.
Right.
Binnington scarred up Nathan McKinnon's face. See that?
I did not. Remind me.
They were doing warm-ups. That's why Nate's got a little squirrel under his eye there. They were doing warm-ups. They were just, flipping the puck like at the goalie, and he went to catch a puck that Nate threw at him, and he flipped it right back in Nate's face.
Okay.
That's why Nate's all bruised up there on the face.
Well, don't do the Four Nations.
You're getting a lot of juice on the Mattress Firm stuff.
I just represent the people.
Tyler might as well root for Mahomes.
No.
I don't know where you get that from.
Hey, if Mahomes was playing for Team USA flag football in the Olympics, I'd root for him.
How'd you like Jokic's participation in the All-Star game this year? What was his line, by the way,
Who
Dan?
knew that Jokic hated books?
He doesn't like books. Well, he's making fun of Wemby.
You really brought a book? Yeah. I read before every game. Is that this crazy? So like I brought.
So Jokic sees Wemby reading a book or having a book, and he starts giving him crap about a book. Do you think it's crazy that Wemby reads books before games?
No. I read before games also, but I will say I think an all-star game is probably what Jokic was pointing out there. Like we're here for the festivities of the all-star game and we're reading a book at the all-star game.
I think Jokic just thinks the whole thing is sort of ridiculous. What was Jokic's line, Dan? You looking
their
at
first matchup, Team Chuck versus Team Kenny, he took one shot and made it. He made it. 3 assists, rebound.
He threw a
couple
nice
turnovers.
Well, he had a sweet alley-oop to Wembanyama. That was kind of cool. The whole thing, though, is so silly and stupid. It's so dumb.
Second game, he was 1 for 3.
So he had 2 points?
And 2 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Best player in the world.
So he had 4 points in 2 games.
4 points in 2. Best player in the world. Probably a 4-time MVP.
He took 4
points.
shots.
Took 4 shots.
So unfortunately, what we're saying is our guys are part of the problem.
Well, the game is so stupid. Like, what's he supposed to do? It's not real basketball. They're not playing basketball. What is Nikola Jokic supposed to do?
I don't know. Make buckets?
Make buckets. He doesn't touch the ball. They don't give it to him. He doesn't care. The whole thing is just so. There you go. What was the most ridiculous moment of the NBA All-Star game? I know you didn't even really pay attention to it.
Jello.
Jello?
Yeah.
What was the Jello part? Are you talking about LiAngelo?
Yeah. Well, he goes he goes by Jello.
Sorry. Yeah, that was pretty stupid.
Yeah.
That was pretty dumb.
Like, why does he get to do that?
Who knows?
Just because he's a ball?
I have no idea. But I thought the best part was the dude singing the shot and Mr. Beast giving him $100,000.
You know, Mr. Beast gave away $10 million just last week.
I'm watching the show. It's on Prime.
How much money has this dude got?
He's closing in on being a billionaire.
Jeez.
Yeah, and a lot of people have never heard of him. But I guarantee you, anybody under the age of 30 knew who he was at the All-Star game. Not even close. They all knew him.
He gave away $10 million for some contest he had on his YouTube channel.
It wasn't his YouTube channel. It was a show on Prime.
Oh, it was?
Oh, yeah. It was a 10-part series on Prime where it wasn't just $10 million. He gave away that was the grand prize, but he gave away millions and millions more along the way. Wow. He gave away $1 million in the first 90 seconds of the show.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's on Prime. So you haven't even seen there it is.
No, I don't even know what the show is.
There you go. He's the most popular YouTuber in the world.
Have you watched it?
Oh, yeah.
Is it entertaining?
It got me to watch 10 episodes.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was pretty interesting given his basic premise is taking the worst of people and putting it to the test against each other. So it's not like, it is positive because he's giving away a lot of money, but in order to give away the money, he tests people's virtue and ethics in terms of what they'll do to other people.
Give me some examples.
There's a train coming down the tracks. Will you, for $100,000 in a Lamborghini, save your friends or not save your friends? So there's a real train, by the way, a real train. Not real. Yeah, there's a real train coming down the tracks to run into a Lamborghini that has $100,000 in the trunk. Meanwhile, they don't put real people, but they put blocking dummies, on the other track to represent people. And so you can either save...
that's an easy choice. That's not a real human.
Save your friend. Yeah, save your friend in the game or eliminate your friend and win the Lamborghini.
Got it.
So what do you do as a human being? They put 3 people in a room and there's handcuffs and you got to convince in 10 minutes one of the people to handcuff themselves and they're automatically eliminated.
Wow.
Kind of goes like that.
Sounds interesting.
There's a row of 10 people and he bribes them. If you take $50,000, you get the $50,000, but these 7 other people and you will be eliminated instantly from the game. Do you take it or not? He had 4 people that turned down, each of them, 4 people turned down $1 million. There's $1 million on the line, but if they pressed a button for the $1 million for them, 50 people would have been eliminated. And 4 people kept the million, did not press the button. 4 different people did not press the button for $1 million to save 50 people.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's the game. And it's just one game after another. He started with 2,000 contestants, and it got down to one dude who won $10 million. Well, I guess I gave it away a little bit there.
That's all right.
Sorry.
Probably wasn't ever going to watch it, but you did make it sound compelling.
But that's who Mr. Beast was, and that's why they had him out there at the All-Star game. And you're wondering, who is this dude? What's going on here? And it shows you the NBA at least is aware of who they're trying to appeal to as well.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to brand themselves to the YouTube audience, to the ADD world. That's why they're doing these games to points rather than minutes and so on and so forth.
That's what it felt like. Like the game was in the way. The game, that is a really interesting point. The game just takes too long.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling everybody we feel the NBA audience doesn't have the patience for a game, so we're going to hold a circus.
Well, and we already heard Adam Silver talking about trying to shorten the actual NBA games.
And you heard Adam, that's right. He wants to make it 2 hours. That's really a good point. They
are highly aware
to get the attention.
Yep.
By the way, I saw a story today. Netflix is making an aggressive bid to just get regular football, NFL games on Sundays.
Please don't.
Yep. They're going to put up all sorts of millions, hundreds, maybe $1 billion to get that done.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
No, it's probably not going to happen until the end of the decade, but it's going to happen.
So you're going to have longer seasons, basically, and the goal is to have faster games. That is pretty funny.
Wait, why would you have longer seasons?
Well, they want to have an 18th game for the NFL.
Oh, I thought we were still talking NBA. I'm sorry.
The NBA, I don't know how much more you could stretch it, but, having shorter games is really, really interesting because it shows you all we care about really is keeping people's attention. And right now it's too long. Baseball is too long. I guess basketball is too long. Hockey's definitely too long.
Well, I don't have any issue with the actual ice time in hockey. I just have issue with the intermissions. They are just too long. They actually give me time to get invested in another program.
Yeah. Pretty wild. All right. Hey, if you got a dumb question, no dumb questions, Twitch, text line, wherever you want to reach out to us, we'll get to that coming up next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, how about you make a commitment to yourself? Just make a commitment to get it back. It can't be as simple as that. If you call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They changed my life. They've already changed tens of thousands of others' lives, and you deserve to be the next one. If you're anything like me, you might have already gone online, you bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because it's not working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to. Well, it's time to pick up the phone, make a commitment to get your hair back, call Advanced Hair Restoration. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best in the industry. I'm telling you, you're going to love your experience with her. The entire staff over at Advanced Hair, the best of the best. And what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So pick up the phone, call today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we're looking at you, Twitch. We're looking at the Shot Mazda text line. Throw it in there. I'm looking at Twitch right now from Matt. No dumb question. Will the current instance of the Saints be better than the Broncos when we had the entire Cleveland Browns defensive line a few years ago? Tyler, you remember that time?
I do. I don't feel like ours, I know we've got a lot of former Saints in the building, whether it be coaches or a handful of players. I don't feel like the names are that big though. Like, do you feel like we don't have any like huge free agent signings? We don't have anybody that's like A-listers on our team. What former Saints are like key contributors to this team, player wise?
Probably Will Lutz is the best one. Probably.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Besides him, I don't know. Probably Will Lutz.
So I'll tell you this.
That's it.
I think generally speaking, according to the way I would do it, I think that's the best way to do it. You go back and you just get players that you trust, that you like,
sure,
that they can play when they play, but you're not trying to recreate some magic that was old as of 4 years ago.
No dumb question again on the Twitch. What non-football Denver athlete would be the biggest addition to the Broncos? Like if we could get McKinnon or Jokic, somebody on the Broncos, who would be the best addition? That's a fun question.
How about this?
DJ.
What position would Joker be the best at in football?
0. He would be terrible at football. There's nothing at football he'd be good at.
There's
0.
no position that a 7-footer can play in football.
He'd be too slow to be a tight end. He could probably catch, but no, he would be a terrible football player.
I think he could sling the rock a little bit.
No, he would get killed. He would literally get killed. No, he would be terrible. When you DJ, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, we'd have to go back a couple years, but I could see him. He could be an offensive tackle. How tall is he?
Who?
DeAndre
Jordan is 6'10".
Is he 6'10"?
Oh yeah, maybe a pinch taller.
Yeah, that's pushing the limits.
Yeah, I don't think he would do very well either. I think the only guy who would be kind of interesting as a tight end might be like Aaron Gordon.
Okay.
And even AG would be pretty skinny, but he would.
Well, it's assuming they bulk up for football shape. Right?
He would check a lot of boxes right off the top. Christian Brown would be kind of an interesting tight end, perhaps.
No.
I don't know. He's got
hell no.
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 He's got speed, strength, and leaping ability.
I guess. Well, you know what? I could see him.
It's got like a 40-inch vert.
What's wrong with me? God, my brain just shuts off sometimes. Rookie tight end Raiders.
Rookie.
Brock. What is wrong
Bowers.
with me?
Brock
God
Bowers.
Bless it.
Brock
That was
Bowers.
terrible. I guess I could see him being a little Brock Bowers out there.
Keaton Middleton, who's 6'5", 250. He is a big dude for hockey. I don't know. Maybe he could be some sort of blocking tight end. The skill level is low. Other than that, I can't see one hockey player being a good football player. Not one of them. Couldn't imagine it. All right.
Somebody says there's some good non-football ones on here. I'm looking for them.
Like who?
I don't know.
I see, my guy. There's a few good no dumb questions here. They're being ignored.
Okay,
dude, I'm looking right at you, bro.
Real no dumb question. My apartment does lease renewal inspections every year to check the place out. Is 2 days notice too soon? Is doing this 5 months in advance too soon?
What? I'm sorry. What? What's the question?
Their apartment does lease renewal inspections every year.
Lease renewal
but apparently
inspections.
they're doing it under 2 day notice.
Yeah.
And 5 months in advance. Yeah, that seems way too soon.
Yeah, that
just seems like they
ridiculous.
want to put a spy camera in your place.
I would say that's probably what they're doing.
Absolutely.
So I would stay away from that. No dumb question. Why do they even have all the all-star crap midseason? Why do you think?
Well, in the old days, it was cool. Nowadays, it's just another money maker, and it's a in-season bye week for everybody else.
The only reason pro sports does anything is to make more money. That's at the end. It's a money-making venture, period.
Yes.
There's huge corporate sponsors. There's huge TV ratings. It's sponsorships sold through that. It's all just money. That's it. There's no other reason for it. It's not even halfway through the season. It's more like 3/5 of the way through the season. There's only 27 games left for the like the Avs and the Nuggets, something like that, something along those lines.
Well, that is kind of a perfectly timed vacation for everybody else in the league.
No dumb question. What happened to the little kid that one of the Eagles players pulled over the fence during the parade?
No, that was the ball boy.
The ball boy was like 30
and
years
he
old.
was not a little kid.
No.
Unless there was another one that I missed.
No dumb question. What happens to Travis Kelce? What happens with that dude?
I think he's going to retire. I've gone back and forth on that. Like, what competitor wants to go out like that?
Tough.
That's tough. Yet he's just got so many shiny objects in his life to keep him distracted from it.
Yeah,
I bet he walks away.
And there's no way anybody
Did you
would
see
like.
the Chiefs gave him a deadline, which so they're actually trying to create some pressure on it, which I think means they want him to retire. But they gave him until March 14th to give him a decision. I think that's an organization trying to push the dude out the door.
I do too. It was interesting. Peyton Manning was asked about it during the Saturday. He was at the Saturday Night Live thing. By the way, if you missed Peyton Manning on Saturday Night Live, think about the things that he's done. 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live, right? Big show. David Letterman's final top 10 of all time, Peyton Manning was part of. The dude goes to things. And it was pretty funny, like, at Saturday Night Live, it was like Tina Fey and Amy Poehler were asking questions, taking questions from the audience. And Peyton Manning's question was telling Lorne Michael to never retire. Don't ever do it. It's the worst thing in the world. You'll hate it forever. Don't retire. And that's all a joke. I get it. But he was actually asked it about Travis Kelce on the rope line. And he was like, whatever you do, take as much time as you want. And do you remember Peyton Manning's retirement? Like what he did before he actually retired?
I guess not.
He went on 3 different vacations. He had 2 speaking appearances. And he waited till like 2 or 3 days before the new league year started in March before he finally hung it up.
Well, that's what the Chiefs are trying to avoid, is that being in limbo during free agency.
Correct. And I'm not saying Brock Osweiler and Peyton, like, it was a bad thing, but Brock did not fly up from Arizona for Peyton's, like, see you later. And the Broncos really, it could have helped the Broncos much more if he was going to retire, that he just get it over quickly enough. And they, for whatever reason, the Broncos did not get a deal done with Brock during that time either. They kind of waited for Peyton to be official, which makes me wonder, like, I don't think Elway really wanted Brock anyway, but there was no alternative. It does make me wonder. Here's a no dumb question. Knowing what we know now, Tyler, should John Elway, knowing what we know now, beg Peyton Manning to play the one last year he had on his contract, and then try to, move on from Brock and figure out something else after that? One more year of Peyton. Because I think clearly Peyton wanted to play one more year.
Yeah, and I think he could have been effective enough to at least make a run, Hindsight's always 20/20, but I guess I do understand at the time trying to make a decision to move forward with somebody that's younger. It did feel like you were probably at the tail end of the career for Peyton. Hindsight 20/20, knowing you lose Brock, yeah, you would have been way better off with Peyton.
No dumb question. Could Tom Brady come back this year and still be top half of the league as a quarterback?
I don't know. I think once you get out, it is so tough to get back in. And unless Tom Brady mentally has not been out, I'm going to say no, he could not.
Thank you to Twitch for all the questions on the text line. Why is Crosby against coming to Colorado? Is Crosby against coming to Dan? Have you heard that vibe?
I haven't heard that.
Dude, all the vibes I got, all the nod, winks were like, hey, that could still happen. That Crosby could still come here. Maybe let me throw that out. Would you guys like to see Sidney Crosby for a playoff push, hired gun for the rest of this hockey season?
Yes.
Dan?
1,000% yes.
What would it take to get that done? What do you guys think it would take to get that done?
I don't know. Maybe not that much.
Well, if that's the case, Pittsburgh's rebuilding, so probably some high draft picks.
Yeah,
couple of young guys, couple of
like
prospects.
Who? Give me a couple of like who's he what's it's. Think they take Gerard?
Maybe.
Could you do Gerard picks and Middlestat?
Ooh, there you go, Middlestat.
Well, obviously, it can't just be Middlestat. It'd have to be something else.
Well, I'm saying
him.
he would definitely be in the mix.
He would check that box?
Yeah.
So would you do that? Middlestat, Gerard, couple of picks for Sidney Crosby for 3 months.
I think so.
I'd do it.
They seem to be doing great on the ice. And,
I guess I didn't realize how good of friends those two guys were. Nathan McKinnon and Sid. I knew that, of course, it makes sense they would be friendly, but I didn't know that they were like boys.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they grew up in Cole Harbor. They grew up in the same town. I mean, McKinnon's younger than him and all, but they've trained together since McKinnon was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of insane, their relationship. And it looks good on the ice, too. And why Crosby, like Borg, would want to stay, like Borg stay in Boston, Crosby stay in Pittsburgh for what? The end is near. It'd be exciting as hell to give it a shot. And that trade deadline isn't until March 7th. So you got a couple weeks left, more than a couple weeks left in the NHL trade deadline. Meanwhile, what a moment for the NHL. And you'll hear why coming up next. What's happening? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, not performing is not great. It happened once, happened twice. Maybe you laughed it off, but if it's been happening over and over and over again, you realize I got to do something about this. Well, that's what the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is all about. For the better part of 10 years, they've literally helped thousands of men that likely have the same issues that you're having right now. And they have the answer. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, the TNPSA test, if advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Name a better start to a sporting event. Better start to a sporting event.
Super Bowl 48.
Oh, my God. I guess if you were a Seahawks fan, that's the start to that game.
I bet you Seahawks fans loved that one.
I bet they did like that one. That might win if we're in Seattle. 3 fights, 9 seconds. And Canada did take the lead. They did take the lead. And so whatever momentum and juice that was going on, it actually favored Canada right off the bat.
Yep. I mean, it couldn't have gone any better from a literally made-up event that came out of blue air, and now all of a sudden you've got it in Canada. I do think that the current state, I'm not being political, I'm just saying I do think the current state of politics played a huge factor in that game.
Well, it definitely had to do with the booing. I mean, that's why that happened.
Absolutely, right? And Team USA used that as motivation, and they came out, and you got 3 fights back to back to back. Obviously, the first one felt staged. The second one was like, all right, one brother got in a fight. I got to get in the second one. But the third one, I'm like, damn, what's going on here? What the hell's going on?
That was pretty awesome.
Am I watching UFC on skates?
Yeah, and JT Miller was definitely taking on a heavyweight there. So it was awesome, man. The whole thing was great. And then you look over and it's, Wemby and Chris Paul are cheating in the skills challenge. Like, that was the competition that night.
So I obviously saw the highlights of that. Can you actually explain what the challenge was? So there was no points for actually making a shot. It was just pure time.
There were 3 shooting stations.
But no matter how many you made, it didn't matter.
If you hit one of 3 shots, you could move to the next station.
Oh.
So if you just don't make the shots, you just move to the next station.
Got it.
So if you hit the first one, you can move to the second station. But if you take 3 balls and just throw them as quickly as humanly possible,
it doesn't matter. They did get disqualified.
The problem was the rules were you have to take like a legitimate shot, and they clearly were not taking legitimate shots. But what are we doing here? It's the skills comp. We're gonna jerry rig and try to cheat the skills competition. Why?
Winning, pal.
Well, they got disqualified, rightfully so. It was Wemby's idea, apparently.
Not according to the announcers.
Well,
the announcers were saying it was all Chris Paul.
No, well, you think Chris Paul's that smart?
Well, they were giving him all the credit. Did Wemby take credit afterwards or
the
something?
The whole thing was so dumb. And that's happening the same time fists are flying with USA and Canada.
Could not have been a more polar extreme. Just phenomenal on every level. NHL, I give you credit. I was kind of poo-pooing it. I thought it was going to be like the NBA in-season tournament. I thought, quite frankly, this is bad on me, all right? I know that hockey guy is different than NBA guy. I got it. I know the care level for the game, the pride, all of it. Quite frankly, I was not confident that these guys were going to go lay their bodies on the line the same way they would for the regular season, especially knowing that those guys are banged up. Every single one of those guys has got something going on. I didn't know if they would give that kind of effort, and it just could not have been any better.
What happens on Thursday?
I couldn't even tell you the last Olympic hockey game that I felt that passionate about.
An Olympic hockey game?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I couldn't either. Well, I mean, because, I couldn't tell you.
There hasn't been one.
I couldn't tell you. How about the fact that, what was it, that stat Crosby was undefeated in like 26 straight international games? How about that one? Until Saturday night. That's another huh? Really? Wow. So now Thursday night.
Do you think the crowd will be the same as it was in Canada?
I don't, but I think it's a fair question. For example, will the Boston crowd, U.S. crowd, boo the Canadian national anthem?
My answer is yes. I think they will. I really do. Especially, I know. Never mind.
Well, they didn't this past weekend.
But it was different.
It wasn't against the U.S.
Yeah.
It was against Finland.
Way different.
Okay.
You don't think they will, though?
I do not think they will. Not only do I not think they will, I think it'll be like kind of an insane rousing sort of like, singing along, that sort of thing. I think it'll be like the higher road, which will be the greater insult.
Well, I think that would be the greater insult.
Yeah.
And if I were to advise fans that were in the game, I would say that would be the best insult you could give. But I don't think that's the way it's going to go. I think it's going to be an eye for an eye.
Do you think the injuries to the U.S. team that they're going through right now,
everybody's all liquored up in that building? I know the game hasn't started yet, but you were pregame and you were tailgating, you were out there drinking. You've been drinking a little bit. You're going eye for an eye. Nobody's thinking about high road after the booze has hit the system.
would you rather be at Thursday night's game or your team is in the Stanley Cup final and you have like game 2 tickets?
Oh, I guess my team.
Okay. Would you rather be at that game or just the Stanley Cup final? You have no dog in the fight. You just
that game by far.
You'd rather be
because
at Thursday's game.
because I had a dog in the fight.
Okay, so
I 100% had a dog in the fight, and it was USA.
You'd rather be at that game, USA Canada, or Game 7 of a Stanley Cup final, no dog in the fight?
I think so. I mean, that felt like a Game 7, did it not?
Oh, it felt like everything.
I think I'd rather be at that.
We were out at number 38, and it was as if it was everything. I mean, it was chants of USA.
I hope the crowd is as loud and as passionate and as into the game as the Canadians were. Because if they're not, it probably was a mistake to not actually have the finals in Montreal.
How concerned are you that something physically bad will happen to Taves, Makar, or McKinnon?
Oh, that's a significant concern. It always will be. That's a tough sport, man. And it might not even be something that is tangible. It might not be something that we can notice. It might not be a big injury that takes them off the ice, but it might be something that was just nagging that got aggravated, right?
I'm sure we have a lot of people that are listening right now who love the Avs, rightfully so, who just cannot root against, because we don't have any Americans connected to the Avs on the U.S. team. We don't. Maybe it'd be different if Ross Colton, I suppose, or Miles Wood. How many Americans do we even have? Josh Manson? We don't have any guys like that. Is it reasonable that people listening right now would actually root for Canada?
No, it's not.
Because of McKinnon, Makar, and Taves.
I understand the idea of wanting good things for those guys. Of course I get that, and I too want good things for those guys. But this is like a right versus wrong. This is like a us versus them. And everybody out there, like when I was tweeting about the game and I was talking about having like all my American blood boiling, I swear to you, it had nothing to do with politics. So everybody just relax on the politics thing. It's not that for me. It's just USA. When you put USA on, that feels like something to be proud of.
I'm trying to look up the Four Nations trophy. It's a pretty cool looking trophy.
How have you not seen this by now?
I don't know. I have not seen it. But there it is. I'm looking at it right now. Okay. All right. So, because that's it. That's what you're playing for, correct? Or, hey, am I missing something? Is there cash on the line here?
I'll tell you this. It's funny,
is there some money that these guys can win for winning the championship?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm going to guess yes. There's probably got to be something on the line, right?
I literally do not know.
But what's funny is hearing the announcers refer to it as the trophy. They just talk about it as the trophy because they don't have a name for it.
Oh, is that right?
They just call it the trophy.
I didn't. That's it? It's just the trophy?
Well, I guess it's the Four Nations trophy.
Well, that would make sense. Absolutely not on the text line. Go USA. Agree with you 100%. It's just about American pride. Has nothing to do with politics. American pride. I'm rooting for Canada because America has been pissing me off lately. Well, that would be politics. Sports is an escape from politics in the world. People need to relax. Well, you had 20,000 Canadians thinking differently. Go Avs, go Canada. They're saying the Avs are Canada. It's the same thing.
No. They ain't American.
It's Team USA all the way. Kick Canada's ass because it's about national pride.
That's right. Right, especially because it's their sport. It just makes it that much better.
I'm American and I'm rooting for Canada because I'm not falling for the sports washing. I don't know.
That's political for sure.
Yeah. It's a meaningless tournament. I'm rooting for my boys. Well, that would be rooting for the Avs. That would be rooting for Canada.
And I get that. I think there are Avalanche fans that are rooting for Canada for zero political reasons other than their guys.
Wow, you do get into the politics thing here pretty deeply too.
Oh, it's heavy.
No doubt about it.
I'm not denying the political aspect of it.
No doubt.
I'm just saying from my point of view, when I was watching that game, I was just watching USA, baby. Let's go.
It's hard to separate the politics from just the game because it does seem to be melded into the same thing.
I don't think it's that hard personally.
Oh my God. The text line and Twitch is just yeesh. Don't get me wrong. I was rooting for US all the way, man.
Which I don't get. I don't get how you could root for Serbia and then you're rooting for USA hockey.
Got me.
What the hell is the difference?
I don't know.
You got three of them rather than one.
I don't know. I'm sitting at number 38. I know how I felt. I know what I was, I was all pumped up about. Not my wife. She had her Makar sweater on. God, her loyalty to the Avalanche is something else, man. I don't know anybody who loves the Avalanche more than my wife loves the Avalanche. It is sick. She had a great time. She'll be rooting against the U.S. on Thursday, too, I'm sure.
Well, you gotta get control of that.
Do I? How exactly would I do that?
That's up to you, bud. Yeah, I'm just telling you what you need to do.
Yeah, okay. I'll work on it. I'll see how it goes.
Our hype song we did on Friday.
She'll love that.
Yeah, that'll get her going for the U.S.
Play her little Fleetwood.
Oh, my God. I do wonder if Thursday is going to have the same juice.
Yeah, I think it will.
You think so?
I do. I think there's going to be fights. I think it's going to be very, very similar.
I think
more people agree with you than they do with me on that, for the record. More people tend to think it's just going to be a hockey game. They don't think all the antics are going to be there.
I think to get that sort of emotion and everything going on, it's just not going to be the same.
But it was like, I know it wasn't literally, but it feels like it was 48 hours ago. Like, how could you not have that carry over into the next game?
Well,
how is that even a physical possibility to have that type of passion on the ice 48 hours ago and then it doesn't feel the same?
Why do most sequels suck?
It ain't
Well, it is a sequel.
You're right.
And what are we playing for? The trophy?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm psyched.
What were they playing for on Saturday?
It felt like they were playing for something else. It really did. You know what it felt like on Saturday? It felt like the Americans, at least as far as I could tell, had been playing this little brother to the big brother for all their lives, since they were teenagers, since they were little kids. And I think a lot of the American players have Canadian relatives. So I think they all have a lot of ties to Canada too. So I think being in Montreal made it so much more. That's what it felt like to me. And that surprised me, Tyler. I did not expect that. And it wasn't just the fights. It was the degree of hitting and the physical nature of the game, start to finish.
Yeah, but it was the fights that got it going. That's what created everything.
Dude, the fights were awesome. The fights were fantastic. And it turned out, I mean, it was... I watched every single Avs game, watched some other hockey. I don't know, man. It was the best hockey game I saw all year. It wasn't even close. I think the ratings reflected it too. So Thursday night,
4.4 million, which was up
for hockey,
which was up 3.4 from the opening game.
It's awesome. Well, Thursday night, man, it's round 2, and the NBA is left holding their thing because what they had going on looked abysmal compared to that. Meanwhile, we have rumors, at least rumors, about where the Broncos could go. Let's Football Go coming up next. Yeah, those were the Kachuk brothers in the penalty box. But did you hear him also talking to the ref? Like, hey, how'd you like that one, huh? Hey, ref. Hey, ref, what do you think? Pretty good, huh?
I did see that.
I was like, sure.
Got that baby going, didn't we?
Pretty awesome. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Found them at mountainhighappliance.com. All right, Dan, Buds, Quinn, Tanner, let's football go. What's going on?
All right, we'll get to Debo Samuel here in just a second, fellas, but let's go over to CBS Sports. So they ranked the rookie classes from last year's draft for the NFL, and they basically kind of graded out by like how many hits did each team have, okay? So at 32 through like 20, there's a bunch of teams with 0, at least so far. So the Broncos actually fall at number 7 overall as far as after year 1, the grade, if you will, of their 2024 NFL draft class. They say, obviously, a hit in year 1 was quarterback Bo Nix, as well as 7th-round pick wide receiver Devon Vele. They say Nix played like he had been operating Sean Payton's system for the last decade as a rookie, smart, prudent decision-making for the most part, and flashes of what made him an enormous recruit in the state of Alabama years ago. Vele gave the Broncos much more than your average 7th-round pick would, with 41 catches for 475 yards and 3 receiving touchdowns. The thing I wanted to ask you guys about this, so this says it looked like Bo Nix had been operating in Sean Payton's system for the last decade. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because if you look at it from the bad perspective, how much more room is there to grow if he already looks like a 10-year vet in Payton's system?
Oh, I'm not going to try to paint it as a bad thing. I couldn't even find an angle to try to make it a bad thing. We're definitely putting a magical line in the air and saying he can't bypass that simply because he started off good. But I do think that year 2 is the most revealing year of any quarterback's career. And you look at the stats, you look at the rookie flameouts, the people that have struggled, the sophomore year slump, all those sorts of things. It's a really, really vital part of the career. So I'm not trying to predict it one way or the other, but I think we would be being overly pessimistic to try to say because he started off high, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing too. I mean, I think Sean Payton loves his draft class and loves Bo Nix.
George Payton does deserve a lot of credit though for his drafts. I mean, sure. 2022, or was it 2023? Going back to 2021. 2021 with Pat Surtain, you had Javonte, you had Quinn Miners, you had Baron Browning, Caden Stearns were all in that class. And then Jonathan Cooper was like a 7th rounder out of that class. You got 7 dudes. I mean, that was 7 legitimate contributors to your franchise. The other years, maybe not as good. I'm just looking at 2022 right now. Nick Bonito was really the only real hit out of that group. 2023, Marvin Mims, Drew Sanders, Riley Boss, J.L. Skinner, Alex Forsythe. Well, at least 3 of those are contributors.
They're all on the team. At least they're all there. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, the Broncos are killing it, I think. I can't wait for this offseason to get going to see what they can add. Because it's going to be a running back, it's going to be a tight end, it's going to be a linebacker. We talked about Nick Bolton earlier, and I think, and they listed the top 50 free agents and likely landing spaces. The Broncos got 2 of them, Aaron Jones, running back, and Nick Bolton, linebacker. Both, I think, would be cool. And in terms of tight ends, we'll see. But this is the luxury you can do when you got your quarterback, man. It's going to be cool. And they have a little money to play around with. It's going to be an awesome offseason, I think, for the Broncos. Next up, Dan.
All right, getting to Debo Samuel on CBS Sports. They have their, most likely contenders to trade for Debo Samuel. At number 1 is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They actually have the Steelers trading a 4th-round pick, number 122 overall, to the Niners for Debo Samuel's services. And then at number 2, it's the Denver Broncos. They actually did a little bit better. They gave pick number 120 in the 4th round for Debo Samuel. You guys cool with a 4th-round draft pick to go get Debo Samuel?
You got 7 picks. You don't have a 5th. You don't have any 7ths. You got 3 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3 6. I'm fine with it. Tyler?
Yeah, so I think it's non-starter, anything above a 3rd rounder. I'm out, okay? I think a third rounder, you got to think really deep and hard on if you believe the dude can stay healthy, if you believe like he was limited based off of play calling last year. I think fourth rounder, almost the majority of the NFL would be interested for a fourth rounder, but it's not just that. It's not just as simple as that. It also involves a new contract. And then you got to ask yourself, okay, what is the going rate? What is Debo going to be happy with? So it's never just a black and white question. But I do think a fourth rounder seems like very fair value for Debo Samuel. And then in terms of the draft picks, though, so how many did you say? 7?
You got 7 right now.
You got 7 draft picks.
Yep.
Okay. You think you're going to find a fourth rounder better than Debo Samuel?
Probably not for next year, and maybe the year after. But again, a fourth rounder, if you get the right fourth rounder, could be with you for a long time. Debo Samuel's career with you is probably going to be a couple years. And that's what you give up. But then again, are we in a little bit of a bubble with the Chiefs or not? I mean, do we have a little bit of time in Bo Nix's rookie contract that we want to go for it or not? And these are the other questions you got to ask yourself. And I'd say yes.
Yeah.
I'd say yes. Russell Wilson won a Super Bowl in his second year.
I think the majority of people are going to tell you they're out on Debo Samuel. I'm not one of them. I'm highly, highly intrigued by Debo.
Yeah, I would be very interested too. And listen, I'm not saying that the Chiefs bubble is going to, listen, they got Patrick Mahomes, okay? You got Patrick Mahomes, you always got a shot. Ain't no doubt about it. I'm just saying there is a short period of time during a rookie contract that you can make some hay. And this is right now. You got to figure it out here in the next couple of years.
And just look at what Sean Payton was able to do with Marvin Mims. Okay?
Yeah. Good point.
If Sean puts his mind to it with Debo Samuel, you think he can't double the production that you got out of Marvin Mims next year?
Story to end.
Netflix says they have gone on record with interest in bidding on the NFL's Sunday afternoon games, which are held by Fox and CBS through 2033. The NFL, however, has the right to opt out in 2029. You guys cool with Netflix potentially purchasing the afternoon slates on Sundays?
It's just where it's going. I mean, whether we're cool with it or not, doesn't matter. I mean, it's tough, man. I mean, the you got to pay a lot of money just to watch anything these days on television one way or the other. So why is this any different?
Listen, I know they don't care about what my opinion is or what's convenient for me, but I don't even care that it's on a subscription. But what I do care about is all these one-offs, right? That's what gets annoying. So if you were to tell me Netflix were to get all of the Sunday games, okay, I'm not even mad about that because now I get to drop my broadcast subscription, right? But what sucks is having to subscribe to 5 different things to watch it all.
Yeah, I mean, last night it was TNT.
Wait, so dumb question.
Yeah.
Like Chiefs have an early start, 12 o'clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their time. Does that count as an afternoon game?
Sure. I guess. Why?
And anything that is not a night game is an afternoon game?
I would assume so, yeah. Why?
Well, I'm just trying to understand like what all the games that Netflix would be getting in that package. So basically they'd be getting everything that is not Sunday Night Football or Monday Night Football.
I guess they would be
or
getting
Thursday night.
They'd be getting the
Foxes
205 games and the 225 games.
Yeah,
but not the early start ones.
Well, I think they just round everything up to East Coast time. I mean,
Well, that's not what it is, though.
Like the
Chiefs start at a very unique time.
But East Coast time, start would be
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. I don't know. I mean, they get the package. They're looking for CBS or Fox's package. That's what CBS and Fox have.
Okay.
They've got the day games. And, NBC has Sunday night. And ESPN has Thursday. Where I don't know even who has Thursday night now. It is ESPN.
Prime.
Prime has all the Thursday night games?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm a little bit lost still. What do people not have?
Actually, in one aspect, I got my Altitude Plus. If football moves over to Netflix, I really have got no reason to need broadcast television.
I gave up on broadcast television when we moved into our place last spring.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
I consider Fubo broadcast television.
Oh, you do? It's a streaming service.
Well, but you're paying for the same thing you would for on.
That's what you consider?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm saying I could get rid of that.
You could get rid of Fubo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably could.
Because if I got Altitude Plus, I could watch the Nuggets and Avs on everything else.
Okay.
And then football's on Netflix.
Certain games are. What would you watch Sunday Night Football on? I could tell you what you can watch it on. You can watch it on Peacock.
Crackstreams.com.
I'm sorry, what? Afternoon games mean 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. Eastern time starts. Everything that is in prime time. Thank you, Kevin. I don't know, bro. Like, you ask a question, what do we think about it? You know what the NFL thinks about the consumer? But nothing.
Nothing.
They don't think anything about it. Go get Netflix. Go get whatever you got to get.
And they will. The people will do what they have to do to watch.
Sure. The NFL's coming across off its most successful year of all time. Things are just going, things are steamrolling ahead. Let me ask you a question. It was President's Day weekend. What if the Super Bowl was 2 days ago? How'd you feel about that?
I don't know. You that's one of your favorite subjects, and I tend to think that's a long time.
I think it would have been awesome.
It's a long time because college football had been over forever.
Yeah. Did you see the Big Ten and SEC are in the works to redo all the college football playoff things?
What do you mean?
They're going to retool it. They're going to expand it to 14 teams. They're going to give 2 teams a bye. It's not going to matter if you win the conference championship or not in terms of seeding. They're just going to rank the best teams. That's it. Now that it would make a path for Notre Dame to get a bye theoretically too. They're just going to redo all of it. And it's being led by the SEC and Big Ten because they're the 2 conferences that matter. Everything else is just kind of whatever. We'll just follow along with whatever these guys want.
Yeah, I think a lot of those are the most obvious complaints of the setup this year.
Right. So they'll expand it by a couple teams. They'll give the 1 and 2 teams time off to let everybody else slug it out. And Notre Dame will have just as good of a chance as anybody to get a high seed, even if they're not a conference champion. Won't matter. We'll just do it. They'll base it on the highest seeds. Mm-hmm. You'll still get in if you win the Big 12 championship. You still get in.
Yep.
But you're not. No, that was ridiculous. That was just dumb. And they looked at all the teams that got those buys. They all lost because the time between games was kind of ridiculous for those teams.
Yeah, it turns out to be a disadvantage.
It is a disadvantage.
Because college kids don't know how to handle that time.
Go for a month without playing? It's crazy. It's stupid. It's dumb. And it was a dissatisfying way to get there. It took forever. It took too long. Just get to it quicker.
Yeah, it did feel like the playoffs started with a bang and ended with a whimper.
Totally. I don't know. I lost track. I didn't even realize when the game was happening. But the NFL is going to back that baby up. They're an 18th game is coming. They'd have to do an additional bye week if you have 18 games, especially because the commitment to playing overseas is going to be so much stronger. We're going to have football eventually. We're going to have football wrapping up, guys. In a few years, whenever it happens, the Super Bowl will be this past weekend.
I'll tell you
however that feels like in your life.
The one benefit of all these international games, and I'm generally speaking not a fan of them. I don't like waking up at the butt crack of dawn and watching football. I like waking up, having a little slow morning and all that. But the one advantage to it, you don't hear a lot of talk about getting a new division over in London, do you? Over in England, do you? You don't hear much of that because now this is replacing it. Now you're thinking about it logically. Man, what an insane disadvantage that would be to put a team over in England, to put a division over in Europe.
All right.
It would be, the best part about the NFL is the parity, and it would destroy that. And I like the fact that this is slowing down those conversations.
Well, I bet the NFL, if you really put a truth serum to Roger Goodell, wouldn't just want one team or a division. I would be stunned if he doesn't want 2 divisions, 8 more teams. And then and then off you go.
God, that would talk about just destroying it all, though. You would have to slow roll the hell out of that. You can't just bring 8 new teams in.
No, of course not. This is probably over the next 20 years. And it'll happen incrementally. It'll happen slowly but surely. They probably would.
I hope they never put a division over there.
So much money.
So
much more money. I'll give you another weird hot take. There'll definitely be a London Super Bowl. That's coming. They'll have a Super Bowl in Europe.
I don't know.
They will.
I think there'd be riots.
Who's going to riot?
Fans.
Who's going to be upset about it?
Fans.
Fans don't go to the Super Bowl anyways. They just watch it on TV. What do they care?
Yeah, but there's something about it being on American soil.
There is?
Yeah.
Who's gonna?
That's our game. That's not your game. You play soccer. You call it the wrong term.
Fans are lazy, man. They would riot. The game's on TV. What game? The Super Bowl. Oh, cool.
What time are they playing it? So they're going to play it in the middle of the day over there?
Yeah. Well,
early in the morning.
It'd be yeah.
What's the time? I don't know the time.
Right.
Zone.
I mean, they'd be kicking off at noon or I don't know. Whatever it makes sense. I don't know what the hell time things happen.
Yeah, don't do stupid things, NFL.
This is way down the line.
That's a stupid thing. Don't do stupid things.
We'll have a new stadium in Lone Tree before all that happens.
God, I hope that doesn't happen either. I'm just anti all your ideas.
My idea?
Yeah.
My idea? You think I came up with Lone Tree?
You are on the campaign for it.
I mean, I'm all in favor of it, but it certainly wasn't my idea.
Yeah, because who likes a nice, easy drive home?
PhD on 92.5. All right, so on Thursday, the Nuggets are back playing Charlotte. The Avalanche actually have practice tomorrow. So they get back, but they start on the road against Nashville and St. Louis. I do wonder if they'll just say to the, Taves, McCarr, McKinnon, hey boys, take it easy. No need to rush back for Saturday and Sunday. Just chill.
Certainly makes sense to me.
We'll see at home. The Avs have a 6-game homestand starting next week. 6 games. That's going to be pretty awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I know these guys are warriors. I know they're hockey players. Hockey guy just goes. And you might have to tell them. But, I mean, if they're really being honest, you think they're not a little bit mentally taxed by the time this thing is all said and done? I think that would be a wise thing to do for them.
Yeah. On the Sean Mazda text line, anyone with enough money to go to a Super Bowl can also afford a plane ride to London. It wouldn't affect the vast majority of fans as long as the kickoff time wasn't altered drastically. I've seen a couple people on the text line say, oh, DMac, you're out of touch with fans. What I'm talking about is going to a Super Bowl. And I understand, I don't mean to insult you. If you've gone to all the Broncos Super Bowls, you're of course you're a fan. I guess what I'm saying is going to a Super Bowl is so absurdly expensive. Listen, and I do know people, Tyler, who are just regular people who paid upwards of $10,000 to go to your Super Bowl 50.
Oh, I know.
It's a mind-blowing number.
I know because I had to pay it for family and friends, and it didn't cost me any different than it cost anybody else. I lost money on the Super Bowl. It was the one game of my life that I took care of my friends and my family.
Wow.
And normally for the majority of my career, somebody asked for tickets. Yep, I can get it for you. It's $150, right? Because I'm living in Denver. I can't afford to pay for all that for everybody, right? And that game, I paid for everybody, and I literally did not make $1 off of the game.
What'd you get for winning the Super Bowl?
I don't remember exactly, but I think for the whole
playoff run,
was a little bit over 100, something like that.
Gone.
No, that game was gone.
That game was gone.
Yeah,
it's crazy, man. I've been lucky enough to be at a few. I'm just blown away by what people pay. I haven't. I've been lucky enough to not have to.
Yeah,
but I'm working too. I'm not doing the same thing most people are.
But I understand what you're saying. The people that are going to the game, they'll still find a way to go to the game. It's not going to change things for them. What's the difference between $10,000 and $12,000 or $12,000 and $14,000? But I do think you're underestimating the anger that the casual fan would have for it not being just here on U.S. soil.
DMac wants, I don't want, okay, this is funny. Just because I bring something up that's been floated out there doesn't mean I want it to happen. Like, why would I care? Why would I want it to be in England? It's Roger Goodell who said
why do
things
they
like
deserve
this.
it? Why do they don't deserve it? It's not their game.
Trying to grow the game, I guess. Listen, if it happens, it certainly wouldn't be until there's a division. But if there ever is a division in Europe, if there's ever a team in Europe, the Super Bowl is going to go there. Period. But who knows when this is going to happen? Probably years and years and years down the line. The Super Bowl is a corporate event, and the number of billionaires in Europe make the U.S. look poor. They don't report the same way as here. Yeah, there's money all over the world. I don't know. I think it would be pretty cool with the Super Bowl in Europe. Just another United States culture victory. All right. And this one, if they put the Super Bowl in London, I'm out on the NFL. Here's what I know about people who say they're out on the NFL. You're liars. And maybe there is a stray Tyler person here or there over the years for some reason been upset by the NFL that's not paying attention.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So there's a 7-hour time difference over in London. And what time does Super Bowl usually start?
Here, 4:40.
4:40-ish,
yeah. 4:30, yeah.
Right? So they would be starting that game at 9:40 in the morning.
Is that right?
Yes.
Wait,
it's a 7-hour time difference.
Yeah, then in the other direction.
I understand.
So you would go backwards. So if it started at 9:30 in the morning, we'd be playing here. It would be like 2 a.m.
2 a.m. All right, so it goes the other way.
Right.
Okay, so
it'd be at night.
So it'd be in the middle of the morning.
Yeah, I mean, if they want, it's just like the games they play. When you wake up and it's the game's on at 7:30 in the morning, right? Like that's actually a night game.
So they're going to make the Americans watch it that time, or they're going to make them watch it that time?
Again, we're talking about something that's like 15 years in advance. Who knows? Who knows what they're going to do?
People are calling you an advocate because you are.
I'm not. I'm just telling you. Listen, certain things are going to go in certain directions. Like, how about this? In hockey, are we ever going to see a traditional All-Star game again?
I don't know that the answer is an obvious no, because I think Raj was right when I was listening to him. You can't do this every year. So what do you do in the years that are in between? Nothing?
Well,
you don't have a product?
You have the Olympics once every 4 years, period.
Okay.
So you're dealing with the 3 years between the Olympics.
Okay.
So you could certainly do this one of those years.
Okay.
Now you have 2 more years to figure out.
So I don't think it's an obvious no that we'll never see it again.
I'll be stunned if we ever see a regular NHL All-Star game ever again because of the success of this tournament. There'll be just something. The NBA. I don't know if the NBA even cares. They've tried to jerry-rig things so bizarrely. What else can they do, Tyler? You can move to USA versus the world, 40-minute game, but that's not even going to... We know that's not going to work either. It's going to be the same crap. They don't really care.
I think the NBA just accepts it, and they just continue to make money doing what they're doing.
You know what it's going to be like? All the people way back a million years ago that complained about MTV not playing videos. MTV stopped playing videos because MTV realized there's better ways to make money. We don't need to play videos, so they stopped. The NBA is going to get a lot of criticism from people like us and other people out there. It's going to make them money. It's going to get eyeballs, and it's just going to be stupider and stupider as time goes on. And that's it. And no matter what Draymond Green says or any of us say, the NBA, I'm going to guess the NBA made more money on this weekend's All-Star game than they ever have.
The problem is just the culture is just so far gone that moving to USA versus the world, I don't know that it changes anything in the culture. And I know you're not arguing that it does, but I just really don't see anything. How do you change a culture? How do you change that? The hockey culture was sound. They wanted to play. They wanted to play ball.
I'm glad that, like, in the world of sports talk, we seem to obsess on this crap for, like, 3 or 4 days a year, and then we never talk about it again.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it doesn't matter.
Because it really doesn't matter. It's just not that big of a deal. I'm way more interested in just getting the Nuggets going again and seeing how they do in their final 27 games, starting with Charlotte.
I say we get all the All-Stars to participate in a Mr. Beast competition.
You know what? You know what, bro? You joke about that.
I'm not joking.
You joke
I'm
about
actually
that?
being dead serious.
If they said, hey, we need a 3-hour broadcast.
Yeah.
And we just put Mr. Beast in charge.
Yeah.
And he can figure out whatever you want to do.
There could be some athletic stuff in there.
Absolutely. He does physical challenges as part of his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I think, were you being serious or not?
No, I was being dead serious.
The Mr. Beast NBA All-Star Weekend would be unbelievable. I know people are laughing and they don't even know who Mr. Beast is. Look him up. If you put Mr. Beast in charge of the weekend, you'd probably have the highest ratings you'd ever see, and it'd probably be really interesting.
Well, they're trying to get to the YouTube audience. That's their entire goal.
You know, that is
Adam Silver's trying to shorten the game because the ADD world can't watch it. You've heard the players talk about Steph Curry has been very vocal about trying to appeal to the YouTube audience. There you go.
You could do a series of events. Wow, that is actually a crazy good idea.
You almost make it a mix of Dude Perfect and Mr. Beast.
Yes.
Where it's athletic challenges.
Yes.
But there's like somebody dies if you. I mean.
Well, he has games like, first one to the last one to have his. Well, you got to see the game show if you haven't seen the game show. It puts guys in like ethical dilemmas, to try to win. Ethical and moral dilemmas. It's actually a damn good idea.
Like, hey, LeBron James, you're a billionaire.
Yeah.
You win this next one.
Yeah.
You can donate $15 million to charity or you keep it.
It's stuff like that. It's stuff.
LeBron James, the billionaire, chose to keep the $15 million.
And his game, this is how it would go. You're right about that. It would be stuff like that. Also, it'd be like, all right, LeBron James, you can eliminate Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, or Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic.
I choose Nikola Jokic.
You know, it'd be funny if they had a Beast Games and there was some sort of thing like you'll be eliminated immediately. The first one that step up would be Jokic. I'm out.
I don't want to do this.
First one to take your hand off. Oh, Jokic already took his hand off of it.
Well, you're kind of ruining the game, Jokic.
All right, he's out of here. He's walking out the door.
I want to go to the pool with my daughter.
Mr. Beast in charge of the All-Star game is about the most radical, but probably most interesting thing you'd possibly do. I'm glad we figured it out. We finally
You're welcome.
And more fighting in international games.
And Draymond versus Jordan Poole.
That would be, actually, can you imagine how great that would have been? That would have been awesome. All right, Nate and Andy, they'll try to figure it out the best they can. They're coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll see you tomorrow.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
It's the 2025 NBA All-Star Game.
What is your message to your team?
Well, just to show the United States that it's a world game, and I cannot wait for my international team to kick some butt.
Wow. Inspiring?
I couldn't hear what Charles said over the sweat on his lip.
Well, I just wanted to pick all these legends because at some point, 3 or 4 years from now, you probably won't see these guys because they'll be retired. So I just wanted to put all these guys together and show the young guys and show the youngsters who runs this league.
It's actually a beautiful thing, Shaq.
Thank you.
Beautiful thing. It's a team of bad knees, is what we should call it. I had to go and get one more gift. This is from me. And let's send them fishing. Everybody, y'all going fishing. Because this is it. It's over for It's over for y'all. That's right.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
So somebody did the math. It was a 2.5-hour television presentation Sunday night on TNT. They had a 2.5-hour block of time. And I saw this from The Athletic. 30 minutes and 30 seconds of it was basketball. 30 minutes and 30 seconds of a 2.5-hour television show was actually the thing that it was supposed to be the entire time. I did the thing on Sunday night. By the way, welcome in. Sunday night, I tuned in. Okay, I didn't turn it on probably until 6:15 because I'm assuming fluff. And when I tuned it on, it was still fluff. They were still doing the introductions. It was like Raphael Sadiq playing Metallica or something like that, and they were still bringing the players out. Okay, let's get to it. And then suddenly Kevin Hart is there. Who out there is requesting more Kevin Hart? Who's like, I don't get enough Kevin Hart. And I think Kevin Hart is fine, but at no point was I like, hey, I want to watch the NBA All-Star Game. I hope Kevin Hart is there. And I hope that he's talking on the PA to the players, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's getting really annoyed with him. So there was all of that, and then finally they got to a basketball game, and Joker's team Chuck, goes out and gets the win in game number 1, and I thought it was fine. Jokic threw a lob to Wemby. Hey, that was cool. That's kind of unfair. I liked watching that. That was fun. And then the game ended. And Jokic's team got to the 40 points first, which, by the way, the mini games thing, fine. It was fine by me. The players don't want to put in any effort. They don't want to have to try. Okay? They're not interested in expending any energy or risking injury. So I'm fine with that. I don't want Nikola Jokic trying in the All-Star game, and I love Nikola Jokic so much more because he doesn't try in the All-Star game. He puts in no effort whatsoever. But then the game ended. All right. So I sat and I watched and then I watched and then I waited, and then there was more Kevin Hart, and then I was like, what? When does the next game start? I was assuming like we go like game. Let's get some basketball going right here. No, I sat and I waited and I waited. Then they finally played the second game, which was the sophomores and the rookies, the Rising Stars team, play against the old guys, and Steph and Dame and KD are all bombing away. Okay, that was fine. I enjoyed all that. By the way, Draymond Green, the whole thing about getting upset about rookies and sophomores playing in it, shut up. Who cares? Okay? They're actually giving effort and giving somebody a little bit of a game. It was fine. All right? There's nothing sacrosanct about the NBA All-Star game. Teams score 200 points in this game usually when we play it regularly. So how dare we besmirch the holy grail that is NBA All-Star Weekend? Shut up, Draymond. So then I waited, and finally they got to a championship game, and then they started the championship game, and Jokic's team couldn't make a thing, and it was like an 11-1 run to start the game, and then they stopped the game again, and then it was more Kevin Hart. And then they did a prop comedy bit, which Spring pulled some of the audio from right there. They did a whole prop comedy bit where they were wearing fishing gear and all that. We get it. We know they do the bit on Inside the NBA, but then you made them do it out there for that whole thing, and it kept taking time. By the way, there was a quote from Jokic after the game talking to Bennett Durando of just like, what did you do during that giant break in the middle of the action? And Jokic was just like, I sat over there and I stiffened up. That was what happened to me. So then they came out and they played poorly because that's what happens when you start to move your legs and then you suddenly have to stop and then wait for a half hour for an interminable break with Kevin Hart to finally conclude. Then they did go back out there. I will be honest, I wasn't watching anymore. I didn't see the end of the game. I had no interest. I was done. Kevin Hart murdered NBA All-Star Weekend. TNT murdered NBA All-Star Weekend. The irony of the whole thing was, and I tweeted this on Sunday night, was Adam Silver, he blamed this on the players. He said the players don't take it seriously. So we're going to alter the format, and we'll talk to Steph Curry, and we'll come up with an idea. And I thought the idea was fine. There's no format you're going to come up with where the players are going to care. Okay? It's an exhibition. They're gajillionaires. $125,000. Don't the max guys, which is what most of the All-Stars are, don't they make that in like a quarter of a regular season game? So they don't care. That wasn't going to make them try. There was nothing that was going to make them try, but you were almost there, but then you killed it with the presentation of the entire thing because you thought we need more Kevin Hart out here. We need to make this a celebration of TNT, which, hey, I appreciate Inside the NBA. I have been entertained by it low over the years, but why do I like Inside the NBA? Because it's on during a game that I care about. And you made the television show about that thing instead of making it about the players, and yet you want to blame the players for not taking it seriously, and yet you've given the players every reason to not take it seriously. So what the hell are we doing here, NBA? They murdered it with the presentation, and I absolutely hated it. And the juxtaposition of putting it up the same weekend as the Four Nations hockey tournament is GD hilarious to me because the NHL stumbled upon a way to make people care, and that was make Americans and Canadians punch each other, and people will get into this event. And you know what? It worked. The NHL and the Four Nations hockey tournament are having themselves a moment, and good on them. It's hilarious that the very same weekend we watched the NBA trip all over itself and just wake up with wet pants. Welcome into the show. It's a Monday. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy's not here. Spring's filling in. Jeff Legwold's going to stop by. Andy's got whatever the bug is that's going around. Spring, how are you, man?
Hey, did you see? You might not have because you said you tuned out at the end of the thing.
I did. I didn't see the end.
Okay, so Jokic drew an 8-second violation on Steph Curry.
Perfect.
And Jokic was pumped.
Yeah.
He's clapping.
Hell yeah.
They were down like 14, 16 points, but he's like, we still got a chance. I just drew an 8-second. So that was fun.
Nikola gives that thing all the effort and spirit it deserves.
Yeah.
Which is none whatsoever. And I appreciate that about him. He even, by the way, did you happen to notice in game one, when Jokic's team actually did win, they came out and they started hot, and he's throwing lobs to Wemby, and he's throwing good dimes, and I think he had like 3 or 4 assists in that first game. But then at the very end of it, when his team was about to win, he turned it over twice in a row, and I was just like, my guy's trying to throw this thing. He realized, oops, we got too close.
Whoops, playing too well.
I'm going to have to play again. I really don't want to. And he started just giving away bad turnovers.
So, I mean, I think the NBA knew this thing is not going to be competitive. So, Kevin Hart has a good Q rating with the NBA audience.
Does he?
Allegedly.
I'm a member of the NBA audience. Okay,
allegedly.
The NBA has me. They've reeled me in. I love professional basketball, And again, like, I think Kevin Hart is fine.
He's okay.
Some of his early stand-up albums and specials were they were great. But again, like, at no point was I like, get him out here. I tell you what, let's see if the NHL learns anything from that and they bring him out and just let him host between periods on Thursday night.
So, yeah, the NHL, those games, those Four Nation games they're actual games where they care.
Yeah, they care a lot.
But it's odd because, it's replacing the All-Star game. It's the same point of the calendar where nobody used to try.
They didn't care.
But now you put the country names on the front of the jerseys and all of a sudden they care and try. Why can't they just try in an All-Star game? That would be a lot of fun.
Because they don't care.
But I would love to see like that. We've always wanted to see that.
Because there's nothing to play for. There's no pride attached to it. Like, nobody has like Western or Eastern Conference pride.
So this is all pride.
Yeah, nobody has any of that. That's what's funny is the hockey players, are they even getting compensated for this thing? No, they slip on the uniform and they care. And in Canada, like, Canada is our neighbor to the north as a nation. And sure, let's all acknowledge the geopolitics of the entire thing, but also Canada has a gigantic inferiority complex. Plus, none of the teams that actually play in their country ever win the Stanley Cup. However, they are the best hockey-playing nation in the world. Most of the best players in the NHL come from that place. Their team is better than Team USA. Team USA got the better of them the other night. They are going to play with a buttload of pride coming up here on Thursday night, and I absolutely cannot wait for the entire thing. By the way, Bill Guerin, Team USA, they're trying to get Trump out there to watch the thing. So, again, add on to the nationalism, 51st state talk, and everything else that is going on right there. But ultimately, like, they do care because of what they're wearing versus if you were playing for Team Chuck, like if you're Nikola Jokic or Victor Wembanyama or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
I got to do this for Kenny.
I got to for all the Team Chuck pride that I've grown up with and the feeling and for those that are like, dude, USA versus the world. Yeah, you think Nikola Jokic is going to care when he's playing for the world?
Sure, it's not Serbia.
Yeah, he doesn't care. And guess what? Basketball had this tournament. It was the Olympics. And the gold medal game between USA and Serbia was incredible. And that tournament was fantastic. Now, again, they don't punch each other in the face because they don't do that in that sport. It's not the 80s anymore, but it was a wonderful tournament, and you saw how badly Jokic wanted that for his country, for his countrymen, for his teammates when he played in that tournament last summer at the Olympics in Paris, just like the American players absolutely 100% care, and they don't want to have the indignity of being a USA basketball player that doesn't win the gold medal. Again, hockey got it right. How about that? How about hockey having a moment?
Well, they needed to.
It's awesome.
The ratings haven't been great.
Right.
And this is getting more attention on that sport than an all-star break would, really, than anything in the regular season has, really. Than
without a doubt.
The Panthers winning the Cup last year. This is getting more attention than anything else in that sport.
Right now, people are like Googling, like, what the hell team does Jake Gensel play for?
Who the hell is Jake Gensel?
Exactly. Like, I'm a little bit interested in this whole thing. And you could also see, like with a Sidney Crosby, for example, who was god-awful on Saturday night against Team USA, how much he cared in that game yesterday against Finland, sacrificing his body at the end of that thing so he could come up with the puck and then make the empty netter so Canada wouldn't blow that thing against Finland and we get a chance to play Team USA here. So, the hockey's having a moment. The Four Nations has been absolutely awesome. Cannot wait for this thing on Thursday night. Good on them. NBA, your All-Star weekend still sucks, but in the very least, it sucked before, and now it continues to be terrible. But stop doing the thing where you blame it on the players, because that is an absolute load of crap. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Springs in for Andy. Jeff Legwald stopping by for hour number 2 today. We got a lot to do. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Nations face-off matchup is underway, and the gloves are off. Matthew Tkachuk and Brandon Hagel. Hagel from Tampa Bay, Tkachuk from Florida. Did not see this coming.
You guys did it, man. Isn't it so funny? The NHL for years has tried to dissuade everybody from fighting. Why is this event massive? Fighting. Uh-huh. Yeah, people can tell you that's what's so funny about this is Matthew Tkachuk, Brady Tkachuk, JT Miller. People can tell you who the Americans were that fought in that game. Do they remember who scored the goals in that game? Jake Gensel scored 2 of them. Dylan Larkin had a goal as well.
Gotta hate Dylan Larkin.
Screw that guy.
Except when he plays for the USA, then he's okay.
Connor McDavid had a goal to start things off for Team Canada. It was pretty sweet. But Team USA come back to get the victory 3-1. They then played again yesterday. Canada asserted their dominance as that team is capable of doing, and it was courtesy of McDavid and Nathan McKinnon, the 2 best players in the world, right away in that game. And then, Jordan Binnington kind of went Jordan Binnington at the very end, and things got a little fluky. But, got within a 1-goal game, but the Finns couldn't get it done, unfortunately. Our buddy Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him, will not advance to the championship. Also, how big of a letdown would that have been for everybody if Canada had not hung on and won that game?
Yeah, we want USA Canada too.
This is what everybody
wants.
wants.
Everyone wants.
Yes, we got a grudge match going on right here. So let's hear from the Tkachuks, because it was both the Tkachuks, Matthew and Brady, as well as JT Miller, who dropped the gloves. Apparently, Spring, this was preordained. They had decided this was going to go down no matter what.
Did you know early today you wanted to try something like that at face-off, or it just come to you?
Well, yeah, there's a little discussion during the day, and there's a group chat going on today, so still slept like a baby though. But you know what? And then we just kind of reaffirmed that we're gonna do that, and I think Matthew's fight to start off was just such an energy boost. I think I was more excited, more nervous than my own, and then Millsy to cap it off to go against a big guy like that. I think he did a great job, and I think it was a pretty awesome experience.
Yeah, going up against Colton Parayko, that's no walk in the park right there.
That's a big boy.
We assume there were other guys on that group chat too that were like, totally, you guys should totally do that. No, you should totally fight right away in that game. Yeah, no, I was going to, but you guys already called it, so you guys go ahead.
Well, Team USA's best asset, one, it's Connor Hellebuck.
He's pretty good.
Hey, that's a difference maker right there.
He was phenomenal against Canada.
Yeah, the first goal he allowed, you're thinking, or was it the very first goal of the tournament he allowed? It was a little leaky. And you're like, playoff Hellebuck has entered the 4 nations. But no, he's been great ever since. Maybe this is...
Yeah, no, Finland scored first against those dudes.
Yeah, and then Hellebuck has been nails ever since.
He's been really good ever since then. And it's one area where goaltending, USA, really everybody has an advantage over Canada. I saw this in The Athletic, only 26% or something like that of NHL goaltenders are Canadian now. The number's gone way, way down.
Yeah. Well, you know, the Finns have the goaltending academies and all of that.
The Finnish school of goaltending. Those people are serious about it. No, there's a great Urpo Jalonen was the guy that was training the Finnish goaltenders low over the years, and there's a great article. It was called "The Oracle of Ice Hockey." And there's very Finnish techniques to playing the position, and also they're of the belief of we're this frozen half Scandinavian, half Balkan country where everybody is just stuck inside and isolated all the time anyway. So naturally, they felt as though the mentality of their very people lends itself to being a goalie where you're cold and ultimately just by yourself.
Sure. But yeah, so Hellebuck gives the U.S. the goaltending advantage. He's the best goaltender in the tournament.
Yep.
You'd love to see Mackenzie Blackwood out there for Team Canada, although probably, he got hot a little too late. I'm sure the rosters were already set. Jordan Binnington is a weak spot there. I think Logan Thompson, who is a good Canadian goaltender, now with the Capitals, just got himself a long-term deal.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, he doesn't get along with a couple of the assistant coaches. Bruce Cassidy coached him with the Vegas Golden Knights, and he hates Logan Thompson.
Okay.
So Canada may be shooting themselves in their own foot there a little bit with some personal beef getting in the way of the best roster that they could put out there.
So that's the issue. It's personal beef.
Yeah.
Moose meat up there. Actually, I think that's what they eat. But yes, I know what you're saying right there, Spring.
But those Kachucks, man, they make the U.S. so physical.
Yeah.
They're the most physical team in this tournament. Say what you want about those two brothers.
No, those dudes, and Brad Marchand is not what he used to be, which he used to be those guys, but he's not that anymore. Like, yeah, that's they got the salty, borderline, dirty kind of players that has given Team USA its identity right now. While Canada obviously is the more skilled team, but right now and also I do think that there was an element of I don't know if Canada was ready to play that way.
Sure.
And that's what that game kind of turned into.
Well, and another thing too, they missed Cale Makar.
They did. Now he was back yesterday to play against Finland, but he was out with illness in that game. Team USA's blue line was so good against Canada. Canada's was a little bit leaky. I think having Cale Makar back on Thursday night, I would say, going to make a bit of a difference.
Yeah, that really could be the difference maker.
Yeah.
And I look, USA, that was a huge emotional win for them on Saturday night. And I wonder how they respond in round 2. After they felt the highs of highs and Canada was disappointed and now they get Cale back. I'm curious to see how Team USA plays, knowing that they're the big dogs. They won the round robin stage. They're the ones who got the big win over Canada, the ones feeling good about themselves. So I'm curious to see how they deal with now kind of being the favorites in this game.
Let's hear from Nathan McKinnon, who was talking yesterday after the win against Finland. But Nate was talking about what it means to get another shot at Team USA now here on Thursday.
Yeah, the last thing we wanted to do was go home today or tomorrow, whatever. So, yeah, whoever we're playing in the finals, obviously it's going to be the Americans. We'd love to play them again. We feel like we could beat those guys, and we plan on playing a little better Thursday.
I love Nathan McKinnon so much. Is that Canadian trash talk? We feel like we can beat those guys.
It's the most low key trash talk of all time. The most polite.
The most polite Canadian. We feel as though we perhaps may be able to contend with them. I want Nathan McKinnon to not stop being the most Canadian dude that he possibly can. I want him to go jam his tragically hip and go and get ready for this game to take on USA on Thursday night. It's going to be fun, man. It really is. It's cool that this tournament is as spicy as it has been. Shout out to the Kachucks who made it that way, who decided we're going to drop the gloves immediately. I'll be fully honest, on Saturday night, I didn't have the game on right away at the start. And then I looked at my phone. I was like, oh, crap. Hell yeah. And it was just like, boom, I gotta see this.
And that's exactly what they wanted.
Yeah. They automatically got people tuned into it. All right, Spring. So now flip it forward. Does this now generate a massive buzz and interest in the NHL the rest of the way this season? Is this the catapult forward that the National Hockey League so desperately needed in this crowded sports and media landscape to bring in the cash, to bring in the fans, that because the hockey hardcores love the hockey, But can you open up the umbrella and bring in more people to get excited and be passionate and knowledgeable and care about your game? Is the Four Nations going to do that for the NHL? Because that's what the NHL wants.
I mean, it should help, but we'll see how much.
Right.
I think people right now, there's a lot of casuals, a lot of the masses that don't even necessarily care about the hockey itself.
Sure.
But are very into the USA versus everyone else thing.
Right.
It helped, like, compare this to the Olympics in basketball. Like, one thing that, and look, it was a great tournament, but one thing that I think kind of hurt the Let's Go USA thing was they were double-digit favorites in every game.
Sure.
You know, they're the Monstars of basketball. With hockey, it helps that Canada is a half step ahead. They're the head of hockey, essentially.
No matter what, like going back to the Miracle on Ice and even before that, Team USA has never been the world power in this sport.
Yeah, so having a bit of an underdog mentality to it helps. But my hesitation is that people are digging the playing for the flag on the front as soon as it's everyone from all these different countries playing together, you know, mishmashed on different teams.
Sure.
For, you know, the Florida Panthers. Who the hell cares about the Florida Panthers unless you live in South Florida, right? I wonder if it will wane a little bit.
So that's clearly like we're in a moment.
Yeah.
Okay? And right now, the anti-Canadian and the Canadian anti-American sentiment because of what is happening with tariffs, what is happening in the political spectrum of it all right now, the hockey is filling into it beautifully.
Yes.
Okay? But here's the thing is if you're an American hockey fan, okay, well, guess what? You were going to love it anyway. But if you're just a dude that's like, I love the NFL and I'm an extremely casual hockey fan, like, is this going to get you really into it? The sentiment of go get those dirty Canadians. I'm all for that. Like if the nationalism culture war aspect of it is what is hauling you in, well, guess what? Next week when you turn on the Blackhawks Blue Jackets game and you're like, oh, it's 16 Canadians and my favorite American is playing with some commie Swedes. I hate this.
Right, exactly.
And you'll just flip back to cable news. So again, like this is filling in a moment beautifully. Does it have much carryover? To your point, Spring, it can't hurt. It's people watching high-level hockey. But is it going to ultimately lead to people being diehard Carolina Hurricanes fans? Probably not.
You know what's funny about that is, you know, coming into this tournament, and it hits different when you start watching the games because, yeah, it's hard not to root for Team USA when you're watching these games. But I come into this tournament, you know, wanting to root for the guys I always root for.
Nathan McKinnon.
My favorite players, guys who
Dale McCarr.
No, I don't just like them because they play for our local team. They're freaking awesome at hockey, and it's just fun as hell to watch Cale Makar play.
He's the best person in the world.
He's also a tremendous human being, but you know, I always felt this way about like Steph Curry with the Warriors. Like, yeah, he's on the big bad Warriors, but I love watching him play.
Sure.
It's just so much fun. I feel the same way about Cale. So when you watch international play, whether it's hockey or any sport, if you're going to watch the pro leagues after it, really what you're doing is you're watching for players you like.
Sure.
And then you follow them to the pro team. Is there anyone on Team USA that you look at and you say, oh, that's a star. That's somebody that I want to continue to follow? I almost feel like coming out of Canada-USA on Thursday night, if Canada wins, if Makar looks good, if McKinnon looks good, if McDavid looks good, those are the stars. Like, those are the guys who you're like, yeah, I want to watch these guys play more. And they don't even play for Team USA.
Sure. It's Canada has the best players, right? They have Connor McDavid. They have Nathan McKinnon. By the way, do you hear McKinnon call McDavid the best player in the world?
That's classy.
Again, deferential, Canadian, courtesy.
That's classy.
That's what our guy does right there. But I think there's something to what you're saying right there. Again, of just like.
So you love Matthew Tkachuk. It's like, great. Now I'm watching Florida Panthers games Tkachuk doesn't score sexy goals. He's a gritty player. Like, oh, wow, I love Brady Tkachuk. Let me go watch the Ottawa Senators. You know what I'm saying?
Doesn't exactly have the ring.
I was telling you during the break, Brady Tkachuk said, like, man, this USA-Canada is the most important game of my life. Yeah, dude, because you play for Ottawa. There is no other big game for you. And something that you said in the first segment, too, you mentioned how you mentioned the cup, right?
Yeah.
Like McDavid's never won a cup. McKinnon and Makar have won a cup. That's the biggest goal, like they're clowning McDavid, hey, you could win this Four Nations. You still haven't won a cup. You could win this Four Nations no matter what side you are on. The goal is to still win the cup. Yet players are putting their playoff hopes at risk in a way here when the biggest goal is still to win a cup.
We've had injuries already suffered so far in this term. Both Tkachuks have gotten banged up so far here in this tournament. Now, of course, those guys will, bleed they'll bleed all over the ice. They're going to be out there on Thursday. You got to be reasonably confident of that. But yes, that this is the part of it where you're like, oh man, now every owner and every GM is going to be worried about, are my guys coming out of this possibly injured? I mean, I tell you what, if you're Chris McFarland and the Avalanche, like there's nothing you can do to tamp down the competitiveness of Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Devon Taves going into this game here on Thursday night, right? Doesn't that also make you a little bit nervous?
Sure.
Like knowing the physicality that these games are about to have. Do you think like are they texting McKinnon right now and be like, I don't want to see you dropping the gloves on Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go punching anybody. You protect those digits, my friend. We need you down the stretch right here.
And when we open talking about the NBA All-Star game, and that's the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that this sport, like if there's one sport that needs this, it's hockey.
Yep.
So I guess even though the goal is to win the cup, and heaven forbid Cale, Devon, or Nate got hurt, you just swallow it and you just say it's for the good of the sport, and you live with it.
Well, I don't even know if you do that. You're right. That's an aspect of it. Like ultimately, this is going to be good for our game. This gets more people watching hockey, which is just objectively a good thing. But also, you're terrified when you watch this game, and you're looking at your guys and just going like, hey man, there's nothing I can say that's not going to make you go out there and not give 125% when you're out there on the ice, because yes, the nationalism thing has taken over and this thing has kind of taken on a life of its own, and you are now the guys that are in the middle of it, and you're going to do it all for your country. That again is the part that I think you just got to be worried about right there, is just like how intense this game is going to be, what kind of war this game is going to be. And again, every NHL GM just sitting there and just going, please don't let my guy get hurt while he's out there. Please, please. Again, that's why I say be the fourth or fifth guy on that Tkachuk's group chat and just be like, you guys should totally.
I was on the can. I didn't have good Wi-Fi in there. I missed your text.
Jeff Legwold coming up at 4:00. Bronco targets in free agency. We're going to dive into that with Leggy. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Kreckman and Lindahl, get our Tuesday power ranking coming up here in just a moment. But first, I got a bit of breaking NFL news to give to everybody. Veteran quarterback Andy Dalton has signed a 2-year contract with the Carolina Panthers to hang out with Bryce Young every single day. All right, Spring, top of your head, career earnings Andy Dalton. Career earnings.
Boy.
Andy Dalton.
$80 million.
110.
Wow.
110. So far, we're going to tack roughly another 10 mil onto this for Andy Dalton for a couple of more years as the backup quarterback to Bryce Young there in Carolina, or what they hope is going to be Bryce Young for the next couple of years. Panthers, that's kind of a weird spot where you've really made up your mind this guy stinks and you bench him, and then he comes back because Andy Dalton gets in a car accident in his Dodge Caravan, and then he comes out and he plays okay, and you're just like, wait, now your head's spinning. But you still have to hope that a former number 1 overall pick turns into a serviceable to decent NFL quarterback.
I don't think there's anything wrong, even though it kind of goes against the way things have been. But with benching a young quarterback and then giving him a second chance, it feels like it used to be.
Worked for John.
And it still kind of is. Once you get benched, like, you're done. Your tenure there is over. Like, for example, could there be a Zach Wilson reunion with the Jets? I don't know.
There's no planet on which Woody Johnson would bring him back. Like, that's
Zach Wilson's the same age as Bo Nix.
He is. You're asking again people that have really made up their mind of how much they hate somebody to completely flip and change the idea when they spent so many years hating that guy.
Whether it's...
And also, if you're Zach Wilson, don't go back.
No, yeah, I would advise not to.
Don't ever do that.
But,
don't.
Whether it's Bryce Young, who... I'm not saying that he's back to being, that's a number 1 overall prospect, but, rebounded.
The thing that Young had going for him is that Dave Tepper liked him in the first place. So in the very least, you get confirmation bias for the owner. Of, like, I was right to like this guy the whole time.
Sam Darnold, Jared Goff. Remember, he was kind of giving up on him in a way.
In a way, Dan Campbell liked him, though.
Sure. It was like, it felt like he was like a throw-in in the Stafford trade. Like
Tua. I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
Tua was a guy, and Mike McDaniel sat down and said, I will play you. God, it was like, I'll play 700 clips of you making the right decision to try and boost Tua's confidence. And in the end, Tua's just back to being a perfectly cromulent NFL quarterback. Nothing special. You can win games. You can also lose games with Tua.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to throw these quarterbacks into the waste bin, into the old toys bin.
No, eventually they'll, the coach will get fired. Somebody else will take over. They won't want him, and then they'll go and they'll end up with a career like Andy Dalton's, where after he was done in Cincinnati, he went to Dallas, then he went to Chicago, then he went to the Saints, then he went to Carolina, and all this time he's just hanging out making himself $110 million.
Andy Dalton's a good backup quarterback. So it's a good backup quarterback.
You can do a heck of a lot worse. He's a good culture guy. That's one of those other things is when you make it in the NFL until you're 39 years of age, it goes to show you're one of those very good culture guys. We're going to dive into NFL free agency stuff and Bronco targets with Jeff Legwold coming up here at the top of the hour.
Jarrett Stidham's a free agent.
He is, yes.
And Zach Wilson, there's no guarantee he's back. In fact, it seems like he won't be. So who's the Broncos backup next year? You should ask Jeff Legwold.
It's on the list.
All right.
Literally on the list of guys that I was going to bring up.
All right.
But first, it is a Tuesday, and on Tuesday we rank things, and since there's no NFL power rankings, and it's pretty obvious what the rankings are in the Four Nations Cup, we bring you our own version of the terrible top 5. Here we go.
You got the touch. You got the power.
Yeah, we do rankings on Tuesday. Over the weekend, there was much happening. You had your four nations. You had hockey players punching each other. You had your NBA All-Star weekend and so much Kevin Hart. So much Kevin Hart. But also, this weekend was the SNL 50th anniversary special.
I watched more of this than the All-Star game, not going to lie.
As did I.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was better, quite frankly. But they did the concert the other night. The concert was great. The special itself, I thought was great. Obviously, some moments better than other, but that's SNL, right? It's a sketch comedy show, and it's impossible to do a perfect episode, quite frankly. So here we go. I'm going to give this to you here on a Tuesday. I wish Andy was here. He would tell me how wrong I am. But here we go. This is my very own Nate Kreckman's top 5 cast members SNL history. You ready for this, Spring?
I am. This is right up my alley.
Okay, here we go. At number 5, that's right, I'm going from 5 down to number 1. At number 5, and this is the one that I waffled the most on, but ultimately I decided I had to give it to Amy Poehler.
I feel like I'm almost 11, and I'm like, hello, is anybody down there? Is anything down there, Rick?
By the way, that was the character that she based on playing Andy Richter's little sister on Conan for all of those years. I loved Amy Poehler. Thought she was genius. I ended up giving her the number 5 spot. I could have replaced this with so many. That's the one that I went on.
I would have gone Kristen Wiig.
Okay. It was Kristen Wiig and Kate McKinnon are both
Kate's
right
great
there.
too. Yeah.
Right
and
there.
Amy's great. You know, Tina more of a writer. Not in many of the sketches.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Obviously, as an update host.
Mm-hmm.
Tina and Amy, to me, was the second best update combo ever after Norm Macdonald, who was the best of them all. At number 4, again, this is my top 5 SNL cast members of all time. At number 4, Will Ferrell.
There's going to be a meeting between your ass and the palm of my hand if you don't get off the shed. Now, get off the shed!
That's such a great sketch right there.
Did you realize that was the first sketch Ferrell ever did?
Yeah, he did that at his audition.
Yep. Get off the shed.
For me, for my era, he's number 1 for me.
Yeah.
He's amazing. And him showing up at the 50th as Big Red in his short shorts, a homage to, that Office sketch where he wore the short American shorts.
Can I get you a hotter upper? By the way, that was the first episode after 9/11. Also, did you see he and Anna Gasteyer doing Kendrick at the concert on Friday night?
Hilarious.
That was epic.
So good.
At number 3, got a feeling this would have been Andy's number 1 because he basically does this guy every single day. But I got Chris Farley at number 3.
Hey, Dad, I can't see real good. Is that Bill Shakespeare over there?
Uh-huh. Best physical comedian, I thought, in the history of the show, with all due respect to John Belushi. Man, I struggled on this one. Who do I put at the very top spot? It was between these two, my 2 favorites of all time. But at number 2, I put the late, great Phil Hartman.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm just a caveman.
Unfrozen Caveman Lawyer. They were so high when they wrote that sketch. Phil Hartman was basically perfect on that show. But at number 1, the irony being I was too young to have ever watched anything that he did on the show live. But I think that I have watched the best of at least 200 times in my life. To me, the greatest SNL cast member of them all, at number 1, Eddie Murphy.
This is how you answer a door in my neighborhood.
James Brown's Celebrity Hot Tub, all-time great sketch. To this day, I still say too hot in the hot tub every single time that I get into a hot tub. So there you go. That's my top 5 SNL cast members of all time. I put Eddie at 1, Phil Hartman at 2, Farley at 3, Will Ferrell at 4, Amy Poehler at 5, but so many honorable mentions that barely missed out. I had to decide. So there you go. That's my top 5. We talk football and Bronco free agency, including what are they going to do about that tight end problem with Jeff Legwold. That's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. When we needed a new furnace, we got Apple Air over to the house. This is one of the last family-owned and operated HVAC companies in Colorado. They don't have the backing of some private equity firm. This is family-owned and operated, meaning that Apple Air is dependent upon repeat business. They value their customers, and the things that Apple Air provides standard, those are upcharges with other HVAC companies. Apple Air is not there to upcharge. They write you a quote. It's not an estimate. It is a quote. Comfort and efficiency, those are the two priorities of Apple Air. They save you money in the long run by doing great work, and they keep your family warm and safe. They installed a new 2-stage high-efficiency furnace into our house this winter, and it was freezing all weekend long. We didn't have to think twice about it. They do great work over at Apple Air. And if your heating and cooling system is on its last legs, right now is the time to upgrade. Apple Air is giving you $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system. Limited time only. Give them a call. Ask them about it. 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Or visit appleair.com. All right, it's hour number 2 here on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. Hope everybody had a nice President's Day weekend. It's Jeff Legwold time here. Jeff filling in for Andy for the next hour here on the show. Are you ready for that, Leggy?
I think I'm ready.
Those are large shoes that you have to fill.
I know.
Right
I can't do that.
Proverbially, and
I can't do that. I'm just coming in from the pen.
Yes,
right now.
that's
the lefty.
That's all you're here to do. Let's just tell you what. Let's just start right with this. Spring through this question at me last hour. It was on the list. It was lower on the list, but heck, it's quarterback. Jarrett Stidham or Zach Wilson? Who's going to be the backup quarterback for the Broncos?
That's an excellent question.
Thank you.
And I don't have an answer for
Thank
that.
you. Credit Mark Springer with that one right there.
It's no joke. That's not like something you should blow off anymore.
No.
I think that's been proven over and over again. And just think about it. We still don't know what the undisclosed surgery is. I like many in this job
for Bo
have been Knicks have been told, it's nothing to worry about. Nothing. Okay, well,
but what is it though?
Yeah, until I see, and I always have the caveat until I see the guy on the field with my own eyes doing whatever they need to do, then I put a question mark next to it.
Does he skip that whole Pro Bowl festivities thing?
Yeah, and I'll, played with back fractures. We now, the transverse process.
Yeah.
The little flare bones. And guys have played with it in the past, no question. But that's 2 injuries, in his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
So the backup quarterback spot is not. From a developmental standpoint, I think Wilson is a good pick. It's just what can he get in the open market?
Sure.
When at least a third of the teams probably don't have an option with as much experience or
what was the
talent.
What was the dynamic of that room a year ago, Leggy? Because we go out there and we watched preseason and camp and everything like that, and the profile was really simple. Okay, Bo Nix was the anointed one. Jarrett Stidham was the steady one, and Zach Wilson was the high-ceiling question. And I thought everybody fit into their little category, their little silo perfectly. Now, ultimately, the team decided Stiddy's the backup because he's Mr. Steady right there. How did that play for Zach Wilson? Did that perhaps... Did that sour him on his time here in Denver at all, having to be the number 3 to a guy that he was looking at? And I know they were friendly and everything like that, but Zach Wilson was saying, I can put my fastball through a wall, dude. You can barely get the ball there.
Yeah, I don't think we should undervalue what those 2 guys meant for Nix's rookie year.
Yeah.
I don't think Bo Nix finishes with 29 touchdowns. They don't go to the playoffs. I would say it that strongly if those 2 guys aren't the backup. They got Bo Nix through an awful lot of his rookie year.
Yeah.
I think the strangeness of the dynamic is Wilson's really the guy with the experience, game day experience.
Very true. 36
33,
NFL starts?
I think 33 in the regular season. But, he was the guy who'd actually done more of what Bo Nix was being asked to do.
Actually play football.
Yeah. And, Stidham has a pedigree of once you play for Belichick, you get a certain level of respect in the league other people don't have because not everybody can survive that fun.
That's interesting.
But I think Wilson is the guy who had,
actual game experience.
He had the answers to the questions Bo Nix needed, like especially how do you deal with this?
Former first-round pick.
And all 3 of them got along tremendously. They actually, the weekly dinners were stuff of legend, and they didn't go somewhere. They went to one of each of the 3's houses, and they would rotate.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember there was one week where I think Bo Nix couldn't do it, and he just took unending amounts of crap from the other 2 because they just got along so well. So that dynamic was important.
Was the 3 quarterback dynamic? I could see them moving away from that going forward.
I think they will.
And look at it and say, okay, it's the practicality of it for year number 1 was perfect. Look at these varying different veterans that he can rely on and go to, varying different skill sets. But going forward, the Broncos really only need 1 backup quarterback, right?
I think so. And now we may hear different, we'll see everyone at the Combine next week, and I'll maybe have a better answer for you. But I think when I left that building after the Wednesday after the season was over, my thought was there will be a two quarterback and maybe one on the practice squad type thing. But again, I think Wilson was. I think he liked his time here. Going back to I think he fixed a lot of things. Davis Webb was important for him, the quarterback's coach.
Yeah.
He did a great job with both those guys, but Wilson in particular. I mean, his pregame routine, he would come out very early because he was the 3. He would be out before everybody, and he would do a workout before each game, before Stidham and Nix came out after that. But that stuff was, worth watching just to see what his footwork was improved. You could see such a difference between him and the guy who had arrived right after the trade. Even into October.
It's funny, Leggy, because pro football players, and especially when you're the number 2 overall pick in the draft, you're obviously, this goes without saying, you're extremely well compensated, okay?
You're doing fine.
And do that job. But also, you hear about guys that fall out of love with whatever it is they're doing. And if there was ever anybody that I would have looked at and said, I don't blame that guy if he hates football, it would have been Zach Wilson.
Oh, I can't blame him. Look at the situation he was in.
Terrible coaches, terrible organization.
Sam Darnold had gone through it right before him.
Vicious media that you have to deal with in that town. Vicious fan base that you have to deal with in that town coming down on you. And so much of the failure of the infrastructure around you is not your fault.
But you answer for it.
Exactly.
Because you're the guy at the podium. You're the guy behind center.
Exactly. You're the one getting booed every Sunday, and you're the guy answering all the questions, even though none of it's your fault. It's the teenage son of the owner's fault, apparently. But that's what's so absurd about it. And so I would think for Zach Wilson to have just spent a year just being like, I'll just work on football, and I don't have to do any of that other crap. I bet it saved his career.
Oh, you could tell a difference between when he arrived and just how he interacted with people when he arrived, and by the end of the season, how he was. I don't think there's any question that beyond the technical aspects of playing his position, how much he gained from being in this situation where he didn't have to worry about all that stuff. Now, eventually, you want to be the quarterback. You want the pressure. You want all those things.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes we underestimate how tough failure can be in that public of a domain now. I mean, everything's on social media.
Mm-hmm.
You are, when it goes bad.
You're tabloid fodder in New York.
And you can try to ignore it as guys do, but your family doesn't ignore it. Your friends don't ignore it. Your significant others don't ignore it. Your kids get it at school.
Yeah.
If you've got kids.
The coaches have talked about that.
Oh, and I know I participate in the media, but it's a tough thing. I don't think we probably discuss enough. And for a quarterback, I think when it goes bad for a quarterback, I think sometimes they just want to say, you know what, never mind.
Bo Nix, good rookie year, 29 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, threw for almost 3,800 yards, wins 10 games, third in rookie of the year. Absolute home run of a rookie season for Bo Nix. Year 2, okay? When you come out the gates and you're the star immediately, sort of the way that Bo Nix did. Year number 2, you can sometimes see a step back. You always hear coaches talk about, development is not linear, and it almost never is.
Never.
In
especially
the NFL.
At that position.
C.J. Stroud, great example. And I don't think Stroud had a bad second year. I think he was so good his first year that it raises an expectation level that is really tough to meet because, again, development isn't automatically just exactly linear. For Bo Nix, and I'm sure you've talked to people around the league about this, Leggy, what are the biggest pitfalls for him going into year 2?
From a technical standpoint, I've talked to defensive coaches, and you could see it even toward the end of the year. They have decided we'll force him outside the numbers and take our chances.
Yeah.
And he is a different player in that scenario. And I think technically a lot of second-year quarterback developmental issues are because you're no longer an unknown.
Sure.
Right now, Bo Nix may be doing some workouts and some of those things. But the people who are going to face him are taking him apart piece by piece. And you have to come back ready to address your weaknesses because your opponents already have. They have a nice list of things they don't think you do particularly well.
Yeah.
And they are going to squeeze you on that. And the NFL is so much more impactful in that way than college football. When they will search out the nuggets and they will find them and you will have to deal with them. There's no getting around it. So I think that part of it, I think some of his footwork issues he'll obviously address, and he's even said that.
He's already gotten so much better, too.
Yeah, and you could see it as, again, Davis Webb's been an important part of these guys' development. And I think those two things are the biggest things. And he needs more of anticipatory throws. He needs more of those. And, right now he wants to see the number before he lets the ball go.
Sure.
And again, that's not an NFL survival trait over the long term.
When you say force him outside the numbers, like take away the middle of the field, make him throw out there.
Make him push all his throws
outside
as much as possible.
I mean, that was a part of the scouting report on Bo coming into the NFL was those throws. Does he have the elite arm to be able to make those big time throws outside the numbers? Because that's those are tight window throws. Those are downfield throws. You got to be able to really shove those things in there. And yeah, that's because Bo was pretty good over the middle of the field his first year.
No, that's the strength of Peyton's route tree, too.
Yeah.
Sean Payton's route tree. I think that's why if they had an impactful tight end, if they had more of an impact from a running back in the passing game, then it's harder to make him go outside.
Sure.
So I think a lot of that stuff's going to go together this offseason. But, from a technical standpoint, those are the three things I hear the most from defensive coaches who, are taking long looks at him.
Go find the Joker. Jeff Legwold is here. He's hanging out for the full hour. 303-504-0925. You got questions for Leggy? Fire him in. You got draft questions. He's got answers. You got free agency questions. I have a number of them written down right here. We tip of the iceberg there in segment number 1 on free agency. But I got names to bounce off of you here, Leggy, when we come back.
I'm ready.
Some of whom are
I'm ready.
People that Sean Payton is quite familiar with because he likes that sort of thing. So we'll do all of that. But 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line, draft free agency questions, off-season questions for Jeff Legwold here as we're talking football on a Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, Jeff Legwold is here Tuesday. Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy is ill. We wish him a speedy recovery. So much more to get to. Yes.
Get well,
Get well, Andy. Please. He would have loved being here today, too. Oh, man, we had hockey players punching each other in the face. He could have meatballed all over this show today. Would have been great. He'll have to just do it tomorrow. All right.
That's right.
So we're talking free agency here. Obviously, draft questions as well. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. Send your draft questions in to Jeff Legwold. So our buddy Nick Kosmiter wrote this at The Athletic. Your one of your compatriots there in the local media, Jeff, and he pointed out that thing where Sean Payton really likes guys that used to play for the Saints.
Oh well, yeah.
It's one of his things. If you coach there, if you work there, if you played there, you are likely to be one of his guys. So it automatically leads to the question:
Juwan Johnson,
unrestricted free agent. So Juwan had I looked this up, 50 receptions on 66 targets this season. In New Orleans, Broncos tight ends as a group, 51 receptions. Johnson, 548 yards, 3 touchdowns this year. His 18 touchdowns since 2021, the 7th most among tight ends in the NFL. Juwan Johnson, a guy that came into the league playing for Sean Payton. He had a really nice season this year. He seems to be a guy that would check a lot of Bronco
28,
boxes. Yes,
I believe. So.
Yes. So he appears to be a guy that bring him in to join another former Saint in Troutman over there at the tight end position. That could be a really good acquisition, right?
They need something.
Yeah.
They do need something. If it's him but I think he, in a free agency class that is not considered very good overall by the league, other than a couple positions. But the choices are even smaller of guys who are not 30 years old.
Right.
And so he really is at the front end of a free agency class that isn't very good. He's got production. He's still a fairly young player, and he's had a fairly good injury history as far as those things go. So, yeah, he is a former Saint. So
he's got that going for himself. I feel like there's a mock draft groupthink happening right now with the Broncos where everybody is just automatically connecting Michigan's Colston Loveland.
Well, the assumption is Warren's off the board, so next best tight end.
Yeah.
I don't.
56 catches, 5 touchdowns last year at Michigan, 6'5", 245. I mean, the numbers, the size, all those things check the boxes. Obviously, Leggy, you got to get to the combine and kind of put your eyes on this guy a little bit. But what are your initial thoughts on Loveland?
He fits. I mean, and certainly he could line up anywhere. I have looked at him a bunch.
Yeah.
He doesn't have Warren's versatility because no one has Warren's versatility.
Yeah.
That's like saying, it's like being mad the best quarterback in the draft doesn't have. Travis Hunter's the only guy on the board who has more versatility than Warren. So let's just leave the rest of them, behind in that argument. But he is a very impactful prospect. It's just, again, their glaring need probably won't outweigh where they fit the value of that position. Now, is that a position in the first round, you want? That'll be the question when it comes to that time. I think on this board, there's a chance, both of the tight ends are gone because I've talked to teams who only think between 14 and 18 first-round grades this year. So that's on the low end.
Well, isn't that funny, though, Leggy? Like,
NIL is really adjusted a board.
The two positions that you would
running
say
back and
are the two positions, running back and tight end, that NFL teams I think have the hardest debate over inside their rooms.
And guard.
Is it guard? Great point right there. Is it worth it to take a guy that plays this position in the first round?
Yeah.
But to your point, okay, if you have between 14 and 18 first-round grades and you're picking at number 20, well, first off, chances are somebody you have a first-round grade is going to fall to you at number 20. But in the event that they don't, that's a good situation then to take a tight end or a running back.
Exactly. And at 20, I think the value argument's fairly open.
Yeah.
When you're down to 20, if you have a first or a high 2, that's an okay pick.
Right.
To me. I wouldn't move down much farther on this board, like if you were trying to gather picks or whatever, or thought you could get your guy later. Now, Sean Payton has pretty well proven he ain't waiting for the guy. He wants to get the guy he wants when he wants to. They took Bo Nix. They'll never admit it, but probably several slots above where they had him on their board because he wanted him and he didn't want to wait. So I think he's worthy of that pick. I think he plays immediately to make it worthy of that pick as the running back. Genty would be worthy of that pick in my mind as well. I think he's a higher ranked prospect overall than the tight end.
He's gone by 20, right?
I think so. Yeah. But I mean, I've seen weirder things happen, and that is the one position where a guy would tumble no matter how good he is.
Here's what I wonder about, though. Like, we always wonder about Super Bowl effect.
Yeah.
And when every other owner in the NFL just watched Saquon Barkley win a Super Bowl, they're all asking their GM right now, why don't I have one of those guys?
Why don't we value running back more?
Right.
That's what they're saying.
Exactly.
And Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
I mean, I think those two guys are very rare cases.
Sure.
That they're such good players.
James Cook's emergence in the postseason as well. They all saw that. They're all wondering, why don't I get one of those guys? And I think that's only going to help Genty.
Yeah. And it should.
Yeah.
I mean, I find it hard to believe he's not a top 12 prospect on everybody's board.
Right.
No matter what you think of running back as a value position.
I mean, it just it feels to me that there's
especially on this board. This is not a strong. It's a weird year because it's not a strong free agency class overall, and it's not a strong draft board overall.
Okay,
so that's you got to get it right this year, no matter where you're picking, what you're doing, who you're signing. You got to get them right this year because you're not going to have too many swings.
We're talking free agency options with Jeff Legwold, 303-504-0925. You want to send your questions in. I referenced our pal Nick Kosmiter before, and he brought up an interesting name. You know the Saints could save $10 million in cap space by cutting Taysom Hill?
Yes, they could.
Yes. Okay.
And it's a new regime.
Yep.
A new day, a new... Now, I will say he has a place in a Kellen Moore offense.
Sure.
As the other side of that. And they're not in a position to get rid of talent right now.
Don't they have like 50?
They're in horrible. They're
like $54 million over the cap, right?
It's something to keep an eye on here, everyone. I know we're all giddy. They made the playoffs.
Sure.
The team a lot of these folks came from is still digging out.
Stay disciplined. Right now is the time to stay disciplined.
But so I think, if he's in the marketplace, yes, he's always a name to.
He's going to help your short yardage run game.
Which the backup quarterback.
Broncos need a ton of help right there. He's a versatile weapon, and we know Sean loves the dude.
Yeah, no, there's no question. Okay, if he's available, of course.
Yeah,
but I'm still not convinced they're in such a place where he's more valuable to them off the roster than on. They've got to make so many moves to get under the salary cap.
Right.
I'm not sure that's the one that puts them is the difference or whatever.
Interesting. Okay.
But like I say, this year you got to get it right because it's thin. Usually you get one strong or the other, a great free agency class or a great draft board. This year they're both really tepid, and it's going to be intriguing to watch how people react to that. It could mean the guys at the issue in free agency this year is so many of the people teams would like are coming off injuries. So many of them are over 30. I mean, this is a free agency group that is really fighting the analytics part of it.
Last year, Zach Bond was a buy low candidate, and the Eagles did that, and boy, did it ever work out.
A guy with 6 starts.
Yeah.
Is his most in a season before this year. Now, what do you do with that if you're a GM?
Ends up a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year, 151 tackles, 11 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks, and a Super Bowl.
And look how clean that defensive line kept him all year. So unless you have a defensive line like that, you better give that some thought.
Is Zach Bond an option here? A guy that Sean Payton took in the 3rd round?
Now, yes, because of that.
Yeah.
But if Peyton is really paying attention to what he says, which is what's your vision in your scheme, I think the Broncos are looking bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I think Zach Bond, I even bounced this off personnel guys. I would bet you by the end of the season he was playing at about 223 pounds.
Right.
So that's pretty light on the interior of a Bronco scheme.
Sure.
Now, in a Vic Fangio scheme, behind those two defensive tackles who are area code size,
yeah,
I think that's a different dynamic. But in the Bronco
because they had in Jalen Carter, they had the perfect run stuffing big body in the middle of that defensive line.
You can't get the guard or the center off those guys to the second level. So the linebacker's clean.
Mm-hmm.
So he's getting a clean run at the ball, and that would be your – if you're going to sign him, you need a situation like that because before this year, he was not considered a good scrape off the block, square up the runner type of linebacker. He was not. And again, before this year, he had never started more than 6 games in any season.
It's wild.
It's a nutty. I mean, that's how to do it, man.
Yeah.
Live the American dream, baby.
He's about to get paid.
I hope he gets every dollar known to man because I always think players, when they're done with you, they're done with you. Get your money. But I think from the GM perspective, I think he is one of the most intriguing. What do you do with that?
Right.
How do you square that? How much are you willing to bet on that?
2 names in the middle of the Broncos defense.
I like Nick Bolton for a better fit for the Broncos.
Okay.
That for how they play.
Yeah.
Now, he's not.
Plus, he just lost, so he comes cheaper than Zach
And he's
Bond.
not spectacular in coverage.
Yeah.
I mean, he's willing,
and
he fights and he competes, which is important. But as a downhill, upfield linebacker,
he's physical.
Like the Broncos play, he fits.
Yeah.
And he's bigger. He's about 245.
Okay, so along those lines then, 2 names in the middle of the defense. DJ Jones as a re-sign option, Alex Singleton as a cap casualty option.
I don't think they need a cap casualty option right now. I don't sense that.
They don't have to be hot to trot to do it if they don't want to.
And why would you? If you like the way he's coming back from his injury, there's no reason for you to do that until you have to do it.
Yeah.
He was their leading tackler by far when he got injured. He was their leading tackler, the previous season. If you like his recovery
and you think he's doing well coming back from the injury.
Yeah, you add a compatriot to him and you got something going there. I think.
DJ Jones.
That's can he do better than they will offer him? I think so. I do.
Yeah.
And
defensive linemen tend to get paid.
And, the other issue for all of those guys, including like Milton Williams from another Eagles guy that's going to get paid because he's
just won a Super Bowl.
And he was really good this year.
It's the old Malik Jackson cash-in option.
And he was quietly good all year.
Right.
Big physical guy. But the D-line very strong in the draft too. So that's the other issue for those guys that they're facing is people may just say, well, I can get a D lineman in the second and the fourth, and one of those guys is going to contribute right away.
All right, a lot of good questions coming in right here via the text line. Let's bounce a couple of them off of Leggy right here. People love to go to the comps. Is Ty Warren on Brock Bowers' level?
Not as a receiver.
Yeah. Brock Bowers is
special.
One of one.
He's special.
Yeah, he just broke every record as a rookie.
And I think we undervalue how special he is because we don't want to do that for some reason. I mean,
because he plays for the Raiders.
He's unique.
Yeah,
he's a very unique player. I think he was my number 4 player on the board. I mean, he's ridiculously good as a receiver, route runner. Now they used him as a runner. Warren he was a quarterback, like a legit big time quarterback prospect before he was a tight end.
Yeah,
so he's a different.
That's worked out for guys in the past, though.
It has.
Logan Thomas was that way, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
but I think Warren was a better quarterback prospect.
Interesting.
Thomas played more quarterback in college, especially. But as a runner, he's more explosive. Like as a scrimmage runner, he's an option as a scrimmage runner. He can really throw the ball for real.
Yeah,
not just a trick play. And his ability in traffic as a receiver. Just that overall versatility separates him from the other tight
So in
ends.
other words, no chance he's available at 20.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think there's too many offensive coaches in the draft room saying, I don't know what I'm going to do with him, but I need that guy in my, because you could put him in the backfield, H-back, tight end, out wide, and you could really have a play where he's throwing the ball for real. And do all of that.
Gimmicky. Get a little gimmicky, what Sean Payton always likes to do.
Yeah. Well, they all do now. I mean, it's
not unique to Sean.
Decisions are made offensively now.
Loveland Pete wants to know, does Ashton Genty look like Marshall Faulk to you?
No, I don't think of him as that sort of slippery and explosive. I thought Marshall was one of the best I had ever seen at making the first guy in the hole miss.
Right.
I had not seen
Genty
much.
is...
Genty's got a little more power edge to him.
He's a great after-contact guy.
Oh, no, that's what I mean.
Elite.
He's got a little more of that physical knife edge to him as a runner. Now, you're going to take more hits in the NFL, and it's a little different, but he's the best back on the board by far. I think he's a top. I will be stunned if when I finish he's not in my top 12 somewhere.
Sanford and we saw him over the summer in Vegas.
And he can catch better than he gets credit for.
He does, and he's like just looking at him walking in just like a tank top and a pair of shorts. I'm not trying to be weird about it, but I'm telling you, like,
that's
you
scouts call it body beautiful.
You get a look at that guy. I mean, holy, he's square.
I don't know what he does, but let's get that
right. Yeah.
I would never diminish what he is as a prospect. I'm just saying, I like to warn people how the NFL thinks. And,
right.
We all may not agree, but they think that way, and I'm just telling you. But running back is that one position where a guy, even with that kind of talent, people just say, I'm just going to wait.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how talented you are. It's.
But when they're healthy.
And I think one of the big changes in draft approach around the league is it used to be thought of as a 2-contract decision.
Right.
And I think more and more it's being thought of, it's a 1-contract decision.
Sure.
If you get 5 good years out of a player you picked in the first round,
you nailed it.
How the hell is that not a success?
Right.
That's a success by any definition.
No, you've absolutely nailed it in that situation, and then you can make the decision down the road whether or not the second contract is what you want to do.
If you drafted Pat Surtain, then you're ecstatic.
Right.
You sign him to the second deal before he even gets to the 5th year.
But especially at that position where like no matter what, the amount of touches that he had at Boise State and everything that he was in that offense. And by the way, shout out to Spencer Danielson and Dirk Cutter and the guys at Boise State because the whole year, any chance they had to get that guy off the field, they got him off the field.
No, they did. They did him right.
They took care of him.
Yeah, and I think, look, I think it's one of those, and I don't have the numbers in front of me. I know this is going to sound a little anecdotal, but I believe if a guy gets through 4 years of his NFL career at running back healthy, then he's going to be a pretty healthy player for the remainder of his prime.
That's a good point.
And
I mean, that's the thing about Saquon.
That's just how it is.
Like,
so if he gets to the point where you're going to re-sign him or not, you can make that decision then. But why not have 4? Because it's not a position where you need a long wind-up either. He walks in, he plays.
He's
like edge rusher.
Yeah, he's getting 300 touches next year.
A good edge rusher walks in, he plays.
Right.
Those positions, they're ready now. Wide receiver, no. Center, no. Quarterback, not usually. Corner can be really hard unless you're special.
Yeah.
Safety, no. I mean, those running back, edge rusher, D tackle, those are, if you're talented, you will play immediately.
We're getting a lot of questions, 2 names in particular that I have to ask you about coming back here on the other side. We got to talk about Travis Hunter as he is about to start this position. And
my number one, I can tell you right now, he will be my number 1 player on my board.
And we need to talk about the wide receiver that's going to be pulling down $30 million a year on the open market. We're talking Travis Hunter and T. Higgins with Jeff Legwold coming up
bring
next.
it on.
We'll hit the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here at 5 o'clock, including Joe Burrow's continued attempts to be the new general manager of the Bengals.
Keep rocking, Joe.
I'm rooting for him.
And there's never been a team where it's tougher to do that with.
He knows it. That's why he's doing it. He knows it.
Still in the Brown, and Katie Brown has done such a much better job. Their success, their recent success, post Ken Anderson's success, is largely because Katie Brown is running most of the day-to-day operations of the team. The daughter of Mike Brown.
Yes,
Mike Brown still wants free agency not to exist. You're a little late to that party, but anyway.
And it's one of those things. I say this to Andy all the time. Joe Burrow's not going to win his Super Bowl until he leaves. I think it's going to be,
or until they just.
It's just too tough to
dive all the way in.
Yeah,
I mean think about what they had. They had 2 of the best receivers in football. They got one of the best quarterbacks in football, and you have the sack leader.
Well,
in
just
football.
Listening to what Burrow had to say last week in that podcast interview. And listening to the way he was talking about cap machinations, honestly, we were joking about it on the show. He sounds like a sports radio fan, like he just and he's reading all the same stuff that we all read. And Jeff, like he knows what he's up against, and you can also just foresee a future where that guy is in the same place where Myles Garrett is with Cleveland, where Barry and Megatron got with Detroit, of just screw this place.
Think of the dark cloud scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are represented by the same agent.
Yeah.
What if he decides, I'm not re-signing either of these guys? I mean, you tag one of them, but it's a very unhappy one of them. And what if the other guy gets away? What's Joe Burrow got?
Right.
I mean, if I'm the Bengals, I'm trying to address that in some way with my quarterback in a private meeting or,
right.
Making your plan. There is a scenario here where it ends up horrifically ugly.
Because there is that element of, and I think that the best quarterbacks in the game, they get to that point, right? You're seeing it right now with Mahomes and Allen and Lamar, and Joe Burrow is trying to make it happen in Cincinnati. Where
and
it's
you're
like,
in the AFC.
Right.
Oh, my God.
I work in partnership with my organization, First off, we are in a place where we can win 10, 11 games any given year. Obviously, Cincinnati didn't do that this season, but because of my individual brilliance, we're able to get to that place because I'm here, but also I got to have a voice in this entire thing. And that's what Joe Burrow is trying to push for right now, and he absolutely should be. I don't know if the Bengals are ever going to let him get there.
Well, he's trying to do it at a place where it's probably been the most difficult to do it anywhere in the NFL.
Yeah.
They have run their team a different way. Now, again, Katie Brown has sort of brought them into the, they've gone to a Super Bowl. I mean, they've got Burrow. They've drafted well.
Yeah.
But they were, for the longest time, they had like 10% of the number of scouts other teams did because they made their assistant coaches do it once the season was over. I mean, that's the kind of team you're talking about.
Also, are assistant coaches good scouts?
Well, they didn't care if they were good scouts or not.
Good point.
It was just part of your job.
Yeah.
If you worked for the Bengals, once the season was over, you were a scout, essentially, before the draft.
Yeah.
And guys would see them back in the day when it was film, but they'd see Bengals assistant coaches going to pro days carrying their film projectors through the airport. I mean, back in the day. I mean, that's just how they ran things. And it took sort of Katie Brown to ascend in the team's hierarchy to change it.
Yeah.
But they're still behind in many ways of some of the other teams. And this will be a real test because I think their fans would be, crushed if you don't take care of Joe Burrow. And at some point, Joe Burrow's going to say a lot more than he's saying right now, even if they don't help him.
All right.
But, and it's an issue here too. Your margin for error in the AFC is like nil.
Yes.
Like you better be really good or you're not going to the party. You're just not.
Is Mahomes in Kansas City are they vulnerable right now because of the spot that they're in their sort of organizational arc right now?
they're vulnerable in two ways. The inevitable erosion.
Sure.
The Patriots, the reason the Patriots sort of solved the salary cap riddle for so long in this era was because they had Brady.
Yeah.
And he was so willing to do whatever needed to be done on his end to keep them in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
And they were coached really well across the board.
Yeah.
Offense, defense, all of it. Special teams.
Mahomes' deal is very team friendly, right?
It is.
Like
It's
for
an
obscene contract.
Erosion is their vulnerability.
Yeah.
And the fact that Andy Reid didn't start this run when he was 55.
Yeah.
That's their two. Like if Andy's only got a couple more years left, those are the vulnerable points in there. But he makes them. You give him 52. I mean, they've drafted well.
Yep.
You know that they made one decision that the teams fighting the erosion always have one position where they say we just got to make do. We can't fix it all. We can't. And theirs just happened to be offensive tackle, and it didn't work out.
I want to read one text because the texter made the joke that I was going to make the entire time, and I chose not to because I'm just mature like that.
Yeah.
But the Bengals are the Rockies of the NFL. Yes,
Well,
there's something.
You could.
Something about being behind every other organization in your sport.
Again, and people maybe the AFC is not the place right now
to be behind.
Like you can't miss draft picks, you can't miss free agency.
Yeah,
you give an inch in the AFC and someone's coming past you, and because of the elite level of quarterbacking the best teams have in the AFC, and it's all young guys.
Mm-hmm.
There's not one of these quarterbacks that's like you're thinking, oh, he's only got a couple more good years left. No, these guys are all in their prime, playing like they're in their prime.
In their late 20s, yeah.
In Mahomes' case, approaching his prime. I don't even know what that might look like.
Travis Hunter.
Really good.
He says he wants to play both ways in the NFL. I think starting the process with DB next to your name is the only way that he's going to be able to do that. But ultimately, two-way player Travis Hunter in the NFL, what does that look like?
Well, I mean, when he says that, what does that mean? Are you playing 80% of the snaps on offense? Because that's not feasible.
Right.
And even your two-way window in the NFL might be really short.
Mm-hmm.
You might be talking about the first 3 years of his career.
Yeah.
And that's it. Because the snap count is what will get you. You've heard me talk about this. I think he was at 1349 this year at CU.
Yes.
Something like that. And that was far and away. There isn't a draft prospect on the board that can even approach.
Yeah, I think he was 500-600 above the next closest.
You can't even approach that.
Yeah.
The issue is if you are a starting player on defense, for example,
Mm-hmm.
corner, safety, in the secondary where you stay on the field, you're going to be at about 1,100 snaps right out of the gate. So that doesn't leave you much leeway for the other side of the ball. And again, I talked to Champ Bailey about this. I wrote a story about it. I've talked to coaches on both sides of the ball just to ask them. And everyone, it's been a universal thought. It's much easier for him to get through Monday through Saturday in an NFL week as a corner and then sprinkle in offense in terms of practice, meetings, each assistant coach saying, I want this.
Yeah.
The head coach, whatever the head coach wants out of this is in there. But their feeling is that it makes it much more of a realistic opportunity if he's a defensive starter and an offensive spot player. Now, and Champ Bailey brought this up when I talked to him. It all blows up if he goes to the team and a head coach says, I want him on offense.
Right.
Now, I don't think he's a two-way player.
In that situation, I completely agree.
I think
don't
other
think
than a
situational
third down guy
corner is not a thing.
No.
You know?
You're either the nickel corner or you're the outside corner.
Right. And if you're an outside corner, like I don't know the numbers. I'm assuming that Pat Surtain played 99.9% of snaps that he was available for this year. I know he had a couple of injuries. But basically, like, if you're a team's number one corner, you play every single snap.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. If you're a corner safety in the NFL, Justin Simmons routinely topped 1,000 snaps.
Yeah, you don't leave the field.
And that's the snap count is what gets you. Patrick Surtain this year played 978, but he missed. He didn't play in one game, and he had the concussion.
The Charger game.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was, the third play of the game or second play of the game, whatever it was?
In 2023, he played 1121.
Yeah.
And the year before that, he played 1106. So
okay.
You're at 1,100 snaps on one side of the ball and in a 17-game season.
Situational receiver, but you're a full-time cornerback.
I think
in the
that's
NFL.
his avenue to do it.
Yeah.
And even with that, it may be only a 3-year type of thing,
because eventually wear and tear accumulates.
And the reason I've quoted Champ so much is because he is the last real two-way player in big-time college football. He played starter on offense, starter on defense his last year at Georgia.
Yeah.
Returned kicks and punts both that year, and he played rarely on. Now, he contends if Norv Turner had not been fired in Washington, his chances to be a two-way player might have increased. But even he said at some point he had to just decide, I'm going to concentrate on corner because my body won't hold up.
That is Jeff Legwold. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up next, including an interesting quote from what right now we're calling the top quarterback in the draft, plus Trevor Lawrence. He seemingly doesn't want to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We've got all that coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now because their vehicles contractor and rental yard equipment auction is available to be bid right now. What does that mean exactly? Vehicles contractor and rental yard equipment. Guys, we're talking vehicles, Ditch Witch mini loaders, scissor lifts, towable chippers, landscaping equipment, woodworking, automotive equipment, driveway gates, attachments, and much, much more. That's right. It is Roller Auctions February 2025 vehicles contractor and rental yard equipment auction, and you have until tomorrow before these auctions start closing to get in. Guys, I'm serious. They have a remote control lawnmower. That's right. Remote control lawnmowers available to bid right now. The future is in your hands as you're sipping a lemonade and watching that thing mow your lawn. Go to roller.bid right now. Check out this fantastic inventory in Roller Auctions vehicles contractor and rental yard equipment auction. Again, that is roller.bid. So much fun to bid at roller.bid. So get in there, watch some items, and get some great deals. Jeff Legwold of ESPN is with me. Andy is out today. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Free agency stuff, draft stuff is happening. Let's do this, Jeff Legwold. Mark Springer, story number 1, go.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The Cincinnati Bengals, according to sources telling ESPN, are going to try to secure deals to retain 3 of their stars, Jamar Chase, Trey Hendrickson, and T. Higgins. Sports Illustrated reported yesterday that the Bengals plan to put the non-exclusive franchise tag on T. Higgins. That would give them until July 15th to negotiate a long-term deal, and if no deal is reached, Higgins would play on a salary of $26.17 million for the upcoming season.
I mean, it's wild, Leggy, because you're talking about in Jamar Chase, a top 3 receiver in the game, and Trey Hendrickson, a top 3 pass rusher in the game. And, oh, by the way, you got to get them done in the same offseason that you want to try and figure out T. Higgins. You want to keep your quarterback, Joe Burrow, happy. All right.
I want to try to be 6'2", but I'm not going to be. I like how it's all phrased.
I know, right? How much can they try to utilize what Philadelphia did, voidable years, kicking cans, trying to spread money out as much as they possibly can? Can the Browns, and I say the Browns, it's the Bengals, but the Brown family, how much can they front load things? How much money do they have to front load things to make it easier over the long haul?
Eagles got away with it because they're a draft-built team.
Yeah.
15 starters in the Super Bowl were their draft picks. Voidable years doesn't work if you're not built like that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they work anyway, but that's just me.
Sure.
But they can try, but I'm not sure they have that draft-built core to have the deals to do it with, and that's what it takes.
Got to build that thing up, and maybe they're not in that place quite
yet. And you can't let all these guys get there at the same time.
That too.
That's part of this too.
Yeah, that too. What's the Myles Garrett availability? How does that? I say availability, air quotes around it. How does that impact Trey Hendrickson this offseason?
Well, I mean, I think people think Garrett's in his own class.
He is.
And I'm not sure people in the league think he's really available until now. The combine is where all this stuff kind of kicks up.
Yeah.
If you're going to make a big, huge trade, you're meeting, at the combine, GM to GM, way off campus somewhere.
Yeah.
Under the cloak of darkness. But that's the combine is where the roots of these things happen. So the Myles Garrett thing, there may be some rumbles if the Browns are really going to hold fast or not.
And I say I'm sure the answer is yes, that there is a number they could put it in front of Myles Garrett to get him to change his mind, to say, okay, we will extend you. This is what it looks like.
That would be the test.
Yeah.
That would honestly be the test.
It really is.
Because I think the people who know him think he means it.
Yeah.
And so that would really be the test, because I think in his mind, I can get that number anywhere.
Sure.
Give me the freedom. Let me out.
I don't have to be Joe Thomas. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
So Netflix's chief content officer talked to the media outlet Puck, and he said that Netflix is interested in bidding on the NFL's Sunday afternoon games. The current broadcast deals with Fox and CBS run through 2033, but the NFL has the right to pull the plug on those deals 4 years early if they should choose to do so.
Okay, so Leggy, how much chance do you give of the NFL saying, forget the major networks, we're going to put our Sunday package, Amazon did it on Thursday night, but our Sunday package on a streaming-only platform?
I don't think they're there yet.
Yeah.
I think they still see enough. Now, would they carve it up? I think that's always a possibility.
Sure.
Carve it up a little more. It just would be, how do you rank the rights holders then? Who gets the choice of the games? How does it work? All of those things. But they will pursue money if they can. It's been proven. They played Wednesdays. I mean, they're playing.
You know what's funny about this, Leggy, too, is think about it. There was a time when the idea of NFL games on the Fox network seemed insane to all of us.
I am old enough to remember networks walking away from the NFL. So we don't need these guys. This price is too high.
Right.
No, there's not a number they can name that's too high. I mean, I heard so much of there's no buzz around the Super Bowl. And blah, blah, blah. Guess what? It was a record viewership for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear it.
Yeah. No. People, they like their football. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Cam Ward is the betting favorite to be the first overall pick. Last night, he received the Davey O'Brien Award as the nation's top college quarterback. I think he won this a few weeks ago, but maybe just received the hardware last night. Either way.
Just came in the mail finally?
Yeah, fine. Yeah. I guess so. Either way.
They had to pick it up at the post office.
He was quoted as saying the following from Cam Ward, quote, "Okay, you're either going to draft me or you're not. If you don't draft me, that's your fault. You've got to remember you're the same team that's got to play me for the rest of my career, and I'll remember that," end quote.
Okay.
That's what guys should say.
Good. It's what you should say. Good spicy stuff.
But if you're the number one pick, who are you going to be mad at? That's my question.
Is he going to be the number one pick?
I don't know that I don't feel people feel this compelling need to grab either of the quarterbacks that high. So
right.
If there is a year when we see, for a change, position players above a couple of the quarterbacks, I think this might be the year.
Tennessee at number one overall, it's what do you see them doing? Because I
think they really hope somebody wants the quarterback.
They want that
one,
pick badly enough, yeah.
And that they can the question they have to answer in-house is, do we feel better about either of these quarterbacks in the draft than we do of the one we have, or what's the plan? You going free agent? What are you doing?
Yeah.
And I think that's the first. And that was the talk of the Senior Bowl. A lot of the people I talked to at the Senior Bowl thought they're not keeping that pick. But we'll see.
Tennessee at number one. Cleveland at number two. That's just a boondoggle. Giants at number three. Obviously, that's a quarterback-needy team right there. They're done with the Daniel Jones thing. New England at 4, they got their guy. Jacksonville at 5, they got their guy. Raiders are the next most obvious at number 6 to go after a quarterback. Do you think both Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders will be off the board by the time we get to the Jets at 7?
If there was a year when you'd say that would happen, this is it.
Yeah.
But the fact that there's no real true number 3 yet will probably push those two guys off the board before even people want them to be, because unlike last year when 6 go in the first 12 picks, that scenario there's nowhere near that scenario available this year.
All right, well, let's keep reading Jeff Legwold at ESPN, find out if a number 3 emerges. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Trevor Lawrence is going to be playing for new head coach Liam Cohen and the Jaguars in what county this year?
Duval.
Yes, in Duval County.
Poor weirdo.
Hey, future Hall of Famer
never
Liam
try
Cohen.
that stuff.
No.
So Ryan Burr, maybe of the Big Ten Network, recently tweeted out, this guy seems to have some credibility, that the Steelers called the Jaguars inquiring about a possible trade for Trevor Lawrence. Many reporters and outlets are debunking that report. Trevor Lawrence went on the Kay Adams show, and he said this about it.
That's funny. I didn't really see anything. My agent texted me and was like, "Hey, this is a." And then of course I saw it after. He texted me and said, "Hey, this is a report that's out there. I don't think there's anything to it, but I'll check into it." So I saw it, and it's funny though. When he sent it to me, I was like, I wouldn't say your heart drops, but you're kind of like, what? Like you think, and then I'm like thinking about I can't even I have a no trade clause in my contract, so I would know about it if I was getting traded, or if that was something that was going to happen. I'd have to be on board with it. So, which I'm not. I'm happy here in Jacksonville. I plan on. We want to win a Super Bowl here, and I think we can do that.
Here's the part of this whole whatever story.
The news there, Nate. I'm sorry, it's the no trade clause. That's often been thought of rare, and very few guys have it. Well, I'm not sure a lot of people knew.
Trevor Lawrence has a no
he
trade
actually
clause.
Has one.
Also, the part of this story that is I don't know, I guess kind of humorous to me is like, I hope the Steelers called the Jaguars to ask. I hope every team, if you're in the position that Pittsburgh is in right now, you should be asking everybody. Why? Just ask.
Yeah, no, it doesn't hurt to ask.
No, a new head coach takes over at a place, and it's fair to ask, like, hey, do you hate your quarterback? Because you never know. You never know when a Josh McDaniels is just going to say, yeah, I want to light it all on fire, and because I can't stand this guy. I mean, last week, Kellen Moore would not commit to Derek Carr. Now, he might be stuck with Derek Carr, but he wouldn't commit to him publicly. That's why you ask.
And it gets asked league-wide more than we ever know.
Right.
Everybody gets asked about everybody.
Exactly. These guys play
the
golf.
The what if
yes.
is played all the time.
They sit at the martini bars. They text each other when they're bored.
Because it only takes one
to
change your fortunes.
That's it.
That's just the bottom line. But having covered the Steelers, and even though it was 3+ decades ago, not much has changed there in how they operate. It would stun me that they were searching for a trade of that magnitude.
Yeah, it would be giving up an awful lot.
And that's not something they've really delved into over the years.
Well, maybe they need to think about something new. Hey, we live in a world where Luka Doncic got traded, so
you
ask for everything.
No, always.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
And finally today, the Panthers re-signed Andy Dalton, who is 37 years old, to a 2-year contract worth $8 million, $6 million guaranteed, max value $10 million.
Nice job on Andy Dalton. We looked this up earlier in the show. 110, I believe, with this contract, he'll go up to 120 possibly career earnings. $120 million.
Throw well, my friends.
For Andy Dalton. Right there in his NFL career. So congratulations to the redhead Andy Dalton. Have you ever covered Dalton, by the way?
I've talked to him on occasion.
Great dude, man.
Everyone likes him.
Yeah.
But that's how you survive as a backup reserve, go-to jack of all trades quarterback. You have to be smart enough to learn offenses fast, and people have to want to be around you.
Right.
I mean, it's
be good inside the building.
Yeah, that's a requirement for that.
Well,
that role.
And when he's in the spot that he's in right now, like he's Bryce Young there in Carolina, and it was a weird thing that happened last year. He moves into the starting role. He gets into the car accident. Bryce Young loses the gig, but then gets it back and plays okay. Really starts to show a little bit of promise, and maybe him and Canales can get something cooking there. And Dave Tepper wanted him there the whole way anyway. But for Andy Dalton to simply say, I'm not going to be bitter about having lost my opportunity or whatever. I'll just sit here and get the paycheck. That's and be good inside the building. It's savvy of him.
I think players are far more pragmatic sometimes than people give them credit for.
Right.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I can make $6 million guaranteed, like Spring said, or I can sit at home and be angry I lost my starting job. Oh boy, that's a tough choice.
Right.
Really.
Yeah. No, there's good money in being an NFL backup quarterback.
Throw better is how I would tell people to. Why can't that be? Other positions say, why can't we? Well, throw better. That's the bottom line.
Leggy, but before you get out of here, we need to address in a particular elephant in the room. People that longtime listeners of the Kreckman and Lindahl show, they will know that you and I, we share a proud alma mater. Leggy, we are both
proud in air quotes.
We are both graduates of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and on Saturday,
they're not proud of that.
They're not proud of us. No. They also stopped asking us for money a long time ago. But on Saturday, the Illini played Michigan State at Assembly Hall there in Champaign, and there was a ceremony at halftime to honor former Illini guard Terrence Shannon. Terrence Shannon, who was a fine player in his brief time there at the University of Illinois, but the university decided that they would honor the Minnesota Timberwolves rookie guard by raising his jersey to the rafters. One problem, the banner was upside down.
Yeah, what is it? That's a sign of distress, right?
They pulled down the cover and the banner was upside down. And then, because you can't just change that immediately.
Oh, hang on.
They lifted it to the rafters where it hung upside down for the rest of Illinois' game, losing to Michigan State.
Distress again.
Oh, no! After the game, Illinois Athletic Director Josh Whitman commented on the blunder.
The substance of the game tonight, obviously we had a regrettable situation at halftime with the jersey around Terrence's celebration. I just wanted to address that briefly before Brad came up and talked about the game. Obviously, really regrettable moment. It's a shame that it happened that way. Of course, I didn't hang the jersey, but I'm ultimately responsible for everything that happens in this building, and ultimately that means that was on me tonight.
Well, you should.
I didn't hang it, though.
I didn't hang it.
Somebody should check it.
Somebody should have looked.
Yeah. How about we just,
Because I'm assuming this is what's blown my mind about this thing since it's gone down. And yes, every single person in my phone sent me this thing. Okay, is the guy? I'm assuming whomever did it didn't do it alone.
Yeah, it's like a group project.
There had to have been somebody else. Because there's got to be the guy up on the catwalk that's raising it up.
I don't understand how it happened.
Somebody's attaching it.
It seems intentional to me. Like somebody's playing a game.
It really does, right?
I can't say that. But, it's one of my many questions you've already heard. Like, A, why would you pick Michigan State for a night to honor anybody? We haven't beaten them in,
And we lost.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we lost by double digits.
Took the L again.
To the 11th ranked team in the country.
But it's just a bit. But I love the AD saying, I didn't hang the banner, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe you should have checked. I bet you checked the next one.
Yeah.
By the way, did see this today on Twitter.
And his mom is there. That's
right?
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
From the field of 68, Terrence Shannon is selling T-shirts now. Oh, God. All proceeds going to the Boys and Girls Club of Champaign, Illinois, with the banner upside down on them.
That's a hard. I can't wait till the first time I see one out in the wild. I'm gonna say hello to that person.
Leggy, it's the thing that
we're gonna honor you. Come stand in a. I just can't even imagine.
As an alum, this is what I appreciate about that whole thing. It's the most Illinois thing we could have possibly done.
Now, if I'm the AD, I would have said I meant to say his number was 6. That's where I would have gone with it, but I love the immediate. I didn't hang the banner.
Right,
no, that's the best.
I didn't do it.
I didn't hang the banner.
Well, you hired whoever did it.
Oh man.
Anyway, Oski Whoops, Illinois.
I had the first place I was ever a reporter had a sign on the wall that said, "If your mother says she loves you, check it out." And I think that's advice for whoever is in charge of banners at the Chambana campus.
Yeah. Somebody obviously doesn't like Terrence Shannon is all I can think. Whoever could that be? That's gonna
or they did it as one of those gags, like, "Hey, we'll just do this," and no one got back to it,
right,
to repair it,
right.
Like they did it for the rehearsal or whatever, and thought it was funny, and then
we'll go for the laugh,
yeah, and then
fix it. Read Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com is where you get his stuff. Leggy, beautiful work as always, man.
Get better, Andy.
That's right. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Me and Spring the rest of the way. Keep it here. Kreckman and Lindahl. Spring filling in for Andy today. We're with you until 6. Hope you were driving safely out there. We are 2 days away from USA-Canada, Four Nations championship match.
Yeah!
Is this the most highly anticipated hockey game of our lives?
Not bigger than what USA Canada 2010 Vancouver
it was a very big deal.
Well, see, and that's the Olympics.
It's the Olympics.
It's been a while since we've had best on best international hockey.
Right.
So this Four Nations, like, there's no Russia, there's no Czechia. This is a little palate.
Is Chechnya good
warmer.
at hockey?
Yeah, David Pasternak.
Czech Republic.
No, it's Czechia now, I believe.
They changed the name?
I think so, yeah, because I said Czech Republic, and people were like, no, it's Czechia now. And I was like, okay.
Well, then what do I know?
Granted. I'm not the best source on that. That being said, I think the time between high-level international hockey is putting juice into this.
Yeah.
And then you got the World Cup of Hockey's coming back in a few years. The Olympics here coming up. This is just a little taste of what's to come.
The Czech Republic changed its name to Czechia in 2016 to make it easier to use internationally.
Yeah, all it's doing is confusing people now. I was very used to Czech Republic, and I had no problem saying it.
You may know it as Myanmar, but it will always be Burma to me.
I understand that reference. Peterman.
Czechia. I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, no, I found out about it on air, too. I said Czech Republic, and maybe it was Berto was like, it's Czechia, bro.
I think that's the best way to learn things is from Mark Bertinoli with a bro at the end.
That is a modern man's encyclopedia right there.
All right. Well, it looked like I had to check that little piece of trivia out. Who knew? USA and Canada coming up here on Thursday night. Spring, is it as big a deal without the fights? Without the fights, the moment the puck dropped and Matthew Tkachuk and Brandon Hagel go toe-to-toe, is it as big a deal without 3 fights in the first 9 seconds? Would we be talking about that insane USA victory over the Canadians without the fights? Dare I say no?
Yeah, I think it would have been a big deal, but it made it an even bigger deal. Because now there's like blood on the line.
Yeah. By the way, people are saying it's pronounced Czechia.
Oh, okay. This is like Netchus all over again.
It really is. I swear to God, it was still Czech Republic.
Uh-huh.
I guess I have not updated.
It's no longer Serbia-Montenegro. It's now Serbia and Montenegro, their own separate countries. How about that?
Mm-hmm. But no, and the climate of the day, the nationalism that gets connected to it, we're all big mad at Canada these days. I get all that. It all fits into the culture war narrative that people want to get fired up about right now. So that clearly, this USA-Canada thing is happening at the exact perfect time. Which now makes me wonder, are Donald Trump and Gary Bettman in cahoots on this tariff thing to get people fired up about Four Nations hockey?
I can buy into that conspiracy.
Yes, I don't think that's actually how it's going down. It's also, you put the contrast next to, this is the moment that the NHL is having. This is the moment that the sport of hockey is having right now, where you're getting people talking about this stuff on cable news. You got Bill Guerin asking Trump to show up in Boston on Thursday night and to go to the game. Hey, he was at the Super Bowl. He was at the Daytona 500. Why can't he show up at this hockey game, especially when it's USA-Canada and a chance to be able to stick it to these guys? I would say if I was Trump's advisors on this, I'd be a little bit careful because Canada is the better hockey team, and you don't want Trump showing up and then having Canada kick their teeth in.
No, from take emotions out of it. If I'm to pick this game, if I want to like make some money off this game, Canada's the pick to me.
Sure.
Kale's back. The U.S. got their big win on Saturday night. They're feeling themselves.
Yep.
I think there's a comeback down to earth a little bit. I think Canada's motivated. I think they can go get this thing done. USA won in Canada, in Montreal. Now we're in Boston. We're on U.S. soil.
Yeah.
But, the U.S. won on Canadian soil. I could see a little tit for tat here. I like Canada to win this game. Let me ask you this question.
By the way, I'm looking at an app right now, dead even on the money line.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming there's a ton of action coming in on America. I'm assuming the public wants to bet the USA in this game.
After seeing them win on Saturday night?
Yeah.
We're creatures of recency bias.
Have the better goaltender. Connor Hellebuck right now is the favorite to be the tournament MVP. Connor McDavid second on that list. Right now, McKinnon at plus 650 for tournament MVP. That might be something worth taking a look at right there.
Bet, actually.
He scored 2 goals the other night. His stats, if he goes out and has a 3-point game in the championship, his numbers are going to look good enough that he perhaps could jump. There might be value on McKinnon right there.
I was going to ask you another question, but now I'm going to ask you this question. Because here's something I was thinking about with this Four Nations. And, like I had said, going into it was going to be tough for me to root against guys I watch play all the time who are awesome at hockey.
McKinnon, McCarr, Taves, yes.
Even though, then I see USA, Canada, and I'm at a bar where everyone's cheering for USA, and it's tough not to, feel that for the country that I was born and raised in. There's no doubt about it. But for McKinnon, McCarr, and Taves, for our guys, how important for them, for the Avalanche, is this in terms of legacy? This is another notch on the belt for McKinnon, McCarr, and Taves. This is another thing you can put on Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon's future Hall of Fame resume. So I'm not rooting against USA. Don't get me twisted, but I would also like to see Cale and Nate, get these accolades. I would.
So it's funny you bring that up right there. Let's play the hypothetical game. If both of their careers ended right now, they're both Hall of Famers, right?
Yes.
McKinnon is a Hart Trophy winner, a Calder Trophy winner, a Cup winner. Makar is a Conn Smythe and Norris Trophy winner.
Yep.
And a Cup winner.
Nathan McKinnon also won a Lady Byng.
He did win a Lady Byng. After he threw the helmet, he'll never win it again.
He's a gentleman.
Quite gentlemanly, yes. But like already, given everything that they have accomplished in their NHL careers, like given the hardware that they have, sure, the career numbers are still there and growing. But I think already, given the hardware that they have attained and the brilliance in their own eras, I think they're already both Hall of Famers.
And this is completing the trophy case,
right?
Like, what more can you do?
Because neither of them have had they haven't been available to play in an Olympics, right?
And just the NHL players haven't been playing in those of late.
Yeah,
due to COVID, I think was the most recent one.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, when the IOC said we're not going to compensate the NHL said screw you, we're not going to send our players.
Sure.
And so that certainly changed things. I think they're both already there. But no, to your point, it is like, hey, a Four Nations win, and this one's going to be a memorable one because I think they're going to do insane TV numbers coming up here on Thursday night. This game is bigger than any Stanley Cup final game that I can remember in any recent history. Like, and I'm saying bigger, like if you love hockey, it's just another big hockey game to you. But like I'm hearing from more and more people that are fired up about this thing again because of the culture war implications that go into all of this and the, USA versus the world mentality that currently is the climate we're living in.
And now I'll go back to the original question I was going to ask you. And maybe it is different for Nate and Cale, who have already won Stanley Cups. This is, an international gold. And I think, even though Russia and Czechia
Czechia
aren't playing. Like the two, for all intents and purposes, these are the two best teams. Like, so there's really no paper champion here. I think that you're a legit winner when you come out on top of this tournament.
Sure.
But, Nate and Kale, they already have cups. This would complete their trophy case. Let's say you're Connor McDavid or, a number of players on Team USA. Matthew Tkachuk just won a Stanley Cup. But what is more important? Winning the cup or winning a high-level international tournament like this?
Well, if you're Team USA, you've got the underdog thing working for you. Mm-hmm. And even though, again, you look at the money line right now is minus $1.10 in either direction, so there's no clear betting favorite per se, you're the underdog, okay? This is big bad Canada, right? They win every major international tournament. Hasn't Canada won every NHL-sponsored international tournament that has ever happened before? So, like, that's what you're kind of up against right here. Now, it's possible that Canada can lose. USA has lost at basketball. We went through an era where USA was not fully dominant, but also we're talking about a time where you're able to put Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon and Sidney Crosby and Cale Makar all out on the ice at the exact same time playing for the nation of Canada. USA's got the underdog thing going for it right now, which I think would be absolutely huge. And there's also, like, there is a track record of, there's just, like, some athletes that what they did in international play is almost more memorable than what they did. I mean, I'm just thinking of, for example, like a Manu Ginobili, an Andres Nocioni.
I'll tell you the number one name that came to my mind is
Gasol.
Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo Anthony did more for Team USA. Olympics Melo was more accomplished than NBA Melo. Even though he's number 12 all time in scoring in his career, yeah, he's also one of the great international players that we have ever had. Now, obviously, Kevin Durant and LeBron James put them right there as well. Kobe Bryant put them right there as well. Those guys have a ton of NBA success to go along with that entire thing. But yeah, drop the gloves and punch each other, and you're going to get America's attention. And give the Tkachuks and JT Miller credit, man. They understood that. They knew their audience. Spring, before we get out of here on a Tuesday, I'm going to fix NBA All-Star Weekend.
Finally.
I will tell you.
Finally, someone's going to do it.
I will tell you how it's done. And it's, first off, and spoiler alert, step 1, fire Kevin Hart. But step 2, important as well, and I'll tell you what it is next. So I hated the NBA All-Star game, and I know that's not a unique take. Everybody hated it. It was unwatchable. The Athletic pointed out 30 minutes and 30 seconds of basketball. 30 minutes and 30 seconds of basketball inside a 2.5-hour television presentation. Awful. They played the first game, started it way late. It was over very quickly. It was entertaining. Jokic had a lob to Wemby. That was cool. Jokic had some good passes in there.
What would you rather do, watch the All-Star game or a Wizards game?
I'd rather watch a Wizards game.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I know. I'm weird like that. But it's funny. I mean, earlier in the day on Sunday, I watched New Mexico, Utah State at the Pit. It was great. Phenomenal
That's a great atmosphere.
Game. Yeah. Awesome atmosphere right there. So, yeah, I watched a lot of college hoops this weekend. So, it was a little bit of basketball, then wait forever, then wait some more, then more Kevin Hart, then finally basketball again, then wait more, then start to play, but then stop. But then Kevin Hart does a bit where he's giving fishing gear to the TNT guys. I like Inside the NBA. I like when they do a show after the basketball game. In the meantime, can I just watch the basketball game? The players were annoyed. You could tell. Like, get this thing over with. Also, too much Kevin Hart. Shea, by the way, SGA did not like Kevin Hart talking trash to him out there. Did not find the humor in that entire thing. Also, I don't know if you guys know this or not, Kevin Hart is short. He's short.
Really?
And every joke about him was about how short he is. So it was more Kevin Hart than I needed, and Kevin Hart's fine, but I'm not tuning into the NBA All-Star game to watch him. The format itself, I didn't think was that bad. It was just, it was done so poorly by TNT. So here's the thing. How do you fix it? Well, number one, less Kevin Hart. Number two, and this one's not going to be a hit with the television partners, but I think it's pretty simple how you fix the NBA All-Star game. You get rid of the All-Star game. You get rid of the All-Star game.
Well, the NHL just did that, at least for now.
And they replaced it with Four Nations this year. But no, I'm talking about don't do it.
Okay.
Like, put all of your eggs in the Saturday night basket, which can be done so much better. And I think Mac McClung is super fun, okay? And he was extremely entertaining. But, you know, you see on Twitter and John Moran's talking about, hey, let's get in on the whole thing. And he's, you know, talking to Zach LaVine about, hey, guys, let's jump into this dunk contest. Okay, cool. Let's put your money where your mouth is. Let's get John Morant in the dunk contest next year. Sign me up. I will absolutely watch that. What about a three-point shooting contest where, I don't know, Steph Curry actually participates in the thing? How was the thing in San Francisco and Steph wasn't in the three-point shootout? How the heck did that happen? Also, you know, Kevin Durant is there. He wasn't in it. Nikola Jokic is there. You could put Joker in that thing. He's having a pretty good three-point shooting season, I would say. I suppose he's slowed down a little bit, but it's like, am I dying to see Buddy Hield and Cam Johnson shoot? Not really. No, put the friggin' stars in the thing. Obviously, the skills challenge, we got to point it out to us this year how dumb that is. Wemby and Chris Paul getting eliminated, getting disqualified for trying to game this system. All right, that thing's stupid. The old Shooting Stars Challenge thing was fine. But the thing I'm talking about is put the stars in there to put on an exhibition. For the game itself, there's nothing you can do to make NBA players care about that meaningless exhibition. And no, a $125,000 paycheck is not going to get guys fired up to play. If you're at that level of NBA player, that's what you make in a half. So they don't, in a half of a game is what I mean. So they don't care about that part of it. That's not going to get them fired up. USA versus the world, it's not going to matter. Nikola Jokic is not going to care about world. Okay? He's not going to care. And I love Joker for that. Look, NBA All-Star Weekend is put at this point on the calendar for a reason. They're waiting for the NFL to be done. Okay, so Super Bowl was last weekend, so they put NBA All-Star Weekend this weekend, hoping it will then add attention to the entire event because people then won't be distracted. But the problem when you put it this late is there's like a 25 to 30 game sprint for every team in the NBA. I believe the Nuggets have 27 games remaining right now. These guys are already 2/3 of the way through a season, and they're exhausted, okay? They are beat. Now you're looking at the very best players in the game and saying, hey, during the break that every other one of your teammates is getting, we expect you to come out here and play really hard and risk injury even though your body is already broken down. And oh, by the way, let me tack something else onto this, all right? And Damian Lillard talked about this, and I don't think this gets talked about enough. We judge every NBA player on the legacy that is gained from what? Winning championships, okay? That's everything in that sport, all right? If you want to have the great Michael Jordan versus LeBron James debate, how do you win that argument? Jordan won 6. Jordan never lost in the finals. The end, right? That's how it's done. If you want to judge the greatness of an individual player versus another, stack up their championships. That's just what we do. We're a title-obsessed culture, and that is now how we judge the legacy of NBA greatness. Okay, so it's all based on championships. It's all based on what you do in the playoffs. You've got a 30-game, 25-game sprint to the finish when your body is already broken. Oh, but in the meantime, hey, can you guys also please just care about a worthless exhibition for us too? Our television partners would really like that. No,